Chapter 321 New National Policy Seat of Life. But what does that matter? Is Xu Yiming lacking time? No. What they lack is a planet with life. Which civilization does not have a history of thousands or tens of thousands of years? Advanced civilizations like those have a history of millions of years. How many planets with life can this transform into? Leave this national policy as an alternative. Li Qing continues to look down. National policy, elite governing the country, the effect is the upper limit of all professional level plus 10 level. National policy, skilled craftsmen, the effect is to increase all output within the civilization by 20%. National policy, fanatical purification, gradually change the ideas of civilized individuals. Believing that their own race is the only truth in the universe, and that other races have no value in survival. They will fanatically exterminate other species. Effect. The initial professional skill level of all professionals in the civilization is increased by 5. The professional level cap is increased by 10. The experience gained is increased by 100%. And each professional gains an additional random professional skill. Effect. Over Bacco. Get 50% additional civilization points. Effect. Get the civilized buff fanatic. The fleet speed plus 33%. Attack power plus 33%. Attack speed plus 33%. Range plus 33%. Jump distance plus 100%. Leap penetration strength plus 1. Wipe. This is a bit. This reminds Li Qing's other two extinction politics with the enthusiastic purifiers. Swallowing bee colony and iron-hearted extinction. If I'm not mistaken, the national policies of the two extinction regimes should be similar to this one. Both of which are powerful buffs that affect the entire civilization. With this series of effects and a powerful buff, the overall strength of the entire civilization will be very strong. However, Li Qing was not interested in making enemies with the entire universe. Although humans as a whole are xenophobic and most aliens do not conform to their aesthetic standards. And they have done a lot to exterminate civilizations. Xenophobia is xenophobia. And it is different from a genocidal regime. One is something to talk about. One is that there is absolutely nothing to talk about. Everyone is calling for their domination. And the living environment is completely incomparable. After the fanatical purification national policy, there was no other national policy that could catch Li Qing's eyes. He quickly looked down and soon came to the last two highlighted national policies. The first row of national policies are universal national policies, which can be obtained by every Star Lord, including other civilizations. It's just a matter of probability. Generally speaking, the stronger the national policy, the lower the probability of getting it. The last two national policies are the player's personal unique national policies, which are generally obtained by comprehensively considering the player's race and behavior when promoted to Star Lord. It's hard to say whether it's strong or not, but it's definitely very suitable. Li Qing looked over and saw that the names of the two national policies were Legendary Navy and Gene Controller, respectively. National Policy, Legendary Navy. Every professional commander of this civilization is an excellent strategist and tactician. This civilization is not afraid of crisis. They are the crisis. Effect. All naval commanders of the civilization gain the skill Legendary Descendant, which increases the speed of the fleet they command by 50%, the startup speed by 50%, and the weapon range by 50%. National Policy, Gene Controller. This civilized individual has unique talents and insights into biological genes. Effect. Greatly improve the success rate of gene modulation. Modulation effect plus 100%. Effect. Improve individual genetic ascension tendency and genetic ascension success rate. Well, is this because I'm preparing for the national genetic ascension? The first one is easy to understand. He was promoted to Star Lord after completing a world-shaking military operation. It is not surprising to give him a military-related national policy. Moreover, it was not just the relevant national policy. He himself also met certain standards because of this military action and had the opportunity to be promoted to a divine general. Please note, this is an opportunity to be promoted to a god general. You will become a god general either now or later. Logically speaking, his achievements in battle are enough to qualify him for the promotion to a divine general. But the promotion to a divine general is not only related to the results of the war, but also to command. God general. God general. How can you be promoted to God General if you don't have good command ability? But in fact, the results of this operation were enough for him to be promoted to the Lord of the Star Sea in one step. And there would be no problem in promoting him to a God General. However, in the end, He did not get promoted to a god general. The main reason was that he used cheats to accomplish this earth-shaking feat, and did not show it in terms of command. The result is that he is now in a state of being about to be promoted but not yet promoted. Which means that he has the qualifications, but is still a little short of it. This requires him to personally command a standard battle, and win a great victory. Fortunately, the other criteria have been met, and the difficulty is much simpler than other commanders' promotion to god generals from scratch. Apart from other things, there will inevitably be a war between humans and the Browen Alliance. When the civilization artifacts of the Browen Alliance can no longer withstand the closure, that will be the time when Browen will be destroyed. At that time, there will surely be several earth-shaking battles. With his current status and position, he will definitely get the opportunity to lead an army alone. And then, he can have a serious head-on fight. Of course, this is a matter for the future. The key now is to choose a new national policy. He looked at these two new national policies that were completely suitable for him for a while. Then looked back at the Seed of Life national policy. And then ruled out the legendary Navy national policy. He was entangled for a long time between the Seed of Life and Gene Controller national policies. It's really difficult to choose. One is to mass-produce life planets, and the other can greatly increase the success rate of comprehensive genetic ascension. Although the former is a regular national policy, it is also very difficult to get, and is extremely rare. Anyway, Li Qing has seen and heard of so many Star Sea Lords. But he has never seen any Star Sea Lord who can draw the super rare national policy of Seed of Life. Not to mention the latter, he is now facing the threshold of genetic ascension. The super cabin in the palm-sized universe is almost completed, and the genetic ascension of all the people is just around the corner. Once the genetic ascension of all the people is completed, he can start exchanging them for weapons and ships of the god-level civilization. Although it can only be exchanged for the Foundation, because it is impossible to master the basic materials and other technologies of the god-level civilization. The power is definitely not as good as the real god-level civilization, and it cannot be mass-produced. However, this is the technology of the god-level civilization. So is this something to worry about? Yes. The key point of the dilemma is that the national policy of Gene Masters has become obsolete and useless after the completion of the national genetic ascension. Because after all the people's genetic ascension, and then all the people's psychic ascension, his first national policy, Descendants of Light, will take effect. At that time, the people in his territory will change to the unique light promotion of the negative stars, a unique ascension route that directly integrates genetic ascension and psychic ascension. By that time the national policy will be officially implemented, and the descendants of the transformed Descendants of Light will all be Descendants of Light, and there will be no need for genetic ascension. If there is no demand, this national focus slot is a waste. There are only two national focus slots for being promoted to Star Lord. One is Descendants of Light, and the other must be used. After struggling for a long time, he posted this question in the mental matrix for the negative stars to discuss. After just 3 seconds of brainstorming, the answer from Zhao Feng allowed Li Qing to make a decision. If you can endure another 5 to 10 years of waiting, you can choose the Seed of Life. If you are unwilling to wait another 5 to 10 years, then choose Gene Control. His choice is the Seed of Life. After being enlightened, the choice is very simple. Wait for no more than 10 years, and switch to a national policy that can continuously obtain life planets. This choice is not that difficult. After all, it is not a complete god-level civilization technology. Incomplete is not as useful as a full set of level 7 technology. Make your choice, and this promotion is over. There are two national focuses. One is Descendants of Light, and the other is Seeds of Life, both of which are super rare national focuses. In addition, this operation has now gained a full 46 destiny points. This is what you get now. As time goes by, the impact of the destruction of the eastern core fortress of the Browen United Civilization will gradually ferment, and you will continue to gain some destiny points. If humans can completely defeat the Browen Alliance and annex it in the future, he will be the first to achieve this, and will receive a lot of subsequent benefits. With 46 destiny points in hand, plus the remaining 21 points, a total of 67 destiny points. You don't need to save it now. You can use it. Li Qing thought about it for a moment, and decided not to strengthen the chip this time, but to strengthen the universe in his palm, because he had a strong premonition that when he was promoted to the Lord of the Star Sea, it seemed that a certain condition had been met, and this time the strengthening of the universe in the palm of his hand would cause the universe in the palm of his hand to undergo earth-shaking changes. With a thought, Li Qing's real body turned and entered the universe in his palm, while his consciousness and the artifact of human civilization returned to the Lingxiao Palace. The moment he appeared, all the military lords and chieftains who were chatting in the venue looked towards the ninth throne on the rostrum. At a certain moment, everyone suddenly became aware of his existence. The throne was located high in front of the rostrum, surrounded by an invisible faint golden distortion, and a very young figure was sitting on it. The small lords were extremely envious. The military leaders were envious and jealous. And more importantly, they were filled with emotion. The Lord of the Star Sea had a complicated expression, but also a hint of anticipation. But no matter it was envy, jealousy, or expectation, it all turned into a respectful title. Congratulations, His Royal Highness Li Qing. Today, Li Qing's identity has finally undergone a qualitative change. Today, he has finally become one of the supreme rulers of human civilization. It took him less than 20 years to go from a fledgling new pioneer to the highest-ranking prince in human civilization. This is not the shortest time. During the Starry Sea survival stage 10,000 years ago, there were many competing civilizations, many opportunities, and the promotion speed was also fast. The fastest of the first batch of military lords lasted only a little over 10 years. But after the initial batch, he was definitely the one who was promoted the fastest. No doubt about it. Yi Songqiong withdrew his envious gaze, tapped the table lightly with the golden hammer in his hand to let everyone regain their focus, and said in a deep voice, "This temporary elders meeting is worth commemorating in the future, because today, our human civilization will once again give birth to a Star Sea Lord, which means that the power of our human civilization has grown a little bit stronger. At this time when humans and the Broven United Civilization are in an all-out war, it is a major event worthy of celebration." Having said that, he turned and looked at Li Qing. There was no need to say anything. Li Qing knew it naturally and stood up, bowing to the military leaders and small lords present. Jialanling, Li Qing. Everyone stood up, even his grandfather and the others, and bowed in formal etiquette and returned the greeting. Congratulations to His Highness Li Qing on his promotion. Li Qing smiled and stretched out his hands to press. You are too polite. I am very honored to be promoted today. I will work hard to protect the interests of human civilization in the future. I hope you will supervise me. Yi Songqiong smiled and responded. I admire His Highness Li Qing's ambition, and I am worthy of his achievements. I believe that under the leadership of His Highness Li Qing, our human civilization will become stronger and stronger, and stand at the top of the Star Sea. As soon as he finished speaking, all the military leaders and small lords in the audience applauded. It may seem awkward, but this is necessary etiquette and procedure to establish his legitimacy as the ruling class of human civilization. Every Star Lord will go through this after being promoted. It is just like in the civilized era, there were no emperors or nobles, and there was no so-called kneeling ritual. But it does not mean that the privileged aristocracy disappears. The ruling class always uses various rules and regulations to remind the common people that although times have changed, the rules have not changed. Civilization does not mean the disappearance of slavery. It just changes into a different form, making it easier for you to accept. But the essence has not changed. The process of determining legitimacy was quickly completed, and the next agenda of this temporary elders meeting began. There are two major proposals. One is about a joint all-out war with Browen, and the other is about the host of the next Senate Council. According to the process, after the proposal is put forward, it will be discussed and considered by the elders. Your Highness Li Qing, according to the rules, you will be the next host. Yi Tianqiong turned to him with a smile. Li Qing was not surprised and nodded. Then I'll be welcome. Yi Songqiong laughed even more happily. You're welcome. Seeing his expression of relief, Li Qing was a little speechless. I guess they've been doing this for thousands of years, and are probably tired of it. By the way, according to the rules, you can only step down after being in office for a full 100 years. Ah? Li Qing was surprised. Isn't it held every 5 years? Xiaobi smiled and smiled Mimi to explain. A normal term is indeed 5 years. But His Highness Li Qing has just been promoted and has no experience yet, so he will need more time to learn. Yi Tianqiong added another sentence. And after 100 years of seeing the results, if His Royal Highness Li Qing managed average during this century, he still needs to continue to study and re-election. Li Qing. Maz. A group of old foxes. When he saw them, they knew they were intentional. But he couldn't refuse. This is also a good thing for him. The so-called ruling law is nothing more than this. With him presiding over the Senate for 100 or 200 years, his ruling position will naturally stabilize. And the lords can just take a break. There is no need to worry that he will take the opportunity to have the final say, as the 14 Star Sea Lords have the power to convene a council of elders. If any lord wants to cause trouble, the other lords can unite and suppress you at any time, unless your strength is stronger than other lords. It is still honest. Although this is the kind of hard labor that the military leaders dream of, they cannot get it. Chapter 322. I will hold a veteran meeting in the Palace of Human Artifact de Lu Tian Palace. Li Qing was very much looking forward to this enhancement. He knew very well that when he was promoted to the rank of Star Sea Lord, he could theoretically set up his own business and create a civilization recognized by the universe. This restoration would have a very big impact on the universe in his palm. It doesn't take many destiny points to bring about huge changes. People once again returned to the core of the palm-held universe, which was the core center of the high-dimensional fortress Star Witness. Li Qing looked up and looked around. With repeated repairs, the central system at this time was not only getting wider, but the internal structure was also becoming more and more perfect. Now we can vaguely see the outline of the command center of the Star Witness. When we are promoted again later, we will most likely see the command center of the high-dimensional fortress take shape. Even if the degree of repair reaches a certain level, it may even be possible for the Star Witness to restore a certain level of combat effectiveness. The recovery, he said, does not mean how many battle areas to repair. It is inevitable to repair a large number of combat areas. But the recovery power, he said, means that the internal combat system of the Galway Fortress can be opened, and it can start combat like other fortress stars. But, limited by this stuff, he could not leave the universe in the palm. And he did not know how much the combat effectiveness of recovery could be. He didn't think too much about it, calmed down a little, and decisively started to repair it. Suddenly, Li Qing felt his consciousness disappeared. When I sensed it again, I found myself in a vast starry sky. There were many sparkling stars shining in the sky, and a little stream of light flew out from time to time. At the same time, there were streams of light everywhere in the void, and I seemed to have turned into a star, the brightest star. If other stars are like the moon, I am the sun that illuminates the entire sky, and my strong light covers everything. No explanation was needed. Li Qing immediately understood. The streams of light in the sky are static streams of light, or they can be said to be the remaining marks of the former negative star people. And those stars that continuously release flowing light are the most powerful and supreme beings in the negative star civilization. Of course, this is just what the negative stars call themselves. To the vassals who once surrendered to the negative stars, or the negative stars' former enemies, this class is also called the Lord of all stars, the King of all gods, and so on. The former supreme being has long since fallen, completely fallen. Even his immortal soul and will, or even a trace of his existence, could not withstand the grinding of the end of the universe and completely disappeared. What is left now are only the stars that represent authority. And these stars not only represent authority, but also contain the memories and knowledge left by the previous generation of supreme beings. Theoretically, no matter which star-negating being fuses these stars, he can slowly inherit the knowledge and power of the previous supreme being. Yes, only those with negative stars can fuse. At this moment, the star where Li Qing is located, which shines as brightly as the sun, is the star representing the Lord of the negative stars. It turned out that he only inherited the power of the leaders and did not inherit his strength. Now that the universe in the palm of my hand has been repaired to a certain extent, I can finally begin to inherit a small part of its power. Li Qing did not hesitate at all. And dozens of destiny points and a sense of annoyance were all integrated into the universe in his palm. The next second, he saw 6 stars light up in the sky, emitting thousands of feet of starlight that illuminated the surroundings. He immediately understood that this time the authority of 6 Supreme Lords had been awakened, and 6 more Supreme Lords could be born. In addition, there are a large number of static streams of light surrounding these 6 Supreme Beings, which also means that a large number of new negative stars can be transformed later. In the past, it was very difficult to transform a negative star person, and there was only one quota per year. Now that we are stronger, we can easily transform a large number of negative star persons at a time. The gap is too big. The invisible power wakes up from the stars. including Li Qing, where the sun is also blooming a more dazzling light. An indescribable force slowly emerges, and soon drowns him. In an instant, endless memories, knowledge and power poured into his body. Li Qing immediately focused his mind, and began to receive these memories and power. The power comes from the unique ascension bestowed by the negative stars. The power of all negative stars comes from this unique ascension. But the power is different due to different positions. This power includes powerful psychic energy, complete genetic transformation, and control of energy. Psychic transformation corresponds to soul, spirit, and will. Genetic transformation corresponds to physical immortality. Energy transformation corresponds to control at the material level. If we use the Taoist terminology of the last cosmic era on Earth, the transformation of psychic energy corresponds to God. The transformation of energy corresponds to Qi. And the transformation of physical genes corresponds to Jing. The three are combined into one, perfect and flawless. To put it bluntly, the negative star not only has a super strong spiritual energy, but also has a strong body and the terrible energy that cannot be imagined. This kind of control is actually manifested in the negative star people. In addition to their powerful physical bodies and spiritual powers, all negative star people can actually control the energy of a star. If it is a complete negative star, it will have an immortal level spirit that is comparable to the primary evil god. And Leviathan is generally comparable to stars, and the horror energy of one or even more stars. Only when these three are combined into one can one become a true negative star person. Since obtaining the negative star, Li Qing has invited several negative star persons to take it once before, and has not done so. Mainly, they are not a complete negative star. The control of energy is not stable enough, and accidents are prone to occur in some too intense war. The key to the negative star is too precious. In the future, it is promoted to a complete negative star, with immortal spiritual energy as Leviathan, and perfect grasp of the energy of a star. At that time, all their ability was perfect. Single people were equivalent to a mobile battle star with infinite star explosion. At that time, they could let them go out casually, with the infusion of unimaginable power. Li Qing felt his strength surging wildly, and the unimaginable power surged towards him like a tide. The will of his soul was also growing rapidly. The trace of immortal origin that had been dormant for who knows how long when he became a negative star was aroused, and began to completely change his soul and will. Metamorphosis. At this moment, Li Qing's soul and will are transformed into immortal. In other words, this time, he will be promoted to an immortal level psychic, and a body as strong as Leviathan, and complete control over the energy of a star. However, he soon had no time to experience the changes in his soul, because as his soul transformed into immortality, a memory that had previously been sealed and belonged to the Lord of the negative stars poured into his body, and his attention was instantly attracted by the memory of this super-god level civilization from another cosmic era. As Li Qing fell into his memories, the surface of the Star Witness fortress in the center of the universe in his palm suddenly burst into dazzling starlight. The starlight, with the Star Witness fortress as its center, quickly swept across the entire palm-sized universe, and almost in the blink of an eye reached the endless dark matter layer at the edge of the palm-sized universe. When illuminated by the starlight, the dark matter layer quickly melted and produced vast tracts of starry sky. The speed of light determines the speed of the starry sky. A huge amount of dark matter merged into the universe in the palm of the hand, and the energy intensity in the universe was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the several subsidiary universes surrounding the palm-held universe were also affected by the starlight, and the internal space was also expanding rapidly. In the Star Witness Fortress, areas were unlocked one by one under the influence of invisible forces. One large area at a time, and then a large area at a time. The areas that originally required a lot of effort to unlock are now like dominoes, with a large area unlocked at once. Inside the power reactor of the Star Witness Fortress, the light from billions of stars also penetrated into it. The starlight turned into invisible ripples that swept through the galaxy inside the power reactor. Every time they swept, it seemed to get a little brighter inside. And every time they swept, it seemed to get a little brighter inside. I don't know how many layers of starlight ripples swept by. If Li Qing was here, he would suddenly find that the galaxy inside the power reactor of the high-dimensional fortress witnessed by these stars seemed to have become much brighter. If you look closely, you will find that many of the stars inside have been lit up, and such ripples of starlight seem to have no end, constantly sweeping across the compressed river system in the power reactor. and sweep through the entire area of the entire star witness Galway. The normal fortress area seemed to have changed after being swept by this invisible starlight ripple. But the change is so small that it is difficult to feel it at first glance. Many of the negative stars inside the star witnesses were swept by this invisible starlight. All the negative stars were standing in place. And there were stars blooming on their bodies to echo this fluctuations, as if breathing and rising. After each closing rise, their powers seemed to become much stronger. Repair. Transformation. This earth-shaking change covered the entire Palm universe and continued uninterruptedly as time went by. Then, the military leaders of the United Empire discovered that Li Qin was missing again. Ever since the meeting of elders, his will disappeared after he withdrew from the artifact of civilization. The fleet was still at Shanhaiguan. But his subordinates told him that the fleet was in seclusion due to some matters. No one would believe this. All communication methods show that the target is out of service area. But whether you believe it or not, he has never shown up, which made many military leaders who wanted to find Li Qin empty-handed. They had to hold back a lot of words and things, which was very uncomfortable. Fortunately, with the Browen Alliance fully activating the civilization artifact to seal the border, the war cannot be fought for the time being. They can take the opportunity to mobilize fully, and the Browen Alliance will also use the time when the civilization artifact is sealed to mobilize fully and prepare to face a full-scale attack from humans. It can be predicted that when the civilization artifact of the Browen United Civilization can no longer hold on and has to be shut down, the two sides will have a super battle in the eastern core fortress of the Browen United Civilization to determine the life and death of one civilization. The previous Senate has already decided on the highest level of mobilization, and the fleet will be assembled in Shanhaiguan in the next few years, and the war will begin when the time comes. Time passed by, and before I knew it, a year and a half had passed. Li Qin felt like he was watching a very long movie. The movie tells the story of the glorious life of a seemingly ordinary civilization born on a very ordinary planet. It started with a very ordinary civilization. A humanoid species called Source was born on a very ordinary habitable planet. After a world war unified all the political powers on the planet, the technological development of this species was very fast. It took less than 50 years to complete the colonization and development of this star system. This year is known as the first year of the galaxy. The first intergalactic exploration in 10 years of the galaxy calendar has failed. The second intergalactic exploration after 20 years of the galaxy calendar failed. The third intergalactic exploration after 30 years of the galaxy calendar still failed. As time went by, technology became more advanced and the Discovery Channel moved faster and faster. From once every 20 years in the beginning to once every 10 years in the later years. And finally every 5 years to organize a large-scale exploration of alien galaxies. It was not until the 11th intergalactic exploration in the 70th year of the galaxy calendar that a signal was received from the exploration team after years of waiting. And another galaxy was discovered. Then came the age of exploration, which lasted for a full 100 years. The civilization sent out a large number of exploration fleets to explore the starry sky. And it took 60 years to complete the exploration of the starry sky within thousands of light years around. No extraterrestrial intelligent life was found. But 2 planets with life were discovered and immigration began. As time goes by, technology develops and exploration never stops. They expanded outward with the 3 life planets as the center, constantly transforming the environment independently and creating artificial habitable planets. As the population continues to grow, the foundation of civilization also continues to grow. It was not until the 200th year of the galactic calendar that the civilization's exploration fleet, which had expanded to a range of nearly 3,000 light-years, came into contact with the fleet of another civilization called the Hadza Purifiers to the south of the civilization. However, the reconnaissance fleet that was about to send a signal to communicate with the newly discovered civilization was directly destroyed. Then the Hadza Purifier civilization fleet cracked the computer on the reconnaissance ship and obtained the coordinates of the civilization. 20 years later, a powerful fleet appeared outside the territory of the Source race and started a war without declaration. The first war since the Origin civilization left the galaxy began. However, the technology level of this alien civilization called the Hadza Purifiers was obviously stronger than theirs. And their fleet was larger. Their fleet was no match at all, and was defeated. Soon the first colony fell, and all species on the planet were cruelly turned into food. 5 years later, the second colony fell, and all species on the planet followed the same fate as their counterparts on the first colony. 12 years later, the enemy fleet approached the capital planet of origin. The desperate Soar civilization had no choice but to implement the Spark plan, selecting young elite members of the tribe to flee the mother planet on a spaceship and begin their road to exile. After the Haza purifiers captured their home planet, they sent out a fleet to hunt them down. What followed was an exile that lasted more than 100 years, during which the fleet encountered many dangers and fell apart. More than 10 years later, a splintered small fleet ventured through an unstable wormhole while escaping from pursuers and came to an unfamiliar star field, where they discovered the remains of an ancient pioneer civilization. Chapter 323, Immortality. They explored the ruins, found some technologies left behind by the pioneer civilization, and redeveloped on a half-ruined ring area of an abandoned star ring world in the center of this strange star field. After nearly 200 years of development, civilization has re-emerged with the help of the legacy of ancient pioneer civilizations. After repairing the broken star rings, giant docks, damaged pioneer creations, sunken war stars, etc. left by the pioneers, they had a super powerful fleet in just 200 years. Next, they stabilized the wormhole that was close to collapse, and the fleet returned to its origin planet along the path of exile. After defeating the fleet of the Hadza purifiers stationed on their home planet, they saw their own people who had been enslaved for 200 years. Their former fellow tribesmen were treated as slaves and pigs by the Hadza purifiers, and were unable to receive education. Over the past 200 years, more than 10 generations have already passed. The descendants, who have never received an education, have long forgotten everything that happened in the past, and have degenerated from intelligent creatures into creatures no different from wild beasts. What followed was a brief decade of total war. The Soar civilization relied on its advanced civilization technology to achieve technological supremacy over the Hadza purifiers, and defeated them with absolute overwhelming advantage. The ultimate weapon, the neutron plume, can exterminate everything on a planet without damaging a planet with life. One by one, the colonies of the Hadza purifier civilization were wiped out, and a large number of fleets were dispersed to hunt down the spark of the Hadza purifier civilization. Finally, more than 20 years later, the last exile fleet of the Hadza purifiers was destroyed in a distant galaxy, completely wiping out the civilization. After that, this branch of the Soar civilization developed and expanded rapidly after digesting the territory of the Hadza purifiers. Its strength expanded rapidly, and it soon occupied an entire star field, with a territory spanning tens of thousands of light years. In the years that followed, this civilization grew increasingly powerful. After spending nearly 1,000 years fully mastering the legacy of the pioneers and supplementing and perfecting its own complete dark matter technology, it was officially promoted to an advanced civilization and became one of the most powerful civilizations in this galaxy. After that, the territory of the Soar civilization continued to expand, constantly annexing other conventional civilizations, extending outward to the center of the galaxy. Then, here we encountered another advanced civilization that had fallen in the central part of the galaxy, faced with the threat from an equally advanced civilization. This fallen civilization quickly awakened, and soon a war in heaven that swept across the entire galaxy began. This war swept across the entire river system, and all civilizations were involved. In the initial stage, the newly born Soar civilization had the upper hand, but as the fallen empire awakened and quickly mastered its previous technology, restarted ancient creations, and restarted its sealed fleets, the two sides began to enter a stalemate stage. Then, as the Renaissance Empire, which had reached the peak of level 6 advanced civilization before its fall, completed its full awakening in the tug-of-war stage, the new Soar civilization was still inferior to the Renaissance Empire in terms of technology, and was defeated in the war in heaven. At the critical moment of this war, a conventional civilization that was involuntarily involved in the war in heaven used some forbidden means to communicate with a powerful group deep in the subspace when it was exterminated by the aftermath. 10 years later, high-dimensional demons from the subspace invaded the galaxy, and a natural disaster struck. In the memories of the negative star civilization, Li Qing saw what the so-called high-dimensional demons were like. They are a group of evil beings who are born with super-powerful psychic powers and super-strong mental will. The higher-dimensional demons themselves have nothing to do with the demons in legends. They don't even have physical entities. They are just spiritual bodies. However, whenever they enter the real universe, they always bring horrific natural disasters to all civilizations. It is unknown how many civilizations will be extinct, so they are named demons. However, the invasion of natural disasters did not affect the two advanced civilizations that were waging a war in heaven. Or in other words, the advanced civilization with complete dark matter technology was not afraid of high-dimensional demons. The war did not stop, but intensified. 200 years later, the Renaissance Empire completely defeated the Source civilization, captured its home planet, and ended the war in heaven that swept across the entire galaxy. But the Origin civilization was not completely extinct. When it showed its defeat 200 years ago, it left behind a spark of fire and escaped. In the following years, the revived empire that once again dominated the galaxy began to integrate all civilizations in the galaxy to form an alliance to fight against the higher dimensional demons. But at this time, the high-dimensional demons had taken advantage of the fact that the two advanced civilizations were not paying attention to other things during the war in heaven, and summoned a large number of high-dimensional fleet projections. Their strength had greatly expanded, and the Renaissance Empire, which had freed up its hands, was shocked to find that it seemed unable to control the expansion of the high-dimensional demons. But it is an advanced civilization after all. After defeating the same advanced civilization, its war potential is extremely strong. After the full mobilization began, a large number of fleets were built to form fleets and put into the war, which forcibly dragged the battle line and entered a stalemate. The war lasted for tens of thousands of years, and countless civilizations were destroyed by natural disasters, and more than half of the river systems became demon-occupied areas. The Source civilization that escaped 10,000 years ago found a wormhole at the edge of the Milky Way and escaped into a dwarf galaxy affiliated with the Milky Way more than 100,000 light-years away from the Milky Way. There, it defeated the civilization in the dwarf galaxy and began the redevelopment stage. Although the territory was lost, the technology was not lost, and the Origin civilization rose again at a very fast speed. It took a full 10,000 years to rebuild a fleet that was far larger than its former peak, and return to the galaxy through the wormhole. At this time, the Renaissance Empire had lost too many fleets in the war that had never stopped for 10,000 years, and its strength was less than 2/3 of what it was 10,000 years ago. Faced with a Source civilization that was 10 times more powerful than before, the Fusion Empire was defeated without any resistance. Similarly, the strength of the high-dimensional demons was greatly weakened in the 10,000 years of war, and was swept away by the Source civilization. But after sweeping across about half of the galaxy, they found that the high-dimensional demons had retreated on their own initiative. The high-dimensional demon fleets in the remaining galaxies ran away on their own, leaving behind a rotten, paralyzed man. There is nothing much to say about the memories that followed. The Origin civilization unified the entire river system and began a long period of development. As time went by, the Source civilization, which had been unable to find an opponent, began to degenerate like other advanced civilizations. They gave up most of their territory and retreated to an area in the center of the river system. A large number of shipyards were closed and fleets were sealed off. And like other decadent civilizations, the country became isolated and self-contained. Time passed, and millions of years had passed before we knew it. The river system gradually began to become lively, and a large number of new civilizations were born. The joys and sorrows of civilizations were once again staged in the river system. But none of this affected the fallen Source civilization, until, at some point more than 1,000,000 years later, a powerful new civilization suddenly mastered dark matter technology on its own, crossing the boundary between conventional and advanced civilizations. Its power expanded rapidly, and it soon occupied a large amount of territory. Just like the previous cycle, the Source civilization, feeling threatened, awakened and revived, and once again started a war in heaven with the new advanced civilization that swept across the entire galaxy. This time, there was no invasion of high-dimensional demons. The Source civilization awakened earlier, and the new civilization was not ready yet. The Source civilization was quickly defeated when it restarted its ancient ships and quickly returned to its peak. The war in heaven lasted only 1,000 years before it ended. The emerging civilization was defeated and extinct. The Source civilization's excitement about returning to its peak did not last long, as it fell into decline again due to the lack of an opponent. Then comes another new cycle. Next, the Source civilization fell twice in succession. Together with the first time, there were 3 falls and 3 awakenings, and they all successfully defeated the new challengers. During the third awakening, higher dimensional demons invaded again, but this time, The Source civilization, which had learned a lesson before, nipped the enemy in the bud and captured a high-level demon warlock in the galaxy invaded by high-dimensional demons. Through high-level demon warlocks, or temptation, the Source civilization that took the root of universal genetic ascension began to study psychic power, and soon achieved certain results, completing the universal psychic ascension. But just when the psychic energy of all the people was ascending, the conspiracy of the high-level demon warlocks emerged. The high-dimensional demons, who had been waiting for a long time, found the psychic saint of the Source civilization in the virtual world, and began to seize the souls of all the individuals in the people through the connection between the psychic saint, who gathered the will of the entire civilization, and the people. However, the high-dimensional demon did not expect that the Source civilization's genetic ascension was not just one stage, but two stages of national genetic ascension. Although he took the physical gene route, his overall quality was improved after the second genetic ascension, resulting in the closeness between the body and the soul being beyond imagination. And the capture failed. On the contrary, the Source civilization reacted by using the extremely terrifying psychic powers of the psychic saints of the entire nation after the psychic energy of the entire nation ascended, and devoured a large number of high-dimensional demons in one fell swoop. After this lesson, the Source civilization became interested in the subspace of the virtual world. They used psychic saints as bait to attract some powerful evil gods of the warp, and then captured them with the power of the entire clan. They absorbed a large amount of knowledge and memories of the evil gods, put this knowledge and memories to use, and finally developed a new way of ascension that combined the advantages of genetic ascension and psychic ascension. This is the dividing line between Source civilization and original civilization. After completing the ascension of all the people, the strength of the Source civilization reached another level. They changed their name to the Origin Empire, taking the day of the ascension of all the people as the boundary. Since then, the technology and strength of the Origin Empire have grown rapidly again. Not only has it stopped declining, but its technology has also been advancing with each passing day. It only took 20,000 years to fully master the 7th level dark energy technology. Then came the conquest across the river system. First, conquer the dwarf galaxies at the edge of the galaxy, and then cross the galaxy to conquer other large galaxies farther away, absorbing the knowledge and wisdom of the civilizations in these galaxies to enrich themselves. During this period, they defeated a large number of advanced civilizations, including both fallen and peak civilizations that had not yet fallen. They even discovered in a vast galaxy a peak civilization that had mastered the 7th level dark energy technology like themselves. Unfortunately, although that civilization had good technology and a strong fleet, its individual civilizations were no match for the Origin Empire, which had a unique ascension. After a war that lasted for more than 200,000 years, it was finally defeated by the Origin Empire. By absorbing the knowledge and wisdom of this powerful civilization of the same level, the Origin Empire became stronger again. The next memory was a history of war that lasted for tens of millions of years. After defeating countless civilizations and absorbing countless wisdom and knowledge, the Origin Empire finally broke through certain shackles and stepped into another level. Said, God-level civilization. The memory stopped abruptly here, and Li Qing could no longer see the subsequent memories. He didn't know what happened after the promotion to God-level civilization, why the Origin Empire was renamed the Negative Stars, and he didn't know how they crossed the era. Li Qing slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were full of confusion, and there were billions of brilliant lights flashing in them. Although he felt a little itchy, he didn't worry too much. You can't see it now, but once the palm-held universe is completely repaired in the future, everything will become clear naturally. And now, look what I got first. With a thought, his completely immortal will swept across, and with the addition of the universe in his palm, it surged again, crossing the vast starry sky measured in light years in an instant. In just a moment, everything in the universe in his palm instantly appeared in his mind. Immortal. Li Qing lowered his head immediately, and found that he had turned into a giant glass crystal body that reached from sky to earth. His body surface was glass-like, and through his translucent glass skin, he could see golden streams of light flowing on the surface of his body. Most of the golden lights are not big. There is only an extremely thick golden light located in the center of the giant god's chest. This stream of light is made of pure gold, with countless golden light whiskers on its surface. It looks like a golden ginseng vein covered with roots. This is the static stream of light that can transform the negative stars. As an already immortal master of the negative stars, he is already qualified to enlighten the negative stars on his own. He didn't need to count to know that there were a full 100 golden lights in his body, which meant that he could enlighten 100 negative stars by himself. And all of them would be immortal level negative stars. However, at this stage, only the thick static stream of light in the center of his chest can inspire an immortal level negative star person. The other small static streams of light have not yet matured and cannot be used. He is not quite sure how long it will take for one to mature. But it shouldn't take too long. Li Qing quickly withdrew his gaze and began to experience his own strength. At this moment, he was equivalent to a complete negative star person, possessing immortal level psychic powers. According to the human system, his psychic power strength was just over 100 million, which was also the minimum standard for an immortal level psychic. Even though there is only a tiny difference between 100 million and 99.99 million spiritual energies. In fact, this chasm-like gap is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It can be said that an immortal with 100 million psychic powers can easily kill a super psychic with a psychic power of 99.99 million. In addition, his true body's altitude at this time is 10,000 kilometers. He can smash a planet with one punch and enter a star without any hindrance. In addition, he possesses the energy of a star within him. Don't underestimate a star. You should know that the energy released naturally by a star is billions of times more different from the energy released under human control. The sunlight released unconsciously by stars can only kill mites. But if the energy is controlled and released in a concentrated manner, even if only the energy released by the star every second is aggregated into a beam of light, its power can easily reach that of the ultimate weapon, the Star Blaster. What if we use all our strength? Chapter 324. Gaia World inside the high-dimensional fortress. After becoming immortal, Li Qing's strongest fighting method is not psychic power, but his strong body and the power of the star in his body. This is definitely stronger than a normal immortal level psychic. Normal immortal level psychics don't have a body as strong as Leviathan or energy like a star. Essence, energy and spirit are all immortal. And when the three are combined into one, there is no shortcoming. The only problem is that if you want to fight with all your strength, you must show your true form. In normal human form, it is impossible to unleash the stellar energy in the body. Of course, psychic powers will not be affected, and a normal person can still exert the strength of an immortal psychic. Well, I'll still be a psychic. After all, who would grow that big for no reason? After checking the changes in yourself, check the changes in the universe in your palm. First of all, the flames on the surface of the high-dimensional fortress Star Witness are even more intense. And from the outside it looks no different from a star. The terrifying high temperature of several thousand degrees is exactly the same as that of a star. The reason why such a huge amount of energy can be supplied all the time is naturally because a large part of the internal power reactor of the Star Witness has been repaired, and a large number of stars have completely awakened and reignited. Even the energy emitted naturally is enough to supply the use of the high-dimensional fortress. This layer of terrifyingly high temperature, which is thousands of kilometers thick, directly isolates the attacks of space fighters and small warships, and they can't even get close. In addition, because the Star Witness has sufficient energy supply, a series of powerful fortress buffs that come with it have been restored. However, the effect is only limited to the palm-sized universe, and within a radius of 10 million kilometers near the black hole gate. It will not be effective beyond this distance. Star Witness suppression aura, no warping, no sublight speeds, no electronic communications. Star Witness suppression aura, all talents and skills below Golden Myth are prohibited from taking effect except basic naval command skills. Star Witness suppression aura, the following relics are prohibited from taking effect. Star Witness suppression aura, all auras and force fields are ineffective. Star Witness suppression aura, all ship modifications are disabled. Star Witness buff aura, freely jump within the aura. Cooling time 1 hour. Can enter sublight speed at will. Preparation time minus 75%. Star Witness buff aura, all skills plus 20 levels. Can temporarily break through the upper limit. All talent effects plus 100%. Star Witness buff aura, all ship weapons within the aura have their cooldown reduced by 50% and their range increased by 1000%. This series of gain buff plus enemy buff feel is similar to the ban on civilized artifacts. But Li Qing feels that it is stronger than the ban on civilized artifacts, because his aura can always take effect, and the ceiling of civilized artifacts cannot be used unlimited. The only restriction is only within the universe in the palm, and the radius of 10 million kilometers near the door of the black hole, which is quite large. However, considering that this is unlimited. There is no need to require too much. With this thing, he seems to be able to pretend to be a divine general in advance. It is worth mentioning that this time, it was not only a witness of the high-dimensional fortress, but even the universe in the palm itself had qualitative changes. For the first time, other functions were born. And it was three. First of all, the diameter of the black hole gate has increased tenfold. Now, a super black hole gate with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers can be opened, which can accommodate a standard mobile combat star. However, most of the war stars are not of standard specifications. At least all the war stars that Li Qing has seen now are more than 10,000 kilometers in size. They are either 11,000 or 12,000, and none of them meet the standard. Therefore, basically it can only be installed with fortunes below the War of Wars. But that's normal. A big thing like a mobile war planet should be built as big as possible. Your standard is your standard, and I will definitely make it bigger. Li Qing didn't worry about it. If he couldn't install it, then he couldn't install it. Anyway, he only had one mobile war star now, so it wasn't a big problem. The future construction will be a matter of decades later. By that time, the palm-held universe will probably be upgraded again, and the black hole gate will be slightly larger enough to accommodate it. The three new abilities added to the palm universe are God Mode, Fixed Point Teleportation, and Spatial Annihilation. God Mode: activate the power of the universe in your palm and gain a God's perspective overlooking all areas of the entire star system. There is no duration and no cooldown time. You can keep it up as long as you want. Fixed Point Teleportation: there are two types. One is coordinate-free teleportation, which can directly teleport to any place you have been to. The maximum teleportation distance is 100,000 light-years, and the cooling time is 1 day. The other is to teleport with coordinates. It is usually best to use servants of light or psychic creatures summoned by yourself. You can also use items that contain a trace of your own psychic mark as coordinates. The distance is usually determined by the strength of the coordinate creature. The shortest is millions of light-years, and the farthest can span hundreds of millions of light-years. For example, a first-level immortal being called the negative star can be used as a coordinate. This also means that as long as he has the coordinates, he can now cross the vast void to other river systems. Space Annihilation: stimulate the release of the power of the universe in the palm of your hand, annihilating everything within the surrounding 1 light-year to 10,000 light-years. The cooling time depends on the scope of annihilation, with a minimum of 1 year and a maximum of 10,000 years. That is to say, it will take as many years of cooling as the number of light-years of annihilation. This move, I can only say that it is very exciting and heroic, and can be regarded as an absolute trump card. You should know that this annihilation does not mean the destruction of your fleet, but includes everything in the entire galaxy, from stars to meteorites, all of which will be annihilated, and even the existence of the galaxy and the hyperspace lanes will be annihilated. The principle of this trick is the collision between the two universes, and the power generated is extremely terrible. Even the creation of the god-level civilization cannot resist its annihilation. Moreover, this move does not distinguish between friend and foe. If one is not prepared to put away one's own fleet, both sides will be destroyed at the same time in one wave. Moreover, this move has just been acquired, and its power is limited now. When the universe in the palm of your hand is completely repaired in the future, you will be able to annihilate a galaxy at a time. That will be terrifying. And now, after having this palm-sized universe in hand for so long, it has finally been repaired to the point where it can unleash its power. It's so cool. With the trump cards in hand, the mentality feels different. I used to worry about this and that, but now I don't have to worry about anything. How bad can the situation get? When really facing a desperate situation, he ran to the capital of the Browen United and launched a space annihilation, directly opening a big hole in the center of the entire civilization territory of the Browen United. Or now he can come to Browen and the other 2 core fortresses, and directly destroy the other 2 core fortresses. You can even go to the isolated star domain of the instructor of Ida. A space annihilation will destroy the entire isolated star domain of hundreds of galaxies, and complete the super achievement of one person to destroy a high civilization. Calm down. Li Qing felt that he was too inflated. While it is possible to do so, it is not necessary right now. What's the point of destroying the Ida Guide? It will only leave Fionua's revival empire without an opponent. They have already awakened, and will not fall again just because their opponents disappear. Even in our memory, There were gaps of tens of thousands of years between the multiple falls of the source civilization. Tens of thousands of years is enough time for Fionnuo to expand again. And it may even alert other advanced civilizations and cause them to reawaken. Then it will be fun. The Milky Way is much larger than the source civilization in the memory. There are several fallen high civilizations in the river system. He is still in the development stage. And peace is definitely much better than chaos. First develop slowly. And when you are well prepared and have the strength to confront other advanced civilizations head-on, you can announce your existence and step onto the big stage of competing for hegemony over the galaxy. At this time, it will not be too far. After Li Qing saw the unlock area of the Galway fortress, he felt that it only took 50 years to have the strength to confront the high civilization. He collected his thoughts and began to check the changes in the high-dimensional fortress. First of all, the 992 ultra-structural assembly centers were unlocked again, and a total of 8 of the original unlocked was a total of 1,000, which was exactly a super large square. This means that he can start construction of up to 1,000 mobile battle stars at a time. At the same time, because it is a complete casting center, multiple ultra-structural assembly centers can be combined into a larger assembly center to achieve the construction or assembly of super hulls that are larger than mobile war stars. In addition, a super light forge furnace area is unlocked. It consists of a supergiant light casting furnace with a diameter of 1 million kilometers, surrounded by a circle of 8 giant light casting furnaces of 10,000 kilometers, and a total of 10,000 small light casting furnaces of 1,000 kilometers. This set constitutes a complete light casting area. Then, a complete super livable area was unlocked. The super habitable zones unlocked before are all 1,000 kilometers long, wide and high. Each one is divided into 10 layers of habitable zones, and every 1,000 of them form a layer of 10,000 kilometers. They have not been used up yet. And this is only the edge of a complete high-dimensional habitable zone within the high-dimensional fortress Star Witness. A complete high-dimensional habitable zone consists of a super large central core area, a slightly smaller middle ring area, and a large number of habitable areas of the 10,000 kilometer scale that were unlocked before. The inner diameter of the central core region is 1 light year in size. Yes, it is 1 light year, which is converted into common units as 9460730472580 kilometers, or 9.5 trillion kilometers. Such a huge internal space must have used space compression or expansion technology. Otherwise, the Star Witness Fortress would not look so big from the outside. Such a huge interior space has no partitions. But there are countless continents suspended in the air. I saw a continent hundreds of thousands of kilometers long and wide suspended in the air, with lush primeval jungles and various creatures, birds singing and flowers blooming, but no intelligent races. At the edge of the continent, you can see trees, flowers and plants growing on the cliffs, as well as water flowing down along the edge of the continent, forming a sky-high waterfall that falls into another suspended continent tens of thousands of kilometers below. It's like a fairyland in a dream. It is such a waste to transform such a beautiful scenery into a city of steel and concrete. Standing in this supergiant habitable world, Li Qing can clearly feel the rich life particles and energy particles in the void. The species living here are born with physical and spiritual strength far superior to their counterparts living in other places. If the racial talent is high enough, it is easy to awaken psychic power naturally. Li Qing didn't know what the legendary psychic planet, a type of life planet, looked like, but according to the description, apart from the fact that the energy particles were not much different, and there was no influence of the power of the virtual realm, everything else seemed to be inferior to this place. Perhaps, only the legendary Gaia planet, which is the most comprehensive one, can be compared with it. Or is this a Gaia world? Li Qing was not very clear, because the negative star civilization did not have the concept of Gaia planet. With such a huge space, there is no need to calculate the population it can accommodate, because it can accommodate any number of people. In addition to this core Super Gaia world, there are 99 secondary habitable worlds, with a size of 1 billion kilometers around it. Yes, no matter what the real Gaia planet is, Li Qing has already identified this newly unlocked super fairyland-like world as the Gaia world. Outside the secondary habitable world is the last circle of this complete supergiant habitable world, an outer ring consisting of 1 million habitable zones, with a size of 10,000 kilometers. 3 layers, inner, middle and outer. Li Qing discovered that the powerful energy particles seem to be transmitted from the central Super Gaia world, When they passed through countless layers of space and reached the middle level space, their concentration was weakened a lot, and then weakened a lot more when they reached the outermost layer. Very amazing. It is obvious that different living environments will be divided into different levels in the future. But it is normal. After completing the 2 ascensions and transforming into descendants of light, the direct descendants live in the center, and the vassals live on the outermost. But even the outer layer, with the least energy particles, is better than a super-habitable planet. After the habitable area is the warehouse area. Li Qing just took a casual glance at it. It was large, and there was nothing much to see. It is worth mentioning that some agricultural breeding areas originally developed in the warehouse area are to be abandoned. So many habitable areas have been unlocked in just over 20 years, and they cannot be used up at all. All the agricultural and breeding areas can be moved there, so that they no longer occupy the space in the warehouse area. This is not to say that it was unnecessary before. How could I have known at that time that it would develop so fast? At that time, I had no idea that there was such a large habitable area inside the combat-type high-dimensional fortress. If I had known earlier, I would have built it. At least these renovated areas played a significant role in the early stages. Further back is the Super Battle Zone. The unlocked area was large enough, and Li Qing finally saw other combat weapon areas besides the aircraft carrier area and the Divine Judgment Light area. It is a T-slot Twisted Star Cannon, Distorted Star Cannon, a Doomsday-level weapon that can fire Doomsday rays that destroy stars. A conventional T-slot weapon similar to the Light of Doom. Its power is inferior to that of the Light of Divine Judgment, and its size is not much different from that of the Light of Divine Judgment. Each combat area has 100 doors. There are tens of thousands of combat areas unlocked here, but like the Light of Divine Judgment areas, they are basically damaged and need to be repaired. In addition, the power of the Light of Divine Judgment has been greatly enhanced with the repair of the high-dimensional fortress. Chapter 325 New Unlocked Area Level 30 Singularity Core. Light of Divine Judgment. Light Spear form a Doomsday-level weapon used by higher-dimensional civilizations to impose the final fate judgment on their enemies. Light of Divine Judgment. Stand form a Doomsday-level weapon. A higher-dimensional civilization imposes the final fate judgment on the enemy. The current form of the Light Spear of Divine Judgment has not only greatly increased its power from the original 20 billion to the current 50 billion, but the effects have also changed to a certain extent. It was originally a simple Light Spear form, but now the Light Spear form has begun to change into an arc form. After attacking a target, if there is any residual power, it will continue to refract other targets within a 45-degree angle range. In addition to the significant increase in power, the range of the stance form has also been greatly improved. From the original diameter of 10,000 kilometers to the current diameter of 30,000 kilometers. And the range has increased dozens of times. Although its range is still far less than that of the ultimate weapon, the Nova Projector. He has a lot of Light of Divine Judgment. More than 600 of them are fired at the same time. So the range is much larger than that of the Nova Projector. The above is the original unlocked area expansion of the Palm Universe. With this promotion, the Palm Universe has unlocked 2 new areas that have never been seen before. One is called Leviathan Cultivation Center. One is called a Level 30 Singularity Core. This name is quite explosive. After Li Qing checked it carefully, he could only say that it was fortunate that both places were damaged. Otherwise it would be terrible. Leviathan Breeding Center. As the name suggests, this place is dedicated to artificially producing Leviathan monsters. As long as you have a part of Leviathan's genes, you can copy and cultivate an identical Leviathan monster. Or if there is a complete set of Leviathan life maps, Leviathan monsters can be mass-produced. There are more than 100 complete Leviathan life maps in it, which can be used to artificially cultivate a legion of Leviathan monsters. But unfortunately, the training center is damaged and needs to be repaired before it can be used. As for the Level 30 Singularity Core, strictly speaking, it should be considered a super mega structure. A super mega structure for physics research. Li Qing couldn't understand the principle, but its function was very simple. After activating this Level 30 Singularity Core, it could simulate the process of a universe from birth to end. During this period, the Level 30 Singularity Core can capture the original core of the new universe, thereby implementing a series of scientific research tasks. Because the essence of the construction of the universe in the palm of your hand is a civilization artifact. A transcendent artifact, used by the negative star civilization to avoid the end of the universe. The true end of the universe cannot be simulated, and there is only one chance. Therefore, They can only use the most advanced technology to simulate the end of the universe, and then rebirth and end of the universe over and over again, looking for what they need in this cycle of birth and end of the universe. It is precisely because they have obtained enough data from the simulations of the birth and end of the universe that the negative stars can successfully cross the era, survive the end of the universe, and enter a new cosmic cycle. Although the previous generation of negative stars have disappeared, their civilization artifacts and creations have not disappeared. They have been inherited by Li Qing, who has successfully transformed into a new negative star. This can be considered a success, but there is still insufficient accumulation, so it is only half successful. Therefore, when he grows up in the future, Li Qing will have to continue studying this, so that he can safely survive the disaster when he needs it in the future. This level 30 singularity core is considered the most important area in the palm-held universe. It should be the most important core area besides the core area, and unlike other areas that have multiple ones, this one only has this one. Unfortunately, this thing is badly damaged and cannot be repaired now. Because of the current insufficient level of technology, we don't have the ability to repair it. At least, he had to wait until he had fully mastered the 8th level divine civilization technology before he could begin the restoration work. The reason why he was glad that this thing was broken was mainly because it was too sensitive. Once it was complete and usable, as long as he opened the universe in his palm. If there were other god-level civilizations or powers of the same level in this universe, they would sense the fluctuation of the level 30 singularity, and unpredictable changes would occur. Now he can't even defeat an advanced civilization. So how can he be capable of resisting a god-level civilization? These are basically the unlocked areas inside the high-dimensional fortress Star Witness. It can be said that there are qualitative changes, and these changes will also affect other aspects. For example, although the dimensional converging light has not changed much, the energy that can be provided has increased dramatically due to the repair of the internal power reactor of the Star Witness, which has led to a significant increase in the charging speed of the dimensional converging light. It used to take about 30 minutes to cut an area of 1,000 kilometers, but now it only takes about 10 minutes. It used to take about 90 minutes to cut an area of 10,000 kilometers, but now it only takes about 30 minutes. It turns out that it takes about 4.5 hours, or 90 minutes, to cut an area of 100,000 kilometers. In other words, the charging speed of the dimensional converging light has now increased 3 times compared to before. In addition, a high-temperature ion layer thousands of kilometers thick appeared outside the high-dimensional fortress Star Witness. In addition to prohibiting space fighters and small warships from approaching, it also prohibits the signals of a series of sensors. In other words, it is now impossible to use sensor radar to detect that this is a high-dimensional fortress. Now if we scan it with a sensor radar, we can see that it is a star. Just very huge. Not to mention seeing it with the naked eye. It's definitely a sun. Then, the entrance and exit channel of the palm-sized universe, that is, the gate of the black hole, reached a diameter of 10,000 kilometers and had a very strong attraction. The current gravitational intensity has reached the point where a planet can be forcibly sucked into the palm-sized universe, and the maximum attraction range has spread to an astronomical unit. Outside the Star Witness, there is a huge crystalline glass sphere with a diameter of more than 20,000 kilometers, and faint starlight blooms on the surface. This is the etheric dragon. The ether dragon, which was still in its infancy, suddenly advanced with the universe in the palm. The ether dragon that had already signed a contract with the universe in the palm also gained huge benefits. Not only are the more than 90 static streams of light that were missing before all filled in, it has officially become a negative star person, and a massive amount of energy is infused into it, and it will begin to emerge from the cocoon and grow. Once it emerges from the cocoon, it will probably be promoted to the adolescent stage. Li Qing looked outside again. At this time, the main space of the universe in his palm had become incredibly huge. It had expanded madly at the speed of light for more than a year. At this time, the main space of the universe in his palm had become a super large galaxy with a radius of 1.5 light years. Outside the main space, the 8 subsidiary galaxies are still there, and are also expanding wildly with the advancement of the palm-sized universe. But the expansion speed is slightly slower than the main space. And now the total diameter is only about 1 light year. In just over a year, earth-shaking changes occurred within the palm universe. Li Qing spent 2 days to review the current universe in his palm and redistribute the work. Then he returned to the core and began to ponder how to allocate the 6 places of the Supreme Lords. Not only are these supreme beings immortal from birth, they also have the authority to enlighten the negative star beings. But their authority is not as high as that of him, the Lord of the negative star beings. Moreover, the negative stars they enlightened are no different from those enlightened by Li Qing. They all regard him as the master of the negative stars. And it will not happen that the negative stars they enlightened only listen to them. The only advantage may be that the negative star people enlightened by different negative star supreme masters are closer to them. In addition to the promotion and birth of 6 supreme honored ones this time, the newly condensed negative star civilization artifact, the light of the negative star, in Li Qing's hand, was also upgraded. There is no limit to one civilization artifact, but in most cases there is only one. The universe in the palm of Li Qing's hand is the civilized artifact of the previous generation negative star, and the light of the negative star is the civilized artifact of the new generation of the starring star created by Li Qing. The current power is naturally not as good as the universe in the previous generation, but it can be upgraded. When the strength and number of civilized individuals of the new generation of negative stars reach the standards of the previous generation of negative stars, the power of the light of the negative stars will be comparable to the universe in the palm of your hand. The light of the star negatives, a relic of miracles, a divine artifact from the immortal civilization star negatives. Passive effect, domination. All strength increased by 200%. Cohesion plus 200%. Civilization points plus 5 points/day. Destiny points plus 1 point/year. Passive effect, awakening. All official citizens have a chance to awaken their psychic powers. The better the talent, the higher the chance of awakening. Active effect, the power of domination. 10 servants of light can be enlightened every day, and 1 negative star can be enlightened every month. Note, servant of light has no prerequisites. Note, the prerequisite for being a negative star is to be an orange name or above, and to be an ascender at the 2nd stage or above. As the civilization artifact becomes stronger, the requirements can be gradually lowered. Evaluation. This is a sacred artifact of the immortal civilization negative stars, and its power increases as the number of civilized individuals increases. Compared to before the promotion, there has been almost a qualitative improvement, not to mention the doubling of power and cohesion. Now I can actually gain 1 destiny point every year and enlighten a negative star person every month. This is outrageous. Li Qing stretched out his hand and touched his head. Countless streams of light gathered and condensed into an extremely gorgeous crown. Stars flew out of the crown and surrounded him. With a thought, the crown slowly faded away and turned into a beam of starlight that fell between his eyebrows. After the promotion, the light of the negative star no longer needs to be worn. It can take effect as long as it is placed in one's body, which is much more convenient. He has also determined the places for the 6 supreme honored ones, namely Qingwan, Xiaofeng, the 2 sisters Yu Yufa and Yu Yao, and Ding Yuran, giving 5 places in total. Don't ask why. He considered the last spot carefully and gave it to Chu Yuan. This was the first negative star person he enlightened. After reading these, the gains from this promotion were basically counted. Li Qing turned around and walked out of the Palm universe and appeared in the command room of the mobile battle planet. The 2 generals, Cybertron and Cyrus, were still there. When they saw Li Qing walking out of the black hole gate, they both stood up with smiles on their faces. We are 1 step closer to revival. Li Qing smiled and nodded. Yes, we are 1 step closer to revival. The mobile war planet is still in Shanhaiguan. A year and a half has passed, and the excitement of the military lords has long dissipated. Most of the military lords have returned to their own territories to prepare for the final battle with the Browan Alliance in a few years. At this time, there are not many military lords in Shanhaiguan except for a few fleet commanders who are stationed there. This saved him some trouble, as he no longer had to deal with the doubts and social interactions of the military leaders. However, most social engagements can be cancelled, but some things cannot be avoided. For example, the Qingheli family, my father's line, the Tianjinyu family, Ding Yuran's line, and even the Baji group all left messages hoping to ease the previous tensions. Li Qing thought about it, wrote back to them one by one, responded to the other Star Sea Lords, and then ordered the fleet to set sail and return to Galan territory. The Baji group did not respond. They wanted to ease the relationship and show some sincerity, so they went to Galan to meet him in person. With the promotion of the universe in the palm, Some of the original work plans now have to be readjusted. On the way back, Li Qing thought for a long time. When the fleet returned to Galan territory, he already had an idea in his mind. First of all, the immigration that has been going on for a long time can be stopped, and the purchase of population immigrants from the military leaders within the human United Empire will no longer be carried out. Now the palm-sized universe has accumulated more than 2.6 trillion humans, of which more than 2.3 trillion are gray-named population, and nearly 300 billion are children who have been bred in recent years, all of whom are green-named or blue-named or above. There is not enough time. These newborns are not yet grown up and cannot play a role. In addition, the protagonist's territory has now gradually immigrated nearly 800 billion gray-named people and more than 260 billion white-named people, scattered across the major star regions of the territory. The white-named population is mainly concentrated on the major life planets, while the gray-named population is mostly concentrated on the transformed planets. Altogether there are nearly 3.7 trillion humans, and more than 3 trillion are gray names. But if everyone can complete the ascension and become descendants of light, that will be more than 3.7 trillion people with purple names or above, with an average talent of purple or above per person, which is enough to support the existence of a powerful advanced civilization. With the current population base, if we vigorously promote fertility, the population will increase tenfold in just a few generations. By then, we won't have to worry about the population anymore. After returning to the territory, he spent a month with his wives whom he had not seen for a long time. It was not until half a year later that the radiant women reappeared in public. Of course, it wasn't that it took half a year for Huang Yin to do this. It was mainly because it took a lot of time to transform them into the supreme venerables of negative stars. He did a lot of things during this time. For example, he met the family behind him and his wife and signed some cooperation treaties, including providing them with a batch of advanced fleets to increase their strength. The Qingheli family, the Tianjinyu family, the Ding family, and my father's line each had 2 level 6 fearless divisions. So 8 level 6 fearless divisions were used up at once. Chapter 326, The Lord of the Zuder Star Region. In addition, Li Qing also contacted the legions that had accompanied him to destroy the core fortress of the eastern part of the Broven Union. He took out a level 6 fearless division and asked them to divide it according to their merits. In addition, he also presented Gu Qinzhou with a 6th level fearless division as a thank you for his help. And at the same time, their previous grievances were settled. After all the calculations were done, 10 level 6 fearless divisions were divided up, leaving only 4. Fortunately, he had originally intended to give these away. His main core was still the 7th level star level fearless division, and he now had a total of 81 on hand. There were originally 46 of them on hand, 5 in each of the 5 major star regions, 5 in Quilta Fortress, 5 in Lot Fortress, plus 20 produced in the past 2 years. A total of 81 level 7 fearless divisions. According to estimates, the civilization artifacts of the Browen Union can last for about 7 to 8 years. He still has 7 or 8 years to prepare, and can also stockpile 80 level 7 fearless divisions and 20 for level 6 fearless divisions. And at that time, several mobile forts he were building had been built. It is worth mentioning that half a year ago, the palm-held universe was upgraded and a large number of superstructure assembly centers were unlocked. At that time, he had already put the construction of the Star Fortress on the agenda, and the remaining war stars and 36 war moons had already begun construction. 100 years later, he will be able to obtain a Star Fortress with extremely powerful combat power and at least a dozen mobile war stars. After that, his current high-level mobile combat star only needs enough dragon scale alloy to be upgraded once more. It is now equivalent to an advanced mobile war star. If it is upgraded again, its power will probably be no less than that of a stellar fortress. Until then, we are still lacking conventional fleets and mobile battle stars. By that time, the top military force will be no less powerful than that of advanced civilizations. But there will be too few war stars, and the fleet will be too small. You have to know that there were thousands of 6th-generation fearless divisions seen in the Finnoa Renaissance Empire. That was only a small part of it. The total fleet size of the entire Finnoa Renaissance Empire was at least 20,000 to 30,000 divisions. If he wanted to be able to confront the Fiona Resurrection Empire head-on, he would have to prepare at least 1,000 level 7 fearless divisions, and they had to be equipped with dark matter technology. The version with level 6 enhanced weapons was still a little insufficient. It's still lacking destiny points. Li Qing no longer took the Broan Alliance seriously at this time. His target had long been set on the banner of the Milky Way. His next opponent would be these advanced civilizations that had dominated the Milky Way for millions of years. If he wants to rise, he must confront these overlords. If he wanted to gain enough resources to leap into the god-level civilization, he would have to, like the Origin Empire in his memory, cross the endless starry sky, conquer one galaxy after another, and seize the wisdom and knowledge of countless civilizations as resources to take that step. The first step is to wipe out all civilizations in the galaxy and become the sole overlord of the galaxy. However, although they are still unable to defeat higher civilizations, Galen Collar no longer needs to fear any conventional civilizations at this time. Even conventional civilizations, like the Broan Union, are no match for him. Only player civilizations or powerful conventional civilizations, such as the Sarnoo Devouring Swarm, a civilization with full level 6 enhanced technology, may not be able to deal with him for the time being. But it's only temporary. If he plays all his cards, he still has a chance of winning. So, now we just have to wait 7 or 8 years. In the following days, Li Qingdan devoted himself to the development of the territory and did not go anywhere. Every day, he either worked hard with his wives to reproduce offspring, or drove a boat to the remote places of the territory to collect stars into the universe in his palm. Most of the stars were thrown into the light forging furnaces, extracting their energy and converting it into dragon-scale alloy. He planned to stockpile more in preparation for the many war stars and war moons that were being built. By then, the hull and armor strength of the battle star and war moon built with dragon-scale alloy will far exceed the standards of the design drawings. In addition, all mobile battle stars and war moons built in the future, as well as all self-used level 7 dreadnoughts, will be made of dragon-scale alloy to increase their basic attributes to the greatest extent possible and enhance their ability to withstand damage, making them more resistant to damage. It is worth mentioning that with the birth of a large number of negative star people, some professions that were extremely scarce before are now not so scarce. There are now more than a dozen mobile battle star designers, like Long Ninjinshan, in the territory. They all have the ability to design the designs of mobile battle stars and war moons by themselves based on the data in the Pioneer database, and then put them into construction. There are now a total of 1,000 superstructure assembly centers in the high-dimensional fortress. In addition to ship construction, there are a large number of spare superstructure assembly centers, with sufficient construction capacity to build battle stars. The problems that had troubled him before are no longer a problem. What he lacks now is time. To be precise, it is the construction cycle of a mobile combat star. Once the first batch of mobile war stars are built, he will be qualified to say no to advanced civilizations. Once the second batch of mobile war stars are built, he will be qualified to make comments on advanced civilizations. Once the third batch of mobile war stars are built, he will be qualified to invite advanced civilizations to come to Galen Star to sing the Song of Conquest. It's that simple. Most of the extracted stellar matter was converted into dragon-scale alloy and other necessary ultra-rare resources, and a small portion was thrown into the auxiliary space around the palm-held universe for the construction of new star systems. It is not the original ancillary space, but the newly opened ancillary space. It turns out that the 8 satellite spaces are about 1 light-year in diameter, which is larger than any galaxy in reality. There is no single star system whose internal gravitational well is 1 light-year in diameter. Generally speaking, the size of a galaxy is only calculated within the gravitational well, and the size outside the gravitational well is not included. Now the 8 subsidiary spaces are already very large and completely sufficient, and there is no need to specifically guide their expansion. So during these days, Li Qing took the time to open up a batch of new subsidiary spaces within the solid dark matter in the outer layers of the 8 subsidiary spaces. There are a total of 100 of them, scattered in all directions as well as in all directions up and down. A considerable amount of space has been opened up in these days, and stars can be extracted and injected into them. This is just the right time to confine the violent stellar matter within the newly opened space while the space is not large. When the bound stellar matter gradually stabilizes, a new star is formed, and it is a very young type of blue giant. The stellar period and spectrum are related to the mass of the star. As the total mass of a star burns, the color will slowly change from blue at the beginning to yellow, and then to a red giant, until the mass is exhausted and it shrinks and collapses into a dwarf star, or a neutron star. If the remaining mass is large enough, it will collapse into a black hole. After stars of any spectrum were taken into the auxiliary space, Li Qing stuffed more than a dozen stars into it at once. The mass immediately expanded. Once the newly born stars stabilized, they would begin to evolve again from the original Class A blue spectrum stars. Time passed day by day, and Li Qing stayed patiently in the territory and never went out. The only window for external communication is the annual elders meeting chaired by him, and the occasional ad hoc elders meeting. As the temporary ruler of the Human United Empire, he began to appear in front of all players in the entire human alliance. It turns out that although he is famous, he is only famous among some combat players. Now everyone in the entire human civilization knows his name, and knows that he is the first Star Sea Lord to be promoted after the human race's Star Sea survival stage. Taking advantage of his identity, Li Qing began to promote the limited development of the Zutter star field in his first year in office. He took advantage of the convenience of advanced star gates that could teleport over extremely long distances and ignore the influence of nebulae. He found 2 suitable star systems between the north of Galan territory and the southern border of the United Human Empire and built 2 pioneer fortresses and advanced star gates, allowing ordinary spacecraft to teleport directly from the Empire to the G-Min star system. The 2 pioneer fortresses are located between Galan territory and the southern border of the Empire. The one close to Galan territory is called Xingqiu 1, and the one close to the southern border of the Empire is called Xingqiu 2. The name has no special meaning, but the locations of these 2 galaxies are important, because these 2 galaxies are located in the center of the Perseus spiral arm. Radiating from them to the surrounding star fields makes it easier to rule. Yes, rule. According to an agreement reached between Li Qing and the other Star Lords in private communication one day in the first year of his administration. After mutual compromise, the entire Zutter star field was divided into Li Qing's territory. From then on, the entire Zutter was the territory of Galanling. In exchange, after defeating the Browin Union in the future, he will not gain any territory within the territory of the Browin Union civilization, and will not even occupy a single piece of land in all the star regions in the north of the Browin Union. Of course, after defeating the Browin Union, he can plunder the population, plunder resources, etc. You can take as much as you can, but you cannot seize territory. This is one of the reasons why the military leaders agreed to let Galanling and his family occupy the entire Zutter star field. That is the status that Li Qing has now. It was also his achievement in destroying the core fortress in the east of the Browin Union that made them see the possibility of destroying the Browin Union. There is also the reason why the Zutter star field is difficult to develop and utilize. A combination of many factors led them to vote in favor. Of course, the environment of the Zutter star field did affect development, and he was unable to develop any content. After private discussions with Yu Yao and others, Li Qing decided to develop only a few important nodes, establish a star zone every 2,000 light-years or so in all directions of the star field, transform a few planets in the center of the star zone, build a pioneer fortress and erect a star gate, focus on developing the center of the star zone and ignore other places unless there are important and rare resources. I was not used to the days without war at first, but once I got into work mode, I was quite happy to see my territory gradually taking shape according to my own planning. Li Qing cherishes his current leisurely days very much. After joining forces with Bruin to go to war, there will be continuous wars. After defeating Bruin, we still have to deal with the Aisha civilization, as well as the impact of the war in heaven. When our strength increases in the future, we may have to face higher civilizations. I don't know how many years it will take for us to be so leisurely again. Time passed, and before he knew it, another year had passed. It was now the 4th year since he broke through the core fortress of the eastern part of the Browin Union. On this day, Li Qing came to a large galaxy about 3,000 light-years away from the southern border of the Empire, which had just been identified as the key galaxy of Alfred II. The 2 transportation hub star systems, Xingqiu 1 and Xingqiu 2, had already been determined. Choosing which star system was a troublesome matter. It took hundreds of fleets a year to find 2 suitable star systems. This galaxy is a super-large galaxy, in addition to a supergiant star in the center. There are 2 stars on the edge that revolve around this supergiant star. These 2 stars have their own star systems, with several planets orbiting them, and the planets have their own satellites. In addition, there are more than a dozen large planets orbiting the central supergiant star, and the gas giant planets have their own satellite systems. There are more than 30 large planets in this entire galaxy. many of which are suitable for transformation. Not to mention that he now has the seeds of life to transform the barren planet into a habitable planet. He will first build a pioneer fortress in this galaxy, and then use the seeds of life to transform suitable planets inside into life planets one by one, which will then exist as the core galaxy connecting the territory with the surrounding star regions. At this time, Li Qing transformed into the true form of the Starbearer, a glass giant more than 20,000 kilometers tall and surrounded by infinite starlight. Looking down at the planet, his huge arms stretched into the planet's atmosphere, stirring up intense atmospheric fluctuations and forming a violent atmospheric storm. The golden hand stretched into the planet, and the glass hand surrounded by starlight opened. A ball of light surrounded by starlight flew out from the palm and fell into the planet, directly sinking into it. This scene is like a god descending from heaven and dropping the seeds of life at a level that cannot be seen by the naked eye. A circle of invisible life fluctuations spreads out from the point where the light ball merges into the surrounding area. Next, a fleet will stay here to protect the planet, and then a large number of Shar people will enter the planet with various animal and plant seeds to plant the seeds of life. The seeds of life only transform planets into habitable planets. They cannot create life out of thin air, and they still need their assistance. After doing all this, the golden god slowly stood up and nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly stopped, looked in a certain direction, a hint of surprise on his face. "I'm going to be a father?" A ball of dazzling light exploded and submerged an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and the warship's sensors suddenly went blank. When the light disappeared and the sensor returned to normal, the golden figure had disappeared. At this time, Li Qingzhao had already torn open the space out of thin air, crossed thousands of light years with his physical body, and arrived at the Gallon Galaxy. As soon as he came out of the subspace, he saw a glass figure standing in the starry sky outside the Gallon star. It was tens of thousands of kilometers tall, and was surrounded by endless starlight like him just now. Compared to him, her slimmer figure and softer breath made it possible to feel that this was a female star-bearer. Looking at the face with closed eyes, one can tell that it looks exactly like UUFA, the chief governor of Gallon territory. Having integrated the authority of the Supreme Star Negator, she has now become immortal like Li Qing, and has transformed into a true Star Negator. But since she was promoted to the Supreme Venerable, she has never transformed into such a star-like true body again, because she is afraid of the huge impact it will have like it does now. Chapter 327, The Pillar of Creation of Super God-Level Civilization. At this time in the Gallon Territory's capital galaxy, there were countless people here, including all the Star Sea Lords and military lords, who had stationed envoys here. They had all seen her current form, and were all shocked. Li Qing came out of the subspace, and immediately received a lot of private inquiries. The territory channel was in chaos, and countless people were asking what was going on. Li Qing ignored all this, and quickly came to Yu Yao, who had her eyes closed, and opened the door to the black hole. A powerful attraction came out and drew her in. The main reason why she became like this was because she had just been confirmed to be pregnant with his offspring. The Lord of the Negative Stars and the Supreme Venerable gave birth to offspring, who was a natural-born Supreme Venerable. At the same time, this was the first naturally reproduced individual of the Negative Star civilization after its destruction and rebirth in a new cosmic era. It seemed to have a special meaning, which caused her to be unable to control herself for a while and reveal her true form. Fortunately, she left Gallon Star in time. Otherwise, if her true form suddenly appeared on Gallon Star, she could directly destroy the planet. Entering the palm-sized universe, the uncontrollable aura in her body began to slowly calm down, and her aura soon became stable. But soon a new problem arose. She couldn't change back to her normal human form. Before this offspring was born, she could only remain in her true form as a Negative Star person. Li Qing knew that this was because she was nurturing a new supreme being. Once nurtured, she would need to provide energy continuously. But the most crucial thing was that the newborn baby was also a Negative Star being, but not an adult Negative Star being who would compress his own power. Li Qing took Yu Yao by the hand and appeared in the Super Gaia world inside the high-dimensional fortress. The two godlike figures stood in the air, looking at the huge and magnificent world. How beautiful! Yu Yao had seen the Gaia world that Li Qing had uploaded before in her mind matrix, but this was the first time she saw it with her own eyes. In reality, you cannot see such a world full of life and high-concentration energy particles. It is very suitable for Negative Star people to live in it. It is worth mentioning that in just about a year, Li Qing discovered that the life and energy concentrations in this world seem to have increased a lot. The negative star's endless wisdom allowed him to instantly discover the problem. It seems that the core of this Super Gaia world has been continuously releasing high-energy particles into this world. But there is nothing in this world that can absorb these high-energy particles, resulting in more and more high-energy particles gathering inside the world. That is to say, as time goes by, the energy concentration inside this Gaia world will become higher and higher, and there seems to be no upper limit. This also means that in the future this Super Gaia world will become unsuitable for ordinary humans to live in, and only the descendants of light and the negative stars will be able to survive in this world. This reminded Li Qing of the legends about the fairyland in the Earth era. Mortals lived in the human world with poor spiritual energy. Only by practicing hard to become fairies could they enter the fairyland full of spiritual energy and fairy spirit. This seemed to be similar to the world today. Interesting. However, Li Qing didn't think too much, and was not interested in the division of the immortal realm. Anyway, this supergiant Gaia world will be used as the residence of the negative star. The negative stars are so big that they are so big, and other areas of the universe in the palm are not suitable for their lives. Li Qing held Yu Yui's hand and traveled in this fairyland-like world. Their huge bodies, like planets, seemed like gods patrolling for the native creatures of this world. Wherever they went, everything was quiet. Li Qing accompanied Yu Yao in this Super Gaia world for a long time, passing through floating continents that span hundreds of thousands or millions of kilometers, with the largest one even spanning hundreds of millions of kilometers, and discovered many new and interesting things. They played, chatted, and planned how to develop this Super Gaia world. Yu Yao suggested finding a suitable giant floating continent in this world and developing it as a place for the descendants of light to live in the future. Any floating continent with a diameter of hundreds of millions of kilometers would be enough to accommodate countless trillions of people. According to the life factors and energy particle energies of this world, the descendants of light living here will grow in strength very quickly, and will be able to be promoted one after another soon. When they reach a certain level, they will be able to transform themselves into new negative stars. It's like practicing to become an immortal. Just do it. Anyway, Yu Yao is not suitable for going back to the reality universe to continue to be the governor. But now she is just pregnant. In addition to being unable to change back to ordinary people, they can no longer do some intense exercise and have no action restrictions. After making the decision, Li Qing communicated through the mind matrix and summoned a group of negative star people who had nothing important to do, and asked them to scout this Super Gaia world first, find a suitable floating continent, as well as scouting the entire Super Gaia world. Because Li Qing had a doubt. He and Yu Yao had been traveling for so long and had visited hundreds of floating continents, but he had not seen any intelligent creatures, let alone intelligent races. The entire world was filled with barbaric beasts without any intelligence. He was quite curious. This Super Gaia world had always existed before it was unlocked. There had always been life in it. After billions of years of self-regeneration, there was no reason why intelligent life could not be born. Many negative star people flew in all directions to explore the Gaia world. And Li Qing was not idle either, flying downwards. It took almost half a year to travel through countless billions of kilometers of space at an extremely fast speed, crossing one floating continent after another, and finally arrived at the bottom of the world, where they discovered a supercontinent that was trillions of kilometers long and wide. Even considering their size, the continent seems extremely huge. The mainland is still in the barren era. It is the ancient trees of the sky up to hundreds of meters, or even thousands of meters everywhere. You can even see the endless barracks of the wild jungle. There are all kinds of brutal giant beasts in the wild jungle, drawing the rich life factors and energy particles in the virtual air. These barbaric beasts are very large. There are hundreds of meters of body shape, and thousands of meters are everywhere. Even from faraway places one can sense some extremely powerful auras. Li Qing was patrolling over the savage continent, with his body height of over 20,000 kilometers. He could fly hundreds of thousands of kilometers at a time, and could fly over tens of millions of kilometers in a day. But along the way, he saw countless plants he had never seen before, and countless kinds of wild beasts he had never seen before, including some super life forms as big as planets. But none of them made him feel the existence of intelligence. Strange. There's no reason for this. This doesn't make sense. Even soft-bodied insects, like leeches, will evolve into intelligent insects after millions of years of evolution. This world's life factors and energy particles are so abundant and have so many types. After experiencing how many millions of years? There is no reason to evolve wisdom. Li Qing became interested. There must be secrets inside this Super Gaia world. He was not worried whether there might be any super beings living here that specialized in hunting down intelligent creatures. As the former residents of the members of the Negative Star civilization, it was impossible for such a being to be born here. The key point is that this thing has experienced the end of the universe more than once. Every time the universe ends, the universe in its palm will experience destruction and rebirth, leaving only an infinitely small singularity to regenerate. Even the individuals of the Negative Star civilization do not exist. So how could there be other existences that can secretly lurk in it? He guessed that the most likely possibility was that there was a special mechanism that restricted the birth of wisdom. There should be something similar to the control center of the Super Gaia world. It must be a creation of a super god level civilization or above. He wants to find this thing to see if he can obtain a super god level civilization creation in advance. Unfortunately, the restoration of the palm-sized universe is not complete. As the owner of the palm-sized universe, he doesn't know where it is at this moment. After making a big circle aimlessly on the savage continent, Li Qing soared into the air and flew towards the edge of the continent. He was going to take a look at the ocean of this Super Gaia world. Now this continent is at the bottom, surrounded by endless ocean, with many continents floating in the ocean. When he came to the edge of the continent and saw the endless ocean, Li Qing suddenly stopped and stood on the edge of the continent for a long time without moving. After a while, it soared into the air and flew straight in one direction. After speeding up a little, his figure disappeared. After an unknown amount of time, he arrived at the center of the boundless ocean. Surrounding him was the endless deep sea, which was pitch black, like an abyss. Endless sea water converged in the direction he was looking, forming a super large vortex large enough to accommodate a star, which was indescribably spectacular from a distance. In the whirlpool, there stood an extremely thick pillar of light, which went down into the whirlpool water and reached up to the sky, which was unknown how high it was, and had no end in sight. An indescribable attraction came from it, as if it wanted to suck his soul away. He looked up and from time to time saw a stream of light flying towards the light column from all directions, then disappearing into it. But at the same time, he could sense the massive amount of life factors and energy particles continuously flowing out from the beam of light. Looking at this pillar of light that connects the sky and the earth, Li Qing felt as if he had reached the end of his soul and the source of life. He stood a little in front of the whirlpool, flew straight towards the column of light, and plunged into it. As soon as he entered the light column, the scene in front of his eyes suddenly changed. A strange force directly submerged Li Qing. He was involuntarily transformed into his true body as a starbearer. A dreamlike power surged, and he felt countless spots of light rushing towards him. In just a moment, Li Qing's eyes widened, and a sharp light shone out. Literally, the kind that spit. So that's how it is? Li Qing muttered to himself, as if he suddenly realized something. This pillar of light that runs through the entire Super Gaia world is the core of this Super Gaia world. It is also a creation of a super god-level civilization, called the Pillar of Creation. There are 4 main types of effects. The first type, every time the universe ends, the universe in the palm of your hand also ends and turns into a singularity. After the universe restarts and a new era is born, the new universe in the palm of your hand restarts and the Gaia world is reopened. The second category, storing seeds of life and releasing seeds of life. In every cosmic era, this Gaia world restarts and releases the previously stored seeds of life, including various plants and various creatures with Leviathan blood. Then, the genes of new species that emerged from these plant organisms during billions of years of evolution were stored. The third category, collect wisdom and knowledge. Collect all the wisdom born in the Gaia world, and prevent the birth of intelligent species in the Gaia world. No wonder this Gaia world is so big, with so many species, but no intelligence exists. The light spot that he had just seen flying towards the Pillar of Creation was the wisdom taken away by the Pillar of Creation. The birth of life and wisdom is a mysterious thing, but this Pillar of Creation can actually deprive and collect all conceptual things. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a creation of a super god-level civilization. At this time, the Pillar of Creation has collected the genetic seeds of countless lives from countless cosmic eras, and the wisdom of countless intelligent species or creatures. It has been storing them all this time, and the fate of this collected wisdom is decided by the Lord of the Negative Stars. This is also the 4th type of functional creation of this Pillar of Creation. To put it simply, Li Qing can use the life gene seed stored in the Pillar of Creation to recreate any existence that was born in this Super Gaia world in countless cosmic eras, including intelligent life and intelligent races that have ever been born. In other words, he can use the Pillar of Creation to create new intelligent species at any time. He can adjust the genes and intelligence of the new species according to his own wishes. In Li Qing's opinion, the greatest function of the Pillar of Creation is to create an excellent servant race. The main races are the Starnegators and the descendants of light. In fact, the descendants of light are only temporary. When the universe in the palm of your hand is completely repaired, all the descendants of light identified by Li Qing will evolve into true negative star beings, and there will be no more descendants of light in the future. By that time, the negative stars had become a new race distinct from humans, or an evolutionary branch of human civilization. By that time, it will be very necessary to enlighten one or two servant races. After all, many jobs cannot be done by the negative stars. So of course we have to find a few servant races to do them, such as some professions that are not very useful but are necessary. Don't expect to enlighten a bunch of servants of light. The servants of light that were enlightened now were only temporary. There would be a great demand for servants of light in the future. He did not have the time to enlighten them one by one. It would be more appropriate to create several servant races. Of course, that is a matter for the future. There is no need to create a servant race now. Li Qing stayed in the Pillar of Creation for a long time, and with super high efficiency completely absorbed the wisdom and knowledge collected by the Pillar of Creation over the past few eras, as well as information on millions of new species. He then uploaded this information to the Mind Matrix for all negative star people to share. This does not need to be kept secret, as most knowledge can be shared among negative star people. Only by sharing knowledge and wisdom can they become stronger and stronger. After coming out of the Pillar of Creation, Yu Yao had found a suitable supergiant floating continent and was ready to discuss with other negative star people to build several super city circles on the continent in preparation for later immigration. Chapter 328, The Call from the Suzerain State. After settling her down, Li Qing left the Palm Universe and returned to Galan territory. Chu Yuan, who was stationed in Lock Fortress, contacted him about something. To be precise, it was the Imperial Senate who wanted to find him, but he couldn't get in touch with them in the Palm Universe. So they could only send the conscription order from the suzerain country to Galan territory and then pass it on to him. Yes, this is a conscription order from the sovereign state of the Fianu Restoration Empire, summoning Li Qing to report to the Empire and participate in the war in heaven between the Empire and the Ida Guides. The sudden call-up was not so sudden for him, mainly because he destroyed the eastern core fortress of the Broan Union with a very small force, and was promoted to the Lord of the Star Sea. Over the years, his reputation has surpassed human civilization and spread to other civilizations in the galaxy. When the suzerain state, the Fianu Restoration Empire, finds out, they will naturally issue a conscription order for him. This is not exclusive to him. Many vassal states will receive 1 or 2 conscription orders to recruit outstanding individuals from that civilization to participate in the war. This cannot be refused. At least human civilization today is not qualified to refuse and must apply. The same goes for Li Qing. For at least 100 years, he does not have the ability to rebel against the suzerain country. So he still has to be obedient. And this is also a good thing for him. By participating in the war in heaven, he can borrow the power of the suzerain country to gain benefits for himself. He had previously considered how to take part in the Battle of Heaven melee, but now he no longer had to worry about it and could participate legitimately. After arranging the affairs of the territory, Li Qing began to head north. UUFA is in confinement in the Palm Universe, and now the governor of the territory is Ding Yuran. During his absence, in addition to the normal development of the territory, the most important thing is to prepare for the comprehensive genetic ascension. Now the overall framework of the super cabin inside the palm-sized universe has been built, and only the internal design and construction are left. It will be almost completed in 4 or 5 years. He hopes that the territory will be ready by then, and he can start the national genetic ascension as soon as he returns. As for the spiritual ascension of all the people, he has also made preparations. This time I will bring Yu with me, and then find an opportunity to attack the Kelzaka Star Empire. I will try to capture Lotai, the former emperor of the Shada civilization who fled to the Kelzaka Star Empire, or threaten the other party to hand him over. At that time, let Yu sacrifice this son of the Void Realm and be promoted to the second-level son of the Void Realm. At that time, she would use her authority as a second-level son of the Virtual Realm to launch a plan for the spiritual ascension of all the people. Of course, this is an alternative plan. If it can be solved by conventional means, we should use conventional means. If it really doesn't work, they will take some risks and let a few complete negative stars take action, relying on the combat power of immortal-level negative stars to forcibly snatch people from the Kelzaka star empire. This method is too high-profile. The true form of the negative star person is obviously a super life form. If it is just a single individual, it would be fine. But if they appear in large numbers, people will associate it with race. A single super life form and a super race are two completely different concepts. If the advanced civilizations in the galaxy were to find out, God knows what would happen. You should know that this is the evolutionary path that advanced civilizations dream of. Why do advanced civilizations degenerate? Isn't it because both technology and species evolution have stagnated? And no matter how much research is done, there is no direction to enter the next stage. And eventually, after millions of years of stagnation, they began to degenerate. If technology is constantly advancing and race is constantly evolving, how is it possible to degenerate? So once these advanced civilizations discovered the truth that the negative stars are a god-level race, all the fallen awakened immediately, and the battle in heaven was no longer fought. They all came to find them. Therefore, unless it is absolutely necessary, he will not send out a large number of complete negative stars to take action in a high-profile manner. The previous few attacks were nothing. There were not many people, and they did not reveal their true identities. They just fought in the way of super psychics. To outsiders, they were just a group of human super psychics. It has been several years since that war, and the Browan Alliance has not made any special moves. And they didn't even realize it. This time when Li Qing went north, he brought 7 level 6 dreadnought divisions. Some of the level 7 star-class dreadnought battleships were left in the territory, and some were stored in the Palm universe. At this time, the Kailiza Kata Star Empire had determined to invest in the instructors of Ida, and the human civilization under the Forono Revival Empire had entered a state of war. But both sides had not thought about fighting against each other, because at this point, whether it's Fiano's revival of the empire, or the Eldar guides, or the vassals of both sides, the main goal is on a silver platter. To be precise, the vassals of both sides were already fighting at this time. According to the intelligence Li Qing had obtained now, the galaxy was already in chaos with multiple parties engaged in a melee. First of all, the two advanced civilizations have not yet officially engaged in war, and are still in preparation. Only the vassals of both sides are fighting fiercely. In addition, the vassals of both sides are besieging the civilization of Sarnor devouring B. Then, many of these civilizations had personal grudges against each other, and some civilizations took the opportunity to unite with another civilization in the alliance to besiege their own enemies. There are also some player civilizations that are taking advantage of the situation and stirring up trouble everywhere. There have even been some people who were so bold as to take advantage of the situation and test several other advanced civilizations that were in the process of decline. On the way, Li Qing received a lot of information from another servant, Star Sea Lord Chang Yongchun. After reading it, he felt it was nothing but chaos. Lord Chang Yongchun had been serving in the suzerain state before. He commanded the fleet that human civilization pay tribute to the suzerain state to participate in the War of Heaven. The fleet consisted of a mobile war star, 10 war moons, 100 mobile fortresses, and 1,000 standard divisions. It is now in the central ring of the northern part of the Silver Disk, and has formed a joint fleet with several other vassals of the Fëanor Resurrection Empire. They are cooperating with the suzerain's fleet to attack the Sarnor devouring swarm. As an extermination regime, it occupied such a large territory that all the surrounding civilizations had hatred towards it. Although the alliance has been disbanded now, they have all found a powerful backer. So naturally they will seek revenge when there is hatred and complaints when there is grievance. Although fighting occurred in other places, it was restrained and no all-out war broke out. The fight on the side of the Sarno devouring swarm was really fierce, and several civilizations brought out all their hidden weapons. When Li Qing took a detour to the temporary headquarters of the Allied forces, fierce fighting was taking place on the front line. He first found the United Command, submitted the conscription order to a Grand Duke of the Fëanor Restoration Empire at the command, confirmed that he had responded to the call, and then waited for orders. Under normal circumstances, He would take over His Highness Chang Yongchuan's position and command the fleet sent by humans. But there might also be other instructions. Chang Yongchuan hasn't come back yet, because he arrived at the right time when the main force of the coalition forces was engaged in a battle with the main fleet of the Sarnu devouring beast swarm. It was not possible to hand over the battle for the time being, and they had to wait until the battle was over. Although he could not go to the battlefield, he was qualified to obtain information about the battle. And the scale of this battle was beyond his imagination. In this battle, the Renaissance Empire dispatched a total of 14 mobile war stars, including a high-level mobile war star with an advanced star gate from the suzerain country, as well as more than 60 war moons, thousands of large and small fortresses, and a huge fleet of more than 33,000 divisions. The Sarno devouring swarm had 12 mobile battle stars, more than 30 war moons, fortresses of varying sizes, and more than 56,000 divisions. Although the fortress is slightly smaller in scale, the conventional fleet of Sarnu devouring swarm is superior, and his fleet is fully equipped with level 6 enhanced technology. The coalition forces were mostly equipped with level 5 technology from conventional civilizations, and there were less than 1,000 divisions from advanced civilizations. On average, the strength of both sides is not much different, and they are evenly matched. After looking at the data, Li Qin could only sigh that Sarnu was awesome at swallowing the beast swarm. You must know that at this time, the Sarno devouring swarm was fighting on multiple fronts. In addition to resisting the vassal coalitions of two advanced civilizations, there were also attacks from civilization fleets in other directions. This guy can not only resist two coalition forces, but also resist sneak attacks from other civilizations at the same time. He is worthy of being a powerful civilization that can single-handedly fight against an alliance of 25 level 5 civilizations. However, no matter how powerful it is not an advanced civilization. And no matter how well it performs now, it cannot change the final outcome. It's also the case that the main forces of the two advanced civilizations are not here now. They are all in the process of integration, observing the movements of the opponent's main forces, and in a stalemate in the void. Once a fallen civilization awakens, it will be difficult to recover to its peak state without decades. Although the war in heaven has begun, the two advanced civilizations are not yet ready to take action. Now it is just a precursor, and those who take action are vassals. Why does the fallen awakening recruit dogs everywhere? Besides looking down on ordinary civilizations, they won't commit genocide, so they can only recruit them as vassals and share some of the pressure. Although the combat effectiveness of the fleets of conventional civilizations is poor, their numbers are indeed large, and they are still qualified to be cannon fodder. Li Qin did not go to the front line of the battle, nor did he know how huge the battlefield would be with a total of 80,000 to 90,000 divisions on both sides. But one could imagine how spectacular it would be. This is a terrifying number that cannot be achieved even if all the ships of human civilization and civilian players are added together. But it is only a precursor to the war in heaven, and has not yet entered the formal stage of the war in heaven. It's so exciting. Li Qin also looked forward to having such a large fleet someday. If he had tens of thousands of level 7 fearless divisions, he would have the courage to declare war directly on any advanced civilization. It's still lacking destiny points. As time went by, the battle became a stalemate. Even advanced civilizations do not have a super-clearing artifact like his Light of Divine Judgment. At most, they have something like a Nova projector, but there are not many such ultimate weapons, and they cannot change the situation in a super battlefield with as many as 80,000 to 90,000 standard divisions. This kind of battle still depends on the crazy consumption of warships on both sides, and the role of the conventional fleet is reflected at this time. One day, a month and a half after he arrived at the temporary command center, Li Qin was chatting with several other senior generals of the vassal civilization who were also summoned. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked in a certain direction with a look of surprise on his face. An immortal being has arrived. He could recognize the familiar evil will at a glance. It was the will of the Lord of Destruction, Sarnor. This means that an important higher-level descendant of the Lord of Destruction has just arrived. All swarm civilization masters will have some important advanced sub-bodies, and the higher the ranking, the stronger the strength. According to the strength of Sarnu, the Lord of Destruction, the one who can reach the immortal level is definitely one of the top 10 advanced sub-bodies. In other words, in addition to the Overlord whose strength is unknown, the Sarno devouring beast swarm also has at least 10 immortal level offspring, who are extremely powerful. Almost immediately after the sub-body with immortal level psychic power descended, Li Qing sensed that an immortal-level psychic will suddenly emerge from a war star in the center of the temporary commander's base, and then quickly disappeared. It is estimated that the space has been opened up and entered the subspace. This is a unique way of traveling for immortal psychics. They can simply tear open space and enter the subspace, then rely on their powerful will to locate galaxies thousands of light years away and teleport directly through the subspace. The distance of a single transmission is longer than the jump distance of ordinary ships, but not as good as the hyperspace jump of ships above mobile fortresses. However, it is more convenient, flexible and fast. The top-ranked incarnation of the Lord of Destruction of Sarnor has appeared, and they must have an immortal psychic of the same level to compete. When a psychic reaches the first level of immortality, his combat power will undergo a qualitative change. No matter how strong he was before, he could only deal with small fleets. After becoming immortal, his psychic power strength changed qualitatively, and was able to influence the outcome of ultra-large-scale battles. Not to mention that immortal-level psychics can directly influence the commander's will. Let's just talk about the psychic's most powerful signature move, the Psionic Storm. A psionic storm from an immortal-level psychic can cover a range with a diameter of tens of millions of kilometers. A psychic storm will directly strangle all small and medium-sized warships within the range, and battleships above the flagship will also be greatly affected. The powerful psychic energy directly destroyed the flagship's electronic equipment and paralyzed it. In addition, immortal-level psychics have several terrifyingly powerful skills, including the Void Blast, which is more powerful than the ultimate weapon, the Star Blaster. Therefore, when a psychic reaches the immortal level or above, he can be called a strategic level existence, and his power and function are even greater than that of a mobile battle star. Like the alliance between humans and Bruven, if either side could produce an immortal psychic, the outcome would be decided without having to remain deadlocked for so many years. With the combat power of an immortal level psychic, it is easy to cross the border and enter the heart of civilization to cause destruction. Although the civilization artifact can suppress immortal psychics and prevent them from teleporting at will, it cannot suppress them completely. Immortal psychics can communicate with the virtual world and escape into the virtual world after consuming a large amount of psychic energy and time. More importantly, even if they cannot teleport at will, the normal flying speed of an immortal-class psychic is faster than the fastest destroyer. If you want to surround and kill an immortal psychic, it is basically impossible to do it without the suppression of immortal psychics of the same level. Unless you are stubborn and want to die. It is well known that the suppression of civilization artifacts has its limits. Once the time is up, the world will be ruled by immortal psychics again. Therefore, once an immortal psychic is born in any civilization, its status in the world will instantly soar. Even advanced civilizations cannot ignore it, and will be respected. Li Qing had been looking for an opportunity to intervene, and show his strength to the suzerain country in order to gain a higher status and authority to realize his plan. Here comes the opportunity. Chapter 329 Respect from Higher Civilization. However, Li Qing has not taken any action yet, because now is not the right opportunity. Since Sarnor the Lord of Destruction has already dispatched high-level immortal offspring. This is just the beginning, and there will definitely be a series of changes afterwards. He doesn't need to be anxious. Just wait. The war has just begun, and it will intensify. He has to find a suitable opportunity to maximize his value, so as to gain the attention of the Fionu revitalized empire and obtain sufficient authority. Although the man has not gone there, with his powerful immortal will, he can clearly sense through the subspace that two equally powerful wills are colliding violently several light years away. In his perception, the two immortal wills were not much different, but neither was as strong as his own. After Li Qing was promoted to immortal, his spiritual energy strength started from 100 million. After the promotion, his spiritual energy has been increasing at an extremely fast speed. Now his basic spiritual energy has exceeded 130 million. He expected that this crazy growth would continue until it reached a certain threshold and then slowed down. Yes, it will not stop. The growth rate will just slow down slightly, and it will continue to grow. As the master of the negative star, his limit will exceed the imagination of the normal immortal spiritual ability. In fact, when the complete negative star civilization was at its peak, any ordinary negative star civilizer was not immortal. A transcendent civilization that spans the cosmic era is a super-god level civilization that gathers all the wisdom and essence of the entire civilization at that time. How could it be an ordinary immortal? 130 million psychic energies. plus a 200% bonus from the civilization artifact. The light of the negative star. That's a psychic energy strength of 390 million, which is already considered a senior level immortal level psychic. I can only say that it is worthy of being a miraculous relic and a sacred artifact of civilization. And the effect is really amazing. This 200% bonus is a literal bonus, not a basic strength bonus. According to the classification of psychic strength, a normal psychic strength of 100 million increases by 200%, which means triple the strength, or 200 million psychic strength. But the 200% bonus of the light of the negative star is a literal bonus, from 100 million to 300 million. But according to the division of psychic power strength, the super psychic has 1 energy level for every 10 million psychic power strength, and the immortal psychic has 1 energy level for every 100 million psychic power strength, and each level increases by 3 times. In other words, the strength of 300 million spiritual energy is 9 times that of 100 million. The war continued, with only 1 immortal level psychic appearing on the battlefield from either side, after a fierce battle that lasted for a full half-month with no clear winner. The two sides seemed to be in a stalemate again. However, the brutality of the battle was made even more cruel because of the stalemate. Li Qing received battle reports from His Highness Chang Yongchen every day. In addition to the loss of the human support fleet, there is also the approximate damage on the battlefield of the battle. In the half-month since his arrival, the size of the human support fleet has shrunk by nearly 1/7, coupled with the various losses from previous consecutive wars. The size of the human support fleet is now less than half of its original size. At this time, the commander-in-chief of the headquarters had already issued an order, asking Chang Yongchen to find a way to replenish the fleet. It can be done by purchasing from other civilizations, or by transferring troops from human civilization. Li Qing happened to be the rotating chairman, and he decisively convened a temporary elders meeting to recruit a conventional fleet of 1,000 standard divisions from the empire. Anyway, there is no war in human civilization now, so these fleets can still be freed up. When the fleet is transferred here, I will be in charge of it. Next comes the waiting. Thanks to the establishment of the Stargate channel, the fleet will gather in the Galan Galaxy and then be commanded by Li Qi. It is worth mentioning that Li Lai, Li Qihong, Cha Feng and other close subordinates who have been following him have all become star negatives. Although they are not complete star negatives, they are much stronger than servants of light. At least their super strong star negative talents will not be bad. This is their reward. Don't think that they seem to be keeping a low profile these days. That's just because they didn't come out. Over the years, they have been staying in Galan territory, diligently governing the various star regions in the territory. From territory management to leading the fleet to clear out the pirates in the starfield shipping lanes of the territory. He has been working hard and never stopped. Although Li Qing is very strong now, he cannot split himself. Even though he now has the strength to fight against a super fleet alone. His strength is getting stronger as he unlocks the universe in his palm. But no matter how strong he is still alone. In the sea of stars full of civilizations, one person really can't make it alone. Many things require subordinates. For example, his own fleet needs many middle and lower level officers to carry out his orders. And the construction of battleships and war stars requires a large number of engineers to manufacture them. And so on. Even if the palm-held universe is completely restored in the future, it will be impossible for one person to do all the work, and a large number of hands will still be needed to assist. A huge mobile war planet is extremely powerful, but if it is missing many key parts, it cannot be operated, especially in the future. When we cross the cosmic era, we will also need the power of all the negative stars. In the cosmic age, civilization is the main theme, and no matter how strong an individual is, he has his limits. Unless, like the swarm civilization, it can split into billions of clones to replace its subordinates. But then again, what is the difference between billions of offspring and subordinates? Time passed slowly and peacefully, and the battle was also protracted, with both sides wasting time. Most of the battle reports Li Qing saw every day were about the losses of conventional fleets. Every day, the entire coalition lost at least hundreds of divisions of fleets. When the battle was fierce, 400 to 500 standard divisions of fleets could be lost in a day, and occasionally 1 or 2 mobile fortresses would be lost. A mobile fortress that can sweep and crush lower-level civilizations is just a target here. The two sides have more than 20 mobile battle stars in total, and one shot is a regular mobile fortress. Even an advanced mobile combat star cannot withstand the concentrated fire of two mobile combat stars. Both sides tacitly moved the mobile fortresses to other directions, and did not place them in the main battlefield in front of the opposing battle star. Otherwise, as many as possible would be blown up. The brutal battle lasted for 12 days. Even though both sides had assembled tens of thousands of divisions, it was difficult to withstand such a loss rate. After all, there were at least 100 standard divisions lost in a day, and as many as 4 or 5 standard divisions lost in a month, which meant 3 to 5,000 standard divisions lost in a month. Not to mention the mobile fortresses that were lost from time to time. Although the fleets of both sides number in the tens of thousands, it is impossible for them to be exhausted all the time. By the end of the first month after Li Qing's arrival, both sides began to gather their main forces for a head-on decisive battle. At the same time, the immortal-level psychics, who had occasionally rested before, began fighting more and more frequently. "It's almost my turn." Li Qing twisted his neck, stood up, and looked out the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Just as he was about to speak, his eyelids jumped. At this moment, he sensed the powerful will of a third immortal-level psychic suddenly emerging in the distance. And then less than a second later, the powerful will of a fourth immortal-level psychic appeared. The same frequency. The same evil will. The newly appeared ones are all immortal high-level descendants of the Lord of Destruction of Sarnu. But soon, he felt the will of the fifth immortal-level psychic. A total of 5 wills were fighting together, and the situation immediately became chaotic. In less than a minute, the breath of one of the Noah immortal psychics quickly became weak, as if he was injured. Li Qing's thoughts turned, and he immediately guessed what had happened. It is obvious that as the war escalates, both sides have sent reinforcements. Another immortal-level psychic has arrived from the Finwar Resurrection Empire, but he hid himself and came quietly, probably intending to launch a sneak attack. But he didn't expect that the Lord of Destruction of Sarnu would send 2 immortal-level advanced sub-bodies at once. They came directly without any hiding, and caught the Noah immortal off guard. The hidden Noah immortal had to show up to resist. But 2 fists were no match for 3 hands. The key was that among the 3 immortal high-level sub-bodies of the Sarnu Destruction Lord, one was ranked very high, and his strength was far beyond the other high-level sub-bodies, and the 2 Noah immortals. "It's my turn to take action." Li Qing turned on the command center's communication and immediately saw a senior Norwegian officer with an anxious look on his face, speaking loudly to the side, appear in front of the light curtain. I have met the senior military officer several times before, and most of the time he was calm and arrogant. But this time he no longer has the arrogance he used to have. Human civilization. Mr. Li Qing, this is wartime. I hope you have a suitable reason to disturb me. Li Qing smiled slightly, and with a thought, the space behind his head twisted, and a circle of distorted light quickly expanded, revealing the scene behind the light circle. Just then, a torrent of real spiritual energy exploded and hit the light circle, but was blocked by an invisible force. Faintly, one can see a chaotic starry sky behind, with several distorted figures whose shapes cannot be seen clearly, and colliding back and forth madly. Li Qing said in a deep voice, "I found that the Lord of Destruction Sarnor sent out 3 high-level descendants. Your Highnesses are in a bad situation now. I hope the command will allow me to go and provide support." When the senior officer saw the abnormality on Li Qing's body, his pupils slightly dilated, and his face first showed a trace of shock, followed by joy, and then his face became serious, and he said in a deep voice with a trace of respect, "Your Highness Li Qing, in the name of the command headquarters, you are allowed to go and provide support." After a pause, he added, "If possible, please rescue the 2 princes." Li Qing smiled and nodded. "I will rescue the 2 princes." He could clearly feel the difference in tone, and the difference in address. Before, he was addressed as His Excellency Li Qing, even though he was the Lord of the Star Sea, and was respectfully called His Highness within human civilization. He was not much different from a military lord in the eyes of higher civilizations. But His Highness is different. This is a respectful title within advanced civilizations. Generally, only the dozens of Grand Dukes and immortal-level psychics within the Fionnuo Renaissance Empire can receive this honorific title. In the entire Fionnuo Renaissance Empire, the total number of people who are qualified to receive this title is definitely less than 60. Today, Li Qing has demonstrated immortal-level psychic power, and is already one of them. Without hesitation, he tore through space and entered the subspace, flying towards the frontline battle galaxy several light-years away. This was the first time Li Qing entered the subspace after being promoted to immortal. People with different strengths have different perceptions of the subspace. This time, under the gaze of the immortal will, the subspace was no longer a void as before, but layers of wrinkled spatial texture began to appear. At the same time, with his immortal level psychic perception, he discovered that the subspace was not empty. In the past, he could not feel anything when he entered the subspace. He only knew that there were many unique spaces deep in the subspace, and the legendary high-dimensional demons were lurking in a huge world deep in the subspace. But before, I was not strong enough, so I could neither see nor sense it. Now that my strength has reached the required level, I can already sense the spaces within the subspace, as well as the existence of subspaces hidden within these spaces. When his immortal will swept through, he could clearly see irregular outlines emerging inside the space that was invisible to the naked eye. When his immortal will swept through them, they fled into the depths of the subspace as if they were electrocuted. Li Qing did not stay here for too long. He turned his head to look in a certain direction, stretched out his hand and pulled. A crack appeared, and he drilled into it. Behind the crack is the galaxy where the 5 immortal beings are fighting each other. It is also the galaxy where the battle takes place. However, their battle area is not inside the galaxy, but in the circumgalactic meteorite belt outside the galaxy's gravitational well, which is between the so-called Kuiper belt and the Oort cloud. 5 immortal psychics released their powerful psychic energy, which turned into 5 huge psychic light balls that collided with each other in the simplest and most plain way. The energy of each collision is enough to easily crush a titan into powder, and enough to knock an asteroid out of orbit. There is not much difference in the size of the psychic light ball. The strength of immortal psychics is mainly distinguished by the texture of the psychic light ball. The more material the psychic energy is, the stronger it is. Among the 5 immortal psychics, 3 are exactly the same in nature, and one of them is exceptionally powerful. Every collision will cause a large amount of crystal light from the light ball incarnated by one of the Noah immortals to shatter and fly everywhere. The psychic light ball did not shrink as a result, but its texture became noticeably more illusory and transparent. Li Qing's unconcealed immortal will immediately attracted the attention of the 5 immortal beings in the melee. The 2 Noah immortals immediately realized that he was reinforcements and quickly approached him. But immediately a high-level descendant of the Sarnor destruction lord rushed towards him. Li Qing's mouth curled up, revealing a hint of cruelty that was no longer hidden, and his figure disappeared in a flash. The next second, a huge psychic sphere appeared out of thin air in the void. Its surface almost completely materialized and crystalline, and it slammed into the oncoming psychic light ball like Mars hitting the Earth. Boom! They collided with each other at a speed that was almost faster than lightning, and a substantial distorted shock wave exploded with the point of collision as the center, mixing with the broken crystal light in the sky to form a huge distorted crystal ring, sweeping in all directions at a speed close to that of light. The spiritual energy gap was more than 10 times, and the oncoming immortal sub-body of Sarno was caught off guard and knocked unconscious by the blow 10 times its size, and was fixed in the starry sky without moving. The psychic light ball representing its existence turned transparent and was almost invisible if one didn't look carefully. His attack was so powerful that he almost killed his opponent on the spot. Chapter 330, The Immortal Battle in the Warp. This violent attack of his directly stunned the man. Literally stunned. Even an immortal level would cause him to be distracted for a tenth of a second. For ordinary people, 1/10 of a second is just like a blink of an eye. But for immortal beings, 1/10 of a second can do a lot of things. He appeared in a flash above the immortal sub-body of Sarnu with his arms open. As he raised his hands, a huge phantom of a god as big as a planet quickly emerged behind him. Starlight surrounded the giant glass arms that rose up, and as he inserted his hands down, the huge arms of the god also inserted down fiercely. Boom! The almost invisible transparent psychic light ball shattered, and Li Qing inserted his arms fiercely behind the head of this immortal level sub-body, and his crystallized hand stabbed fiercely into the brain. At this time, the immortal sub-body of the Lord of Destruction of Sarnor had already reacted and felt the unprecedented crisis. His mouth quickly opened to the ears and let out a silent cry. His pupils quickly turned into black hole vortexes, and a powerful attraction that could devour the soul spread out. An extremely huge will that originated from the immortal sub-body, but was countless times more powerful, surged out from the sub-body. The will of Sarnor, the Lord of Destruction, descends through his offspring. But it was too late, since he had already started. How could Li Qing give his opponent a chance to turn the tables? Moreover, The will of the Lord of Destruction of Sarnu is descending with the help of a sub-body. The power of its descent at this time is limited. And the threat he feels at this time is slightly stronger than that of Li Qing at this time. But it takes time to arrive. And the power just unleashed is still not as strong as the full-strength attack of the negative star overlord. The crystalline hands fiercely inserted into the sub-body's head. And only a buzzing sound was heard. The immortal sub-body shook violently. And the unimaginable angry will made a silent roar. At a certain second, the body of the immortal sub-body quickly solidified and became unable to move. And then suddenly exploded. Li Qing did not move, still keeping his hands inserted. And the invisible force field between them was binding a ball of violently jumping light. This scene stunned the two Noah immortals. And the other two immortal offspring of the Sarnoa Destruction Lord were stunned for a moment. The strongest one among them suddenly changed his eyes. And his aura expanded rapidly, becoming more than twice as strong in the blink of an eye. This also woke up Li Qing. He grabbed the light ball in his palm with both hands and squeezed it hard. The light ball disappeared, leaving only a little dazzling starlight that merged into his palm. After doing this, he looked up at the approaching Sarnoa Lord of Destruction. Two Norn immortals were approaching him, and one of them said, "We need to hold on for half an hour. After half an hour, His Royal Highness Prince Ernuvan will come with the Imperial Immortals to support us." Li Qing nodded and said, "I will deal with the coming Lord of Destruction." "Please!" The two Norn immortals breathed a sigh of relief. There was no other way. He was the only one on the scene who was strong enough to resist the arrival of the Sarnoa Destruction Overlord. The psychic strength of these two Noah immortals was between 120 and 130 million. Facing the Sarnoa Destruction Overlord, whose condensed psychic strength and willpower were almost catching up with his own, he could be killed instantly in just 2 or 3 moves. The will of Sarnoa, the Lord of Destruction, came very quickly, and it was completed in less than 3 seconds. When his eyes opened, the starry sky suddenly lit up. Li Qing vaguely saw an extremely huge shadow emerging, and an inexplicable pressure came over him. Without any nonsense, the immortal sub-body of Sarnoa stretched out a palm with only 4 fingers and pressed down. In an instant, it was as if the starry sky turned upside down. The void collapsed, and an indescribable force pressed down. Li Qing's whole body was burning with flames. He took a deep breath, raised his arms, and pressed them against the sky. Buzz! In the void thousands of kilometers away from Li Qing, the space suddenly twisted violently. The space became blurred, and layers of violent tremors quickly spread around with the twisted point as the center. There are no fancy techniques, just pure force. The will of the Lord of Destruction, Sarnoa, came head-on with its powerful psychic power and will. But unexpectedly, this was blocked by Li Qing. Although it was slightly inferior, it was indeed blocked. The gap is really not that big. It is not easy to suppress him. It is basically impossible to crush him by force. At least, he cannot be suppressed for a while. On the other side, 2 Noah immortals surrounded the remaining Sarnoa advanced sub-body on both sides. If the difference was not big, 2 against 1 would definitely have the upper hand, according to the power gap between the 2 sides. Before the will of the Lord Sarnoa overwhelms Li Qing, the immortal sub-body on the other side will definitely be defeated in advance. Both sides were extremely intelligent, and they quickly calculated the final result. Less than 30 seconds later, Sarnoa's will of destruction released its suppression on Li Qing, turned into a twisted object, and pounced on the 2 Noah immortals. Although the 2 Noah immortals were besieging the immortal sub-body, they had been paying attention to the movements of the Lord of Destruction. When they saw the huge will that made their scalps tingle rushing towards them, they immediately fled to the left and right. Li Qing quickly stepped forward to contain them. The will of Sarnoa, the Lord of Destruction, did not chase after the 2 Noah immortals, but only protected his other immortal sub-body and confronted Li Qing. The situation is now very clear. Both sides have their strengths and weaknesses. As long as Li Qing can contain the powerful will of the Lord of Destruction of Sarnoa, neither side can do anything to the other, at least before His Royal Highness Prince Renoin, who revived the Empire of Fianu, arrived. They could not do anything to these 2 immortal bodies. Correspondingly, if the Lord of Destruction of Sarnoa does not transfer more immortal offspring later, once Prince Reno arrives, the Renaissance Empire will be stronger in terms of immortal level power. After all, it is an advanced civilization with millions of years of history. Even if it does not take the route of universal psychic ascension, it can still accumulate a large number of immortal psychics. The Sarnoa devouring swarm only looks at the Overlord and those few immortal-level advanced sub-bodies. Apart from them, given the devouring swarm's political system, it is impossible for there to be any other immortal-level support. This is why Li Qing is not optimistic about the Sarnor Lord of Destruction. The difference in high-end combat power is too great, compared to the Fianu Restoration Empire, which has at least 50 immortal psychics. The Sarnu Devouring Swarm has at most a dozen immortal high-level offspring. Perhaps the Sarnu Destruction Lord is very powerful. Probably even more powerful than the Supreme Emperor of the Fianu Restoration Empire. After all, he is the master of a hive that combines the strength of all individuals in the entire colony. His psychic power and willpower are difficult for an individual to match. But the difference in numbers is too great. As long as a few powerful immortal-level psychics unite to resist the true body of Sarnu the Lord of Destruction, and then eliminate the immortal sub-bodies one by one, the remaining true bodies of the Lord of Destruction will be like fish on the chopping board, ready to be harvested. Sarnu the Lord of Destruction also knew this. But he had no choice. An advanced civilization that had existed for millions of years was really not something he could resist. If it were a little later, we would have had a chance to defeat the Pangalactic Defense Alliance and seize their territory. And our civilization would have expanded a lot again. At that time, with our strength greatly increased, we might have been able to directly resist the attack of the advanced civilization. At the very least, it can demonstrate enough strength to negotiate terms. But unfortunately, there are no ifs in the world. Since the Lord of Destruction of Sarnor did not attack, Li Qing naturally would not take the initiative. Prince Renoan would arrive in half an hour. Wouldn't it be great to join forces with the immortal psychers of the Renaissance Empire to besiege him? He has now demonstrated his strength, gained the attention of the Empire, and achieved his goal. So naturally he doesn't need to take any more risks. Half an hour passed in a flash. For such a super battle involving dozens of mobile battle stars, and 70,000 to 80,000 divisions, the loss in half an hour was at least a dozen divisions. More than a dozen divisions were considered a complete annihilation for the young military leader. But compared to the entire battlefield, this damage is just a drop in the bucket. Around the 34th minute, Li Qing sensed the unusual fluctuations in the nearby subspace. A no immortal on his left smiled and said, "His Highness Renovan is here." As soon as the words fell, the starry sky in front of them twisted and exploded, and the surging subspace energy gushed out to form a huge vortex. And figures shrouded in powerful psychic energy walked out of it. Li Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, and he saw 7 figures in the center of the gushing energy vortex. The one in the middle had a very powerful aura, only slightly inferior to his own. With the help of civilization artifacts, his own spiritual energy is about 390 million. And this one is estimated to be more than 350 million. The total strength is about 80% to 90% of his own. The subspace channel slowly closed. The energy tide subsided, and the 7 figures condensed into shape. All of them were Noah people. After the arrival of the Noah people immortals, the first thing they looked at was Li Qing. The Prince Renoan in the middle strode up to Li Qing. After a while, the serious stone man showed a hint of tenderness on his face, and said in a deep voice, "Thank you, Your Highness Li Qing, for your timely support. The Empire will remember your contribution." Li Qing put his hand on his chest, bowed and said, "As a soldier of the Empire, it is my duty." Prince Renovan nodded and said seriously, "I will convey His Highness Li Qing's loyalty to His Majesty the Supreme Emperor, and he will be rewarded after the war." "Thank you so much." Li Qing had a very good attitude and seemed to be thinking about the Empire. "Until you are ready, you have to bow your head." His attitude made Prince Renovan very satisfied. The Nor people are silicon-based creatures. In other words, stone men. They don't have many facial expressions, and usually don't show anything. But at this moment, they showed a rare kind expression. Li Qing knew very well that it all came down to his strength. The strength he displayed was not that of an ordinary immortal psychic, but an immortal psychic whose strength was comparable to that of the upper level of the Empire. There were only a few with such strength in the entire Fionio Renaissance Empire, and it was certainly worthy of attention. It can be said that the strength he has demonstrated now is more important to the Fianu Restoration Empire than the entire civilization of several civilizations ranked at the bottom among its many vassal states. Prince Renoan, whose strength is not much different from Li Qingjia, is already strong enough to suppress the will of the Sarnu Lord of Destruction to come. The remaining 9 No Immortals can easily crush the other immortal subbody to death. But when they were ready to take action, they found that the will of the Destruction Lord of Sarnu, which was just tens of millions of kilometers away, had retreated to nearly 100 million kilometers away and was still retreating rapidly. Want to escape? Forget it, Prince Renoan snorted coldly. And with his hands he tore open the space and entered the subspace, followed by the other no immortals. There is no need for immortal psychics to travel slowly. They can just determine their position and use the subspace to transfer, thus crossing hundreds of millions of kilometers in just tens of seconds. Li Qing looked up into the distance and also entered the subspace. As soon as he entered the subspace, Li Qing leaned back subconsciously with a look of surprise on his face. In the ethereal subspace ahead, in addition to the will of the Lord of Destruction of Sarnor and another immortal sub-body, there are actually several other beings that also exude immortal aura. They were 4 evil beings from the depths of the warp. Each of them was extremely powerful, and their evil will was stronger than that of the no immortals. The number is slightly less, but taken together, they are probably stronger than the 7 no immortals. I was wondering why they entered the subspace to fight. It turns out they found help. As a powerful immortal being, Sarnor, the Lord of Destruction's main body, cannot move, apart from understanding the outside world through his sub-body. The only thing he can do is to enter the subspace to explore with his strong will. After a while, it is not surprising to get to know some powerful beings in the subspace. No one knows what price he paid, but he just casually invited 4 immortal-level subspace beings to help. However, His Royal Highness Prince Renoan rushed forward without hesitation. The spiritual energy in his body erupted like a volcano, and his body expanded rapidly. It soon condensed into a spiritual entity as huge as a planet, surrounded by spiritual energy flames, like a god. The other 7 no immortals did the same, quickly transforming into psychic entities and rushing forward. Li Qing narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw this, and with a thought, dazzling flames also burst out from his body. This is not to say that these no immortals have also acquired the racial traits of a god-level civilization, like the negative stars. This move is just the materialization of a big move of psychic energy that can only be performed by immortal-level psychics in the subspace. Only when there is no bondage and suppression from the material universe in the warp space can one use one's powerful psychic power and will to create a new body that can fully exert one's psychic power, specifically to deal with warp space beings without a physical body. Generally speaking, powerful super psychics can also use this move, but under normal circumstances, only immortal-level psychics can use this move at will. The psychic entities condensed by each immortal psychic are different. Even those of the same race are only roughly the same, with different details. This is true for these 8 no immortals. The psychic entity condensed by Li Qing was directly based on the appearance of the negative star person, and turned into a giant glass god that could reach the sky. He was surrounded by endless starlight and psychic flames with every move he made. Anyway, he is the first human immortal, so it is normal for the condensed psychic entity to be unusual. In the state of psychic entity, the speed of psychic energy activation is further improved, and every move of psychic energy will be accompanied by its own powerful immortal will, which can create a double impact of psychic energy and will on the enemy. After the transformation, Li Qingmai used his super long legs that were over 10,000 kilometers high to rush towards the descending body of the Lord of Destruction of Sarnu to condense the psychic entity. Chapter 331. Capturing Sarno's Destruction Lord's coming body. The psychic entity condensed by the advent of the Lord of Destruction of Sarnor is a humanoid monster condensed from thick black flames, taller than anyone present. This thing has a human-shaped body and an octopus-like head. Behind its head hangs a circle of twisted tentacles, and its several thick arms are also tentacled. It looks very much like Cthulhu from a certain myth or legend on Earth. If it were in the real universe, the true strength of a psychic would only be known after the fight. In the subspace, the true strength of a psychic can be measured by the size of the psychic entity, and it must be true and cannot be faked. In the subspace, the more powerful the being, the larger its size. You can use various methods to hide your true body size, but there is absolutely no situation where a human-sized subspace individual is stronger than a planet-sized subspace individual. Of course, body size is only a measure of the total amount of spiritual energy and strength of will. The specific outcome can only be known after the fight. The size difference is too big, and they can be crushed infinitely. But if the difference in strength is not too big, you can use some combat skills and combat experience to defeat the strong with the weak, or some special explosive psychic secrets. The size difference between Prince Renoan and the descended body of the Lord of Destruction of Sarnu, who had already broken out in a battle, was like the difference between lightweight and middleweight. There was a difference of one weight class, but they could fight with the help of experience and skills. Not to mention that Li Qing also belongs to the lightweight category and rushed towards the battlefield with huge strides. There is no concept of space in the subspace. With just one step, he crossed the distance and arrived behind the descended body of the Lord of Destruction of Sarnu. Prince Renowan, who was experienced in combat, immediately raised his arms, and his materialized arms quickly turned into two silver chains that flew out and inserted into the body of the Lord of Destruction of Sarnu and locked it tightly. Li Qing decisively seized the opportunity created by Prince Renowan. His pupils exploded with a strong light, and his immortal will condensed into a dazzling ray of light that hit the head of Sarnu, the Lord of Destruction. The struggling Lord of Destruction froze in place, and his arms quickly crystallized into thorns that fiercely stabbed into the Lord of Destruction's brain. But the will of the Lord of Destruction's descended body was much stronger than that of the immortal sub-body. It woke up almost instantly, its pupils spewing flames, and a circle of tentacles around its head quickly expanded and flew out, circling around and binding Li Qing. At the same time, two thick tentacles emerged and stabbed towards his forehead in the opposite direction. The moment the black flame came into contact with the glass starlight, there was a crackling sound, and a violent rejection reaction occurred at the point where the tentacles came into contact with the glass body. The tentacles that were stabbing towards his forehead suddenly stopped and tightened when they were a certain distance away from his forehead. Prince Renowan behind him exerted force to grab the body of the Lord of Destruction. Li Qing took the opportunity to stab the Lord of Destruction's body in the forehead with both arms. Buzz! Along with a circle of distortion and explosion, the part of Li Qing's glass arms, which were condensed from spiritual energy, that was in contact with the back of the head of the Lord of Destruction collapsed. The Lord of Destruction reacted, and the back of his head twisted, and a new face condensed out of thin air. He opened his mouth and spewed out a powerful evil will, which turned into an invisible distortion and forced Li Qing to lean back. When he came to his senses, his whole body shook violently, and a thick tentacle had already pierced through his chest. The surging black flames continued to explode, and waves of black flame spread around along the wound, constantly colliding with the star flame surrounding his body. Li Qing grabbed the Lord of Destruction with his newly condensed hands and grinned. Amid the sudden palpitations of the Lord of Destruction, he communicated with the hundreds of negative stars and several negative star venerables in the universe in his palm through his will. With the authority of the Lord, he borrowed their spiritual energy and will, and condensed a thin crystalline chain in his chest cavity to wrap around the tentacles that passed through his chest. At the moment of contact, the Lord of Destruction showed a shocked expression on his face, and the tentacles that passed through Li Qing's glass-like psychic body trembled wildly and tried to withdraw. But it was too late. Although the crystalline chain was small, it contained the spiritual energy and will of hundreds of negative stars and 3 negative star venerables. They may not be very strong in psychic power, but all the negative star people have immortal wills and can fully exert their power in the palm of the universe. What does it mean when hundreds of immortal wills unite together? A trace of fear appeared on the face of the descended body of Sarnor, the Lord of Destruction, and a dangerous aura quickly emerged from his body. But this dangerous aura extended upward along Li Qing's chest-piercing tentacles with a crystalline chain at an extremely fast speed, alternating back and forth to cover the tentacles like a crystalline network, and quickly extended to the body of the descended body of the Lord of Destruction of Sarnor. From a distance, it looked like a layer of exquisite crystalline pattern was imprinted on the body's surface. The Lord of Destruction's descending body was a step slow in its decisive self-destruction, and was quickly suppressed as it was covered by the crystalline pattern, and the dangerous aura was quickly subsided. At the same time, although His Royal Highness Prince Renowan on the other side of the Lord of Destruction did not know what had happened, he saw that the aura of the Lord of Destruction's descended body of Sarnu was rapidly weakening, and immediately seized the opportunity to suppress it with all his strength. This further reduced the resistance of the Lord of Destruction's descended body, and the crystalline network spread rapidly, soon completely covering the huge body of the Lord of Destruction's descended body. When it was completely covered, the descended body of Sarnu, the Lord of Destruction, completely lost its response, as if it was sealed. Prince Renowan on the opposite side only reacted at this time with a look of horror on his face. Li Qing stretched out his hand and pressed lightly, and the crystalline chain lit up with flames. The psychic entity of the Lord of Destruction inside burned rapidly, and its size shrank rapidly. While practicing, he explained, "Your Highness knows that under normal circumstances, It is impossible for me to possess immortal level psychic power at such a young age. The reason I am able to have my current strength is that I once obtained a legacy from an ancient immortal level psychic during an adventure. In addition to allowing me to quickly acquire such powerful spiritual power, there is also a special holy relic that allows me to temporarily borrow a very powerful force. Prince Renowan showed envy on his face after hearing this and said, "Luck is also a kind of strength." He had no doubt that in this situation Fiano would restore the empire on his own. Immortals who die due to special reasons will strip off their spiritual energy and will store them. And their descendants, who meet the requirements, can inherit this power. You should know that immortal psychics are not really immortal. In theory, their natural lifespan is infinite. But I have basically never heard of any immortal psychic dying of natural old age. But when immortal psychers have nothing to do, they will mostly travel into the warp, looking for opportunities, or hunting some pure and powerful warp-will entities to strengthen themselves. There are many immortal level beings in the dangerous depths of the warp. While they are hunting, they may naturally be hunted back by the beings in the warp, not to mention being caught on the spot. Some were able to escape at the risk of their lives, and would find ways to pass on their power. Like when the Fiano civilization fell, these immortals were not idle, and would occasionally enter the warp. One thing to note is that decline only means that the civilization as a whole is not striving for progress. It does not mean that all members of the civilization have gone to sleep. They should continue to do what they usually do. Opportunities like Li Qing's are rare, but they do exist. After all, being able to escape does not mean you can return home safely. Sometimes some immortals can escape danger, but have no strength to return. Before they die, they will leave everything they have in a corner of the starry sky, waiting for the right person. People with predestined relationships, like Li Qing, have appeared many times in the millions of years of history of the Fiano civilization. They are not too surprised, but they are definitely envious. After Li Qing's proactive explanation, Prince Renowan's doubts were dispelled. After all, he is such a young human being, and no matter how talented he is, it is impossible for him to train his psychic power to this level on his own. Explaining it now saves a lot of trouble. With the help of the power of the negative stars, Li Qing captured the descended body of Sarnu, the Lord of Destruction, alive, and refined it. After the refining, Li Qing planned to find the Lord of Ecos and ask him to refine the will of Sarnu, the Lord of Destruction. Theoretically, all immortals can refine the will of this descended body of the Lord of Destruction. But the efficiency is very slow, and the risk is very high. Those who are not strong enough can easily be killed by the will of the destroyer during the refining process. Even if the strength is stronger than the true body of Sarnor, the Lord of Destruction, the refining process will still be extremely risky. A hive master with a vast territory and individuals, whose will can contain all the knowledge and memories of the entire huge group. This is because the special structure of the swarm overlord can accommodate it. But a single individual cannot. No matter how powerful an immortal is, he is still an individual, faced with the impact of massive knowledge and memory. It is easy for him to be unable to bear it due to insufficient brain capacity, which is equivalent to a crash due to insufficient memory, and thus being seized by the Sarnor overlord of destruction to kill him. Of course, a civilization like the negative stars possesses a mind matrix, which can share the impact of this massive amount of knowledge and memory among many negative stars and servants of light. But the problem is that this kind of refining is two-way. While their wills are in conflict, they can obtain the knowledge and memories of the Lord of Destruction of Sarnor, and the Lord of Destruction of Sarnor can also obtain their knowledge and memories. It would be fine if he could directly refine the Lord of Destruction of Sarnor in one wave. But the problem is that this is just a descended body, and its main body is not here. This wouldn't be a problem if Lord Ecos were to refine it. Ecos himself is also the leader of the swarm, and has enough offspring to withstand the impact. The two-way exchange of knowledge and memory is not a problem at all. The Overlord Ecos cannot compare with the Overlord Sarnu Destruction in terms of strength or technology. The exchange between the two Overlords is definitely a win-win for the Overlord Ecos. He can even take this opportunity to directly obtain the full set of level 6 enhancement technology of the Sarnu Hive. Of course, all this is based on the premise that he does not actively open the universe in his palm to suppress it. If the suppression of the palm-held universe is activated, Lord Sarnu will definitely not be able to sense the descending will that is suppressed in the depths of the palm-held universe. However, Li Qing took into consideration the previous agreement and wanted to find someone to shift the blame to attract the attention of the Lord of Destruction, Sarnu. So he decided to give this benefit to the Lord Ecos. He defeated the descended body of the Lord of Destruction of Sarnu in one go. and the battles in other directions had just begun. The powerful aura of the Lord of Destruction of Sarnor quickly shrank, which made the four immortal beings of the subspace react. Seeing that the Lord of Destruction's body had been captured and refined by Li Qin, they did not come to support him at the first time, but quickly fled. This was just the support that Sarnor, the Lord of Destruction, had summoned with great effort. Now that the master was dead, it was impossible for him to fight to the death. Even another descendant of the Lord of Destruction, seeing this scene, obviously gave up the fight and fled. The no immortals who were fighting against them had no means of restraining them, and could only watch them escape one by one. But it was not a big problem. In this battle, we killed an immortal sub-body, and captured a descended body. The result was considered brilliant. It took a lot of effort to forcibly refine the psychic entity of the Lord of Destruction's descended body, and finally gathered it into a ball of light locked by crystal chains, and put it away. Prince Renoan looked at it with some envy, but said nothing. This is a good thing. Find a way to refine the will and spiritual imprint of the Lord of Destruction of Sarno, and then slowly refine it into pure essence, so that you can absorb it, and quickly improve the strength of your will. In addition to slowly training, the fastest way for an immortal level psychic to increase his strength is to refine other subspace beings. When Li Qin took back his psychic entity, restored his true body, and left the warp, the Sarno devouring swarm was fighting and retreating on the main battlefield. A large number of fleets were moving towards the central battle star, and the undisguised jump fluctuations were rapidly becoming obvious. The no immortals who had freed their hands were killing everyone on the battlefield, without any immortals of the same level to intercept them. Huge psychic storm fields swept across the battlefield, and countless small and medium-sized warships were caught in them and crushed to pieces. Although a psychic storm of this size cannot be activated indefinitely, it can usually only be activated 3 times at most at full strength. Considering the need to retain energy to deal with unexpected situations, the psychic storm will usually stop and recover after being activated twice at full strength. But the 9 immortals swept through the storm field 18 times, with an area of tens of millions of kilometers. And these dozen waves alone destroyed at least 20,000 divisions of small and medium-sized fleets. The battleships were still holding up, but too many small and medium-sized warships were destroyed, leaving a shortage of cannon fodder. Cannon fodder may seem to have little combat power, but we cannot do without them. Without cannon fodder to block the damage, the main battleship or flagship can only bear the damage directly. Every time a batch of battleships is lost, the fleet's strength will be actually reduced. As time goes by, the gap will become larger and larger. Fortunately, the Sarnor fleet was already retreating at this time, after falling into a disadvantage in the immortal battlefield of the warp. The fleet of the real universe had already begun to retreat. The mobile battle stars cannot be stopped, so we can only kill as many as possible while their assembled fleets are jumping and evacuating. 18 waves of super psychic storm swept across, achieving sufficiently rich results. When Li Qin came out of the subspace, he just saw a circle of jump halo of the first mobile war star of Sarnu exploded, and all the warships within tens of millions of kilometers centered on the war star disappeared with the jump. Then the second, the third, and one after another mobile war stars leapt away, and the battlefield quickly became empty. Before he could rush into the battlefield and release the psychic storm, the 12th mobile war planet leapt away with the remaining main force. Only a few scattered or damaged warships were left on the huge battlefield, and altogether there were about 100 divisions. Without the leadership of mobile war stars, it would be impossible for these fleets to escape across the interception field of the war stars, and they would only end up dead. The battle was won, and there was cheering in the command channel. Li Qin did not participate in the cleaning up of the battlefield spoils, but returned to the rear command headquarters with Prince Renowan. Chapter 332: The Specialty of the Thousands of Ekis Beef Club. After the battle, the next step is to clean up the battlefield. But there is no reward, because the war against Salno's devouring bee swallow has not ended, and it is only a staged victory. However, after returning to the headquarters, Li Qin completed the handover ceremony with His Highness Chang Yong-chun and successfully gained command of the remaining human coalition forces. When the handover took place, the human coalition forces had originally sent 1 mobile battle star, 10 war moons, 100 mobile fortresses, and 1,000 standard divisions, but now only had 1 mobile battle star, 9 war moons, 78 large and small mobile fortresses, and 581 standard divisions left. The high-level battle stars and mobile fortresses are still there, but more than 40% of the conventional fleet has been lost. in such a huge coalition. It's actually pretty good. The main reason is that the combat power of the war moon and the 100 mobile fortresses is quite strong. To be honest, this conventional fleet is not very compatible with flagships above fortresses. According to the number of war months and fortresses, it should be equipped with at least 5,000 standard divisions. Now it is only equipped with 1,000, and nearly half of them are lost. With only more than 500 left, the match is not good. It is just like Han Xian, who believed that the more soldiers the better, but only brought a few hundred soldiers, and was unable to display his military genius at all. But it was not a big problem, because Li Qing had personally killed an immortal sub-body, and the descended body of the Lord of Destruction of Sarnor in the immortal battle just now. He had made outstanding contributions, and was promoted now. After he completed the handover with His Highness Chang Yongchun, he received an order from the headquarters, appointing Li Qing as the commander of the newly formed 7th Army of the Allied Forces. In addition to the human fleet, he was also assigned several small fleets from other vassal civilizations. These vassal civilizations came from the depths of other spiral arms that were extremely far away from the Milky Way, far away from the main battlefield of the war in heaven. Logically, it should be difficult for the war in heaven to affect them. However, there are other civilizations near these civilizations that have joined the war in heaven. If they are unwilling to join, if those civilizations want to cause trouble, they will not even have the protection of a suzerain country, and can only actively seek a suzerain country to accept protection. But because the distance is too far, and the strength is average, the size of the fleet is average, and there is no mobile battle star, the Fionnuo Restoration Empire simply looks down upon this small-scale fleet that is neither loved nor cared for, and it has no sense of existence at all. Now that a new army group had just been formed, all the civilization fleets that had not sent mobile war stars were thrown here at once. In total, there were 22 large and small mobile fortresses, and 2,400 standard divisions. They didn't even send a war moon, so we can only say that it was just here to make up the numbers. Li Qing saw the representatives of these civilizations respectively, and was not polite. They compiled their fleets into 3 enhanced legions according to races, namely the 2nd Army, the 3rd Army, and the 4th Army. Then draw the 3 months of war into these 3 legions as the flagship, and use the month of the war to facilitate the transfer of troops. They don't even have a war moon. If they encounter an enemy with a war moon, they will be interfered with and intercepted and cannot escape. He did not communicate seriously with the representatives of these 3 civilizations. These small marginal civilizations were not strong in themselves, and did not take the war in heaven seriously. They all had the mentality of just being there for the fun. So communication was useless. Leaving Sabutin continued to be familiar with the fleet. Li Qing contacted an advanced sub-body dominated by Ecos by the United Fleet's Integrated Free. The territory of the Ecos hive mind is just south of the Sarnu devouring hive, although there is another civilization in between. The distance is not far. In addition, as they are both hive minds, they have always been seriously threatened by the Sarnu overmind. When Fiano revived the empire and formed a coalition, he responded most actively. He directly transferred all the fleets previously stationed in the alliance and independently formed the 5th Army with the power of his own civilization. Lord Ecos didn't know that Li Qing was coming before. This time he didn't send an immortal sub-body, but a high-level sub-body who was good at command. Li Qing communicated with the 7th advanced sub-body of the Lord of Ecos and took a boat to the flagship of the 5th Army, a mobile war planet. The battleship quickly approached the huge monster in the center of the huge fleet. Li Qing looked at Ecos, a mobile war planet with an extremely strange appearance, with great interest and exclaimed, "The universe is so vast. There are so many wonders." This mobile battle star was built by the Lord of Ecos himself. Normally, a level 5 civilization does not have the ability to design and build a mobile war star on its own. Ultimate war weapons like this can usually only be designed by advanced civilizations. The mobile war stars owned by human civilization are all obtained by digging up graves to obtain the construction drawings of mobile war stars designed by advanced civilizations. And then it takes hundreds of years of power by a lord to build them. But Ecos dominated this mobile star designed and built by itself. This is a life planet with a literal life planet, because this mobile battle star is a life body, or a popular biological battleship. The manufacturing principle is simple. Use biological cultivation technology to first create a life form as large as a planet, and then modify it according to your own wishes. The combination of biology and machinery has created a powerful biological mobile war star. It may be slightly inferior to the metal mobile battle star in terms of firepower, but its vitality is stronger. And most importantly, the biological battle star is relatively more flexible and can self-adjust when responding to attacks. The aircraft entered the huge biological battle star. Li Qing stepped out of the spacecraft and stepped on the flesh floor. It faintly felt a faint thought pulse feeling, indicating that this Biosaurus star was alive and self-awareness. The further you go inside, the more obvious the thought pulse becomes. When he arrived deep into the mobile war planet and saw the command center of this mobile war planet, even though Li Qing was knowledgeable, he was stunned for a moment. The command center is a huge nutrient pool wrapped in a thick energy shield. The rich life energy gathers on the surface of the pool and turns into life mist. In the center of the thick fog of life, there was a fleshy ball as big as a house hanging in the air. There were more than a dozen eyes of different sizes on its surface. Countless rays of light flew out of the fleshy ball and shot into the pool of life. Li Qing looked at this huge nutrition pool and the fleshy eyes, and his heart was suddenly. This mobile war planet was actually created by Ecos, using one of his own advanced offspring as the core, which was then infinitely multiplied by flesh and blood into a planet-sized organism, which was then transformed using special technology. In other words, this mobile war planet is actually the 7th advanced sub-body dominated by Ecos. It's amazing. Li Qing came to the huge platform on the other side of the nutrient pool, stood by the pool and looked at the Ecos overlord, who was slowly floating to the edge of the nutrient pool, and said with admiration, "You are truly amazing for creating a biological war planet with your own body." The overlord of Ecos spoke in a resounding voice. "It's not as powerful as you think. It took me tens of thousands of years to complete this biological war planet. But you completed this biological war planet by yourself. We humans can't do it. This is the gift of the swarm civilization." Amazing. The Ecos overlord did not dwell on this question any further. He changed the subject and asked, "My friend, are you here for our last appointment?" Li Qing nodded and said, "The High Command has newly formed the 7th Army. I am now the commander of the 7th Army, and you are the commander of the 5th Army. We can help each other in the battles that will follow. Congratulations, Mr. Li Qing." Li Qing smiled slightly and released a little bit of the immortal level psychic energy that he had been trying hard to hide. The invisible psychic energy distorted the small space where he was. The advanced sub-body of Ecos number 7 suspended in the nutrient pool shook violently, as if it was electrocuted. Then Li Qing felt that his emotions seemed to be stimulated, and all eyes opened and looked over. "Your Highness Li Qing, what are you doing?" Everyone who was seen by more than a dozen things would definitely feel creepy. But Li Qing had seen it even more disgusting and scary. This was nothing at all. "As you can see, I have become immortal." Ecos looked at him in shock, and his breath changed quickly, and quickly rose. Li Qing knew that this was the coming of Ecos's dominance. Soon, the aura of this advanced sub-body in front of him rose above a certain limit, and a powerful immortal will surge out from this sub-body. Countless threads of light flew out and shot into the void and disappeared. At the same time, the surface of the flesh ball twisted and quickly transformed into a human male face that conforms to human aesthetics. The Ecos overlord looked at Li Qing with a smile and spoke human language. "Congratulations, my friend. You have crossed the realm that billions of species dream of and become one of the immortals." Li Qing could clearly feel the change in the tone of Lord Ecos. Although they had a good relationship in the past, the overlord of Ecos only saw his potential and only wanted to make friends with him under the condition of making friends with human civilization. So he attached limited importance to him. But now, as he has been promoted to an immortal, becoming an immortal being with immortal life and psychic powers as powerful as the Lord of Ecos, this respect has been greatly enhanced, and he is truly regarded as a friend. Then they talked for a while, and Li Qing reached out and took out a ball of light, which immediately attracted the attention of the Lord of Ecos. "This is the conscious collection of Salno's destruction dominance?" Before Lord Ecos asked, Li Qing gave the answer and said in a deep voice, "According to our previous agreement, the knowledge and memories contained in the Advent body belong to you, and the essence belongs to me." Ecos responded immediately, "No problem." Li Qing smiled and stretched out his hand to throw the ball of light, which flew out in a parabola towards the energy pool. 2 beams of light shot out from the eyes of the overlord Ecos and hit the light ball. The light ball shook violently, and then a circle of psychic energy exploded. The evil will of the overlord of destruction Sarnu emerged again and wanted to resist. But at this time, it was only a residual will, which could not withstand the suppression of the descending body of the Lord Ecos. It was quickly suppressed and began to be refined. Their cooperation is a match made in heaven. What the Overlord Ecos needs most is the memory and knowledge of the Overlord of Destruction, Sarnu. Although the essence can increase the upper limit of the Immortal's willpower. For the Overlord of Hive Mind, the more subbodies he creates and the larger his territory, the stronger he will naturally be. Essence is also useful, but not necessary. But for individual immortals, the memories and knowledge of Sarnor, the Lord of Destruction, are simply unacceptable and completely useless. The cooperation between the two parties is a perfect match, with each side getting what they need. The remaining will of the Sarno devouring hive was powerless to resist the suppression of the equally immortal Ecos Overlord. And soon all its knowledge and memories were drained away, leaving only the pure essence that was returned to Li Qing. He reached out to take the essence, looked at it carefully, then stretched out his hand and made a fist. And the essence directly merged into his palm. It was not directly fused, but just stored temporarily, and will be carefully examined and refined when I return. Although the cooperation is very good, we still have to be on guard against others and be careful. They didn't talk for long, mainly because Lord Ecos needed to digest some of the memories and knowledge he had obtained from Lord Sarnor of Destruction. After saying goodbye and leaving, Li Qing returned to his own war planet and immediately returned to the universe in his palm. As soon as he entered the black hole gate and appeared in the starry sky of the universe in his palm, he immediately transformed into his true body as a Starnegator. He opened his mouth and spit out 2 balls of essence that flew out and hung in front of him. Then he gathered the powerful will of all the Starnegators and wrapped the 2 balls of essence, which began to burn. After a while, Li Qing opened his eyes. Good. It has indeed been cleaned up, without any residue inside, and no backdoor or anything like that. So you can absorb it with confidence. He opened his mouth and took a breath again. 2 balls of light flew into his mouth and quickly melted, turning into a cool stream that merged into his brain. There is nothing unusual. The complete negative star one is extremely powerful. There would be no unusual thing after fusing 2 essences that pose no threat. Just half an hour later, Li Qing opened his eyes again, with a thought. The attribute panel that he had not seen for a long time appeared in front of him. There doesn't seem to be much difference from before. At least the talents and skills haven't increased or decreased much. But each talent is much stronger than before. Chapter 333: A Sudden Turn. This talent comes from the promotion of the negative star overlord, plus the immortal level psychic. Normally, psychics will have a buff talent, which will increase with the increase of psychic level. Li Qing had it before, and later it was integrated into the Apostle of the Void Realm. After he was promoted to the Lord of the Negative Stars, the Apostle of the Void Realm was integrated into the Lord of the Negative Stars. This is also one of the main reasons why the improvement is so great after this promotion. Generally speaking, the increase in various bonuses after reaching the previous negative star overlord will not be too great. The reason why it can be increased so much this time is because of the integration of the Void Apostle and the immortal level psychic. After being strengthened again, the effect of power of the Son of the Star is extremely powerful. Even the God Generals are no more powerful than them. Or it can be said that it has surpassed the ordinary God Generals. After all, the power of the current Son of the Star seems to be no different from that of the God General. He has the same super strong penetrating ability as the mobile battle star and short distance jumps within the galaxy, which seems similar to the characteristics of the God General of Cybertron. However, the special feature of Cybertron's God General is instant teleportation without warning, while his is intra-galaxy jump, which still requires a certain jump time, which is not as good as the God General's ability, but with other bonuses, a gain buff and an enemy buff. The overall effect will not be worse than Cybertron. In the following days, except for the Second Army, which was the vanguard of the coalition forces, and set out half a month later, the rest of the fleet stayed in this galaxy, and did not advance rashly. Li Qing also took the opportunity to use this time to integrate other fleets of the army group, and participated in several headquarters meetings. During this time, he also took the time to attend a high-end gathering, a party hosted by the No Immortals. All the participants were immortals. Here Li Qing met more than a dozen No Immortals, and 4 immortals from other races. Each of them is an immortal level descendant of the Lord Ecos, an immortal of the Oba civilization, an immortal of the Sinclair civilization, an immortal from the star cluster of Uzablon, plus 1 immortal from human civilization. There are a total of 5 non-knowing immortals. This is also an alternative circle, a circle of immortal level psychics. Among the many civilizations affiliated with the Fionnual Renaissance Empire, only these 5 civilizations have immortals, while other vassal civilizations do not have them. Diplomacy between civilizations is very realistic. Before Li Qing came, His Highness Chang Yongchun had never heard of such a gathering. Now that he had demonstrated the power of an immortal, and was a mid-level immortal slightly stronger than Prince Renoan, he was immediately accepted and valued by them. It is estimated that the Lord of Destruction of Sarnor had previously sent out 3 immortal offspring, which stimulated the coalition forces. Now the coalition forces did not want to wait any longer. The Supreme Emperor of Fëanor sent out a group of 14 immortals from the empire headed by Prince Renoan, plus 5 vassal immortals, a total of 19 immortals, to launch a full-scale attack on the Lord of Destruction of Sarnor. A week later, the 3rd Army and the 4th Army left the galaxy one after another, advancing towards the territory of the Sarnu devouring hive on the left and right. The remaining 5th, 6th, and the newly formed 7th Army, together with the 1st Army, set out 3 days later, and laid down their positions within 2 jump distances of the 3 armies. As time went by, battle reports soon came from the front line. The vanguard troops in the central route had reached the vicinity of the capital of the number 4-star district in the western region of Sarnu, and were in a stalemate with the Sarnu fleet that had retreated to the capital of the number 4-star district. Li Qing found internal information, which contained general information about each star region within the territory of the Sarnu devouring bee swarm. The entire territory of the Sarnu devouring bee swarm is divided into 7 regions, namely the central region, the eastern region, the southern region, the western region, the northern region, the far east region, and the southeast region. They are now attacking the western region, the 4-star region. The ranking of star zones in each region of Sarnu is mainly based on the order of establishment, except for the capital, which was determined early as Star Zone Number 1. Star Zone Number 4 represents the 4th established star zone. This star zone is a non-core star zone and a super rare resource mining area, because there is a planet in this galaxy that is rich in the super rare metal living metal. Several planets were specially transformed here to immigrate. Planets are of little value. They are all for transformation, and the lower level sub-beings of the hive mind are different from the civilians of other civilizations. That is, they cannot be enslaved, and they cannot gain civilization points. The offspring of the swarm is actually an extension of the consciousness of the Overlord. Strictly speaking, it is a part of the Overlord of Destruction of Sarnu. As long as the Overlord of Destruction of Sarnu has a thought and retracts his consciousness, billions of people on the planet will instantly lose consciousness and turn into mindless beasts, which is no different from destruction, not to mention the civilization points. Since it is a part of the Lord of Destruction of Sarnor, the civilization points are naturally on the Lord of Destruction of Sarnor. This means that when dealing with a hive mind civilization, it is difficult to plunder anything good unless the hive master is completely defeated. In addition to planets and minerals, and some fixed assets, Li Qing had no interest in these spoils. He just wanted to defeat the Lord of Destruction of Sarnor as soon as possible and get some benefits from it. Unexpectedly, just as the news came that the vanguard was in a stalemate with the previously retreating fleet, the next day news came that the stalemate Sarnu fleet suddenly retreated without a fight, directly handing over the 4-star region. When the main force of the Central Army arrived at the capital of the 4-star zone, they saw 5 honeycomb planets in the capital galaxy that were littered with corpses. The so-called honeycomb planet is a planet specially customized by the bee swarm civilization according to its own civilization characteristics. They transformed the interior of the planet, digging holes and potholes everywhere, and then filled the inside and outside of the planet, the air and the ground with blood, flesh, spores, fungal blankets, and other materials suitable for themselves. They condensed all the flesh and blood in the core of the planet to establish a central system, and slowly transformed the planet into a biological planet. Bee colonies. Bee colonies. These terminal offspring are no different from insects, and their living environment is naturally similar to that of insects. If the advanced brood bodies need to be carefully modulated, the terminal brood bodies that do the hard work similar to worker bees have even their morphology transformed according to the appearance of the most insects. And they also simulate the morphology of different insects according to different jobs. Therefore, The Beehive Planet is extremely suitable for the survival of these swarm civilizations, but not for normal species. It is worth mentioning that this move is also the only way for the swarm civilization to build its unique biological war star. When the Beehive Planet is completely transformed, after the offspring living on the Beehive Planet die, their flesh and blood will be directly integrated into the planet. After a long time, thousands or tens of thousands of years, the entire planet will slowly become biologically activated and eventually form the SHL of a biological war planet. After a series of weapon transformations, it will eventually be formed into a biological war star. Normally it is the same as a swarm planet, but when needed, the weaponization transformation project can be started at any time to build a large number of biological war planets in a short period of time. Its combat capability is slightly inferior to that of the Real Full Metal Battlestar, but it wins in terms of numbers. The only flaw is that all of this depends on the master. Once the master dies, all biological war stars will die. Moreover, once the Beehive Planet starts to be weaponized and transformed into a biological warfare planet, it will no longer be a Beehive Planet, but a biological warfare planet, and will no longer be suitable for the inhabitation of the descent body, which means that this process is irreversible. The timing of their attack was very coincidental. 2 of the 5 honeycomb planets in the galaxy had already begun the process of becoming biological warfare planets. Unfortunately, the galaxy was abandoned before it was completed, and these honeycomb planets were directly blown to pieces by the fleet to prevent them from being reused in the future. The fleet passed over the destroyed capital of Star Sector No. 4. But Li Qing did not gain any benefit at all. The living metal in the galaxy warehouse moved away, and the planet was blown up again. And there was almost no harvest. The fleet then continued to move forward, piling up along the way. The Lord of Destruction of Sarnor seemed to have given up the entire western region. The 3 vanguards rushed to different star regions respectively, but did not encounter any resistance, and naturally did not gain anything. The fleet kept moving forward, and in the 4th month, it finally arrived at the border of the central region. Instead of attacking other regions separately, they prepared to go straight to the heart of the matter and directly attack the central core star field of the Sarnu devouring swarm, striving to capture the main star of Sarnu before the Ida Guides coalition. 2 months ago, Li Qing received news that not only had they given up resistance, but other fronts in Sarnu had also begun to retreat and shrink. Now the Ada Guide coalition was also advancing rapidly. It was obvious that the Lord of Destruction, Sarnor, felt it was difficult to resist the 2 coalition forces and decided to abandon everything outside and retreat to the main star, gather the strength of the entire civilization and retreat to the main star. When the coalition forces of the Fianu Restoration Empire and the Ida Guide appear outside the main star, there will definitely be a conflict. And then, he will have a chance to survive. Of course, there is a greater possibility that the coalition forces of the Fianor Restoration Empire and the Ida Guides did not fight each other, but tacitly agreed to deal with Sarnor first, and then decide the winner. According to the wisdom of the command of both sides, they will most likely unite first to eliminate the Sarnu devouring swarm. He could think of it, so there was no reason why the Lord of Destruction, Sarnor, who possessed immeasurable wisdom, could not think of it. Li Qing guessed that there would definitely be a turning point later. Then, the turning point finally came. Less than 2 days after the fleet entered the central star sector, the High Command received an order from the Empire to suspend their attack. The headquarters immediately convened a meeting. Li Qing attended, and heard the imperial order read out by the Commander-in-Chief. The Lord of Destruction of Sarnor has sent a diplomatic envoy to the Empire, announcing his submission to the Empire. Negotiations are now underway. This. Li Qing was confused. He thought of many possibilities, whether there was a trap, or unexpected reinforcements, etc. But he never thought that the Lord of Destruction of Sarnor was willing to surrender to the Empire. But what surprised him even more was that the Supreme Emperor of the revived Empire of Fiano would agree to negotiate. This was very unexpected. Before the restoration of the Empire, Sarnu had sent special envoys to the Supreme Emperor of the restoration of the Empire. He was even willing to give up his current territory and move to the Persis Arm, just to allow the restoration of the Empire to give him some time to move. But the Empire firmly rejected this proposal at that time. The Empire wanted to use Sarno, the chicken that devours the hive, to shock other civilizations in the galaxy, especially other civilizations that join the Ida Guides. It was a proposal that no one agreed to at first, but only a few years later, After the two sides had fought for several years, they suddenly agreed. Li Qing was stunned. Outside of the confusion, there was a serious look on his face. If the negotiations are successful, it will not be good news for humanity. The Sarno devouring swarm traveled through the Persis arm, creating a powerful opponent for the humans in the Persis arm. Now they are about to destroy the Broven Alliance and seize the territories of 4 or 5-star fields in one go. If the Sarnu swarm comes over, they will definitely seize a piece of land to live in. With the strength of the Sarnu hive, it would take a lot of territory to capture. Not even 1 or 2-star regions would be enough. The key is that they may not just want 2-star fields. They may want more star fields. And it is even possible that they want to monopolize the Persis arm. Damn it. We can't let this negotiation succeed. At this time, the coalition fleet retreated back to the border of the central star field and stopped. Prince Renol was preparing to return to the capital. Li Qing immediately contacted Prince Renol and informed him of his purpose. Prince Renol laughed and said, "Your Highness Li Qing, don't worry too much. His Majesty the Supreme Emperor is unlikely to agree. But His Majesty the Supreme Emperor has now agreed to negotiate." This, Prince Reynolds didn't say anything else. But he understood immediately. He was silent for a moment and then said, "To be honest, I am also very surprised why His Majesty the Supreme Emperor agreed. Perhaps the Lord of Destruction Sarnor offered His Majesty some conditions that His Majesty could not refuse. I received a handwritten message from His Majesty to hurry back to discuss this matter. If His Majesty Li Qing is worried, you can go back with me." Li Qing immediately nodded in agreement. Chapter 334 Bad News. After making some simple arrangements for the fleet's work and letting Cybertron take command, Li Qing turned around and tore through the space with Prince Reno and into the subspace, embarking on the return journey. On the way, Li Qing was worried and had a lot on his mind. Prince Reno, who was traveling, knew what he was worried about. But at this time, he didn't know the situation in the capital. And there was nothing to say. Having fought side by side once, and being extremely rare strong men of the same level, their relationship was pretty good. He did not regard Li Qing as the same as other vassals, but as a friend of the same level. It only took one day to get back to the capital of the Fëanor Restoration Empire. Prince Renoan went to the palace first, while Li Qing returned to the office of human civilization in the capital of the suzerain country. He wanted to negotiate the temporary veteran meeting, but considers it seriously, and decided to wait for the results. Telling it now would only cause chaos within the civilization, and they wouldn't be able to change anything. Not long after waiting, Li Qing received a letter from Prince Renoan. "Your Highness Li Qing, I regret to tell you that His Majesty the Supreme Emperor has agreed to Lord Sarno's proposal." Li Qing paused and did not move. "This is the worst news." He took a long breath and asked, "I don't know what conditions put forward by Sarno's master to make His Majesty, the His Highly Emperor, change your mind?" Prince Renoan was silent for a moment, then said, "Normally I shouldn't tell you before it's announced. But for the sake of our friendship, I can tell you that at the meeting, Lord Sarnor was not only willing to serve the Empire as its master, but also to abandon the idea of killing the Hive and adopt the normal Hive mindset. He also gave up all his current territories and moved to the depths of the Persis arm. Moreover, Lord Sarnor is willing to send a fleet including 10 war stars, 30 war moons, more than 1,000 mobile fortresses, and more than 50,000 standard divisions to participate in the Battle of Heaven." Prince Renovan paused for a moment, and continued after a few seconds. "But this is not the point. The point is that Lord Sarnor presented a great gift to His Majesty the Supreme Emperor. It was because of this great gift that His Majesty the Supreme Emperor accepted Lord Sarnor's submission despite the opposition of the princes." Li Qing was silent. These conditions, not to mention the so-called great gift at the end that would make the Supreme Emperor's heart beat. Even the previous conditions would easily make people's heart beat. Giving up all the territories, and sending such a huge fleet to participate in the Battle of Heaven is a force that is enough to affect the entire Battle of Heaven. He was silent for a while, then tried to ask, "I'm sorry to ask, but can you please reveal what the great gift from Lord Sarnor is?" Prince Renovan directly refused. "I'm sorry. I can't tell you that. And I don't know. Only His Majesty the Emperor knows the gift list." "Oh well," Prince Renowan continued. "As a friend, I am sorry to see this. The Grand Dukes and I do not like Lord Sarnor. But His Majesty the Supreme Emperor has already agreed. We cannot overturn His Majesty's decision. Also, Although the territory that Lord Sarnu requested is the Browen Union and its northern star region, and does not involve human civilization. This is only for now. It is unknown whether it will continue to expand and affect any of you in the future. What? Li Qing reacted immediately and asked. The star region he requested includes the Browen Union? Yes. The territory he requested is the star field where the Browen Union is located. And there are a total of 3 star fields to the north end of the spiral arm. Among them, the one who joined the Browen Union is the Ida Guide, who is just right for him to deal with. Li Qing. Hack. The bad news came one after another. Not only did they try to seize the Persis arm, but they also wanted to seize the Browen Union. Didn't that mean that all the effort he had put in to force the Browen Union to activate the civilization artifact was just a favor to others? Once the Sarnu swarm reaches the Persis arm, the Browen Alliance, which can no longer activate the civilization artifacts to suppress it, will be no match for the Sarnu swarm. No. I'm going to stop it. Li Qing thought about it for a moment, and applied to meet the Supreme Emperor in the name of human civilization. After submitting the application, I received a response in just half an hour. Not to meet him. But? Prince Renovan found him on behalf of the Supreme Emperor and said in a deep voice, on behalf of His Majesty the Supreme Emperor, I am here to tell you that Sarnu's surrender is unstoppable. His Majesty has made the final decision. Once Sarnu's formal surrender delegation arrives and signs the letter of credence, His Majesty's decision will take effect immediately. Instead of thinking about how to destroy it, you should think about how to get along with Sarnu in the Persis arm in the future. At this point, Prince Renovan's tone was no longer as cordial as before. He said with a serious face and a hint of warning, although we have a very good personal relationship, I am here to tell you in the name of the suzerain state that what you need to do is to cooperate, not to question. And you are not qualified to object. Please understand your own identity and leave the imperial capital immediately. Return to your position. Cooperate with the command to maintain order. And wait for follow-up orders. Li Qing. His thoughts raced through countless paths in this instant. And he finally sighed and said okay expressionlessly. I'll be back right away. Prince Renovan nodded and said, you can rest assured that human civilization is also our vassal. The Empire will ensure the integrity of your territory. And the Sarno Hive will never cross the southern step of the Browen Union. Thank you for your guidance. Your Highness. Li Qing said okay expressionlessly and disconnected the connection. Call. It's expanding. After being promoted to the immortal level, gaining powerful strength, and obtaining the status of having an equal dialogue with Prince Renovan, he unknowingly became inflated. Equality is due to strength. But in reality, he is still a member of a vassal civilization of the Fionuo's revived empire. They were equal in strength, but still a vassal in status. Prince Renovan was slightly friendly to him, but that was because he was one of his vassals. Or to put it bluntly, he was like a dog in his own family. No matter how well you treat a dog, it is still a dog. Li Qing left the capital and returned to the fleet that day. After returning to the galaxy, where the coalition forces were temporarily stationed, Li Qing fell into silence. Judging from the current situation, this matter is basically unstoppable and has become an established fact. What human civilization needs to consider next is how to deal with this situation. What attitude to take towards the relocation of the Sarnubi colony. How to get along with the Sarnubi colony in the future. And so on. What a hassle. All I can say is that the situation changes too quickly. And yesterday's enemy becomes our own person today. We still need to convene a temporary elders meeting. Li Qing thought about it seriously, and now he is almost certain. It would be better to let human civilization know about it as soon as possible. Shaking his head, he was about to communicate with the artifact of human civilization through his will when he suddenly received a communication. He subconsciously took a look and saw that it was the 7th advanced sub-body of Lord Ecos. After the call was connected, the Ecos Overlord asked, I wonder what His Royal Highness Li Qing thinks about the fact that Lord Sarnor belongs to the Empire. Li Qing smiled bitterly and shook his head. His Majesty the Supreme Emperor has already made his decision. What else can I do? From the immortal spiritual energy of the number 7 advanced sub-body, it can be seen that the will of the Ecos Master has arrived at this time. He said in a deep voice, Your Highness Li Qing, there is no need to beat around the bush regarding our relationship. I want to tell you that once Lord Sarnor heads to the Persis arm, human civilization will be in great danger. Li Qing frowned and asked, I don't know where to start. His Majesty the Supreme Emperor has promised the safety of human civilization. We will use the southern border of the Browen Union as the boundary. Human civilization will occupy the south, and Sarnu will occupy the north. We will not interfere with each other. The Ecos overlord shook his head and said, if it were any other civilization, this arrangement would be fine. But the Sarno hive is different. What is the difference? The overlord of Ecos said with a serious face. Your Highness Li Qing should know that I previously devoured the memories and knowledge of a descendant of Sarnu. No. In this part of my memory, I saw the true form of Sarnor, the Lord of Destruction, and also learned about the essence and origin of Sarnor, the Lord of Destruction. In my memory, I saw the origin of Sarnor's Lord of Destruction. He was a very powerful civilization in ancient times. He unexpectedly failed in the process of universal genetic ascension, which caused the genes of hundreds of millions of people to mutate into deformed monsters. Trillions of mutant monsters fought and devoured each other in the capital galaxy. After tens of thousands of years of fighting and devouring, the Sarnor Destruction Lord was finally born. This super existence dominated the entire galaxy, because it was born from devouring. The essence of Sarnor's Destruction Overlord is a fusion of countless souls and flesh and blood. Its concept of devouring and destroying has penetrated every cell of it. Even if it temporarily abandons the concept of killing the bee swarm, it will not last long and will return to its nature of devouring. This also means that once the Sarno devouring swarm heads to the Persis arm, as long as they join forces with Bruven to fight, as long as they devour flesh and blood, the killing imprinted deep in their genes will erupt again, and they will once again become the Sarno destroyer that devours everything. Li Qing. Ever since the situation took a sharp turn for the worse, Li Qing had found himself speechless many times. I am speechless. He shook his head and said to the Lord of Ecos, what's the point of you telling me this? The Supreme Emperor has made his decision, and I can't change it. The Overlord of Ecos also nodded. Yes, the Supreme Emperor has made his decision, and we all change. Unless, Li Qing asked subconsciously. Unless what? Unless you disrupt the ceremony of submitting the credentials. As long as the surrender credentials have not been formally submitted, everything before that will not count. Li Qing shook his head and smiled bitterly. How can this be disrupted? The credentials presentation ceremony is being held in the imperial capital, so it cannot be disrupted. If he had the ability to disrupt the ceremony of presenting the credentials, there would be no need to bother here, and he could just turn against us and declare independence. Then the Lord of Ecos said, as far as I know, Sarnor, the Lord of Destruction, proposed surrender once before, but the Supreme Emperor rejected it. Now he has agreed to it again. The key point of the change is probably that Sarnor, the Lord of Destruction, has sent a treasure that the Supreme Emperor values. Li Qing immediately remembered what Prince Renoan said, that the agreement was indeed reached because Lord Sarno sent a gift that the Supreme Emperor liked very much. You mean? If? Yes. The key to this matter is the great gift that the Supreme Emperor loves very much. Without this great gift, the Supreme Emperor would never agree to let Sarnor, the Lord of Destruction, surrender. Li Qing fell into thought again. Ecos made it clear that the only way to destroy Sarnu's plan was to intercept and kill the Sarnu delegation halfway. As long as the delegation cannot reach the imperial capital and snatch the gift that the Supreme Emperor is excited about, this matter will not succeed. Li Qing was sure that without such a great gift that would move the Supreme Emperor, the Empire would never accept Sarnor's vassalage. As an advanced civilization, it was no secret to them that Sarnor was destroying the Lord's capital galaxy. The Empire, knowing the true nature of the Lord of Destruction, would not agree to Sarnor's vassal proposal at the beginning. Intercept the mission. Li Qing frowned and carefully considered the feasibility and risks of this action. The possibility of success is still very high. A negative star user who gathers the power of all the negative star users and fully displays all their powers is much more powerful than a normal immortal level psychic. As long as Sarnor, the Lord of Destruction, does not appear in his true form, he can be easily suppressed. His main consideration was the series of chain reactions that would follow success. He didn't know what the gift was. I don't know how much the Emperor of the Empire values this gift, and whether he will pursue the matter to the end. In addition, Lord Ecos also knew about this matter. Although he had no evidence that he did it, he would definitely be able to guess it once it happened. It would be fine if the Emperor of the Empire did not take such things too seriously. With his status as an immortal psychic, he would at most reprimand him. But if you take it too seriously, you'll get into trouble. Or, just flip the table? Using his ultimate move, the universe in his palm directly annihilated everything, destroying the Sarnu devouring swarm and its capital. putting an end to everything once and for all. This trick can indeed be used, but it also has serious side effects. Once such a terrifying move that can easily annihilate such a powerful civilization is released, it will immediately attract the attention of the entire galaxy. At that time, even those fallen advanced civilizations will send fleets to conduct reconnaissance, and they may even be stimulated to awaken. This is very likely. The energy fluctuations generated by the collision and annihilation of two universes can be immediately captured by the sentinel array of the advanced civilization. Perhaps they cannot see how the annihilation occurs for a while, but the power to completely destroy everything cannot be faked. This is a method that even advanced civilizations cannot achieve, and it will definitely stimulate these decadent advanced civilizations. No one knows whether this method can be used once or multiple times. This time it is used against an ordinary civilization. But what if it is used against us next time? With a bang, the entire civilization within a range of thousands of light years was annihilated, and one's own civilization disappeared in an instant. Just thinking about it is extremely exciting and terrifying. So this trick can be used, but you have to carefully consider the consequences after using it. Chapter 335. Conspiracy and Tricks. Perhaps he had been thinking for too long. Lord Ikos could see the hesitation in his heart and whispered, "Your Highness Li Qing, my friend, I tell you the truth. I don't want Sarnu to escape. After obtaining a part of his memory and knowledge, I can feel how powerful he is, and his knowledge and memory are so useful to me. I want to give more. Once I allow him to successfully become a vassal of the Empire and leave, I will never be able to kill him again. So I want to cooperate with you and disrupt the letter submission ceremony together." Li Qing remained silent. "It's not that I'm not tempted, but I'm considering the truthfulness of what Lord Iko said and thinking about the feasibility, regardless of past experiences or Prince Renown's sudden change of hostility." Li Qing knew very well that there was no friendship between civilizations. The overlord of Ikos may have a good relationship with him now, but if it is for the benefit of his own civilization, he might turn against him in the next second. What if I agree to cooperate with him now, but then sell myself out to get out of the situation? After all, if humans are the ones who have the biggest conflict with Sarnu after the letter of credence is submitted, when the time comes to hold people accountable and the argument arises, do you think the suzerain country will trust Ikos more or humans more? But he still wanted to intercept the delegation of Lord Sarnoer. But you can't let anyone know that you did it. In other words, he couldn't let others catch him doing it. So he had to find an alibi. Well, Li Qing held his chin in his hand and thought, while uploading this question into the mental matrix, asking all the negative stars to think about it together, gathering the wisdom of all the negative stars for a brainstorming session. Various ideas were soon put forward. Li Qing kept them in mind one by one, regardless of whether they were appropriate or not. Half an hour later, Li Qing told them that there was no need to continue thinking of solutions because there was not enough time. When he returned from the capital of Fiono, Salno dominated the empire that he had talked with the empire. Salno's senior sub-body could quickly spread the news back to the body. At this time, Salino's destruction and the leader had begun to prepare for the group. It can be predicted that Sarnu will be very efficient. After all, he has been fighting with the nearby civilizations for so many years, and the hatred is very high. Most civilizations want to use the power of the Renaissance Empire to destroy Sarnu, the Lord of Destruction, and will not be willing to see him get away so easily. In order to avoid any further complications, Lord Sarnoer would certainly think of submitting the letter of credence as soon as possible, formally signing a vassalage treaty, and forming a de facto vassal and protection relationship. The method he chose was very simple. He condensed a psychic entity clone in the war planet, then secretly left the fleet and ambush in the warp. He would wait for the delegation of the Lord of Destruction of Sarnoer to set off, then suddenly attack and kill the delegation in a very short time, and then quickly return. This method has no technical content, but the simplest and straightforward. As long as there is the ability to kill the mission in a very short time, it is more reliable than all other methods. There might be a risk of being exposed, but as long as the established facts were completed and there was no direct evidence to prove it, he insisted that it had nothing to do with him, and Fiona's Restoration Empire could not do anything to him. For the time being, there is no need to worry that Lord Ikos will betray himself. Lord Ikos himself is strongly opposed to Lord Sarnu's surrender, but he does not have the strength to stop him. He was so happy that he didn't have time to tell Li Qing when he took action. The previous concerns were the worst case. Now his relationship with Ecos is still in the honeymoon stage. So don't worry about the report. There won't even be any punishment. That is because there is no evidence. And the main reason is that this agenda itself is opposed by the revival empire within it, and by most of its vassals. Punishing him without evidence would alienate other vassals. At this time of war in heaven, the High Emperor could not do anything to him. Perhaps human civilization will certainly have a hard time in the future. But after the war in heaven is over, who knows how many years it will be? The war in heaven among advanced civilizations can last for thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. And if the difference in strength is not too big, it is possible that the fight can last for tens of thousands of years. By that time, he will no longer be inferior to any advanced civilization. We can do this. Li Qing made up his mind, stretched out his finger and pointed. Powerful spiritual energy gushed out, and under the control of his will, it quickly turned into his own appearance. With a thought, a ray of light flew out of the pupil and shot into the psychic entity's eyebrows. And the confused eyes of the psychic entity quickly became smart. This is a will bestowed by him, which can last for about a year. After a year, without his continued investment, this will slowly disappear. At this moment, the psychic entity briefly possessed a small part of his memory. As long as he was not face to face with an immortal being, no abnormality would be discovered. For example, if they met through a communication system, even an immortal psychic would not discover his abnormality. Then he entered the universe in his palm and made some preparations. After making all the preparations, Li Qing used psychic jump to teleport away from the fleet, and then tore open the space and entered the subspace. This place is a certain distance away from the warp where the fleet is located. No reflections of the immortals of the combined fleet were found in the warp. But a familiar evil will was sensed in a distant direction. As expected, it was the reflection of Sarnor, the Lord of Destruction in the warp. The so-called reflection is that the immortal spiritual ability fixes some of his will into the space somewhere in the subspace, forming a own projection in the subspace. There are many benefits to doing this. One advantage is that you can monitor the corresponding subspace at any time. Another advantage is that the spiritual capable of their own civilization as a coordinate lighthouse. If the spiritual person who has his own civilization is lost in the subspace, you can return this spirit reflection as the coordinate. At the same time, psychic reflection is also a way to mark territory. Generally, powerful beings leave reflections in the subspace range, and other subspace beings are not allowed to enter the material universe from there. In other words, a life planet has an immortal in charge, who condenses psychic reflections in the subspace to include the location of the galaxy. It is impossible for other subspace beings to enter the material universe from here, and naturally they cannot enter the life planet to pose a threat to ordinary intelligent creatures. It is worth mentioning that the will of civilization has been suppressing the subspace existence from descending into the real universe, especially in galaxies with concentrated populations. The suppression of civilization's will is more severe. So although it is obvious that the existence of the subspace favors the souls of intelligent life the most, there has been almost no news of disasters caused by evil creatures in the subspace on the colonized planets of major civilizations. This is precisely because of the protection of the will of civilization. The more powerful the civilization, the stronger this repression. The shallow layer of the subspace was quite quiet, and nothing strange was seen. After 2 leaps, he stopped outside the influence range of the reflection of the Lord of Sarnu, then opened the door of the black hole and turned over to enter, leaving only a small opening of about 100 meters. He changed the appearance of the black hole gate into a portal and placed it above a super habitable area. From the door, one could see a huge world inside, inhabited by dense minotaurs. The next step is to wait for the delegation led by Lord Sarnor to set off. If nothing unexpected happens, the delegation will go through the subspace, which is the fastest and safest way. At least for the powerful Lord Sarnor, this is the fastest and safest way. If the fleet is set over normally, then just take a shower and go to bed. Unless you use a big move, there is no way to intercept it. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Li Qing saw a ball of light shrouded in spiritual energy, and whose shape could not be clearly seen flying out from the Sarnu's spiritual lighthouse, and quickly flying towards this side. Li Qing sensed the immortal hidden in the light ball, and determined that it was most likely a messenger sent by the Lord Sarnor. Probably some immortal high-level subbody. The messenger flashed in the void, jumping over an unknown distance each time, and soon came to the vicinity of Li Qing's ambush, and was immediately attracted by the huge portal in the subspace. Anyone would be curious if a portal suddenly appeared in the empty subspace. What's more, there was a huge amount of biological breath coming from the portal. The messenger hesitated for a moment, but couldn't suppress his curiosity and jumped over. With a glance, he saw the huge habitable world inside the portal where tens of billions of minotaurs lived. To be honest, anyone who sees this scene will be surprised. It is abnormal in every way that there is a portal leading to a habitable world in the subspace. But no matter how you deal with it, being attracted and stopping is inevitable. Then, you will inevitably become curious. Either be cautious or be careful to stay away and observe. Soon a spaceship flew out of the 100-meter portal and entered the subspace. The Minotaur inside was instantly affected by the subspace and began to have all kinds of fantasies. Various emotions were amplified in the subspace, and soon the spaceship became chaotic. Not long after, the will of Lord Sarnor discovered that some wandering souls in the warp were attracted by these souls and floated over not far away. Warp ghosts are the lowest level of existence in the warp, similar to ghosts and spirits. Any psychic who has the ability to enter the warp is not afraid of these things. But to non-psychics, they are completely irresistible evil. Under the attention of the Lords will of Sarnu, these wandering souls passed through the metal SHL of the spacecraft and entered the interior of the spacecraft, and began to devour the souls of the Minotaurs, which had become delicious due to the infinite magnification of emotions. And some tried to occupy the bodies of these Minotaurs. The overmind of Sarnor watched this scene carefully until all the Minotaurs died, and the spaceship entered the depths of the warp under the control of the wandering souls that occupied the Minotaurs' bodies. The spacecraft then has two fates. One is that it cannot withstand the erosion of the subspace and melts and disappears. One is to absorb the power of the subspace and transform into a subspace existence. Just like the ghost ship that Li Qing had seen when he entered the subspace a long time ago. However, no one paid attention to the fate of this spaceship at this time. The Lord Will of Sarnu was silent for a moment and moved a little closer to the portal. Although I am on a diplomatic mission, the thing in front of me is too attractive. It's not the Minotaurs living in this unknown space, but the space itself. A space within the subspace where physical life can survive is also a great treasure for an immortal being like him. Although he was on a diplomatic mission, the time agreed with High Emperor Fionnuo was ample, and he had a month to prepare. The reason why I am in such a hurry now is that I don't want to cause any trouble, and want to complete the fact of submission as soon as possible. But now that I have suddenly come across such a rare thing, it won't have much impact if I waste a little time. Using the palm-held universe disguised as a space treasure to lure Lord Sarnu was one of the ideas that the negative stars had come up with during a brainstorming session. At that time, not only did they think of this idea, but they also thought of ways to deal with the series of reactions that Lord Sarnu would have when he saw this thing. It now seems that the reaction of Salno Dominates is very satisfied. Or perhaps Li Qing underestimated how attractive it would be to other beings to have a huge world that could open up a habitable world in the subspace and accommodate so many creatures. The descended body of Sarnor, the Lord of Destruction, circled the portal twice. When it felt no threat, it tried to condense a psychic entity and throw it into the portal. A thin curtain of light lit up across the portal, blocking out the psychic entities. Sarnu was not too surprised. Instead, he was worried because there was no defense at all. Then, the new spiritual entity is constantly condensed. A cohesive spirit can be stronger than one, but it has been condensed to a spiritual energy entity with a strong strength of more than 80 million, and it cannot pass through this seemingly thin layer of transparent light film. He frowned and remained silent for a while, then stopped in front of the door. After a while, he stood up again. His hands pulled away the space, and a figure drilled in from the real universe. The descended body of the Lord of Sarnu stretched out his hand and pointed. This sub-body with a psychic energy strength of only about 1 million flew in front of the light membrane, stretched out his hand and pressed it, and the light membrane silently opened to accommodate his palm. This is another design of Li Qing. It only allows living things to enter, and does not allow any non-living things to enter, including psychic entities and subspace existence. If non-entities could enter, the trap would have an obvious flaw. This sub-body drilled into the space and immediately sensed the vastness of this world and its abundant life factors and energy factors. At the same time, a shrill alarm sounded from the world below, and all kinds of weapons and fighter planes that were quite primitive for the Sarnu Hive civilization soared into the sky and attacked it. At the same time, a powerful will in this world began to slowly awaken. The mission of this sub-body is to scout this world. So when it feels that the slowly awakening will is obviously stronger than its own, it does not escape, but continues to wait. There is no need to dodge low-level weapons and fighter planes. They cannot break his defense at all. Even a psychic storm unfolded, and countless approaching fighter planes were destroyed. About 10 minutes later, the will was completely awakened, and a sky full of light shot up into the sky, transforming into a huge golden minotaur shrouded in infinite light. A loud voice sounded in the sky. "Who is it?" The huge hand stretched out and clenched, and one of the huge hands covering dozens of miles slapped towards the Sarnu sub-body that was about to escape in the distance. "Little bug, I got you!" Sarno's sub-body quickly flew to the light gate and stopped running away. He turned around and looked at the oncoming big hand with a sly smile on his face. Chapter 336: The Real Ayumala Lamp. The next second, a big hand slapped down and grabbed the sub-body. The golden minotaur was about to loudly announce his victory, but the next second a look of surprise appeared on his face, and he slowly looked up, and saw a giant hand that covered the sky appeared in the sky and slowly pressed down. The Lord of Sarnu was standing in front of the light gate at this time. He stretched a hand into the light film and pressed it, with a smile on his face. "I got you, little bug." However, the golden minotaur did not panic when faced with the huge hand that covered the sky, and a sly smile appeared on his face. When the descended body of the Lord of Sarnor saw this strange smile, he was startled and immediately realized that something was wrong. He subconsciously burst out with immortal-level psychic energy and tried to retreat. But at this moment, a shadow appeared on the left and right of the light gate, looked up at the Sarnusa body, and laughed. "Big bug, I got you too." A dazzling crystal light exploded, and an extremely strong will that made Lord Sarnu feel extremely familiar and terrifying exploded, turning into crystal light that flew out all over the sky and quickly extended upwards along the palm he stretched into the light gate. It instantly extended to the entire body, forming a complex light cocoon that enveloped the descended body of Lord Sarnu. The crystalline light cocoon inflated violently, but was firmly bound here by the crystalline light net, and could not even self-destruct in despair. Next, just like before, hundreds of immortal wills merged into one. The most crucial thing was that Li Qing was in the palm of the universe at this time, and all his strength was multiplied tenfold. Even the will of the Lord Sarnu would be suppressed here, sealed in the light cocoon without any power to resist. Li Qing's figure also appeared in front of the light cocoon. He exhaled lightly. "Luckily I caught him." He looked back at the super habitable area that he had set as a trap. It was just the edge of the Super Gaia world that he had unlocked before. There were a million such worlds on the edge. He was considered to be attractive to other existence. A world that can exist in the subspace for a long time, is not affected by the subspace, and can accommodate hundreds of billions of people. This means it is a possibility for any super powerful being. A possibility that Li Qing had imagined but never had the chance to try. It's not like he hadn't thought about it before. If he had a world like this, theoretically he could take this world into the depths of the subspace. Find the mysterious virtual world. Connect this world to the virtual world, and slowly let the power of the virtual world penetrate into this world. As time goes by, the intelligent creatures inside the world will slowly be influenced by the virtual world, and thus acquire a hint of its characteristics. As they reproduce from generation to generation, the offspring will slowly become intelligent creatures that have a slight connection with the virtual world. This kind of creature is affected by virtual realm, and it is easy to awaken spiritual energy. After deliberate adjustment and control, the spiritual ascension of all people can be gradually realized. Psychic ascension has always been the most powerful ascension. The pioneering of the whole people is also the most powerful for the whole people. The galaxy is so huge and has several high-level civilizations and a large number of conventional civilizations. It has never seen any civilization that can successfully complete the popularity of the whole people. Even advanced civilizations with extreme idealistic thoughts also have universal genetic ascension. But the proportion of individuals with psychic ascension in the entire race is higher than that of other advanced civilizations. But this spiritual rising method has a huge sequelae. That is, there is no resistance to facing the virtual realm. After the descended body of Lord Sarnor was completely sealed and his immortal psychic energy was stripped away one by one, leaving only the immortal will, Li Qing stretched out his hand, grasped the light cocoon, and returned to the depths of the universe in his palm. He wanted to use the power of the universe in his palm to suppress it, cut off the connection between this will and the Lord of Sarnu, and ensure that he could extract memories in a one-way direction without being discovered by the Lord of Sarnu. This time, he will not look for Lord Ecos. The knowledge and memory of Lord Sarnu contain many secrets. It would be a loss to give them all to others. All the benefits of the hive mind civilization are on the master. Even if you capture 1 trillion other sub-bodies, you can't get much out of them. Before, there was no choice but to cooperate with the Ecos master. And this time it is his private action and cannot be exposed. Even if Lord Ecos could guess it, it would be fine as long as there was no evidence. If I look for him again, wouldn't that be handing my own evidence to him? Without any preparation, Li Qing used the power of the universe in his palm to suppress the will of the Lord of Sarnu on the spot, and then peeled it off layer by layer. The extracted huge memories and knowledge were all input into the mind matrix, allowing many negative stars to bear the impact of massive memories and knowledge. Each of the negative stars is an immortal will and soul. Each one has a strong ability to withstand stress. If so many of them are put to the test together, even several Sarno destruction overlord bodies can withstand it. Li Qing held a burning ball of light in his hand, a vortex in his pupils slowly turning, using the power of the mind matrix to withstand the endless stream of memories and knowledge. Hundreds of negative stars were responsible for sorting these messy memories and knowledge into categories, and he only needed to count and check. Putting other things aside for the moment, what he was most concerned about was how Lord Sarnor could impress the Supreme Emperor of the Fëanor Restoration Empire and make him change his mind. As a large amount of memories were extracted, organized, and perfected, different expressions appeared on Li Qing's face. Strange, surprised, and then shocked. Shit! It's this? As the ball of light was completely decomposed, its inner core was finally revealed. In addition to the immortal essence, there were 2 other things. It's the same chip. It is also a wheel of light that looks like a complex roulette wheel that is constantly rotating. What shocked him was the second one, the continuously rotating wheel of light. After completely acquiring the memory of Sarno's descended body, Li Qing already knew that these 2 things were the great gifts from Sarno's Lord of Destruction to the Supreme Emperor of Fëanor. The chip is a coordinate chip. A coordinate chip that connects to a special world deep in the subspace. The Wheel of Light is a token that, when activated, can communicate with Amora, a super immortal being deep in the subspace. Or to put it another way, this Wheel of Light is the true essential form of Amora's lamp. By activating this Wheel of Light, one can communicate with Amora, the super immortal being in the deepest part of the subspace, and make a wish. In other words, this thing is the real Edgemora's lamp that Li Qing wanted to find before. He had tried to come to the silver plate to look for the real Amora's lamp before, but halfway found that the lamp was inside the Sarnor devouring bee swarm. At that time, he was not strong enough and did not dare to enter. Now it seems that it was right not to come in, because the real magic lamp was in the hands of Sarnor, the Lord of Destruction, and he had no strength to snatch it at that time. The real magic lamp can be used 3 times, but it has been used twice by the Lord of Destruction of Sarnor, and now there is only one last chance to use it. The real Amora is a super immortal being, extremely powerful. No matter whether it is the Lord of Destruction of Sarnor or the Supreme Emperor of Fëanor, they are just as weak as children in front of Amora. In other words, although they are all immortal beings, there are different levels among immortal beings. Immortal is just a general term for the level above mortals, and in fact it is also divided into many major levels. Above immortality, there is no special title. At least this is the case for human civilization. After all, there has never been another immortal person in human history except Li Qing. In the eyes of advanced civilizations like Fëanor, immortals are simply divided into lower, middle, upper, and super levels. Li Qing's current strength is considered middle level, but he is already a master. After all, there are only a few Supreme Emperors and Sarnor Destroyers who dominate the entire galaxy. As for the higher level superposition, it is a general term. All those who surpass a certain level are at this level. To give a simple example, 101 is larger than 100. 999 is also larger than 100. And 4515478455515 is also larger than 100. As a super immortal with unfathomable strength, Amora possesses power beyond the imagination of ordinary people, and has abilities that even higher level immortals desire. As for the coordinate chip, through the memory of Sarnu's descended body, this thing is connected to a world in the subspace, where a large number of powerful spiritual bodies live. Through this thing that is both a coordinate chip and a token, one can communicate with that world and sign an employment contract with the immortal beings in that world. Li Qing could guess that the Supreme Emperor of Fiano wanted this probably because he wanted to hire a group of immortals to participate in the war between the Fiano Restoration Empire and the Eldar Guides. Before the full-scale war broke out, the Supreme Emperor did not know how many immortal-level psychics the Ida Guides had. In addition, most of the conventional civilizations currently active in the Milky Way have joined the Ida Guides, which made him a little uneasy. In order to increase the chances of winning as much as possible, it makes sense to find some powerful mercenaries. As beings in the subspace, they do not need treasures from the material universe to be employed. They only need souls. Large numbers of souls of intelligent creatures. Theoretically, now that Li Qing has got this thing, he can use a large number of souls to sign an employment agreement with that world and hire a large number of immortal-level subspace beings at once. The reason why Sarnu offered this treasure as a tribute was mainly because all individuals in the Sarnubi swarm civilization were just sub-bodies of the master, without independent souls, and could not be used for trading, unless he plundered the population of other civilizations for sacrifice. But in the past tens of thousands of years, Sarnu and the Pangalactic Defense Alliance have been in a stalemate and have not been able to plunder enough people. This thing is a bit useless in his hands. Keep the coordinates for now. Li Qing looked at the wheel of light in his hand and was silent for a moment. He was thinking about how to use this thing. There is no need to make ordinary wishes. It is such a waste. There are quite a few high-end wishes, but they may not necessarily come true. After all, although Amora is powerful, he is not really omniscient and omnipotent. You have to know that once this thing is used, it is considered used regardless of whether you make a wish or not, and it cannot be saved for later use. Therefore, once you open the communication with Amora, you must make a wish. Otherwise you will lose a lot of money. Li Qing thought carefully about his current situation to see if he had any needs, and found that there were quite a few. For example, advanced civilization technology. For example, more civilization points and destiny points. Or this? Li Qing flipped his left hand and took out something that had been covered in dust for a long time. This is a mysterious Rubik's Cube with 108 levels. It is said that if you can open it completely, you will get the treasures left behind by the ancient Necronter civilization. When he first bought it, he studied it for a long time, but there was no response, so he gave up after a while. Ayamola is an ancient being who has lived for who knows how many billions of years. He has definitely experienced the era of the ancient Necronter civilization, from its birth to its rise, to its peak, and finally to its demise. He must know the secrets of the ancient Necronter. Once you can open this thing, you will have advanced civilization technology and other treasures as well. You must know that the ancient Necronter is not an ordinary advanced civilization. It is a top civilization that has mastered level 7 dark energy technology. It is the only level 7 top civilization in the existing historical records of the Milky Way. Note that there are historical records. The history of the Milky Way is unknown for billions of years, and during this period it is possible that more than one level 7 peak civilizations were born. But there is only one confirmed level 7 peak civilization in existing historical records, and that is the Necronter peak civilization. Of course, there is no such record in human civilization. Li Qing had heard of this when communicating with other Star Sea Lords, and later he also saw the record in the Great Library of the Fionnu Revival Empire. In the Milky Way 50 to 60 million years ago, there was a 7th order peak civilization called the Deathers that completely unified the entire galaxy. The appearance of this civilization has long been unknown, because this civilization has taken the mechanical ascension route. After the Second National Mechanical Rising, he has developed a unique necromancer rising that is unique to his own civilization and claims to be the Dead Dynasty. This peak civilization perished in the Battle of the Galaxy. Like the Origin civilization, the Necronter of the peak civilization also embarked on the road to conquer the galaxy. But unfortunately, after conquering countless galaxies, they finally encountered a formidable enemy, the ruler of another huge galaxy. A 7th order peak civilization whose strength was not inferior to, or even stronger than that of the Necronter. This was a tug of war that lasted for millions of years. The Necronter were evenly matched in the beginning, but gradually fell into a disadvantage, and finally were completely defeated. One by one, the river systems they once occupied were seized by the enemy, and one colony after another was destroyed. The amount of troops deployed in this battle is unimaginable even for today's advanced civilizations. There are millions of mobile war stars, and tens of millions of mobile fortresses, which are unimaginable for conventional fleets. Tens of thousands of immortals have fallen, and tens of thousands of civilizations have been exterminated. This battle even shocked the Asian space, and did not know how many ancient existences. A large number of Leviathan giant beasts were died by the war. After the war lasted for millions of years, the enemy finally reached the vicinity of the Milky Way. Feeling that victory was hopeless, the Necronter finally made a decision. And then the glorious Necronter civilization suddenly disappeared, along with its capital galaxy. Having lost its capital and all its leadership, fleets everywhere quickly collapsed. And soon the once glorious Necronter civilization completely disappeared. Surprisingly, after defeating the Necronter, that powerful civilization did not continue to rule the Milky Way. Instead, it chose to withdraw after plundering the Milky Way and exterminating all civilizations in the galaxy that had already set foot in the starry sky, leaving behind a dead silent Milky Way. It was not until the passage of countless tens of thousands of years that new intelligent life gradually began to emerge in the Milky Way. The 108-level mysterious Rubik's Cube in Li Qing's hand is said to be a treasure deliberately leaked out by the ancient Necronter. It contains the coordinates of the lost capital of the ancient Necronter civilization. If you can solve this thing, you can get the coordinates of the lost capital of the ancient Necronter civilization. Chapter 337, Relics of the Ancient Peak Civilization. Li Qing knew very well that if nothing unexpected happened, he would not be able to unravel the secret of this thing even after 10,000 years. Although the wisdom of the negative stars is powerful, they are not invincible. Some things cannot be solved by wisdom alone. A relic of a level 7 peak civilization is worth his using this opportunity. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, and with a thought, he started to activate the Wheel of Light in his hand. As he confirmed it, the Wheel of Light began to turn slowly, as the pattern on the roulette wheel rotates and recombines into another pattern. An inexplicable wave flies out and shoots into the subspace along the channel opened in the Palm universe, flashing away like lightning. Then, before he could do anything else, an inexplicable feeling came over him. He quickly turned his head and saw a huge pupil shadow appear outside the huge exit portal of the palm-sized universe. There was only a vague outline of a pupil, made up of extremely fine lines, and nothing outside the pupil could be seen. With just a glance, Li Qing's attention was completely attracted by the pupil. At the same time, he naturally realized in his heart that this was the super-immortal being Ajimura. He bowed respectfully and said, "Human civilization. Starseed Lord Li Qing has met the immortal Ajimura." The pupils did not move, but a resounding voice appeared in his ears out of nowhere. "I know you. Lucky little guy. I noticed you a long time ago." Li Qing was suddenly startled, and didn't know what to say for a moment. As if seeing his fear, the voice rang in his ears again. "Relax, little one. Although I don't know what inheritance you have obtained, to me, these are all external things. Only the will is eternal. Under the influence of some unknown force." Li Qing suddenly felt relaxed. The voice spoke to him again. "Since you have obtained the mark I left behind, then according to the agreement, you can make a request to me that I can fulfill. Can you give me a rough range?" The voice immediately sounded. "You can propose to gain more powerful strength. I can increase your psychic strength to a maximum of 999,999,999 points in your terms. Or, if you want higher technology, I can give you a complete set of dark matter technology. Or, if you want powerful military force, I can give you a very large fleet of advanced civilizations. Perhaps you would like a higher status. I can grant you a large amount of civilization points and destiny points. Besides that, you can also make some requests that comply with the basic rules of the universe, and that I can do. Well, this skill is truly amazing, worthy of being a treasure that even the supreme emperor of a high civilization would covet, even if there is only one chance to use it." Li Qing thought about it for a while, and rejected these tempting suggestions one by one. The instantaneous psychic power intensity of 9999999 is indeed exciting. It can make his psychic power instantly reach the upper limit, and instantly suppress the psychic power of Sarnu's true body of the Lord of Destruction. But this is of little use to him. Li Qing's spiritual power, physical body, and the energy he controls have been growing rapidly. It has increased by tens of millions during this period of time. Combined with the 200% increase of the civilization artifact, it has now exceeded 400 million. What he lacks is time. As long as he has enough time, He can easily cross the billion mark and enter the ranks of super-level immortals. Not to mention the second complete dark matter technology. He already has it. It is unclear how large the third extremely large fleet is. However, considering the levels of the other options, the size of this fleet is definitely not small. Once it is obtained, it is estimated that it will immediately have the power to crush all conventional civilizations. But again, what he lacks is time. Wouldn't it be foolish to exchange such a precious treasure for a fleet that can be built at any time? The fourth item is a huge amount of civilization points and destiny points. It's almost the same. As long as you are strong enough, you can plunder it. Looking at all the options, they are all things he can obtain on his own as long as he has a certain amount of time. So this is definitely not an option. So, Li Qing exhaled lightly, took out the mysterious Rubik's Cube with level 108 without hesitation, and said loudly, "I want to unlock it and get the secrets contained in it." After a pause, a loud voice sounded, "I'm surprised you were able to get this. This is a relic of the ancient Necronter. It contains the artifacts of civilization left behind by the ancient Necronter dynasty, as well as the coordinates of the lost Necronter capital." That resonant voice became emotional for the first time, and a deep voice rang in Li Qing's ears. That battle was so fierce that a peak level 7 civilization fell. The victors used the corpses of the losers as nutrients to advance further, and now they have reached the threshold of a god-level civilization. Li Qing was suddenly shocked. The level 7 peak civilization that defeated the Necronter actually made further progress. It was so shocking. Young Immortal, if you insist on restarting the Necronter's treasure, you will obtain the complete technology left by the ancient peak civilization, the Necronter, a huge fleet and ancient artifacts, and immediately gain the strength to compete with any advanced civilization. You only need to digest these technologies, and you can regain the peak of the Necronter in less than 10,000 years. The voice paused here again and continued. You humans have a good saying. Benefits and risks coexist. The greater the benefits, the greater the risks. Once you reopen the Necronter's treasure, it will soon be discovered by the Necronter's former enemies. It will definitely come in 100 years. Are you willing to open it? Li Qing. Will it arrive in 100 years? It will definitely arrive in 100 years. There is no way to delay it. In addition, if a new 7th level peak civilization is born in the Milky Way, it will also be discovered by them. However, according to the basic laws of the universe, the newly promoted 7th level peak civilization will have a protection period of 10,000 years. The new peak civilization will not be discovered by other peak civilizations until 10,000 years after its promotion. Why bullshit? Li Qing was speechless. For such a cool inheritance, how could the risk be so outrageous? What can you do in 100 years? Nothing. Even if he were to inherit the divine civilization immediately, he would not be able to develop in a mere 100 years. No matter how powerful the warships of the god-level civilization are, even if their attributes are 10 or 100 times that of the 7th level peak civilization, the difference in number is too great, and they will drown you. My head hurts. Li Qing put his hand on his head and fell into silence. Wrong. Li Qing suddenly pinched his eyebrows. The Immortal will gave him extraordinary thinking. His brain had turned countless times while he was thinking just now. He suddenly found a highlight in Ayamora's words. If he inherits the civilization of the ancient Necronter, he will only have 100 years. This is because the Necronter and that unknown peak civilization are archenemies. But if it is a newly promoted 7th order peak civilization, it will have a protection period of 10,000 years according to the basic rules of the universe. If that's the case, then after he got the relics of the ancient Necronter civilization, wouldn't it be fine for him not to inherit the ancient Necronter technology? The core and essence of civilization is technological and cultural inheritance. As long as you do not inherit the technology of the Necronter, and only take away other good things in the lost capital of the Necronter, it does not count as inheritance. Anyway, he has the inheritance of the negative stars, and it won't take many years for him to completely reverse the 7th generation dark energy technology that the negative stars once eliminated. By then, he will be a newly born 7th level peak civilization with a protection period of 10,000 years. 10,000 years is enough time for him to grow and sweep across the Milky Way, and even have time to conquer other galaxies. 10,000 years is enough time to complete genetic ascension and psychic ascension and transform all people into descendants of light. 10,000 years is enough time for him to exchange a set of weapon mother chips for god-level civilization ships and produce a batch of god-level civilization ships. 10,000 years is enough time for him to upgrade the universe in his palm several times. Or even completely repair it. By that time, even if the supreme civilization that defeated the Necronter reappeared, he would not be afraid. So, Li Qing raised his head and said seriously, I have decided to open the Necronter's treasure trove. Aimora's will was as stable as ever, and did not fluctuate at all because of his choice. His loud voice rang in Li Qing's ears after he made his choice. As you wish, young human. As soon as the words fell, the patterns on the surface of the huge pupil began to rotate, and the pupil also deformed, quickly condensing into a beam of light composed of complex patterns that shot into the palm universe and sank into the mysterious Rubik's Cube in Li Qing's hand. Then, the Rubik's Cube in Li Qing's hand, which he had been studying for who knows how long without any movement, began to rotate automatically after the light entered. At the same time, there was a slight clicking sound and a series of strange pulse fluctuations coming from inside. As time went by, the crackling sound became more and more frequent, and at the same time, the frequency of the strange pulse fluctuations became higher and higher, and the slightest light began to appear in the cracks of the mysterious Rubik's Cube. These rays of light seeped out, and the actual Rubik's Cube structure was slowly infected by the rays of light, slowly becoming transparent. I don't know how long it took, but the light in the cracks of this mysterious Rubik's Cube became brighter and brighter, and the physical structure completely turned into crystal. Huge cracks appeared between the structures, and waves of invisible pulses of light that could not be seen by the naked eye poured out from the cracks. Seeing this scene, Li Qing realized that this thing needed to be opened. Crack! With a crisp sound, the 108-level mysterious Rubik's Cube suddenly made this loud sound, and then the Rubik's Cube exploded, turning into countless tiny transparent cubes floating in front of him. A mysterious force restrains the exploding transparent cubes, forming a strange transparent pattern. At this moment, a piece of information naturally emerged in Li Qing's mind. He stretched out his hand and grasped the transparent pattern. With a light pull, the pattern expanded into a huge virtual star map composed of brilliance. At the same time, a piece of information came to his mind, and Li Qing subconsciously looked at the huge star map in his hand with a look of surprise on his face. Brilliant star map, sacred relics. Passive effects, all civilization sensor range plus 500%. Sensor penetration strength plus 3. Hyperspace jump range plus 1000%. Hyperspace penetration strength plus 3. Hyperspace jump lead time minus 90%. Active effect, infinite vision. After activation, it will open the vision of the entire galaxy, lasting for 10 years, with a cooldown of 10 years. Each activation consumes the energy of a star. Active effect, space deconstruction, which allows you to create a hyperspace channel between two isolated galaxies, or cut off an existing hyperspace channel between two galaxies. Active effect, star core blast, unlocks the star core blast positioning beacon and the gravitational impact positioning beacon, which can be used to detonate any celestial body. Introduction, a mysterious relic from the necromancers of the ancient Peak civilization. The Necromancer dynasty displays a huge star map network covering the entire Milky Way. Click on a bright spot, and a star will instantly explode into a supernova. This mysterious Rubik's Cube of level 108 turned out to be the brilliant star map, a sacred artifact of the ancient civilization of the death-fearing ones. A holy relic. The effect is simply amazing. Full image. Open or close roads at any time. And flipping the table. There's really no bright spot anywhere. The power of this thing is shocking. Worthy of being a civilization artifact of the 7th level Peak civilization. The civilization artifact Heart of Destruction machinery obtained from Lord Sunluo before is also a holy relic. But its power and effect are far less powerful than this brilliant star map. But what shocked him even more was that the Necroner, who possessed such a civilized artifact, was actually defeated by another Peak civilization. How powerful would that Peak civilization be? This brilliant star map is still in the closed state, and requires the energy of an entire star to be charged and opened. At the same time, Li Qing was also very clear that the lost capital and heritage of the Necronter were within the brilliant star map. As long as it was opened, the coordinates of the lost capital of the Necronter would be found on the star map. It's not a big problem to start it up. You can just draw energy from any star to provide energy. But he is not ready to open it yet. He had to solve the problem at hand first, and then get away from the suzerain country. Now he was still in the conscription stage, and couldn't leave for too long. Put away the brilliant star map first. And as for the coordinate chip, put it away as well. There is no need to hire a strong man from the subspace now. By this time, Amora had already left. And left after he made a wish to unlock the mysterious Rubik's Cube. Li Qing came out of the universe in his palm and looked up into the distance. At this moment, he vaguely felt that with the sudden disappearance of Sarnu's descending body, the reflection of the Sarnu master in the distance had already noticed it, but did not send other immortal subbodies over. And the real body did not dare to come over. Dare not. A mid-level immortal descended body suddenly lost contact. How could he dare to send another weaker immortal subbody over? What if there were traps and ambushes? Even at this time, the Lord of Destruction of Sarnor must have been wondering whether the vassalage promised to him by the Supreme Emperor Fëanor was a trap, deliberately luring him to send his immortal offspring over, and then intercepting and weakening him halfway. After losing 2 descended bodies in succession, Sarnu the Lord of Destruction could no longer separate his descended bodies again in a short period of time, and his combat power at the immortal level had been greatly weakened. If we send another immortal subbody and it gets ambushed, then we're all done for. The immortal subbody is also not something that can be obtained just by wishing it. The will that is separated is all separated from the main body, and every separation will make the main body weaker. It would be very dangerous if we were too weak at this critical moment when facing the siege of the Allied forces. Although, it looks dangerous now. After waiting for a while, and confirming that the Lord of Destruction of Sarnu would not send any more high-level offspring, Li Qing could only close the universe in his palm and teleport back. Chapter 338, Sarnor's Decisive Escape. He returned to the galaxy where the coalition forces were located, and returned to the mobile battle planet quietly without alarming anyone. Prince Renoan was not there, and the immortals in the coalition were far weaker than him, so they had no way of noticing him, who was deliberately hiding his whereabouts. He took back the psychic incarnation and received the memories of this period. He found that not long after he left, Lord Ecos contacted him again, and there was a tentative tone in his voice. But the psychic entity incarnation, according to his settings, just said indifferently that he would think about it again and delay for a while. At this time, everything in the coalition was normal, and no one knew that the delegation led by Lord Sarnu had disappeared just now. Next, Li Qing did nothing, nor did he take out the brilliant star map to study it. He just stayed in the war star and waited obediently. Less than half an hour after returning, I received another communication from the Lord of Ecos. Your Highness Li Qing, we don't have much time. Lord Sarnu must know that many people don't want him to succeed. He will definitely send an envoy with a letter to the imperial capital soon. If we want to stop this, we must do it as soon as possible. Li Qing pretended to think for a while, then sighed deeply and shook his head. I thought about it for a long time and felt that doing so was too risky and the success rate was too low. Once the matter was exposed, we would all be severely punished by His Majesty the Supreme Emperor. After much deliberation, I decided to give up. The Icos overlord was obviously a little surprised. He wanted to persuade him again, but when he saw Li Qing's resolute expression, he swallowed his words and sighed. In that case, then forget it. After shutting down the communication, the overlord of Eco sighed heavily. Without His Highness Li Qing's intervention, no one can stop Sarnu. Although he got rid of this matter temporarily, Li Qing was not too happy. Next, he had to find a way to escape from the coalition forces, and then find a way to find the lost capital of the Necronter undead dynasty. Well, let's kill Sarnor, the Lord of Destruction, before leaving. Now that the gift is gone, Lord Sarnor himself is suspicious whether the Supreme Emperor Fëanor is fooling him. The vassalage ceremony will definitely not be held, and the war will continue soon. He can take advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters. If you can steal the core of the will of Sarnor, the Lord of Destruction, in the melee, you will make a fortune. Such a huge civilization has accumulated countless civilization points and destiny points, as well as the rarest origin of civilization. The so-called origin of civilization, as its literal meaning suggests, is the evidence of the strength of the will of civilization. The stronger the origin, the stronger the will of civilization. In addition, what is needed to activate the civilization artifact to suppress everything is the origin of civilization. Generally speaking, this kind of thing can only be accessed by players at the level of Star Lord. After all, Star Lord can theoretically open up a new civilization. The Shada civilization that Li Qing had destroyed before also had its origins. But at that time, he was not even a military leader, and could not even sense it. After destroying the Shada civilization, its origin was devoured by the original will of human civilization, which slightly strengthened the civilization. If he could capture the Lord of Destruction of Sarno with his own hands, as the absolute core of the swarm civilization, he would be able to get at least half of the origin of civilization after destroying the Sarno-devouring swarm. A super powerful civilization like this is basically the first-tier powerful civilization under the advanced civilization. The origin of half of its civilization definitely exceeds the origin of the entire human civilization. I'm afraid it will be overwhelmed in one wave. The most important thing is that he can secretly intercept a small portion for his own use. The origin of civilization is only useful to the will of civilization, and it has only two functions when obtained by the Star Lord. One function is to enhance one's status within one's own civilization. For example, if Li Qing can seize a large piece in the melee later, his status will definitely soar to the First Lord of human civilization. The second function is to strengthen existing national policies. Of course, if there is a civilization artifact, this can be used to strengthen the civilization artifact. But most Star Lords do not have a civilization artifact. Theoretically, all Star Lords can condense their own civilization artifacts. But this requires the consumption of a huge amount of civilization origin to condense. Most Star Lords are unlikely to get so much civilization origin. Li Qing planned to keep a portion of it for himself to recast his own civilization artifact. He now has 3 artifacts of civilization in his hands. Namely the Light of the Negative Star, the Brilliant Star Map, a civilization artifact of the Ancient Peak Civilization, the Necromancer Dynasty, and the Mechanical Heart of Destruction of Lord Sun Luo. They are all artifacts of civilization, and their powers vary. At this stage, the most powerful one is the Brilliant Star Chart of the Death Furas, the Light of the Star Bearers, a divine relic of higher rank than the Holy Relic. Is not as powerful as the Brilliant Star Chart because the Star Bearers civilization has not yet developed. Not to mention the Mechanical Heart of Destruction. Its power is not on the same level as the other two. Li Qing had considered long ago to decompose the artifacts of other civilizations and integrate them into one of the main civilization artifacts, and concentrate on strengthening one. There is no limit to the number of civilization artifacts a civilization possesses, but any civilization only has one civilization artifact. Whether it is humans, the Bruin Alliance, the Death Fear civilization, or even the Negative Star civilization, etc., they only have one civilization artifact. The reason is simple: specialization and precision. The origin of civilization is limited. Concentrating too much will result in insufficient power of a single artifact. It is better to focus on and cultivate only one. A civilization artifact that has been condensed to the extreme is definitely much more powerful than a bunch of lower-level civilization artifacts. With 3 artifacts of civilization in hand, Li Qing had no time to condense and upgrade them one by one. Even when the universe in his palm is repaired in the future, he will have 4 artifacts of civilization. The universe in the palm of your hand is itself a civilization artifact of the previous generation of Star Negators. Li Qing's idea was very simple. He dismantled the artifacts of other civilizations, integrated them into the Light of the Negative Star, and recast them, and concentrated on strengthening this artifact. When the universe in his palm is repaired in the future, he will merge the Light of the Negative Stars with the universe in his palm, making it a super civilization artifact that integrates the artifacts of the previous generation of Negative Star civilization with the artifacts of this generation of Negative Star civilization. Next, Li Qing stayed obediently in the War Star and occasionally contacted other acquaintances. Occasionally, when other civilizations mentioned this matter, Li Qing would shake his head and refuse, solemnly stating that he would obey the Emperor's orders in everything. Lord Ecos was obviously a little confused, and every time he heard him say this, he looked strange and puzzled. Days passed one by one, and one day a week later, the frontline reconnaissance fleet suddenly sent a warning. We have detected unusual movements of the fleet near the Sarnu capital system. However, the coalition forces did not take this news to heart. Everyone knew that Sarnu was ready to surrender to the Empire, and would become one of them after handing in the letter of credence. Mobilizing the fleet now might be preparing the fleet to participate in the Battle of Heaven. Li Qing guessed something, but he certainly wouldn't express anything. Since the coalition forces did not take it seriously, he certainly would not say anything. Just like that, after more than half a month had passed, the Allied command finally felt something was wrong, because the headquarters received a communication from the Imperial capital. asking why Sarnu had not sent an envoy to deliver the letter of credence. The headquarters was also confused. How would they know what was going on? Then, the Imperial Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which realized the situation belatedly, sent another diplomatic letter to Lord Sarnu to inquire. Li Qing didn't know the specific results as it was a diplomatic secret. He only knew that the command from the headquarters was to continue to stay on standby. And then, about 20 days later, Li Qing suddenly received an order from the headquarters to convene an emergency meeting. When I arrived, I saw the commander-in-chief, who was extremely angry. By order of the Supreme Emperor, we will unite with the Imperial Fifth Army to launch a full-scale attack on the capital of the Sarnoer Hive. There was no explanation, but judging by the anger on the commander-in-chief's face and the information revealed in this passage, the Supreme Emperor was probably quite angry. Li Qing guessed that it was most likely that the Empire was deceived when it sent a diplomatic letter to Lord Sarnu more than half a month ago. The Supreme Emperor was furious when he found out that he was deceived, and even sent out the Empire's Fifth Army. The Fifth Army of the Empire is the regular fleet of the Fiannu Restoration Empire. From the battle stars to the battleships, all of them are dreadnoughts equipped with dark matter technology. One army contains a total of 2,000 level 6 dreadnought divisions, and its combat power is quite fierce. At this time, the Empire did not know what had happened to make Lord Sarnoer change his mind. It only knew that the Supreme Emperor of the Empire had been fooled and was filled with anger. The combined fleet immediately made preparations, and the vanguard had already set off before the arrival of the Imperial Fifth Army. Li Qing's fleet was not the vanguard, but it was behind the vanguard and received the order to set off. After a jump, the fleet came to a certain galaxy, which was a colony of Sarnu. When he arrived, the colony had been blown to pieces, and countless Sarnu sub-bodies had died. After a brief pause, it made a second jump to another colonized galaxy. Just like the previous one, the colony was directly blown to pieces, and all the inhabitants were killed. The third jump was not to a colonial galaxy, but to a galaxy where the vanguard was fighting with a fleet of Sarnu. The Sarnu swarm fleet stationed here is larger than the vanguard, but far smaller than the scale used in previous battles with the coalition forces, and does not seem to be the main force. After the follow-up fleet arrived, they split into two groups and went around the rear to prepare to encircle the vanguard on three sides. But the Sarnu fleet was very alert and quickly discovered their plan. It then withdrew directly and forcibly jumped away from the battlefield using the power of the mobile battle star. Although Li Qing could use the newly acquired civilization artifact comparable to the suppression halo interception in the palm of his hand, after some consideration, he felt that it would be better to wait until a more critical moment to use it, so as not to be discovered by the Lord of Sarnoer in advance. Once he was prepared, it would not be able to work wonders next time. Anyway, he is just here to make up the numbers, and not the main force. So why should he work so hard? The fleet did not chase after the residual waves of the jump, but instead advanced forward step by step according to the strategy of the command, destroying the colonies one by one along the way. As the central star region of Sarnu, a large number of planets have been transformed into honeycomb planets over tens of thousands of years. At this time, a large number of honeycomb planets are beginning to be transformed into biological warfare planets. Judging from the process of the transformation of life into a star, it is estimated that when the Fiannu revived empire just awakened, the Lord of Sarnoer had already realized something and started to prepare. If the war drags on for a long time, even for decades, Sarnu will be able to quickly produce dozens or even hundreds of biological war stars, and then it will be difficult to fight. But unfortunately, Sarnu did not have the strength to hold out for decades under the siege of two advanced civilizations and dozens of level 5 civilizations. Boom! A honeycomb planet that was turning into a war star was shattered. Huge continental plates were torn apart and thrown into space. Countless offspring quickly mummified in space and turned into powder in the horrific impact of the planetary explosion. Boom! Another honeycomb planet was shattered. The combined fleet was divided into several groups, specifically looking for those honeycomb planets to destroy. But the plan was not implemented for long. After only about 2 months, the 7th Army of the Allied Forces, which was carrying out the mission of clearing the honeycomb planets around the central star zone of Sarnu, received an order from the headquarters to quickly assemble at a certain coordinate. Upon receiving the order, Li Qing immediately interrupted the original plan, assembled the fleet, and began to jump. I checked the information sent by the headquarters halfway and found out what was going on. The vanguard fleet and the main force of the Central Army fought all the way to the vicinity of the capital of Sarnu, and found that the Lord of Destruction of Sarnu had already fled. Preparations had begun since the time they deceived the Supreme Emperor, and it has been more than 3 months now. No one knows when. But their main fleet escaped with the true body of Lord Sarnor. Although there are still some fleets and defense forces left in the capital area, reconnaissance has confirmed that the main force and the Lord of Sarnu are no longer there. Sleeve. It is not difficult to make this decision. When you know you can't win, you can only run. But being able to pack up and leave in such a short time can only be attributed to their strong ability to take action. At this point today, Li Qin doesn't have to worry about the truth being exposed. The coalition forces gathered together, defeated the remaining defenders in one fell swoop, and invaded the Sarnu capital system. As soon as Li Qin entered the galaxy, he was very curious and looked at the entire galaxy from a god's perspective. After scanning it, he sighed in disappointment. It was packed up so thoroughly that there was nothing left in the entire capital galaxy except the central star. There was not even a planet orbiting the star. It was just a bare galaxy. However, there are a large number of transformed colonies and honeycomb planets in the galaxies surrounding the capital galaxy, as well as a large amount of resources that cannot be moved away. These resources were uniformly distributed by the Renaissance Empire to the participating civilizations. But Li Qin did not care about them. What he cared about was where the Lord of Destruction of Sarnu and his main fleet had gone. He was a little worried whether Sarnor, the Lord of Destruction, would run to the Perseus Arm as originally planned. Well, I am also looking forward to seeing him run to the Perseus Arm. To be safe, it is better not to have Sarnor, the Lord of Destruction, come. If he is brave enough, even if the Lord of Destruction, Sarnor, comes, he can find a way to destroy this fleet and take all the benefits of the Lord of Destruction, Sarnor, and this civilization for himself. As long as he leaves the galactic disk area, stays away from the two advanced civilizations, and enters the Perseus Arm, he can launch a sudden attack without being discovered by the two advanced civilizations. He can kill the Sarnor Destruction Lord and his fleet in one wave. The Alliance has not yet found any trace of the departed Sarnor destroyer and fleet. After all, the Milky Way is too big. Although there are many civilizations, 99.999999% of the galaxies are uninhabited and desolate, even within civilizations. Chapter 339, Formal Battle of Advanced Civilizations. The Lord of Destruction of Sarnor jumped directly to the uninhabited star region without preparation, and it would be difficult to discover it before a large-scale search. Although the Advanced Civilizations Galaxy Miracle Sentinel Array can scout the entire galaxy and observe any galaxy, it cannot observe the entire galaxy at the same time. There are so many galaxies in the Milky Way that the Sentinel Array can only observe a certain number of galaxies at a time, unless there is a strong signal display that cannot be hidden, like the awakening of Ada Guide, or the position or coordinates of the galaxy are known for fixed-point observation. It is true that the Sentinel Array observes the entire galaxy, but the prerequisite is to know the coordinates of the location in order to observe. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to observe the entire galaxy at the same time. Otherwise, they would not just be an advanced civilization, but a god-level civilization. The next search is not a matter of the United Fleet. It is a matter of the Empire Intelligence Department. Next, the Imperial Intelligence Department will observe all over the Silver Disk by the Empire Intelligence Department. The combined fleet had to stop after less than a week of looting, and assembled the fleet in a galaxy near the original capital galaxy of Sarnu, ready for battle. In a galaxy less than 100 light-years away from them, a coalition force from the Ida Guides was gathering. The Salnobi colony suddenly disappeared. Without this buffer, the two higher civilizations had to be in contact with. The war in heaven has officially begun. As a member of the coalition forces and commander-in-chief of the 7th Army, Li Qin will have to participate, without the time of preparation for them. Only 4 days later, the coalition forces of Ida completed the assembly. A fleet consisting of 10 mobile war stars, more than 40 wars, nearly 800 fortunes, and more than 40,000 standard divisions leaped directly to the galaxy of the Fiono Cole. The Ida Guides, who have gathered together most of the civilizations of the Pangalactic Defense Alliance, have an absolute advantage in vassal forces. And this wave is only a part of it. After this part jumped over, another part jumped over immediately. There are 12 mobile war stars, 33 war moons, more than 600 fortresses of various sizes, and more than 40,000 divisions of various sizes. The size of the first wave of fleets alone was almost as large as that of the Fionnuo's coalition forces. And with the addition of the second wave, the total force had already surpassed the coalition forces. But at this time, the coalition forces could not withdraw troops, but could only carry it hard. Fortunately, the Empire had previously sent the Fifth Army, and the fearless division of all dark material technology was very powerful, which could make up for a lot of gaps. The well-prepared coalition fleet was deployed, and Li Qing's 7th Army and 6th Army were mixed into the right wing to fight against an Ida Guide coalition force that was nearly twice their size. Li Qing still had no plan to use the universe in his palm, neither the aura of the universe in his palm, which was comparable to the suppression of civilization artifacts, nor the light of divine judgment of the high-dimensional fortress was used. He just relied on his own extraordinary talent to face the battle head-on with the bonus of his command fleet. He is now trying to find a way to escape from the battlefield and look for the capital of the top civilization, the Necronter, and to find the trace of the Lord of Destruction of Sarnor. If he performs too arrogantly, the Empire will never let him go. Only if your performance is poor will you be replaced by the Empire. There is no light to clear the field, and you can only line up tightly. The two-sided battle star's final weapon star exploded back and forth, and the two unlucky mobile forts exploded and damaged. After Li Qing's promotion, the talent, the power of the Son of the Star, can increase the hull, armor, shield 200% of the hull, and the shield of His Majesty fleet. The Star Exploser can ignore any injuries. So the two sides fought against each other, and our side won. After the starburst, both sides released a steady stream of space fighters and began to fight each other in the center of the battlefield. If there are mobile battle satellites, they can be used to relay signals, greatly expanding the combat radius of space fighters. In theory, as long as the energy is sufficient, they can fight anywhere within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers. After the space fighters are released, the two sides continue to approach each other. When they reach the combat distance, it will be the turn of the main guns on the mobile battle stars and the war moons of both sides to open fire. This was the first time that Li Qing participated in a regular battle. In the previous battles, he used the light of divine judgment to quickly clear the field, and he did not seriously observe how a real large-scale battle was fought. This wait lasted nearly 16 hours, during which both sides' mobile battle stars fired 16 and 32 rounds of star blasters. Li Qing's current talent can reduce the cooling time of 50% of the weapon. Guide Aida's side lost 16 conventional mobile fortresses and 16 Titan superflags, mainly because they learned to be smart later and pulled the Titans to the front to block the attack angle, so they could only attack the front row and destroy the most valuable Titans. The Fionnuo coalition only lost 3 conventional mobile fortresses and 13 Titan superflags, and the 3 lost ones belong to the 6th Army. Their commander-in-chief doesn't have as outrageous bonuses as Li Qing, so any hit he makes is a fatal blow. However, these losses are nothing compared to the huge fleet and cannot affect the war situation. After 16 hours of approaching each other, they have gradually entered the main gun range of both sides' war planets. Li Qing stood in the center of the War Star Command Hall, looking at the images transmitted in real time by the War Star sensors in front of him. The destructive light beams that filled the sky were rushing towards him, enough to make even the timid tremble in their souls. The power of a T-slot fortress or Battlestar axis-based orbital main gun like this is more than 10 times that of a Titan light lance. One shot can blow a not-so-big planet into pieces. It is extremely powerful. Therefore, in the universe, the planet is so fragile. Once the battle of civilization is defeated, death and injury will not be described. Civilization is not strong enough, and there are not enough colonial planets, and the entire civilization will be destroyed by accident. In order to keep a low profile, Li Qing did not give any special orders. He just ordered the fleet to fight according to the fixed battle routine and attack head-on. But with his ridiculously strong buff bonus, even though his fleet was only half the size of his opponents, he quickly gained the upper hand after a full-scale battle between the two fleets. Both the Fionnuo's coalition and the Ida Guide's coalition were mostly composed of vassals, and their space fighters were all 5th generation, with the same technological level. But the skill bonuses of the commanders on both sides were too different, resulting in an extremely exaggerated loss ratio that was clearly seen within less than half an hour of the battle between the two fleets. A 5th-generation Deep Space Ghost fighter in the human civilization caught up with a Deep Space fighter that did not know which civilization was not known at a high speed. and 4 enemy fighters rushed from the left to prepare to intercept from the left. But his speed was too fast. With a 1000% speed bonus, he passed by in a flash, the moment he intersected one of the deep space fighters. 2 lasers flew out, and a fireball exploded on the spot. Talent plus basic naval command skills have an additional damage bonus of up to 400% plus, while the enemy's hull armor and shield are reduced by 30% due to the dimensional distortion aura. The increase and decrease basically mean instant kills. Although the enemy commander is also strong, at least a gold name commander, there is no bonus to the basic attributes. By the time they entered the combat range of both sides' flagships and super flagships, their cruisers, destroyers and frigates had already formed combat units and approached. That is the so-called cannon fodder group. Battleship groups are also divided into combat units. Generally speaking, about 100,000 battleships form a combat unit, which is responsible for concentrated fire operations in one direction, or engage in a direct confrontation with the opposing battleship cluster, or specifically support cannon fodder group, or it can be used specifically to focus fire on the opponent's flagship. Of course, the enemy also has such battleship groups, which are responsible for the same work. Therefore, in a battle like this, if there is no light of divine judgment to clear the field, the tactics of both sides are actually not much different. The only thing the commander can do is to be a buff tool. The specific and detailed command is actually conducted by the army group staff, and it is rare for the commander-in-chief to command small-scale tactics, unless the commander-in-chief is interested, or mechanical, and be colony civilization. The former commander is a robot. The combat computer can accommodate such a huge battlefield and complete the fine command. The latter is a hive creature whose main consciousness can control all sub-bodies in the entire battlefield, and can also complete precise commands like a robot. This is one of the advantages of robots and hive creatures. No other civilization can match them in terms of precise tactical command. The reason why normal civilizations can compete with these robots on the battlefield is mainly due to the buff bonus. The commanders of robots and hive civilizations do not have any so-called talent bonuses. They are just branches of the Overlord. Only the Overlord has a powerful buff that affects the entire country. The branches only have basic command skills, and do not have various talents. To outsiders, a battle of this scale is both spectacular and epic. But for the participants in the war, it was nothing but tragic and cruel, and not at all beautiful. The battlefield is so large that it may take several hours for a tactical commander to issue an order and implement it on the battlefield, making it impossible to have any sophisticated command. Most of the time, there is no need for tactics at all, just a head-on confrontation. It's nothing but cruelty and tragedy. Commanders who have survived a large-scale battle generally do not want to experience it again. Throughout the day, Li Qing basically did nothing. He just stood in the center of the War Star Command Hall and watched the numbers jumping wildly on the huge light screen in front of him. Behind each of these wildly jumping numbers lies the loss of a battleship or space fighter. The faster you jump, the faster you suffer casualties. The harder the jumping, the more casualties there will be. And he will continue to experience this. This kind of war with horrific casualties will not last for just 1 or 2 days. This is just the appetizer. The brutal war of attrition continued for the next day, or 24 hours without interruption. 2 days. 3 days. 1 week. By the 14th day, nearly half of the 7th Army under the command of Li Qing had been destroyed, especially the fleets of the civilizations under his command, most of whom were killed when he sent them to the front line. Only about 2/3 of the fleets of human civilization were preserved. But if the war continues, these 2/3 will not be saved. There is no way. The battlefield is a super meat grinding machine, and no one can escape. In a battle of this scale, the only way to determine the winner is to use this primitive meat mincing tactic, which will consume a large amount of strength on both sides to see who can't hold on first. It is said that all the strategies and plots made by famous generals will eventually lead to a head-on fight. When the scale and strength reach a certain level, all the strategies basically become ineffective. It's so big that all sneak attacks and ambushes can't hurt it at all. After nearly half a month, both sides suffered heavy losses. But the war continued and its scale grew. As early as the beginning of the battle between the two sides, fleets were mobilized from all over the place to provide support. Fleets gathered one after another. And despite such heavy casualties, the size of the fleets on both sides became larger and larger. At the same time, High Emperor Fiano officially issued an order to assemble 5 main fleets. These 5 main fleets are composed of Fiano's 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th Army as the main forces, and are combined into 5 coalition forces. Among them, the First Alliance, which is also the Central Core, stayed in the capital star field of the Empire. The Second and Third Alliances each gathered a large number of vassal fleets and advanced eastward in 2 routes. One route went through the inner ring of the galaxy, and the other route went between the inner ring and the middle ring. The main strategic goal was to attack the civilization under the command of the Ida Guide. The Fourth Alliance moved westward, mainly to defend against enemies that might bypass the Milky Way from the west. The Fifth Alliance, which is the alliance that Li Qing is in now, is led by the 5th Army Group and has a large number of vassal fleets. On paper, it is the largest of the 5 alliances, and its main strategic area is the outer ring of the Milky Way. Of course, the strategic goal at this time is to defeat the Ida Guide's vassal coalition in front of them. In addition to these 5 coalition forces, there are also large-scale garrison fleets in various important galaxies, as well as fleet support that can be called upon from vassal civilizations at any time. In addition, after the awakening of the Fiano revived empire, all ancient shipyards were restarted, and a large number of giant shipyards were newly built. Now, new warships and war stars are being built in full swing. With the power of advanced civilization, it won't take long to restore to its peak before the fall, or even exceed it. The entire galaxy became tense as the 2 awakened empires officially went to war. Almost all civilizations were paying attention to this war. Even those few decadent civilizations that were indifferent to worldly affairs were observing the war through the sentinel arrays, and determining their own foreign strategies by comparing the strength of both sides. Should he continue to ignore worldly affairs? Or should he think that the awakening of these 2 civilizations will affect his own safety and thus prepare for awakening? After all, they are 2 advanced civilizations. If they want to dominate the galaxy after defeating their opponents, they will definitely take action against other fallen advanced civilizations. If we don't pay attention and prepare in advance, once we have that intention, we will be caught off guard and will definitely not be able to defeat the advanced civilization that has returned to its peak. The river system was in turmoil. Lord Sardor had not been heard from since he moved, and Li Qing had been staying in the fleet as a tool. Thanks to his biased operation, all the fleets of the civilizations assigned to him were pulled to the front line to take the blame. He successfully received complaints from these civilizations, and had received verbal reminders many times. Yes, it was just a verbal reminder, not even a warning. And there was no actual punishment. Not to mention that it is impossible to change the commander temporarily, as the battle is in progress. He is still an immortal. To the suzerain country, those civilizations combined are not as important as Li Qing. It is impossible for him to be punished for such a thing. Besides, it is common practice to use others as cannon fodder in war. If they don't use you, will they use their own troops to grab the pieces? Chapter 340, Strategy for the Suolan Universal Enterprise. Li Qing, who originally wanted to give up, was speechless. Not only did the suzerain state not take it seriously, but it also verbally reminded him to cover it up a little next time when he used someone else to take the blame. There was no intention of punishing him at all, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Although his mind had long flown to the lost capital of the Necronter somewhere unknown, the situation did not allow it at the moment, and he could only patiently stay here. Fortunately, the so-called 100-year deadline was calculated from the time he inherited the Necronter civilization of the Undead Dynasty. Now he has not yet started looking for the Necronter relics, and has not yet started to inherit, so he will not be discovered by the top civilization that defeated the Necronter. So, it's not a bad thing not to turn it on yet. At least it can prolong some time. In fact, he is still hesitant about whether to directly inherit the legacy of the Necron dynasty. The ancient peak civilization. Technology is fine, but he has the more powerful negative star inheritance. As a transcendent civilization that has reached the pinnacle of civilization, the negative stars were definitely the best among all the 7th level peak civilizations when they were at the 7th level. After being promoted to a supergod level civilization, their understanding of the lower level civilizations they have experienced is definitely higher and stronger than that of a normal 7th level peak civilization. The star-class dreadnought ships are definitely better and stronger than the Necronter and the 7th level peak civilization that defeated the Necronter. The ships are fine, but the main thing is the other legacies of the Necronter. Just like the current Ida Guide, The situation of the Necronter is almost exactly the same as that of the Ida Guide. Its capital is probably an isolated star region hidden somewhere unknown. There must be a super large fleet left in it for its successors to make a comeback in the future. The remaining fleet is certainly not as good as the old enemy that has existed from ancient times to the present. But it can definitely be used to sweep across the advanced civilizations in the galaxy. Therefore, he would probably face the same problem as the last time he entered the isolated star field where the Ida Minter lived in seclusion, should he choose to inherit, or just take some benefits and leave. This is very confusing. Guide Ida is too far away from the Necronter of the Undead Dynasty. He really can't bear to give up such a huge legacy. Or, develop it on your own for a while. Find a way to repair the universe in your palm. Or wait until everyone has ascended to become descendants of light. Then exchange for some God-level civilization technology before opening it. The technology of God-level civilization is extremely powerful. And it is 2 different levels from the 7th level dark energy technology. Li Qing has not yet seen the power of the 7th level dark energy weapons, let alone the power of the 8th level star energy weapons that the negative star civilization once mastered. He does not have a very clear concept of the power difference between the two. But he knew that the gap between the 7th level peak civilization and the 8th level god level civilization was greater than the gap between any previous civilizations. It was a qualitative gap. If they had a group of fleets of god level civilization at hand, combined with the huge fleet left behind by the Necronter, it might be possible to resist the Necronter's former enemy within 100 years. As long as you can hold on. The rest will be easy. Once he has completely digested, understood and mastered the 7th level dark energy technology and reached the threshold set by a certain negative star civilization, or a certain inheritance requirement, Li Qing can then directly inherit the 8th level star energy technology mastered by the negative star civilization without any conditions. It is a direct inheritance, so there is no need to find a way to study it. By then, he could take off directly. Well, thinking of this, Li Qing couldn't help but get excited. The real peak is really not far away from me. Take it easy. Take a look at the situation first. Don't be in a hurry. Anyway, this brilliant star map will not be discovered before it is charged and activated, so there is plenty of time for him to think about it slowly. According to the order of the Senate, lead the combined fleet to provide support. After waiting for several months, Li Qi finally arrived with a mixed fleet supporting from human civilization. After Li Qing took over this fleet, the manpower he had lost was replenished. The battle was still going on at this time, but Li Qing was not on the frontline battlefield. After the losses exceeded half, he led the remaining fleet back and was resting in the rear. The command of both sides had a tacit understanding. Although the battle was going on, the tactics were tacitly maintained to continue the confrontation. The additional troops were not all deployed to the battlefield. Instead, a temporary command was established nearby and the fleets were concentrated there. Generally speaking, if it is difficult to determine the winner of a main battle, a different combat method will be used. Open up other battlefields outside the main battlefield. Use each branch fleet as an independent combat unit to look for the opponent's fleet to fight head-on, or break into the enemy's rear to cut off supplies. Attack colonial planets and logistics bases, etc. To put it simply, it is the common way of all-out war between civilizations. First, using all possible means to weaken the opponent's strength. As long as the opponent's strength is weakened one by one to a certain extent, and one side has a huge advantage, one side will seize the opportunity to launch another battle and defeat the enemy's main force in one fell swoop. Li Qing's 7th Army was not the main force, and had suffered heavy losses in the previous battle. After withdrawing from the main battlefield, it received an order from the headquarters to fight independently as a squadron. There was no specific combat plan or order. The command from the Supreme Command allowed him to act at his own discretion and look for opportunities to fight. In other words, he can now fly solo. After the damaged fleet was repaired and the supporting fleet was incorporated into the fleet, at some time one day, Li Qing led the fleet to leave the temporary command and leap into the vast sea of stars. Inside the war planet, Li Qing unfolded the star map and looked at it attentively. It was just a normal star map, not the brilliant star map of the Holy Relics. After sharing the sentinel array of the Fionnuo's revived empire, he obtained the complete star map of the entire galactic disk area. The star map from the advanced civilization is very clear and complete, clearly marking the territories and colonized planets of many civilizations in the galactic disk, as well as important fortress galaxies and approximate military garrisons. In addition to civilizations, some neutral forces, some super abnormal monsters that refreshed, and even special galaxies such as Leviathan were marked and shared together. This can be considered as one of the benefits of being a younger brother of an advanced civilization. Why do all civilizations send Star Lords to serve in the Servanti Guardian? Isn't it for the various benefits that only advanced civilizations can enjoy? Since he had decided not to open the remains of the Death Fira for the time being, Li Qing's mind became active. Regardless of whether or not you inherit the Necrotter's legacy, there is no harm in accumulating more strength now. Although the war in heaven is dangerous, it also has huge benefits. You can attack any civilization of the hostile camp without any reason and plunder their resources and population. At this time, Li Qing was somewhat glad that human civilization was in the Persis arm, and there was a nebula covering the entire Zutter star field, which was like a natural barrier blocking most conventional civilizations from moving north. This unique geographical condition allowed them to avoid countless possible crises and develop with peace of mind. Now that the war in heaven has broken out, the Zutter Nebula is even more important. Unless leader Ida personally sends a fleet into the Persis arm, no normal civilization would think of coming here to attack human civilization. Li Qing stretched out his hand and pressed the star map, and the star field in front of him quickly enlarged. Li Qi, Cybertron and Cyrus stood in front of the star map and observed together. After looking at the star map for a while, Li Qing put it away, dragged it to another star field, and zoomed in to observe it again. After observing more than a dozen star fields, he moved back to a star field he had seen before, pointed to a civilization territory marked in light red on this star field, raised his head and said, "Let's take action against this civilization. Solon Universal Enterprise. It is located in the northern part of the central ring of the galactic disk, bordering the original Sarno Hive, and is a giant corporate civilization." Li Qing still remembered that when he was in the United Fortress, he had traded with Ji Lei, the representative of this civilization in the United Fortress. But unfortunately, he later conspired with Zaruka of the Zener Star Cluster to harm himself. Although he was harmed, the hatred was formed, and this time, he had the chance to settle the score with him. Solon Universe Enterprise is a giant corporate civilization, headed by several super trust consortiums, and composed of a large amount of corporate consortium capital. There is no fixed main race within it, but it is composed of no less than 20 different civilized species. There is no such thing as racism in a giant corporate civilization like this. Any species that is keen on business transactions can join. If the Baji group of human civilization breaks away from human civilization, it can also join it and become one of its many enterprises. Of course, Li Qing chose this civilization to attack not simply because of those grudges, but because giant corporate civilizations like this are generally extremely wealthy, and their plundering income is higher than that of other civilizations. In addition, a united civilization like this usually does not have very powerful individuals. So once their main force is defeated head-on, they will often be defeated very quickly, and may even surrender directly. After all, most capital is profit-seeking, and most people prefer transactions rather than war. There's a saying that goes, once there is a proper profit, capital will become bold. If there is a 10% profit, capital will be used everywhere. If there is a 20% profit, capital will be active. If there is a 50% profit, capital will take risks. For 100% profit, capital will dare to trample on all human laws. If there is a profit of more than 300%, capital will dare to commit any crime, even at the risk of being hanged. If the benefits are great, then collaborating with the enemy and betraying one's own country doesn't matter. If the benefits are sufficient, Li Qing can now contact Solon Universal Enterprises Capital to purchase a fleet, and then use the purchased fleet to attack them. The civilizations that dare to participate in the war in heaven are not weak. At worst, they are only slightly weaker than humans. As long as he can destroy one of them, the civilization points and destiny points he gains will greatly increase his strength. If I kill a few more, I'm afraid I can accomplish my goal quickly. When the war in heaven draws to a close in the future, he can even make a desperate effort and use the annihilation power of the universe in his palm to destroy the isolated star field of Guide Ida. What kind of achievement is it to destroy an advanced civilization by one's own strength? TSK. He swallowed his saliva, put away this tempting idea, turned around, and said to Li Qi beside him, "Li Qi, please go back to the territory and ask His Excellency Chuyuan to drive the Origin battle star over here." Li Qi immediately replied, "No problem. Oh right. Just use psychic energy to teleport." It will be faster this way. Li Qi nodded and immediately turned and left. The origin is the mobile war planet inherited from Lord Sun Luo. Now that he has decided to take advantage of the chaos of the war in heaven to make a fortune, he must increase his strength. The initial goal has been determined, and the next step is to prepare for the opportunity. The fleet made 6 jumps, crossed tens of thousands of light years, and arrived outside the territory of Solong Universe Enterprise, and stopped in an uninhabited galaxy. A large number of small reconnaissance fleets were sent out to scout the surroundings. The star map only gave him a detailed map. Nothing in the world could remain unchanged. As for the strength of the garrison fleet within Solong Universe Enterprise, as well as the garrisons in important fortresses, garrisons on colonial stars, etc., it still depended on actual reconnaissance. Anyway, there is no rush. He has to wait for the Siyuan to arrive before taking action. After waiting for 5 days, the fleet temporarily built a star fortress outside the galaxy's gravity well. Li Qing asked the fleet to stay there and remain silent, and he drove out in an escort ship. He was not going to Solong Universe Enterprise, as they had their subordinates to do the reconnaissance, so there was no need for him to do it himself. He went out just to find out on the star map that there was a galaxy occupied by neutral forces not far from here. So he planned to go over and take a look. That neutral force is called the Lakim Interstellar Commercial Union, a neutral organization across the galaxy, similar to the Solong Universe Enterprise civilization. But unlike the Solong Universe Enterprise, which has established a civilization and has its own tendencies, the Lakim Interstellar Commercial Union is an absolutely neutral trade organization with branches spread across every corner of the bank, including the 4 spiral arms. There are even rumors that they have a superstar gate that can span the galaxy and teleport to other galaxies. But this is just a rumor, and no one has ever been able to confirm it. But the Lakim Interstellar Commercial Union is indeed the largest commercial organization in the Milky Way, and one can often purchase some goods from there that are beyond ordinary people's imagination. There are even rumors that at an auction more than 1,000,000 years ago, the Lakim Interstellar Business Union put up for sale a pioneer database containing complete dark matter technology. This rumor is very true, because a new advanced civilization did suddenly emerge more than 1,000,000 years ago. However, this advanced civilization later expanded due to its powerful strength, and was finally destroyed by the Sedian recorder. They haven't even awakened yet, and can be defeated with the existing fleet alone. It is not known whether the newly advanced civilization was promoted because of the purchase of the Pioneer database. But from this rumor, it can be seen that the strength of this Lakim commercial union is indeed powerful. It happened to be not far from there, so Li Qing decided to take some time to go and take a look. The Lakim galaxy is more than 1,000 light years away from the galaxy where the fleet is located, which is not very close. One jump will take you to a galaxy 2 jumps away from Lakim. As soon as I came out of the gravity well, I received a welcome message from the Lakim Interstellar Business Group and was guided into the channel. When he followed the instructions and arrived at the entrance of the hyperspace channel at the edge of the galaxy, he saw a long line of ships of various civilizations lined up at the entrance of the wormhole, including several large-scale fleets, the largest of which had more than 100,000 large and ultra-large cargo ships. Chapter 341 Shocking Discovery. No one knows where the headquarters of the Lakim Interstellar Commercial Union is, only that there are branches of varying sizes. The branch where Li Qing is currently located is considered upper middle class, and in the past it mainly served the Pangalactic Defense Alliance. Now that the war in heaven has broken out, the Pangalactic Defense Alliance has been disbanded, but the branches have not been disbanded. In fact, they are no different from before, and still serve the previous civilization. After all, although the alliance has been disbanded, those civilizations are still there. After waiting in line for nearly half an hour, Li Qing's warship entered the wormhole, crossed the hyperspace channel, and entered the galaxy. At a glance, he saw a super-large star city cluster not far from the exit of the hyperspace channel, which was probably composed of hundreds of star cities. Behind the star city, there is a long string of space living stations that look like grapes. These space habitation stations are used as warehouses, not for living, and are specifically used to store goods that are not suitable for placement in space. After being teleported through the Stargate, I arrived somewhere inside the galaxy and saw a huge life planet in the orbit of the star. This branch is centered on a life planet, surrounded by densely packed star cities and superstar cities. From time to time, you can see huge pioneer fortresses and several huge mobile war stars, although not many military fleets were seen nearby. It was certain that there were some, just not parked here. After all, it is an absolutely neutral branch of a commercial organization, so the military atmosphere will not be too strong. As a branch of a super commercial organization serving a large number of nearby civilizations, there is always a huge volume of transactions and flow of people. Li Qing's worship was inconspicuous here. However, when he registered his name and identity, he was immediately recognized. Then the interface flashed, and a human dressed in gorgeous alien costumes appeared in front of him. At first Li Qing thought this was just an ordinary human being, specially used to entertain him. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he knew he was wrong. This was a real human player. Your Highness Li Qing, I am Yuan Ming, the senior manager of the 11th branch of the Lakim Business Union. It is a great honor to meet you here. I heard that you were recruited by the Fianu Resurrection Empire to participate in the War of Heaven. I always thought you were fighting in the Northern Theater, but I didn't expect to see you here. Li Qing smiled and waved his hand. It's my turn to take a day off. I heard that the Lakim Business Union has a branch here, so I came to take a look. You came at an unfortunate time. The annual auction held by the Commercial Union branch ended just 2 months ago. If you want to participate, you have to wait another 10 months. I'm just here to take a look around, not to participate in the auction. I will arrange a guide for you. From now on, you only need to pay half the handling fee when you trade with any branch of this business alliance. If you trade with the Chamber of Commerce directly under this business alliance, you can get a 10% discount. Li Qing was surprised. Do you have this permissions? Yuan Ming smiled and said, Of course I don't have such great authority, but you are of an extraordinary status. Even if this is your first time here, you can get this discount no matter which branch of this business union you go to. And with your status as a Star Sea Lord and Immortal, you are directly listed as the highest level VIP of this business union. And you are eligible to participate in the Pan-Galaxy Super Trade Fair held by this Chamber of Commerce once every 1,000 years. By the way, the next Pan-Galaxy Super Trade Fair will be held in 8 years. Your Highness Li Qing can keep an eye on it. It would be best to participate when the time comes. Perhaps you will come across some good stuff. Pan-Galactic Super Trade Fair. Li Qing knew that the auction of the highest level trading event of the Lakim Interstellar Commercial Alliance, where a complete set of dark matter technology pioneer databases were auctioned, was held nearly 1,000,000 years ago. Now Li Qing became interested. It is unlikely that the pioneer database will be available. The Lakim Interstellar Commercial Alliance is very powerful, and the super commercial event held once every 1,000 years will definitely have good things that he needs even now. But 8 years is still a bit far. He just nodded to make a note of it, then turned around and put it out of his mind, and began to browse the shops of the various chambers of commerce in the branch to see if there was anything that interested him. With Li Qing's current strength and the resources he has at his disposal, basically nothing can catch his eye, except for blueprints for mobile battle stars and war moons, or higher tier goodies. Even the giant ships that he had always dreamed of, such as the Mobile Fortress and the Titan Super Flag, were designed in large numbers at this time because of the birth of a large number of negative stars and servants of light. Now he no longer lacks these, but he lacks time. The Lakim Commercial Union itself consists of a large number of super commercial giants, and each giant has an independent star city as its own shop. But you don't need to pass it yourself. You can view the sale information in all shops on the internet. Li Qing glanced around, glancing at the products that he had longed for a long time, but now had no feelings for. Feeling a little bored, after watching it for almost 2 hours. I only won the blueprint of 2 wars. He simply didn't look at it, but contacted Yuan Ming again. Your Highness Li Qing, are these products not satisfying to you? Li Qing didn't hesitate and asked directly. Do you have any mobile battlestar blueprints? Do you have any civilization points and destiny points for sale? Yuan Ming immediately replied. Of course we have these. Some of them are put on the shelves for sale every month. But these products are so popular that they are often taken away immediately after they are put on the shelves. At this point Yuan Ming suddenly lowered his voice and said, Your Highness Li Qing, these items are of the greatest use to players. Our Lakim Business Union has a large number of military lords or lord representatives from major player civilizations waiting in ambush in all the major branches. As long as there is a transaction like this, they will immediately buy it. Normally, you can't buy it even if you come 100 times, unless you also leave some people waiting in ambush. Of course, you can also participate in the annual auctions held by each branch. There will be a large number of civilization points and a small number of destiny points for auction. Only the highest bidder will have a chance to get it. Li Qing had guessed this now. But he didn't say anything. He just asked again. How many civilization points and destiny points are sold at each auction? Yuan Ming immediately replied. It's hard to say. Generally, the civilization points will be more than 1,000. And the destiny points will be at least 1. Sometimes there will be 2 or 3 points. Well, much less than Li Qing had imagined. But if you think about it carefully, it's not a small amount. After all, it's 1 term a year. And there are more than a dozen branches to allocate, which adds up to quite a lot. Can your business union place orders for these civilization points and destiny points in advance? I would like to order a batch. Yuan Ming shook his head and said, Sorry. This business will not accept the order of these 2 products. Well, alright then. Li Qing felt somewhat bored and suddenly felt that visiting the Chamber of Commerce was meaningless. I waved my hand and was about to leave when Yuan Ming suddenly said, Your Highness Li Qing, if you want a large amount of civilization points and destiny points, there is an opportunity. What chance? 10 years ago, this business union headquarters started issuing special tasks all year round. Anyone can take them. You can take a look and choose 1 or 2. After completing them, you can gain a lot of civilization points or destiny points. Li Qing became interested and said, Tell me about it. Yuan Ming immediately said, I don't know the mission either. I'm not qualified to read it. I'm only responsible for introducing it. And according to the regulations, only those with the status of Star Navy Lord or above are qualified to accept this mission. Before reading the mission, you need to swear to the will of the universe with your own status, promising not to reveal what you see to anyone. Li Qing narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately became alert. What mission needs to be so secretive? He fell into deep thought and did not answer for a moment. Yuan Ming didn't say anything either, waiting for him to think. Li Qing instinctively felt that there was some bad secret here. But curiosity killed the cat. The stronger the strength, the higher the curiosity. He thought about it seriously for a while, then nodded and said, Yes, I can swear that I... Li Qing. Wait a moment. Yuan Ming interrupted him and said, Wait a minute. Wait until the director of this branch comes over. I'm just a supervisor, and I don't have the qualifications to issue tasks. Hearing this, Li Qing became even more interested. In less than half a minute, Yuan Ming's projection disappeared and was replaced by a human-like creature that looked like a human, but taller and stronger than a human. The exposed skin was pale, and the facial expression was almost the same as that of a human. The only difference was that it had long ears, small horns on its head, and a thick and long tail behind it. He bowed to Li Qing and said in a magnetic voice, It's an honor to meet you. His Highness Li Qing from the human civilization. I am the head of the 11th branch of the Lakim Interstellar Business Union in the Milky Way. You can call me Chim 11. Li Qing also returned the greeting. Human civilization. Li Qing. It's an honor to meet Mr. Kim. At this moment, something unexpected happened. This unknown humanoid suddenly said to him seriously, It's Chim 11. Li Qing was slightly startled, but immediately called the person on the other side Kim 11. The alien's expression eased, and he continued. I heard that His Highness Li Qing wants to accept a mission from the Commercial Union headquarters. You should already know the rules. Here is a sample essay. You can swear to the will of the universe later. As he spoke, an attachment popped up in front of Li Qing. When he opened it, he saw a page of ancient-looking paper with an oath on it. When seeing the ancient paper page and the oath, Li Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, after reading the oath in less than a minute, Li Qing's expression became a little strange. Li Qing looked up at Chim 11 and shook his head and said, I'm sorry. I can't do these tasks. The oath is simple. Or rather, it already includes the content of the transaction. The Lakim Business Union divides the tasks from the headquarters into 3 levels. Each level has different rewards, corresponding to 3 different behaviors. The lowest level task requires the sacrifice of an immortal's immortal soul and will. Each sacrifice will reward 10 destiny points, with no upper limit. The second level task requires the sacrifice of a minimum level 5 conventional civilization. This can be done after plundering all of the civilization's resources and destiny points, which means it does not affect your gains after defeating the civilization. For every civilization will sacrificed, 100 destiny points and a mysterious gift will be rewarded. The third level, which is the highest level task, is to sacrifice a complete advanced civilization. This can also be done after plundering all the resources and destiny points of the civilization. Sacrifice the will of a high-level civilization and be rewarded with 1,000 destiny points and a mysterious gift beyond imagination. At the end of the 3 tasks there is an oath, swearing to the will of the universe that these 3 tasks will never be revealed to any outsider in any form. What surprised Li Qing was that the standard of this oath was very high. It's not what most people imagine, that you can't tell anyone after you swear, but it means that after you swear, you can't tell anyone anything related to these 3 tasks. The rule-based statement of not being able to speak means that even if you speak, others cannot hear it. They can only see your mouth moving but cannot hear what you say, including writing, entering chips, and any other forms. Li Qing has now seen the content of the mission, and he has to swear whether he is willing to accept the mission or not. But in fact, these tasks are not difficult for him. With his strength, it is not difficult to hunt down lower-level immortals. There are many immortals who join the Ada Guy camp in the war in heaven. It is not difficult to hunt down more than 10 of them if he is diligent and careful. The second-level task is not difficult either, and he can still accomplish it with his strength. He can even complete the highest third-level mission. If he shows all his cards and goes all out, he can destroy any advanced civilization, although there is a very long cooldown period afterwards. This feat can indeed be accomplished. Thinking about the temptation of the third-class task, Li Qing was also tempted. He didn't know until the mysterious gift was opened, but those 1,000 destiny points were worth the money. But when Li Qing saw the delicate patterns on the ancient paper at the bottom of the oath, as well as a strange mark underneath the oath, his heart was in turmoil, and he did not dare to accept the 3 tasks at all. To those who don't understand, this is just a piece of ancient paper with a beautiful pattern and a very normal mission document and oath. But for Li Qing, who inherited part of the memory of the ancient undead dynasty's necrophile civilization, he could understand the true meaning of this mission document and oath. Let me put it this way. What ordinary people think of is just the mission description and the oath written on paper in different civilizations' languages. But for Li Qing, he still recognized the seemingly exquisite and mysterious patterns on the ancient paper, which were actually the writing of a civilization that horrified him. In other words, the real mission document, in addition to normal writing, also includes some additional conditions of the writing of a certain civilization represented by the exquisite mysterious patterns. The combination of the two is the real mission document. Li Qing happened to recognize this mysterious civilization that almost no one in this river system knew about. And he also knew what this additional condition meant. In simple terms, no matter which of the 3 tasks you accept, the additional conditions written in mysterious words will take effect. This additional condition is very simple to translate. Once you accept a mission, you must go to a corner of the Milky Way within the agreed time and jointly open an ancient superstar gate. Chapter 342. The third divine general suddenly appears. But the main point of Li Qing's shock was that he recognized the civilization represented by the mysterious text. Or rather, the Necronter civilization recognized it. It was another top civilization that defeated the Necronter in ancient times. Other peak civilizations may not be clear about this, but as the direct murderers of the Necronter civilization, their civilizational characteristics and various marks can be obtained without inheriting the Necronter civilization's legacy. This does not mean that this neutral organization called the Lakim Interstellar Commercial Union was established by that peak civilization. But, well, not likely. Either this intergalactic neutral organization was established by members of that civilization, or it is an intergalactic neutral organization established by that civilization itself. Perhaps it is absolutely neutral to the civilizations of other river systems, but it must have a special purpose. According to Li Qing's guess, it is most likely that these are the minions and tentacles left behind by that civilization after it destroyed the Necronter civilization, monitoring the Milky Way in an absolutely neutral manner. After all, when the Necronter civilization was about to be defeated, it suddenly wiped out its capital and part of its fleet from the galaxy. That civilization could not have been unaware of this. The 100-footed bugs are dead without stiffness. They have never found the capital of the disappearing fear of the dead, and they will not give up for a moment. The galaxy will definitely be left behind. Once they find the trace of the civilization of the deceased, they will definitely lead the fleet to expedition to the Milky Way. According to Yuan Ming, this task began 10 years ago, which means that they were ready to return to the galaxy 10 years ago. Of course, it is not necessary to return to the Milky Way. The war in heaven was an earth-shaking event for the civilization of the Milky Way. But for a powerful civilization that had conquered countless galaxies and defeated more than one peak civilization, the war in heaven of a level 6 advanced civilization was not enough to attract them. Or they don't want to return to the galaxy. Just want to do something. But no matter what he did, Li Qing was unwilling to involve him. Fortunately, Jim 11 did not force to take the task, but just expressed his shock and disconnected the contact. Li Qing did not have any abnormal performance. He continued to visit the market for a while, and purchased some blueprints for warships. Then I bought 10 ancient heritage boxes, and prepared to go back to open the box to play. Then, feeling that there was nothing to see, he returned to the battleship, and prepared to leave. The warship slowly left the busy galaxy. But Li Qing looked back at this busy galaxy more than once, frowning and worrying. The universe is too dangerous. A level 5 civilization is not safe enough in the local galaxy, let alone at the cosmic level. When he returned to the fleet's galaxy, Li Qing didn't go out again, so he stayed in the battle star and waited. Occasionally, he entered the hand of the universe to observe the internal development. From time to time, he would open the secret communication channel of the Imperial Command to communicate with the commanders of other fleets in real time, exchanging their respective strategic plans and next steps to avoid misunderstandings. With the power of the Star Sea Miracle Sentinel Array, the communications of the revived Empire of Fiano can cover the entire galaxy. Correspondingly, the Ida Guides also have Sentinel Arrays, and they can do the same. Time passed day by day, and it soon passed about 2 months. One day, Li Qing suddenly received a message from Li Qi communicating with him in the mental matrix. Your Majesty, there are 2 news to tell you. First news, the Origin has entered the center ring of the silver plate, and is still 2 days away from your Majesty. In the second news, the source number suddenly received a strange signal that I had never seen before. I have translated it, and now sent it. Don't worry. I'll tell you when you come over. Can. At a certain moment after 2 days, the fleet received a strong transition signal, accompanied by the explosion of strong jump energy. An extremely huge mobile battle star appeared in front of them. Li Qing moved the fleet headquarters on the beginning of the source as soon as possible, and communicated the Empire's commander department to send the key to the High Star Gate in the battle star. He soon received a response from the High Command, which agreed to incorporate the advanced Stargate key of his mobile battle star into the Empire's external Stargate network. It means that in addition to the internal core star domain of the Imperial Degeneration directly through this star door, including the capital of the Empire, it can connect the border around the core star domain of the Empire and the star gates in all other areas. After completing the star door connection, less than 10 minutes after access, the star door in the battle star opened. A navigation ship flew out of it, entering the internal anchor of the battle star. Come here is a group of military observer of the Empire's Supreme Military Command. The task is the resident fleet, and is responsible for communicating with the Empire Command. This is not surveillance. But attention. After all, he is not a member of the Empire, so communication is usually difficult, especially when communicating with some departments within the Renaissance Empire. The arrogance and superiority of some members of the Empire can easily lead to misunderstandings, thus delaying the opportunity to fight. These military observers are responsible for dealing with those arrogant Empire members. There are so many vassals throughout the entire Empire camp. Li Qing is the third fleet with this treatment. The other 2 who had this treatment did not have advanced mobile war stars with their own star gates like him, but because those 2 civilizations were too deeply involved in the war in heaven, and almost the entire civilization came out in full force, according to the information Li Qing has received now. So far, these 2 civilizations have assembled 7 and 11 mobile war stars respectively, and their conventional fleets exceed 20,000 standard divisions. Of course, the fleet of the fleet supports the primary country of course. Not only did they send military observation teams, but they also improved their number level, compiled as the 6th and 7th Joint Fleets, respectively, and each responsible for a strategic offensive in one direction. Li Qing has not upgraded his fleet level yet, mainly because his fleet is too small. If it reaches a size of more than 5,000 standard divisions, he will be given the title of the 8th Joint Fleet with the strategic advantage of this advanced mobile combat star. You have to know that this kind of advanced mobile war star is not easy to build even for an advanced civilization like Fionuo. In the entire history of civilization over millions of years, there was a peak period, but there were only about 6 or 7 of them in total. This is not as simple as just increasing the size of the war planet and installing a Stargate. In other words, installing a Stargate is easy. You can just make a random Stargate and install it and it's done. But this kind of Stargate cannot connect to the Imperial Stargate network at all. Not to mention that the Stargate can be opened to continuously transmit fleet support during battle, which requires extremely high technical content. Generally speaking, higher civilizations can only be grasped in the later period. Only the 7th level peak civilization can achieve a high star door for each battle star. Such movable advanced Stargates have a very high strategic position in war. A main fleet can be formed with an advanced mobile war star as the core. The main force will arrive wherever the fleet is, except for the war stars and war moons that cannot be passed through. As many conventional fleets, and even mobile fortresses as possible can be transmitted. The more of these movable Stargates there are, the greater the strategic depth will be, and the more strategic and tactical methods can be used, so they cannot help but pay attention to it. With a good observed observer, Li Qing came to the command hall of the Zhongqing Central, and Li Qi was waiting for him there. When he came over, Li Qi stretched out his hand and pointed, and a new light screen popped up among the many light screens in the command hall. After some operations, the screen changed, and a robot that looked extraordinary in both momentum and appearance appeared on the light screen. This is a humanoid robot, which looks about 10 meters, and is sitting high on a mechanical throne. The metal texture of the robot is obviously some kind of high-strength alloy, and there are many special crystals embedded on the surface. There are many lights flying out on the robot, twisting like a wire, stretching into the air. The pulse of the circuit flows out, inserting a huge crystal wall. Seeing this scene, Li Qing always felt that this robot was familiar with it, and it seemed to have seen it. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly sensed something and turned around, and saw that the two gods, Cybertron and Cyrus, suddenly appeared behind him with a flash of psychic power. The two were looking at the robots on the light screen with shock on their faces. They looked at each other, and could see the horror in each other's eyes. Why? You know each other? Sephiel. The name Li Qing felt a little familiar. Suddenly he turned back to look at the light curtain. At this moment, the huge robot in the light curtain had straightened its body, tilted its head slightly, and uttered a loud voice. Do you recognize me? No. I can feel a familiar feeling from you, but I'm sure I have never seen you. At this point, Li Qing suddenly had an idea and shouted in surprise. Are you the third god of the Lord Sinro? The robot turned around Li Qing, and the two white lights in the pupils lit up. Nice to meet you. Successor to His Highness Sinra. Wait. Are you still the leader of 003 Neutral Galaxy? The robot responded. Yes. Li Qing understood why he felt familiar with it just now. Because he had been to the 003 Neutral Galaxy once before and attended an auction. Although he had never seen the real 003, he seemed to have seen this picture somewhere and had a vague impression of it. Precisely because I only saw that scene in a quick glimpse. I don't have much impression of it. At first glance, it just feels familiar. After a short silence, Li Qing asked, G.I. God of Cephal, what are you looking for me now? What is it for? The robot answered. According to the previous agreement, any of the heirs of His Royal Highness Mori can get a final inheritance. Li Qing was overjoyed when he heard this. He had been to the 003 Galaxy, which was a powerful neutral force located between the Human United Empire and the Bruvan Union. It is mainly composed of the 003 mechanical planet, plus more than 30 super pirate forces between the two civilizations. Its specific strength is unknown. But Li Qing saw 5 mobile war stars and 30 war moons in the 003 core star system. This is obviously not its true strength. No matter which civilization it is, its garrison camps will definitely not be placed near the planet. The 5 war stars alone and the 30 wars are eye-catching, in addition to the huge conventional fleet. If you can get it, it is really cool. At this time the robot spoke again. But this agreement is out of date. Ah! Li Qing suddenly stunned, and instantly felt that the 5 war stars and the 3 wars seemed to fly. He quickly asked, why is it out of date? God Sephiroth said, according to my agreement with my majesty, the other half I took away when the civilization collapsed. But I have inherited everything from Lord Sunluo, including the mechanical battle star. The god of Siphon will shook his head. I'm talking about the heir of civilization. You have only inherited His Majesty's power, but not our will of civilization. Your inheritance is incomplete. I lost it. Li Qing was speechless. He finally understood what the so-called inheritance of Lord Siphivan meant. This means that he only inherited the power of Lord Sunluo, but did not inherit the will they once shared. And what was their common will? Damn. This is a policy of civilization that is determined to exterminate those who do it. According to Siphivan, after inheriting all of Lord Sinlo's legacy, he must also complete mechanical ascension and inherit their once common ideals. That is, he must also become an iron-hearted exterminator. This is the complete inheritance. And only then can he obtain the huge fleet in Siphivan's hands. How dare he inherit this? No wonder he did not contact him after he had inherited the Lord Sino. In theory, he would definitely know when he inherited the Lord Sino. Obviously, he was still hesitating. Sighing speechlessly, Li Qing let out a long breath and asked casually, "Since I have not fully inherited the concept of His Majesty Mori, and the inheritance is not complete, what is your time to find me for me now? Is it specifically telling me that there is no chance?" The robot General Siphivan was also silent for a while, then said, "You have another chance." "Well, talk about it." Li Qing was not too excited, but just held the mind. He was afraid Bai was happy. If he has to take the mechanical ascension route again to inherit, then forget it. At this time, the robot Siphivan God General spoke again. "My original idea was to let you take the mechanical ascension route again. As long as you complete the second stage of mechanical ascension, you can complete the inheritance. Really. But since I know you have been promoted to the immortal spiritual power, I have dispelled this idea. You are the first person in the history of human civilization to be promoted to immortal. Even the three sons of civilization in the first generation of human civilization were no more than this. You are a son of the new generation of civilization. I have been observing you since you broke through the core fortress of the Eastern Union of Browen. You have the potential to lead human civilization to break free from its shackles and step into another level of civilization. I can give you a chance. As long as you can swear to the will of the universe and human civilization, allowing your people to freely choose the ascension route, and not prohibiting mechanical transformation and mechanical ascension. As long as you make a vow, you will immediately get everything I have now. Mechanical ascension." Li Qing smiled and shook his head. "I'm sorry. I follow the rise of genes, and the spirit can rise. And I will never go to the mechanical ascension." Chapter 343 The Third God's Huge Assets. Sci-Fate paused a little, and asked again, "You should know that I now have 20 mobile battle stars, more than 100 war moons, and 20,000 standard level 6 enhanced technology division level fleets. If you agree, you will have them immediately." The robot looked at Li Qing quietly and asked in a deep voice, "Do you still refuse?" Li Qing also answered with the same face, "Yes, I still refuse." The scene was silent and quiet. Sephiroth fell silent, and Li Qing didn't speak either. At this time, Cybertron suddenly spoke to the robot in the light curtain. "My brother, I think you can understand our current situation and make a decision. Maybe our choice will be better than the mechanical flying." The robot in the light curtain was broken, and he looked up at Subutin, hesitated a little, and asked, "I feel a very familiar feeling from you, but I don't have any memory of you." Cybertron smiled slightly and said, "Because I have changed my appearance. If I change back to my old appearance." As he spoke, the muscles and facial features on Cybertron's face began to change slightly, and soon he took on a different look. Then I saw the two electronic eyes of the robot in the light curtain suddenly light up, and the robot's voice was obviously a little surprised. "Subutin, Mr. Cyrus." Sales also resumed its original appearance. "What are you doing?" Cybertron opened his hands, and powerful psychic energy condensed and transformed into tangible psychic energy surrounding himself, slowly floating up in the shocked eyes of the robots. "As you can see, with the help of Li Qing, we have completed a comprehensive rebirth. Now not only have substantial flesh and blood, but also have a strong spiritual energy." Cybertron looked at Sephiroth and said in a deep voice, "His Majesty Sinlo's era has passed. History has proven that mechanical ascension has huge hidden dangers. You should know the current situation in the galaxy. Even if His Majesty Li Qing ascends mechanically again to inherit the other half, it will be difficult for us to find a foothold in this chaotic galaxy." At this time, Cyrus also spoke. "His Majesty Li Qing has a treasure that can reverse our lives, reshape our bodies, and awaken our spiritual powers. Not only you and me, but even our sleeping people can be reawakened, reshape their flesh and blood, and awaken their spiritual powers. The robot remained silent, but his inner unrest could be seen from his constantly flashing electronic eyes. Li Qing looked at his appearance at this moment, and his heart moved slightly. And he also spoke. Sir Sephiroth, although you have been staying in the Faust star field and maintaining neutrality, you should be aware of the developments in the outside world. I have destroyed the eastern core fortress of the Browen Union. In less than 5 years, human civilization will launch a full-scale attack on the Browen Union. With the power I have now, it can be said that the Browen Alliance will be defeated. Once human civilization annexes Browen Union, then the Faust devious realm located between humans and Browen will become the internal site of human civilization. And the current 003 neutral galaxy is located in the Faust star domain. And there will be no place where it will be. Human civilization will never allow a powerful neutral force to exist in the heart of its civilization. At that time, you will only have one choice, which is to leave the 003 galaxy. The galaxy is in the midst of a war in heaven right now. It's in chaos. Where else can you go if you leave the 003 system? Facts have proved that I have the power to reverse fate. If Siphon is willing to go back to me, I can reverse your life for you and your subordinates, and reshape the body and awakening very powerful spiritual energy. After rebuilding your body, you no longer have to stay in one place like before. You can go anywhere. You can return to human civilization openly without being rejected. The robot Siphon remained silent. Li Qing was not in a hurry, but just looked at the robot in the light quietly and made him think carefully. I don't know how long. The robot slowly looked up, and the light in the pupil was not flashing. He said deeply, I'm sorry, but I can't break my promise to His Majesty. Call. Li Qing sighed lightly, shrugged and said, That's really regrettable. At this time the robot said again, But according to His Majesty's order, anyone who inherits His Majesty's estate is eligible to receive the other half. Li Qing was stunned for a moment, and was thinking about the meaning of this sentence when the robot said, Your Highness Li Qing, you have completely inherited His Majesty's legacy. According to the agreement with His Majesty Sun Luo, you will automatically inherit the other half of the legacy. Your Highness Li Qing, please go to the 003 galaxy to receive it. After saying this, the robot suddenly disconnected, leaving Li Qing in shock and surprise. Interesting. Li Qing instantly felt a liking for General Sephiroth. Be decisive in your actions. Don't drag your feet. And give when you say you will. There was no need to even give a symbolic cover of a task or test. And they just voted using a ready-made reason. It was a good thing for Li Qing to skip the so-called test. He really didn't have time to do any tests now. But there is still time to go back to the Faust star field and take over the huge assets of 003. With such a huge fleet, all equipped with level 6 enhanced technology, he even has the confidence to directly defeat a level 5 giant corporate civilization like Solon Universal Enterprise. The plan has to be changed again. Li Qing pinched his chin, unable to stop smiling. There is a saying that goes, when good luck comes, heaven and earth are on your side. When bad luck comes, even heroes are helpless. When good luck explodes, everything goes smoothly. Once luck disappears, even a hero will be unable to move forward. Li Qing's luck at this time was indeed unprecedentedly high. Just as Siphon said, he possessed complete dark matter technology and destroyed the eastern core fortress of the Browen Alliance, their 10,000-year enemy. He single-handedly led the weakening of this 10,000-year enemy. Li Qing's luck in human civilization had reached its peak at this time, and he was one of the few in the 10,000-year history of human civilization. At this time, whatever he does within human civilization will go smoothly, and there will be no obstacles. Outside of civilization, there is also the will of human civilization, which can turn misfortune into good fortune. Just now, the god of Siphon will be as decisive, which is absolutely affected by the will of human civilization. Quickly arranging his men to suspend the offensive, Li Qing teleported directly through the advanced star gate of the origin battle star, instantly crossing tens of thousands of light years back to the core fortress of Yan'an Pass in the central northern border of human civilization. Without alarming anyone, he left Yan'an Pass and stepped into the starry sea of the northern border. In just 2 hours and several jumps, he arrived alone in front of the neutral galaxy 003. They opened the black hole door, invited the Cybertron god out, and the two of them teleported into the 003 galaxy. As soon as he entered, Li Qing immediately received a communication directing him to the mechanical planet 003. On the way, he discovered that although the galaxy was still as busy as the last time he came, with a large number of warships and merchant caravans traveling back and forth in the galaxy for trade. This time these warships and merchant caravans seemed a little strange, and many of them stopped halfway, not knowing what they were waiting for. Li Qing contacted the internal channel of the galaxy and watched for a while, and quickly understood what happened. Just an hour ago, 003 issued a notice, announcing that the 003 galaxy would be relocated and evacuated from the local area, and all caravans and chambers of commerce were requested to evacuate within 1 month. I like it to be so decisive. Coming to the 003 galaxy again, Li Qing was quite moved when he saw the huge 003 mechanical planet and the huge fleet that had been assembled at this time. With this fleet, his strength jumped directly to the first place in the entire human civilization. The strength accumulated by God General Safivan at this time is comparable to some weak 5th level civilizations, similar to the Oba civilization, and not much different from Ecos, which is about more than half of human civilization. Well, to be precise, we are not much different from humans in terms of battle stars and war moons. But the scale of our conventional fleets is quite different. But if you add Li Qing's own strength, it is no less than human civilization. After receiving the power of the 003 galaxy, the strength of the entire human civilization instantly surpassed the Browin Union and reached the upper stage of the 5th level civilization, which is inferior to the top conventional civilization, such as the Sarnu Lord. The agreement has been reached, but it is still difficult to fully accept it. First, all caravans from different races in the galaxy must be evacuated. There are definitely many people who are unwilling to leave, so we have to use force to drive them away. In addition, they also had to deal with inquiries from other civilizations in the Persis Arm, especially the ambassadors of the Browin Union, who reacted most strongly. Not only did they strongly oppose it, they also strongly condemned 003's behavior of disrupting the suspension, and even threatened to use force to intervene and stop it. They are already at a disadvantage. Once human civilization obtains the fleet of the neutral galaxy 003, and the suppression of civilization's artifacts disappears after many years, how can they resist? But unfortunately, all these oppositions and threats are superficial and weak. Even in the past, they were not afraid. Not to mention that now the Browin Alliance is simply incapable of sending a fleet to interfere. It's too late. It will take more than 1 or 2 months to mobilize a fleet large enough for armed intervention. The chaotic and noisy galaxy gradually quieted down after 003 mobilized its fleet to expel the enemy by force. After the expulsion was completed and the entire galaxy was blockaded, Li Qing began to receive the huge fleet of the 003 galaxy. First, we must consolidate the power of the fleet one by one, from all members of the fleet command to the captains of the battle stars and war moons, and then down to the entire fleet. Li Qing did not convert everyone into servants of light, but the comprehensive conversion from top to bottom took more than 10,000 civilization points. Only then did he complete the conversion from the army to the main departments within the 003 mechanical planet, and firmly controlled the entire 003 from the fleet to the planet in his hands. Only at the end did he begin to transform the God General Sapphira. The 003 neutral galaxy is a mechanical regime, similar to a bee colony, with only 003 as the absolute ruler, and a small number of advanced robots controlling the entire regime. If the God Safivan is directly transformed from a robot into a negative star, there is a possibility that control will be lost. You can only transform the ones below first, and then transform the God General Safivan. Luckier than Cybertron and Cyrus. The negative star beings transformed by the God Safivan are mature static streamers, and are immortals from the beginning of the transformation. Unlike Cybertron and Cyrus, whose current psychic energy strength is only around 90 million. It will take some time for them to grow before they can be promoted to immortals. It took about a month to fully control the fleet, including 20 mobile battle stars, 100 war moons, 1,200 mobile fortresses of various sizes, and 20,000 level 6 reinforced standard divisions, and a super mechanical planet with a diameter of more than 100,000 kilometers, which is the mechanical combat body of General Sephiroth, the mechanical combat star. This specification is much larger than Lord Sinlua's mechanical war star, but its combat power is not as strong as Lord Sinlua's mechanical war star. The reason is very simple. This is not a combat-type mechanical body, but a planetary-type mechanical body. To be precise, the mechanical combat body of General Safivan is the size of a normal mobile combat planet, with a diameter of about 10,000 kilometers. It is currently located inside the core of this giant mechanical planet. The huge mechanical part that is more than 90,000 kilometers away from the 10,000 kilometers is a component module added after the mechanical combat body was modified. In other words, the mechanical battle body of God General Safivin is not a combat type, but a mechanical planet specially designed to accommodate the survival of mechanical ascended individuals. Inside this huge mechanical planet that is more than 90,000 kilometers thick outside the core, there are layers of super large mechanical urban divisions, where more than 1 trillion mechanical ascended survivors live. They are all the survivors of the mechanical ascension from the era of Lord Sunluo, who have reproduced from generation to generation. That's right. They are the descendants of the survivors of mechanical ascension. Speaking of which, Li Qing was quite curious about how the mechanical ascenders reproduced. After learning about it carefully, he found it quite novel. The two mechanical ascendants cut out a section of their own core codes and merged them into one, using the mechanical ascendants' unique technology to form a new core code, which was then sent into a super virtual world to be allowed to grow. In the virtual world, the newborn code will generate a newborn baby, who will experience learning and growth in that world. When it grows to a certain size, and is sure to have mastered enough standard knowledge and life experience, this code with memory and self-thinking will be downloaded back into a customized robot body. Thus, an intelligent robot with complete life experience and knowledge came into being. Li Qing could only say it was bullshit. Then, that's all. Now he has no way to deal with these mechanical ascenders, so he can only send the server host of the super virtual game into the Palm universe, and send these survivors into the Palm universe one by one, and then mass-produce physical bodies for them when preparing for the genetic ascension of the entire population in the future, and complete the genetic ascension together. As for Safivin's super mechanical combat body, he plans to transform it into a super mechanical combat star. If such a huge mechanical planet could be transformed into a war planet, how powerful would it be? But this thing cannot be used now. The metal structure that is more than 90,000 kilometers thick is all urban structure and needs to be scrapped and rebuilt. It took Li Qing nearly half a year to dismantle the thick metal structure into pieces of super large structures of nearly 10,000 kilometers, and sent them into the palm-sized universe together with the war planet core inside the super large mechanical planet, which no longer had shields and armor, and even the war planet SH.L. At that time, we can use this war star as the core to directly expand and increase its volume. Chapter 344, Strength Surges. Heart expands. It took about half a year to return to the galaxy where the fleet was located. Most of the time was spent on receiving this part of the legacy, dismantling a large number of star cities and various facilities in the galaxy, including a super dock array capable of building mobile battle stars. So the journey did not take too much time. Although because the fleet is too large, the jump speed cannot be fast. Such a huge fleet includes a total of 20 mobile war stars and 20,000 level 6 reinforced divisions. There are as many as 4 billion conventional frigates alone, plus more than 1 billion other conventional warships of various sizes, with a total number of at least 5.5 billion. Such a large fleet needs to readjust the jump frequency after a one-time jump, and this interval often takes more than a day. But it only took about 10 days to go back and forth, crossing tens of thousands of light years, and returning to a galaxy in the central ring of the Milky Way to reunite with the fleet parked there. He went out alone, and came back with such a huge fleet. Li Qing reorganized the fleet and incorporated the original fleet of more than 1,000 divisions into the newly brought fleet, and formed a new fleet mainly with the subordinates of General Safivin. As a result, he now has at his disposal 1 advanced battle star, 21 mobile battle stars, 109 war moons, 1,260 large and small mobile fortresses, 20,000 level 6 reinforced standard divisions, and 1,560 level 5 standard divisions. Logistic ships are not included, as they are all temporarily stored in the palm-sized universe, and can be opened and released at any time when needed. In addition, after transforming Cephalin into a negative star, Li Qing also obtained another part of the inheritance that Cephalin had inherited from Lord Sunluo. It includes a technology database, which contains a complete set of 6th-level enhanced technology mother chips that have been enhanced 10 times, ranging from flagship mother chips to frigate mother chips, as well as various weapon accessory mother chips. In addition, it also includes some mobile fortresses and the design drawings of the Moon of War. Even General Safivin himself is a super designer and has the ability to design mobile battle stars. Most of these 20 mobile war stars were designed by him himself, and were slowly built over the past 7,000 years. This is not what Lord Sanluo did, but what God Safivin came up with himself over the past few thousand years, after he became 003. After being promoted to a negative star, the luxurious attributes of the god Safivin were also presented to Li Qing. Name, Sephiroth, High Immortal. Race, Starnegators. Lifespan, Immortal. Brain Plug, 100. Innate attributes, Perception 66. Memory, Mind 65. Spirit 68. Charisma 50. Racial traits, Negative Star. Innate talents, Almighty Designer, Immortality. Great Wall of Steel, Title God General. Promotion of Light. Life skills, Ship Command related skills LV90. Ship Construction and Design related skills LV90. Almighty Designer, Immortal. The basic attributes of the designed warship plus 100%. Shipbuilding speed plus 500%. Ability, Almighty Designer. Almighty Designer, after possessing sufficient basic skills, you can design extraordinary ultimate war weapons on your own without any reference. Great Wall of Steel, Title God. Promotion of Light. The final manifestation of defense art. The strongest defense. Effect, Command experience plus 3000%. Fleet crew experience plus 1000%. And morale remains high during combat. Effect, Ship speed plus 300%. Startup speed plus 300%. Weapon damage plus 100%. Weapon range plus 200%. Hit plus 50. Jump distance plus 1000%. Transition penetration strength plus 5. Effect, the sublimated black hole halo. All the warships of His Majesty absorb the damage of all energy type S small weapons and energy type P slot point defense weapons under the condition of energy shields. The M mid-size weapons absorb 50%. The L large weapons absorb 30%. And the X slot is not affected. Unique abilities of the God General. Sublimated Steel Wall. Safivins will covers the entire fleet. Can link the fleets under his command. Share shield value to resist damage. Ability, Work Together. Concentric work, after turning on. You can fully link the entire fleet together for 1 hour. And the cooling time is 1 month. Note, the maximum number of links at one time is 1 million units. Li Qing just glanced at the other attributes. The bonuses of all the negative star users were similar. What he was concerned about was Safivin's unique ability as a god general. When his eyes fell on it, he suddenly stunned, thinking carefully in his mind, and soon showed a shock. This is a bit perverted. The effect and literal meaning of this trick can be linked to the warships of up to 1 million units, and share the shield value to resist the damage. This means, the shields of a large number of small warships can be linked together to withstand attacks from high-powered weapons. Like the main gun of the battleship. It can easily kill a frigate. But if the shield of 100 frigates is connected, the main gun of the battleship cannot be broken. If the shields of 10,000 frigates and 10,000 battleships were connected together, even the Titan Light Spear would not be able to destroy a frigate with one strike. If all the warships of an entire division are linking together, even the star explosion may blast a frigate. The Great Wall of Steel is indeed the Great Wall of Steel. If each mobile fortress is connected to a standard division, or the shields of more than a dozen mobile fortresses are linked together, the shield value will be ridiculously high. In this way, the Star Blaster, which poses the greatest threat to mobile fortresses and super flagships, will be useless. This trick does not only link one at a time, but can exist at the same time. There are many links. The entire large fleet is divided into a large number of links, which greatly enhances the fleet tolerance. Not to mention the final trick, concentric cooperation. And the entire fleet shield is linked together in an instant. In this state, it is almost impossible to break, and it can be called the real Great Wall of iron and steel. However, the best thing to use this trick is not to go out to the field. After all, although the general defense of the fleet is strong, there are too many warships to be affected. It is not large to share it. In Li Qing's opinion, the best way to use this tactic is to defend important fortress galaxies, because this link is not only for battleships. Fixed structures such as star cities and planetary fortresses can also be linked. Linking a bunch of boats has a limited role. But if you link to 1 million star city and a large number of planetary fortress, you can gather the shield value that cannot be described, and converge the shield regeneration of 1 million star city. This defense line is unparalleled. It's not a big problem, since he has 2 field type generals. Having one more defensive general is actually a good thing for him. He can be used as a backup and come in handy if defense is needed in the future. Not to mention the shock of his original fleet subordinates and the inevitable leakage of the news. After Li Qing came back, he reorganized the fleet and ordered all the reconnaissance fleets that had been sent out before to come back. There is no need for reconnaissance. With his current strength, he can attack Solong Universal Enterprise head-on without any sneak attack or other tactics. After the fleet was reorganized, Li Qing opened the star map and enlarged the map of the civilization of Solong Universal Enterprise. While watching, he thought about it, and he reached out to press the right position of the central center of Soren's Enterprise. The internal core of the Soren World Enterprise is the capital of Soren's global enterprises. It has more than 6,000 light-years from his current position. At least 3 consecutive times in the fleet's current situation is more than 3 consecutive times. According to the jump speed, it takes at least 4 days to reach. But this is an ideal situation. In reality, he will be discovered and intercepted when he first jumps into the territory of Solong Universe Enterprise. According to the normal process, the first time you jump in, you will be discovered, intercepted and warned. If you don't listen to continue to jump, the Soren Enterprise will immediately open a civilized artifact to suppress it. Such a huge fleet jumped directly into one's own civilization without saying hello. The purpose is self-evident. No excuses are useful at this time. The suppression of civilization artifacts often lasts for several years, during which time it is impossible to break through. This is a means of the end of the civilization, without any dead ends. There are absolutely no loopholes, no matter the normal transition, or through the subspace, during the suppression of the civilized artifact. Even if an immortal like Li Qing could not transit through the Asian space spirit, unless you have the spiritual strength of the entire civilization alone. But this is basically impossible. Even for a super-level immortal like Ajimura, it would be difficult for him to move into the suppression area of any civilization artifact of the 5th-level civilization, and he would not be able to cause any trouble. However, Li Qing never thought about the detour, and it was reckless. Yes, just rush in, and then take the initiative to let the Sonlang Universal Enterprise start the civilized artifact to suppress it. And then, that's all. The next step is to wait. If Solong Universe Enterprise mobilized all the fleets of the entire civilization and wanted to use the power of the civilization artifact to besiege him while he was suppressed, just like before in the eastern core fortress of the Browen Union, the civilization artifact suppressed the enemy, but its own fleet could move freely and fly a kite. If Soren's enterprises think so too, Li Qing will definitely give them a profound lesson. If it wasn't for this, he would just suppress it first, and then assemble the Allies' fleet and siege. He was also not afraid. Li Qing even hoped that Soren's enterprise to assemble a large number of coalition forces in Ida, so that he could fight the net, and he could just use this battle to make himself promoted to God. I'm not afraid of anything. I'm going to win. After a brief preparation, the huge fleet began to jump, with the origin as the core. A circle of jump aura quickly spread out, extending like a lightning ring to the edge of the huge fleet hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Even at the speed of light, it would take nearly 10 minutes to reach the edge. Accompanied by the explosion of invisible waves, the huge fleet disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in an uninhabited star system within the territory of Solong Universal Enterprise. He was discovered instantly, and within an hour, he received a warning from the nearest Solong Universal Enterprise garrison. Please identify yourself immediately and evacuate Solong Universal Enterprise immediately. Otherwise it will be regarded as a hostile act. Li Qing ignored it, but just ordered the fleet to quickly adjust. At the same time, check the star chart to determine his position. The warning did not respond, and the Swanwu Enterprise garrison immediately determined that the Comer was not good, and the news quickly reported to the capital's highest combat department. The entire civilization immediately became boiling with excitement, and countless people in power were alarmed and quickly gathered for a meeting. At the same time, in accordance with the internal emergency response measures of civilization, the two nearby theater fleets have begun to gather. And at the same time, all the most interference and interception systems have been opened to the nearest galaxy. In recent small garrisons, they immediately set off to the target direction. A Sonlang Huanyu Enterprise division-level fleet entered the current galaxy, and quickly scanned more than 20 mobile war stars in the huge fleet. This is total war. Report to the Ministry of National Defense immediately. One day passed in various chaos and noisy. When the fleet was prepared, Li Qing immediately ordered the second transition. Buzz! The invisible jump light exploded, and the huge fleet disappeared. After another jump, it was already more than 2,000 light-years away, and appeared in an unnamed galaxy less than 200 light-years away from an important economic and transportation center of Solong Universal Enterprise. Li Qing did not jump directly in the direction of the Somlang main star, so the goal was too obvious. According to the direction of 3 jumps, it is just facing this important traffic hub buttons, and it is not facing the capital galaxy. If you attack the capital galaxy, the second jump will immediately activate the civilization's artifact to suppress it. But if it wasn't for the capital, they would hesitate. As a result, as he expected, the Ministry of Defense of the Somlang hesitated. There is no other way. Activating the civilization artifact is the last resort. Once activated, it cannot be temporarily stopped. You can only wait for the power of the civilization's origin to be exhausted before it automatically shuts down. The next time you activate it, you need to wait for the civilization's origin to accumulate again. Like the origin of civilization, the origin has accumulated at least 1 year's origin. It takes hundreds of years. During the hundreds of years, civilization is extremely empty. If there are other powerful enemies to attack, there will be no final card. When uncertain, or at the most critical, they did not decide to start. Not to mention the hesitation of the Solong Ministry of Defense, the noise in the parliament, and the chaos in the military forces across the country. Li Qing was now waiting for the next leap. Next, whether it stops to attack the transportation hub galaxy 200 light-years later, or continues to leap to the capital, Solong Universe Enterprise will activate the civilization artifact. So Li Qing was hesitating at this time, considering whether to continue with the original plan, or to change the plan and really attack the transportation hub galaxy. His eyes fell on the huge star map in front of him. The nearby transportation hub galaxy was called Kaluz, which connected the capital of Solong Universal Enterprise and the surrounding provinces, as well as border military fortresses. Attacking here would immediately face all the fleets of the entire civilization of Solong Universal Enterprise. Although this doesn't make a big difference, it is something you will encounter anyway. It's just the difference between fighting in the wild and fighting in an important enemy galaxy. Can we destroy their transportation hub first? After following the 2 great generals through various battles over the years, Li Qing's strategic vision had already been honed, and he could see the enemy's strategic fulcrum at a glance. Destroy this transportation hub galaxy, and wait for the suppression effect of the civilization artifact to end. At that time, he can jump at will. However, the enemy will not have this Stargate, and it will not be as easy for them to mobilize troops as he does. Okay, that's it. Li Qing made a decisive decision, and ordered the fleet to turn, in order to paralyze the enemy. He did not jump, but instead his huge fleet took the hyperspace route, traveling through galaxy after galaxy. Knowing his purpose, the Solong Ministry of Defense would naturally not activate the civilization artifact. Chapter 345. Sweeping everything in space. In the 3rd month, Li Qing's fleet finally slowly crossed the distance of less than 200 light-years, and arrived near the central transportation hub galaxy Kaluz of the Solong Universe Enterprise. With more than 3 months of preparation, Solong Universal Enterprise has enough time to mobilize troops and generals from all over the country. When the first batch of reconnaissance ships, like a death squad, entered the galaxy next to Kaluz, they saw that the neighboring galaxy was heavily armed. They did not defend Kaluz to the death, but gathered their main forces to defend the galaxy next to Kaluz. However, contrary to his expectations, the enemy did not intercept the reconnaissance ship. Instead, they sent a message when his reconnaissance ship passed by. Fleet from an unknown civilization. Your current actions have been regarded as a declaration of war against Solong Universal Enterprise. But Solong Universal Enterprise has always loved peace and advocated trade. If you are willing to give up the attack and withdraw, Solong Universal Enterprise is willing to present a great gift to show our sincerity in establishing friendship. TSK. TSK. That's really nice to say. Li Qing smacked his lips, and said to Li Qi beside him, in the name of the Pioneer Restoration Empire, send a war letter to Solong Universe Enterprises. Li Qi also nodded excitedly. No problem. I will write it brilliantly. Li Qing smiled and said, then it depends on your performance. The war letter was sent over quickly, and Li Qing didn't care what the other side thought, and immediately ordered the fleet to start passing through the hyperspace channel. Cyrus quickly copied 5 mobile battlestar reflections to take the lead. And then Safivan used the ability of the Iron Great Wall God to link up the divisions one by one, and began to jump one division as a unit. The first batch of vanguards began with the reflections of 5 mobile battlestars, which had just come out of the hyperspace channel, and were facing the concentrated fire attacks of 16 Solong mobile battlestars plus the Moon of 100 Wars and countless flagships. Countless attacks slammed into the reflection of one of the war stars like a skyfall. Indescribable terrifying artillery fire gathered together, and the dazzling spears and beams of light reflected each other, directly submerging the huge war star. This mobile war star did not make any evasive moves at all, and rushed forward directly under the fierce concentrated fire. Although Solong's commander didn't know why this war star was so brave, it did not stop him from continuing to concentrate fire in an attempt to destroy the war star. Although the mobile battle star is powerful, it is not completely invincible. Even a mobile battle star cannot withstand such a large-scale concentrated bombardment for long. When the first Vanguard fleet of about 1,000 standard divisions crossed the hyperspace channel and appeared in this galaxy, the shield of the battle star that was under concentrated fire was defeated, revealing its thick alloy armor. The sky was filled with doomsday light and titan light spears, and all kinds of terrifying electric arcs bombarded the surface of the war planet, tearing the hard alloy armor apart. Horrible! Li Qing on the core battle planet saw this scene and couldn't help but smacking his lips. In the War of Civilizations, a single mobile war planet is still too weak. If it weren't for the fleet supported by the god General Safivan, his previous fleet would not be able to attack any civilization head-on. The scale difference is too big. It is still possible to launch a sneak attack on certain places, but it is still not possible to engage in a battle involving the main forces of a civilization, unless you use your trump card. But that is the ultimate trump card. Just like other civilizations activate their civilization artifacts, it will not be used unless it is absolutely necessary. After all, there is at least a 1-year CD after use. If the annihilation range is too large, it will take several years or even decades to cool down, which is too long. As the Solon command wished, Li Qing did not let Cyrus control the reflection of the war star to evade. He was brave beyond their imagination. He endured the indescribable concentrated fire and attracted all the firepower, buying time for the main force to cross the hyperspace channel. Boom! A starburst tore apart the unknown thick alloy armor on the surface of the war planet and part of the hull. The aftermath poured into the interior along the cracks inside the hull, and flames overflowed along the cracks in the hull and sprayed out dozens of miles high. After countless rounds of bombardment, the armor layer of the reflection of the war star was completely blasted through, leaving only the hull structure layer to withstand the next attack. Generally speaking, when a battlestar loses its armor layer and its hull structure is exposed, many functions of the battlestar will be affected, such as the jump engine and many battlestar halo force field effects. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the sinking of this mobile war planet was inevitable. For the Solon command, sinking an enemy mobile war star at the beginning of the war was a huge tactical victory. This can greatly boost your own morale and greatly damage the morale of your allies. The premise is that this is a real mobile battlestar. Too bad this is fake. However, Solong's side did not know that it was fake. So although it could not undermine the morale of Li Qing's side, it did boost the morale of Solong's coalition forces. Of course Li Qing would not let the enemy get their wish. When the hull structure of the war star was forcibly blasted open, revealing the huge cabins inside, and flames and thick smoke were billowing everywhere on the war star, Li Qing turned his head and glanced at Cyrus. He understood it immediately, and with a thought, he eliminated the existence of this reflection. So in the eyes of the Solong fleet, this mobile war planet that had been under their concentrated fire for several hours and was about to be destroyed suddenly began to become illusory and transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye. It soon became extremely transparent and disappeared out of thin air. All the officers in Solon's command were stunned for a moment, and then their faces became extremely ugly. Everyone has realized that after fighting for so long, they were actually just fighting an illusion. The wasted passion and wasted firepower are not the point. The point is that the main force of the enemy has taken the opportunity to enter this galaxy. Sir Thor, it's time to make a decision. In the headquarters hall, all Solong senior officers looked at a foreign man standing in the center with an exquisite emblem on his shoulder. The commander-in-chief, who was called Thor, did not hesitate and almost immediately shouted through gritted teeth, "Tell those guys in the capital to start suppressing them with the civilization artifact now. The command hall was silent. But the order had been uploaded. Less than 10 minutes later, Li Qing, who was sitting on the Origin battle star, suddenly looked up in a certain direction and muttered to himself, "Coming!" As soon as the words fell, an indescribable force swept across the entire galaxy like a tide, and the entire galaxy was solidified in an instant. Civilization artifact suppression. There was no trace of surprise on Li Qing's face. He had expected this, and had a countermeasure in place. The method is very simple. Open the door of the black hole in the palm of your hand. A black hole with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers will run across the starry sky. Then a force field that is almost identical to the one used to suppress the civilization artifact will fly out from the black hole door. It flashes like lightning and quickly covers a spherical space with a diameter of 10 million kilometers centered on the black hole door. Li Qing had anticipated this early on. Except for those few reflections, and the first batch of about 1,000 divisions that were slightly ahead. The main force that passed through the hyperspace channel later did not disperse, but were concentrated in this spherical space with a diameter of 10 million kilometers. The suppression of civilization artifacts is unsolvable. The suppression of the cosmic artifact in his hand is also unstoppable. Then let's just fight back. He is nearly invincible within the suppression range of his own civilization's artifacts. Star Witness suppression aura, no warping. No sublight speeds. No electronic communications. Star Witness suppression aura, all talents and skills below Golden Myth are prohibited from taking effect except basic naval command skills. Star Witness suppression aura, the following relics are prohibited from taking effect. Star Witness suppression aura, all auras and force fields are ineffective. Star Witness suppression aura, all ship modifications are disabled. Not to mention the gain halo. This one is also unusable under the suppression of the civilization artifact of Solon Universe Enterprise. Everyone has a similar suppression effect, so they will only suppress each other, and there will be no situation where the two sides resist each other. So, at this time, Li Qing's fleet was restricted to a range of 10 million kilometers, and the main forces were all shrunk in the innermost small area of 2 million kilometers. The enemy could not get in, and they could not fight out. However, Halo's suppression only targets ships, not main gun attacks. A radius of 10 million kilometers is 5 million kilometers. Without the correction, even the Titan Light Lance and Fortress Railgun cannot reach that far. But the Star Blaster can reach that far. The enemy has a total of 16 mobile war stars. If the 16 star exploders bombard them for several years, they will all be blown to ashes. So, at this time Li Qing's trump card can come in handy. Space annihilation. The release of the power of the universe in the palm of the palm will annihilate all the surroundings from 1 light to 10,000 light years. The cooling time depends on the annihilation range. At least 1 year. Up to 10,000 years. This trick is Li Qing's absolute card, and it is as usual as the civilized artifact suppression. But at this time, Solon Universal Enterprise has already activated the civilization artifact, and he is destined to be trapped here for several years. At this time, he is not afraid. Anyway, it will be trapped for a few years. And what can the cooling time be counted? As long as we destroy the main force of the Solon Universal Enterprise in front of us, and wait for the suppression of the civilization artifact to dissipate. Then, Li Qing thought without hesitation. And in an instant the entire galaxy, whether it was Solong's side or the human fleet's side, felt that the entire universe shook violently. Before they could wonder, an indescribable fear surged in their hearts. Then, there was a terrifying muffled sound that shook the soul, and everyone lost consciousness in that instant. Then, with the universe-suppressing aura in the palm of his hand as the boundary, the starry sky outside the boundary shook for a moment. Then, Li Qing just blinked his eyes, closed his eyelids, and opened them again, and the vast starry sky disappeared just like that. It was as if the map had changed in the blink of an eye, leaving only the area of the universe suppression halo in the palm of your hand hanging alone in the endless nothingness. Everything in the vast galaxy disappeared, including the huge fleet, the star at the center of the galaxy, the planets orbiting the stars, and the meteorites and comets on the planets. All disappeared in this instant. At this moment, Li Qing suddenly discovered that the suppression of the Solon civilization's artifact had loosened. But this looseness did not last long, and it became stable with the self-repair of the universe. Li Qing felt that at the moment of looseness just now, if he enables the fixed-point teleportation function of the universe in the palm, He can transmit away from the territory of Sulong Huanyu Enterprises in an instant. But he hesitated for a moment. And the opportunity was fleeting. And he was too late. However, the problem is not big. At least 80% of the main fleets of the Sauron Huanyu Enterprises have been annihilated by him. And then, they cannot mobilize the fleet that can threaten themselves. It is also impossible to ask allies for help. There is no such thing as allies when it comes to suppressing civilization artifacts. As long as it is not one's own civilization, it will be suppressed. Next, it's time to wait. When the civilization artifacts of Solong Universe Enterprise can no longer suppress it, it will be time for him to sweep across this civilization. After ordering several generals to be on guard, the fleet stayed in this area, and Li Qing turned and entered the universe in his palm. This would take at least 5 years, or even nearly 10 years at most. There was no way he could stay in charge the whole time. Returning to the Palm universe, Li Qing thought for a while, and came to one of the super habitable areas. The super server dismantled from the 003 mechanical planet has been moved here, including the entire set of consciousness downloading equipment. But the matching robot production line has not been brought here. When you come here, naturally you cannot continue the mechanical rise. He used genetic technology to artificially cultivate perfect gene-modulated clones. When the population cultivated in the virtual world matured, it would be directly downloaded into the body of this gene-modulated clone, thus having the same body as ordinary people. This genetically modified clone is not a cannon fodder clone, but a clone modified using advanced civilization technology. It is modified directly from human embryonic genes, and its natural lifespan is exactly the same as that of normally reproducing humans. In other words, there is actually no difference between this kind of advanced clone and a natural person, except that they cannot give birth to players. Everything else is exactly the same as humans, including learning professional skills, and so on. Li Qing's plan is to first download all the ancient survivors in this super virtual world, and then start preparing for the genetic ascension of the entire population. At this time, genetic biological cabins have been installed on a large scale inside the super cabin. When the battle to exterminate the Solon Universal Enterprise is over, the super cabin will have been fully configured, and we can go back and start the national genetic ascension immediately. As long as the genetic ascension of the entire population is completed, and coupled with Li Qing's complete mastery of dark matter technology, there will be no difference between him and a truly advanced civilization at that time. Theoretically, he was already an advanced civilization at that time, but he had just been born and his strength was far inferior to those senior advanced civilizations. But it's all a matter of time. Any civilization will have a period of stagnation when its strength develops to a certain level, especially these fallen civilizations whose technology and strength have been stagnant. This is his opportunity to catch up. The news of the dramatic changes in Solong Universe Enterprise spread quickly, and most of the galactic civilizations knew that major changes had taken place within Solong Universe Enterprise. At the same time, Li Qing's identity was slowly revealed as the news spread. But this has no impact on the current situation. The suppression of civilized artifacts is that the 6 relatives do not recognize, and others cannot help. At this time, Solong Universal Enterprise began to look for allies all over the world, asked for help from the sovereign country, leader Ida, and spent money all over the world, trying to raise a fleet that could resist the enemy after the suppression of the civilization artifact was released. At the same time, Soren Huanyu Enterprise has also prepared for the Starfire program. A large amount of materials and population were gathered up and left civilization, and sent to some unknown corner of the galaxy. Chapter 346, The Final Struggle of the Bruin Alliance. As time passed, the galaxy became turbulent. 2 powerful advanced civilizations led many vassals, and began a fierce competition with the entire galaxy as their chessboard. Li Qing's direct attack on Solong Universe Enterprise was like a fuse. The other coalition forces of Fionyo were no longer low-key. They began to look for targets, and began to attack the civilization under the command of Ida leader near the original Sarnu devouring hive. The instructors of Ida were unwilling to show weakness, and assembled a huge fleet to start counterattack. At the same time, the Xener cluster civilization at the entrance of the shield arm swept across the surrounding civilizations with the support of Guide Ida, and then assembled a huge fleet with the power of civilization. With the support of Guide Ida, they moved north along the spiral arm and began to conquer the shield arm. The Council of Kezan, located at the northern end of the shield arm, frantically appealed to the sovereign for help. But the Council of Kezan was located at the northern end of the shield arm. and the entrance to the arm was blocked by the Zener star cluster. So it was impossible to dispatch troops for support even if it wanted to. However, although the Kezan Council is facing a crisis, it is still a long way from being affected by the crisis. The Zener star group is located at the head of the rotary arm. The Kezan Parliament is located at the end of the rotary arm, which is more than 150,000 light years. There are many civilizations in the middle of the rotary arm, and there are harsh environments similar to Zatar's nebula. Even though the Zener cluster is powerful with the support of the Ida Guide, it will take at least decades to threaten the Council of Kezan. After all, every civilization has a last-ditch weapon, the civilization artifact, which allows them to persist for a few years even if they cannot defeat their enemy. At the same time, the Kozaka Star Empire, located at the border of the Perseus arm, was also unwilling to be left out. After signing an agreement with Bruven, while supporting the war of the sovereign country with a large number of fleets, it also united with the nearby Holy Basat monarchy and the Laterian Star Empire. The three fifth-level civilizations each released a fleet, gathered a large-scale coalition forces north to prepare to pinch two sides with Bruin, and at the same time attack the Human United Empire. Obviously, this is the way for Bruin United to break the deadlock. Unwilling to wait for death, the only way for the Bruin Alliance to save itself is to join forces with other allies to besiege humans. Whether it is the massive consumption of human civilization's fleet, or the threat from the south forcing the Human United Empire to transfer a large number of fleets to the south. This can ease the current situation. Even if the coalition forces can defeat the main force of mankind on the battlefield, they can take the opportunity to cooperate internally and externally, directly attack the heartland of the Human United Empire, and dismember and annex human civilization in one fell swoop. There is no way for this kind of human civilization, and it is impossible to ask for support from the sect. Now several large joint fleets of the Fionio Restoration Empire are busy with war missions and cannot spare any resources to support them, so they can only rely on themselves. Li Qing, who is presiding over the final debugging of the super cabin in the Palm universe, thought for a while after receiving the proposal from the Senate. He suggested to assemble the fleet to fight outside the country and keep the enemy out of the country, because Zutter Nebula is the southern barrier of human beings, and it is also a barrier to restrict human civilization south. If the coalition forces seize the Zutter star field, they can invade the human heartland from anywhere along the southern border, which is more than 10,000 light years to the south. You have to know that humans don't have a strict defense system in the southern border. They can attack from anywhere, and there is no way to defend. Whether we win or not by then is another matter. But the entire southern province and planet will definitely be gone. The war of civilizations is so cruel, and the planets are so fragile that any Titan can easily crack the planet's crust with a Titan arc, causing irreparable and terrible damage to the planet. They can't afford this kind of loss. Li Qing looked at the time. It was his 4th year trapped in the Solon Universal Enterprise. If he was not mistaken, the civilization artifact of the Solon Universal Enterprise would not be able to hold on any longer. They are not like the Bruin Union, which has stayed in the Perseus arm for countless tens of thousands of years without ever activating its civilization artifacts. Apart from fighting a battle with human civilization every 1,000 years or so, they have not had any other major wars. The enemies faced by Solon Universe Enterprise in the Silver Plate area are more than imagined. The civilization origin accumulated by their civilization artifacts is definitely not as good as that of the Bruin Alliance. Li Qing's instructions to the Senate were to keep the enemy out of the country for 2 to 3 years. If it really doesn't work, you can activate the civilization artifact. As long as he persists, everything is solved. The agenda was passed quickly, and no one had any objections, including the other Star Sea Lords. This is not because what he said is correct or reasonable, but purely because of his strength. After 7,000 years of accumulation by the goddess Sephiroth, Li Qing's apparent strength was now close to 80 to 90% of the entire human civilization, and he had already become the first lord of human civilization. Strength is everything at any time and in any place. He alone is stronger than the other 13 Star Sea Lords, and more than 200 military lords combined. Who can oppose him? Who dares to oppose him? And his suggestion is also very reasonable. As long as it does not harm their interests, they are unlikely to object. The universe in the palm of your hand. A super cabin. The supergiant cabin with a diameter of up to 5 million kilometers looks like a bird's egg wrapped in countless giant nets. It is surrounded by densely packed large and small spaceships that continuously transport supplies into it. From a distance, It looks like a super large ant nest. Such a vast starry wonder is large enough to accommodate trillions of people. Now, there are more than 1.5 trillion people in the major habitable areas within the palm-sized universe, plus the trillions of people in 003, and the hundreds of billions of people in the 5 major star regions of the Galan territory, for a total population of about 3.2 trillion. Now the supergiant cabin has entered the final finishing work. After completion, first use the population to debug in the universe in the palm of the hand, and you can start to transport people and start to rise throughout the people. With the bonus of this miracle in the starry sea, and the fact that the biological genetic technology they now possess is far beyond that of conventional civilizations, the success rate of using the biological genetic technology of an advanced civilization for the first genetic ascension will definitely be very high. All is ready except for the opportunity. Time passed again, and 2 years later, Li Qing received news that the coalition forces of the Kelzaka Star Empire had broken through the G-Min galaxy. However, the problem is not big, because G-Min has begun to retreat 2 years ago. Now G-Min is an empty planet, and the population resource fleet has all moved away. There is no way out of this situation. The G-Min galaxy has no natural defenses and only one stargate, which makes it inconvenient for both defense and logistical support. It would be too disadvantageous to fight the coalition forces there. Therefore, 2 consecutive elders meetings were held to discuss the matter, and it was finally decided to move Tianjin away. Of course, there must be compensation for the huge price paid by the Yu family. Li Qing took the lead and drew a big circle within the territory of the Browen Union, promising to exterminate the Browen Union in the future. All the star fields within this big circle with a diameter of about 3,000 light-years belong to the Yu family. The scope is not very large, but it is a star field that has been operated by the Browen United Civilization for more than 100,000 years. There are several life planets alone, plus an unknown number of transformed habitable planets. It is definitely much better than the original Tianjin of the Yu family. The coalition forces broke through Tianjin and established a transit base in Tianjin, where a large amount of supplies were transported from the rear and concentrated. At the same time, a large number of fleets gathered here to confront the human coalition forces more than 2,000 light-years away. It is worth mentioning that the original transit base between G-Min and Zutter was also demolished, and even the transformed planet was bombed to pieces to prevent the Kelzaka Star Sea Alliance from using the transit base as an outpost. After capturing Tianjin, the coalition forces did not continue to advance, but waited in place. At the same time, the Browen Alliance in the north once again gathered a super large fleet and headed south, and began to assemble in front of Yunnan Pass in the middle. When Browen united all its national strength, the coalition forces of the Kelzaka Star Empire in the south began to attack. A war involving 5 civilizations began. The main forces of the remaining human fleet in the north gathered at Yunnan Pass, as a large number of fleets were transferred to the south. The size of the garrison at Yunnan Pass was only about 1/5 of the size of the Browen coalition, and they could only defend the fortress. The gap between the strength of the soldiers is too large. Even if the Yunnan Pass is the core fortress, it is very dangerous to the end, and it is dangerous to be forcibly consumed. But it was many years later that the battle finally came to an end. Even if they did nothing and just activated the civilization artifact suppression within Yunnan Pass and prohibited all teleportation jumps, it would take them decades just to fly from the portal at the edge of the galaxy to the core fortress in the center of the galaxy. Unless they also have a god general like Cybertron who can ignore all suppression and forcibly teleport. After decades, Browen Union was afraid that they would die. So the north doesn't need to worry. To the south is a fleet that possesses about 70% of human civilization, about half the size of the 3 Kingdoms Alliance. It would be difficult to fight them head-on. However, without the super clearance weapon of the light of Li Qing, there is still no problem in persisting for a few years. In fact, they don't need to persist for several years at all. Just half a year after the main force of the 3 Kingdoms coalition and the human coalition forces at the junction of the Zutter star domain and the Tianjin star field, Li Qing discovered that the suppression of civilized artifacts in the Somlang world enterprises began to loosen. Is it over? Li Qing carefully felt that the suppression in the void was obviously looser than a few days ago. Without saying a word, he summoned the main members of the fleet to prepare for a meeting and formulate a battle plan. To be precise, it is to change the original battle plan. A battle plan was formulated several years ago, but the plan cannot keep up with the changes, now that human civilization is facing a crisis. We cannot slowly annex Solong Universe Enterprise. Once the suppression of the civilization artifact is over, we will immediately attack the capital of Solong Universe Enterprise, and then destroy all the major star regions to complete the actual extinction of civilization. In addition to several gods and Li Qi, there will be observer representatives of the Faru Revival Empire's fleet. It turned out that several of the gods were members of the Iron-Hearted Exterminators. Fionua's revival of the Empire was an extremely xenophobic ideology. There was not a single saint among them, and no one had any objection to his plan to exterminate civilization. The observer representative of the Forono Revival Empire mentioned that Li Qing asked Li Qing to divide a 25% of the civilized origin to the Prince country after destroying the Somlang Universal Enterprise. This is still a situation where the sector country has not participated in the war. If there is a Fiono's rejuvenated empire at this time, it will be more than 50%. Li Qing had no objection to this. In other words, it doesn't matter if there is any opinion. Now he still has to pull the Lord's tiger skin. Now it is nothing to pay. When he has a comprehensive gene to rise to high civilization in the future, they have to turn their faces. Yes, Li Qing has complete dark matter technology. Once he completes the comprehensive genetic ascension, he will be a truly advanced civilization. By that time, there is no way to hide it. The step of advancing to a higher civilization is similar to the moment in the fantasy world when a deifier lifts his throne and ascends into the astral realm. At that moment, the entire multiverse will know about it. In this world, there may not be any movement in distant extragalactic galaxies, but there will definitely be huge movement in our own Milky Way galaxy. All civilizations will know about it, and it will not be possible to hide it. Until then, the birth of a new advanced civilization will definitely have a huge impact on the existing political environment of the Milky Way. How should humans deal with the relationship between themselves and their suzerain state? The Fiono revived empire? Should we continue to be a vassal or choose independence? How should other fallen advanced civilizations deal with the newly born advanced civilizations? Should we maintain goodwill or be hostile? Will they feel threatened and wake up one after another? What should we do if we sense that threats are awakening one after another? And if the nascent human civilization is seen as a threat? This is one of the main reasons why Li Qing decided to exterminate several civilizations. He needed to destroy several civilizations, and try to upgrade the universe in his palm once more before he could no longer conceal it. Li Qing roughly estimated that it would take at least 10 years to exterminate the Solong Universal Enterprise, then go back to destroy the Broven Alliance, start the National Genetic Ascension, and then succeed. After 10 years plus 20 years, the accumulated strength is barely enough to protect oneself. When the time comes, we will stay in the Perseus arm and not go out. We will keep a low profile for a few decades. Once the stellar fortress emerges, we can speak out loudly. The suppression effect of Solong Universe Enterprise's civilization artifact changed almost every day, and the suppression effect weakened rapidly. By the 11th day, he could already tear open the space to enter the subspace and teleport within a small range. By the 17th day, the hyperspace engines for moving planets and escort ships could be started, but the level 5 jump engines could not yet be used. Li Qing was not in a hurry. The fleet stayed quietly where it was and waited for about a month and a half. When the suppression of the civilization artifact completely disappeared, he ordered the fleet to start jumping, aiming for the capital planet of Solong Universe Enterprise. After 2 jumps, the fleet arrived outside the Solong main star system, the capital of Solong Universe Enterprise. The fleet received a letter of surrender from the Supreme Council of Solong Universe Enterprise. The surrender letter was signed by all members of the Supreme Council of Solong Universal Enterprise, expressing their willingness to break away from being a vassal of the Ida leader and submit to the United Human Empire. There is also a vassal clause below, which states that Solong Universal Enterprise is willing to pay a huge amount of war reparations in exchange for Li Qing's mercy. 100 destiny points, 100,000 civilization points, 10 trillion cubic meters of refined steel, 10 trillion cubic meters of rare minerals, 100 trillion tons of food, 10 ancient relics. Even though Li Qing was knowledgeable and not short of money, he was still shocked after seeing the list of war reparations. But if I destroy them, won't all this belong to me? Li Qing smiled slightly and ordered the fleet to attack. Chapter 347, God's Talent Type 0 and the Last Fleet of Hope. Solong Universe Enterprises did not find any allies willing to support them, and the sovereign country did not send too many fleets to support them. When Li Qing entered the capital system, he only saw a level 6 dreadnought fleet with a size of about 100 divisions. This should be the person sent by leader Ida due to his obligations to the suzerain country. And he did not send the main force. The main reason is that there are not many troops available for the full-scale war with Feinwar. And no matter how important a vassal is, it cannot be more important than oneself. This is the sorrow of being a vassal. Li Qin shook his head, without any sympathy in his heart. Let me see if you have an ambush. Li Qin's mind moved, and the god mode of the universe in his palm was activated, ready to observe the entire galaxy. The population of the capital has all moved away, leaving behind some garrisons. He doesn't believe that Solong Universal Enterprise will not do something in the capital. The moment God mode was turned on, Li Qin's consciousness rose rapidly. It is not the kind of ascension as imagined, but an ascension in dimension, like jumping from the 3-dimensional level to the 4-dimensional level, overlooking the galaxy from a higher dimension. It is indeed so. Observing from a higher dimension, Li Qin discovered that the entire capital galaxy was empty. The main star and the surrounding satellite planets, as well as most of the civilians in the residential stations, had been evacuated. But the defense system was still there. There was also a large garrison in the galaxy, and there were densely packed unmanned floating turrets everywhere. He watched the horizon move upward until he came to the center of the galaxy, and saw the main sequence star blazing in the center. He also noticed at a glance that the star in the center that was protected by the super shield seemed to have unusual fluctuations. You want to blow up the star too? To be honest, this method is not very good, but it is very practical, regardless of whether it can hurt the opponent. A stellar explosion can submerge the entire galaxy, making it impossible for the opponent to obtain supplies that have not been moved away from the capital galaxy in time. He then looked around the galaxy to make sure there were no other hidden means, and ordered the fleet to attack. The troops were divided into 4 groups. One group attacked the remaining defenders in the galaxy. The other 2 groups went to other locations in the galaxy, and Li Qin went all the way to the center of the galaxy. There is nothing to say. The remaining defenders are only less than 2,000 standard level 5 divisions. How can one battle star stop them? It stopped about 100 million kilometers away from the central star. And then the black hole gate opened, and the dimensional convergence light turned on. An hour later, an invisible force field silently opened a large hole in the super barrier around the star. And then a star explosion that had been charged long ago slammed into it, blasting into the interior of the star. The next second, the star began to lose control, and surging high-energy ions poured out along the gap like a tide. At the same time, 2 war stars of another fleet launched a starburst each, destroying the main star of the capital of Solong Universe Enterprise. An extremely thick beam of energy hit the main star, and unimaginable energy slammed into the Earth's crust. The terrifying energy overflowed, and the crust more than 10 kilometers thick was lifted up and cracked. Flames gushed out along the crust crack several thousand meters wide, and quickly extended to the depths of the planet. From high altitude, it looked like a thick beam of light was hitting the planet. The crust on the surface of the planet was lifted up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Countless cracks extended in all directions with a light column as the center. Hot energy and lava gushed out along the cracks. From a distance, it looked like a light network covering the entire planet appeared on the surface of the planet. Boom! The cracking of the planet's surface crust was just the beginning. Even more terrifying energy penetrated deep into the Earth and violently tore the planet apart. With the naked eye, the vast area of space centered on the planet began to distort. An unimaginable energy exploded after being accumulated, and the planet suddenly cracked. It wasn't the Earth's crust that cracked, but the entire planet. The scorching energy tore the planet apart, turning it into several giant pieces of planetary fragments thousands of kilometers in size that were pushed away by the energy of the explosion. Gorgeous, yet cruel. And this was just the beginning. Next, one planet after another in the capital galaxy was shattered by star explosions. At the same time, the star completely collapsed, turning into a terrifying high-temperature ion tide that surged in all directions. It's spectacular. Li Qin stood in the center of the bridge command hall. The 360-degree sensors around the hall scanned the entire galaxy. Standing in the center felt like standing in the cold starry sky. He remained expressionless as he witnessed the spectacular destruction of a distant galaxy, and saw the fleet bathed in a blazing ion storm. This is how the War of Civilizations ends. There is no right or wrong. If humans are defeated by the combined forces of Bruven and the Kelzakar Star Empire, they will suffer the same fate. After destroying the Solong main galaxy, Li Qing vaguely sensed the existence of the Solon Universe corporate civilization will, but because they had prepared early on and evacuated their people, and there were still a large number of colonies that had not been destroyed, this civilization could not be considered destroyed yet. Brothers, cheer up and keep going. However, he did not do it himself, but divided the fleet into 4. In addition to himself, the god Sephivan stayed in the middle, while Cybertron, Cyrus, and Li Qi, the 3 negative stars, each led a fleet and set off to attack other major provinces of Solon Universe Enterprise. The territory of Solon Universal Enterprise is quite large, and it would take a long time for a fleet to clear it. He must make a quick decision and return to the Perseus Arm immediately after destroying Solon Universal Enterprise. Each of the 3 fleets has 3 mobile war stars, 20 war moons, more than 200 mobile fortresses of various sizes, and 5,000 level 6 reinforced standard divisions. Any one of them is enough to deal with the remaining fleet of Solon Universe Enterprise. After the 3 fleets left, Li Qing asked Cephalin to lead the fleet to clear out the remnants of the galaxy near the Solon capital galaxy. In the command hall, Li Qing opened the properties with a thought, and could see a vortex slowly rotating on the light curtain. He knew without explanation that he had met all the conditions to be promoted to a divine general. This vortex is the unique power of the god that is condensing. It will condense a divine general ability that belongs uniquely to Li Qing based on his own talents and the many battles he has commanded, especially the key battles in which he became a divine general. Li Qing is looking forward to this. The vortex did not take too long to form. It took only about 10 minutes for the vortex to take shape. Soon, a choice naturally emerged in Li Qing's mind. Well, choose one of the 2. This means that depending on his situation, he can condense 2 divine general abilities, but he can only choose one of them. The first divine general ability, Dimensional Change. Your will covers the entire galaxy, pulling all the warships under your command into a higher dimension, thereby causing dimensional suppression on the enemy. In the state of dimensional change, all warships under your command will not be affected by damage and effects from another dimension, and all attacks are sure to hit. It lasts for 1 hour, and has a cooldown period of 30 days. The second God General ability, Zero. Your will covers the entire galaxy, prohibiting any innate halo force field of the enemy in the galaxy from taking effect, prohibiting any form of teleportation, jump, and sublight speed, lasting for 24 hours, with a cooldown of 30 days. Note, this effect is fully effective for technologies below the God-level civilization, but is ineffective for certain abilities above the God-level civilization, and the abilities of God Generals cannot be disabled. Li Qing. Interesting. The unique abilities of these 2 generals are indeed quite interesting. Li Qing thought about it seriously for a while, and chose the second divine general ability without hesitation. Although the first one is quite strong, his ability is much weaker than the second one. The key is that the duration is too short, and the cooling time is too long. There is only 1 hour of invincibility in 30 days. If the duration is extended to more than 24 hours, it would be about the same. And Zero type. Li Qing pinched his chin, and a perverted smile appeared on his face. Once this divine general's power is activated, all enemy buff bonuses and auras will become ineffective, and they will be unable to teleport or jump. How is this different from the suppression of civilization artifacts? However, his own fleet had the super buff bonus of the negative star, and the gap was instantly widened to an outrageous level, which was not much different from a high-dimensional crushing. Best of all, this Zero lasts a full 24 hours. Although it is ineffective against certain technologies above the God-level civilization, this is not a big problem. He will use the universe in his palm to deal with the God-level civilization, and will not rely on a single talent. Besides, isn't there still a part that can take effect? 24 hours of suppression by the civilization artifact. Li Qing guessed that the emergence of this Zero-style general's ability was most likely related to the suppression of civilization artifacts in his recent key battles, especially in the battle to break through the Eastern Core Fortress of the Browen Union. He broke through the Eastern Core Fortress head-on, while being suppressed by the civilization artifacts of the Browen Union. To be honest, this was an incredible feat. It would be impossible for any other superstar to do this. In other words, it would be impossible to achieve this even if you found 100 generals. It's you. Li Qing chose Zero without hesitation. After making his choice, Li Qing couldn't wait to find an opponent. Soon, they locked onto the provincial capital of the Solon Universe Enterprise, which was more than 2,000 light-years away. The fleet directly jumped into the capital star system and arrived less than 10 million kilometers away from the capital star. The sudden arrival of the fleet caused a strong reaction from the few defenders and the moving fleet in the galaxy. The war star immediately scanned the signal that a large number of transport fleets anchored on the capital star were about to jump. Li Qing chuckled and thought, "Zero." An invisible wave swept across the galaxy like lightning, and the fleet that was in the process of jumping was instantly shut down. Although there are not many fleet defenders who can see the suppression effect with their own eyes, it is indeed quite powerful judging from the current situation. Retracting his thoughts, Li Qing stood at the Battlestar Command Center, looking at the busy relocation scene in front of him, pondered for a moment, turned around and called the observer of Fianu, and said, "Please contact the Supreme Command. I need to find the location of the Spark fleet of Solong Universal Enterprise." The observer nodded immediately. "It will be as you wish." Li Qing nodded and said nothing more. He originally didn't want this to happen. But if too many Solong Universe Enterprises run away, then even if all their life planets are destroyed, it will not be possible to determine the extinction of civilization. The Fianu Resurrected Empire has a Star Sea Miracle Sentinel array, which may be able to find their escape location. Time flies. 3 months later, Li Qing, who had reunited with the Cybertron fleet, received a message from the Supreme Command of the Renaissance Empire. After 3 months of searching, the Sentinel array discovered 2 Spark fleets of Solong Universe Enterprises. One appeared near the Orion Spiral Arm, 20,000 light-years away from Solong Universe Enterprise. Another one appeared near the Shield Arm, probably seeking shelter from the Ida Guide. Li Qing checked the star map and decided to forget about the Shield Arm, as it was too close to the Guide Ida and the Zinner star cluster, making it too risky to intercept them. Tapping his fingers lightly on the star map, Li Qing gave orders to Li Qi and Cyrus, who were still on the mission, asking them to continue with the mission, gather in a certain galaxy after completion, and then he would personally lead the fleet to jump to the target location. The Perseus Arm is located in the northern part of the Milky Way, and the Orion Arm is located in the southern end of the Milky Way. It is a large spiral arm. It is obvious that Solon Universe Enterprise did not place all its hopes on the sovereign country, so it split into 2 groups. One group sought protection from the sovereign country, and the other group probably wanted to seek refuge in the depths of the Orion Arm, hoping to find an ownerless galaxy to rise again. Unfortunately, the Star Sea Miracle Sentinel array can monitor the entire galaxy, and they did not escape the detection of the Sentinel array. After 7 consecutive jumps in one breath, the huge fleet arrived in the southern part of the Milky Way, near the Orion Arm. About 200 light-years beyond here is the territory of another giant corporate civilization, Bayer United Industrial Group. According to the information provided by the headquarters, they have already entered the territory of Bayer United Industrial Group. After thinking for a while, Li Qing opened the door of the black hole and allowed the huge fleet to enter. There was no way. He had already destroyed Solong Universe Enterprise, and now he was coming with such a huge fleet. Bayer United Industries Group would definitely not let him pass. It would be a bad idea to jump over directly, as he was afraid of causing a stress response from Bayer United Industries Group. After all, they are now at war. People don't know what you are here for. When such a huge fleet of yours suddenly jumps into their territory, the normal reaction is to assemble the fleet and prepare for battle. It would be embarrassing if they react more strongly and directly activate the civilization artifact. It would be a different story if the huge fleet was put away, although having more than 10 mobile war stars is still outrageous. Without a huge fleet following, at most a fleet would be sent to intercept, and the civilization artifact would never be used to suppress it. It took almost 10 days to withdraw the fleet, and then another half a month to wait for the fleet of Solong Universal Enterprise to leave the territory of Bayer United Industrial Group and enter the Orion Arm. Li Qing immediately ordered the fleet to begin the jump. The first time we jumped into an unnamed galaxy within the territory of Bayer United Industries Group, we soon received warnings and inquiries from Bayer United Industries Group. Li Qing didn't explain too much, and replied with 2 words. "Just passing by." Then close the communication and don't respond anymore. In order to avoid provoking the Bayer United Industrial Group, he jumped and landed far away from the Bayer main star to avoid misunderstanding. After several jumps in a row, the landing points were all uninhabited starry skies, and the nervous Bayer United Industries Group breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, they were a little hesitant about whether to take the opportunity to keep these 10 war stars. But after the think tank carefully considered various possibilities, they felt that the success rate was not high and would offend humans. So they decided to forget it. During the 14th jump 2 days later, Li Qing used the Sentinel Array of the Renaissance Empire command to directly jump to a galaxy where the Solon Universe Enterprise hoped the fleet would temporarily stay, and intercepted it on the spot. Chapter 348: The Destiny of Soren World Enterprises. It's just a group of remnants of civilization, and not even very large in scale. It is not easy for a group of civilizations on the verge of extinction to get away from the Milky Way. How can they pass through the territories of other civilizations without paying some money for the passage? Faced with the pleas of these remaining fires, Li Qing ordered their destruction with an expressionless face. This is the fate of most civilizations. There is no right or wrong. Weakness is the original sin. At the moment of destroying this spark of civilization, Li Qiming looked up as if he had sensed something, was silent for a while, and nodded. The next second, an invisible force descended from the void. He opened his arms, and carefully sensed the descending power, at a level that ordinary people cannot see. The phantom representing the will of human civilization rose from the Perseus arm, instantly crossed tens of thousands of light years, and appeared in the original star field of the Solon Universe Enterprise, knocking down and tearing apart a broken phantom of destiny and will in one fell swoop. After Li Qing destroyed the Spark Fleet, the civilization of Solon Universe Enterprise naturally perished. There are still many civilized individuals scattered in other corners of the galaxy, and there is a Spark Fleet on the side of Guide Ida. The civilization has not been completely extinct, but it has perished. Destruction and extinction are two different concepts. Li Qing did not consider spending time to completely exterminate them. That would be too troublesome. It is difficult to completely exterminate a civilization without preparation. In the universe, the extinction of civilization in most cases refers to the demise of the main body of the civilization, and the interruption of civilization heritage, technology, and culture, which is considered extinction. The remaining individuals have lost their own culture, heritage, and technology, and can no longer call themselves civilized, but can only be regarded as remnants. By destroying the Solon Universe Enterprise, Li Qing successfully harvested the remaining civilizational will and origin of the Solon Universe Enterprise civilization, huge destiny points and civilization points, as well as the spoils of the civilization's Spark Fleet. Among them, 1/4 of the will and origin of civilization was divided by the Fianu Revival Empire. 2/4 were divided by human civilization, and the remaining 1/4 was taken away by Li Qing. In addition, there are up to 741 destiny points, and up to 265,420 civilization points, as well as a large number of treasures related to civilization inheritance within the Spark Fleet of Solon Universe Enterprise, including a complete set of level 5 technology mother chips, all of which have been strengthened more than 10 times. This is what you gain from destroying 1/4 of a civilization. Solon Universal Enterprise has been destroyed. Instructor Ida isolated the star field. The increasingly powerful Fatigra looked at the huge galaxy map in front of him expressionlessly, and said in a deep voice, "This is a very threatening opponent. You have to pay more attention." Behind him stood a dozen figures, who looked not much different from him. They were the Star Lords of the Chinar Star Cluster civilization. Although he mastered an advanced civilization, Fatigra did not distance himself from the Xenar Star Cluster. Instead, he used the power of the advanced civilization to enter the Supreme Council of the Xenar Star Cluster, and with his absolute strength, he overwhelmed all the Star Lords and military lords, and became the first Supreme King of the Xenar Star Cluster. At this time, the Star Sea Lord of the Kinal Star Group was already convinced by Fatigra, and he was not convinced early. The Lord of the Shanghai saw Fatigra mention Li Qing more than once, and one of them suddenly said, "Since His Majesty is so afraid of human civilization, why not simply adjust the main fleet to destroy it in the past?" Another Star Sea Lord said, "Yes. Anyway, the period of time you agreed not to attack each other has long passed, so it is not a breach of contract if you take action now." After hearing this, High King Fatigra shook his head and said, "It is certainly not a breach of contract if we take action now. But our biggest enemy right now is the Fianith Resurrection Empire. He will be our biggest opponent in the future. But he is not our biggest opponent right now. Also, he and I have a tacit understanding that we will not attack each other before the outcome of the battle in heaven is decided." The demise of Solon Universe Enterprises caused a huge stir among the civilizations in the Milky Way. But not too much. The war in heaven was something that all civilizations had anticipated. A large number of civilizations would surely perish in this war in heaven. However, many civilizations did not expect that the first normal civilization to perish would be a giant enterprise civilization. Civilization rather than some extreme militarian civilization. After confirming the extinction of Solon Universe Enterprise, Li Qing ordered several other fleets to converge with a galaxy of outposts occupied by the Renaissance Empire in the northern part of the outer ring of the Milky Way. He first returned to the headquarters to accept the imperial commendation and medals. The Empire also gained a lot of benefits from destroying Solon Universal Enterprise. The Supreme Emperor of the Empire specially sent an envoy to commend him. At the same time, he ordered the formation of the 8th Joint Fleet with his existing fleet and promoted him to the Commander-in-Chief of the 8th Joint Fleet. Taking into account that human civilization is facing siege from several civilizations, the Supreme Command deliberately divided its war zone into the northern part of the outer ring of the Milky Way disk, including the entire Perseus arm. It took 2 weeks to complete the commissioning ceremony of the combined fleet, and Li Qing led the fleet north. He did not teleport directly back to the Zutter star field. The information he obtained from the Senate showed that the coalition forces were not united. Although the offensive was strong, it was not desperate. The human coalition forces have been defending in recent years, and their losses have also been great, but they can still hold on. Coupled with the influence of the destination of Soren's global enterprises not long ago, the front line clearly felt that the offensive of the coalition forces was not as fierce before. Without the ability to clear the field, this battle is the long-term national strength. It is difficult to capture the city in a short period of time without a desperate all-out attack by one side. That's it. Li Qing doesn't have to rush back immediately. There are many ways to solve the siege. Save Wei Zhao is a very common tactic. Li Qing's fleet headed north, and soon approached the border of the Kelzaka Star Empire in the Silver Disk area. Having already selected his target, he jumped directly to a fortress galaxy called Yoda in the south of the Kelzaka Star Empire. The huge fleet appeared before the Hoda Fortress Galaxy, and immediately attracted the attention of the Kailiza-Kataka Star Empire. The fleet of the galaxies near the fortress immediately began to assemble to prepare for the support of the Hoda Fortress. The Yoda Fortress itself is guarded by a large fleet, but its scale is far smaller than Li Qing's current fleet. There are about 10,000 in the conventional division, but there are only 4 war stars, and the month of 30-6 wars. Far less than the 8th Joint Fleet. Li Qing began to adjust the fleet by the fleet stopped at the Tower Fortress. A total of 22 mobile war stars, 109 wars, 1,252 mobile fortress, 19,540 standard 6-level enhanced division, 1510 standard 5-level division. He divided the fleet into 4, and the left and right wings were led by God Sabetan and Han Les, respectively, with 4 war stars, 30 wars, 300 mobile fortress, and 5,000 standard 6-level enhanced division. He himself is the main force of the Central Army. Li Qi led a battle star, the month of 10 wars, 100 mobile fortress, and 2,000 standard 6-level enhanced division as reserve teams. The task he gave to the 2 generals was to split their forces into 2 groups when his main force attacked the Yoda Fortress, to attack the affiliated star systems on the left and right of the Yoda Fortress, to intercept the reinforcements of the Yoda Fortress, and to support the Central Army from the other 2 directions when necessary. The reserve troops were stationed outside the Yoda Fortress to prevent any fleet from the Ida Guide camp in the Silver Disk Star region from coming to provide support. Before the hand started, Li Qing first entered the handicap of the universe and opened all the 7-tier star-level unfeeling fleets accumulated in these decades. It has been more than 10 years since he responded to the war in heaven. The construction of the Dreadnought fleet in the universe under his control has never stopped. And now he has accumulated a group of large-scale fleets. According to his current calculation of 10 7th-level star-level Dreadnought fleets a year, there will be a total of 120 in 10 years. In addition to the 76 7th-level Dreadnought divisions he already has, there will be a total of 196. And most of them are equipped with 6th-level dark matter technology. In addition, he has 3 level 6 fearless divisions a year, a total of 30 in 10 years, plus the original 7, a total of 37 level 6 fearless divisions. In addition, there are more than 206 level fearless division. According to the gap between the 7th tier fearless division and the 5th standard battleship, a 6th level fearless division with dark matter technology weapons and accessories fully configured can easily choose 105 level standard science and technology division groups. The 7th class star-rated Fearless Division plus dark material technology weapons and accessories. Picking 200 is not a problem. In other words, he is now a Fearless Division on hand, which can be used as a 5-level standard division of more than 20,000. It's still not enough, but it's enough. Moreover, this time, by destroying Solon Universal Enterprise, we obtained a total of 741 destiny points, which can be used to strengthen ourselves. First of all, the 3-piece set of the highly civilized and the fearless ships is the escort ship, the fearless warfare ship, and the Lost Titan need to strengthen the life point at a time. In addition, strengthening a full set of dark matter weapons and accessories requires a full 26 points. In other words, 34 destiny points are needed to strengthen a complete set of ship weapon systems. Li Qing did not hesitate, and spent 680 points of life, and 3-piece star-rated unparalleled ships, adding a dark material weapon system 20 times in one breath. In this way, all of his 7th-level star-class dreadnought ships were strengthened 29 times. And together with the original ones, a full 37th-level dreadnought divisions could be built in a year. The remaining 61 o'clock Tianming points are temporarily kept, and the next time the accumulation will continue to be strengthened. It is not enough to strengthen 29 times, and it has to be reinforced at least 100 times to barely sufficient. If you want to fight the unknown 7th order peak civilization that kills the civilization of the deceased, he must prepare more. And the civilizations in the galaxy are the sacrifices for his rise. This is the normal state in the universe. The rise of any high civilization is accompanied by the demise of a large number of civilizations. It will be used for all bones and can be applied at any time. It is worth mentioning that over the past 10 years, hundreds of negative stars and tens of thousands of servants of light have been researching higher-level dark matter technology based on the Pioneer database of Guide Ida, and have achieved considerable results. Although we have not yet made a breakthrough in dark energy technology, we have made great achievements in the research of dark matter technology. First of all, they are now trying to design higher mobile battle stars with higher starmen. Although it has not been successful yet, the fact that we can start trying means that the technology is mature. In addition, there is a series of technologies that are only available to advanced civilizations and have matured, including the design of some megastructures that are miracles in the starry sky. Unfortunately, he has not been back outside the past 10 years. He has designed a lot of design drawings of the Star Sea Miracle Giant. When he came out of the universe in the palm, he also came out with him more than 207th levels and the 6th level Fearless Division, this time to attack this tower fortress. He was ready to let the fleet participate in the war, just to verify its actual combat effect. Anyway, the Milky Way is very confused now. Only more than 200 Fearless Divisions will not attract much attention, nor will it make the clan states' ideas. After all, the galaxy is so large, and there are many high civilizations that were born in ancient times. It is not unusual for ordinary civilization to be lucky to get ancient warships. As long as there is no formal promotion of higher civilization, there are a number of higher-level civilized warships on hand. Of course, all this was done without the knowledge of the Imperial observers. And as in the past, it was concealed by a space relic. For preparation, Li Qing did not hesitate to order that the huge fleet slowly started to enter the state of transition. Instead of jumping directly into the Yoda Fortress, they jumped to the nearest galaxy to the Yoda Fortress, and then used the hyperspace channel to attack the Yoda Fortress from the front. The moment the fleet crossed the hyperspace channel and entered the Yoda Fortress, Li Qing sensed a feeling in the center of the fortress that was exactly the same as the core fortress of the eastern part of the Browan Union, and immediately concluded that this fortress was one of the core fulcrums of the southern part of the Kelzaka Star Empire. Although Subutin was not there, Li Qing was not afraid, but continued to order the fleet to continue attacking the center of the galaxy after the dozen unblind stars stationed at the gate of the superspace channel. There was no communication at all. Now the coalition forces of the Kelzaka Star Empire were fighting with the coalition forces of human civilization. They had been in a state of actual warfare for a long time. It was completely reasonable for him to come and attack the homeland of the Kelzaka Star Empire. There was no need to ask. Before Li Qing expected, the defendant did not open the civilized artifact suppression after entering the Tower Star to organization. But after the fleet entered the superliminal state for a period of time, the civilization's artifact of suppression was suddenly activated, forcing the fleet out of the subliminal state in one fell swoop. The position is very good. The fleet is in the center of the galaxy. It is more than 4 billion kilometers from the center of the star system, and more than 3 billion kilometers from the super space channel. This distance is extremely embarrassing. Then, it's a long wait. The defenders of Kel-Zakar did not appear. And except for a small number of reconnaissance fleets that occasionally appeared in the extremely distant starry sky, their main force was not found. Li Qin guessed the intention of the other party. Nothing more than trapped him here, and then transferred to the army to defeat other subroutes. But the other fleets were not in the Yoda galaxy. Li Qin communicated with the two gods, Cybertron and Cyrus, through the mind matrix and ordered them to cross the border, abandon the Yoda Fortress star area, and directly enter the interior of the Kel-Zakar star empire. In addition to the strategic rhythm of the Kailiza-Kata star empire, this trick is mainly forcing the Kailiza-Kataka star empire to make choices as soon as possible. Chapter 349, Battle with the Star Empire of Kel-Zakar. Now the Kailiza-Kata star empire is a combat on three sides. On one side is the Battle of Heaven in the Silver Plate area, as a civilization on the front line of the battle between two advanced civilizations in the war in heaven. The Kel-Zakar star empire could not send only one war star and 1,000 standard divisions at the beginning like human civilization did. They must send a fleet of a certain size to participate in the Battle of Heaven. The second side is to jointly attack human civilization with two other civilizations in Bruin. The size of this wave of assembled fleets accounts for about 1/3 of the country's strength. The third side is the internal defense of the civilization, accounting for about 1/3 of the total strength. With the strength of the Kailiza star empire, even 1/3 of the scale is not inferior to Li Qin's current fleet. Of course, War Star is not considered. However, these troops are severely dispersed. There are two core fortresses in the north, plus the capital, and garrisons in various places. Now the Yoda Fortress and surrounding troops combined are only slightly stronger than Li Qin's central army. Moreover, Li Qin gave them time to mobilize troops from the surrounding areas. Now, unless they mobilize the fleet from the capital or another core fortress, they will not be able to gather more fleets even if they are given another year. So now comes the question. The two fleets of Cybertron and Cyrus directly attack the heart of the Empire. How should the Emperor and the aristocratic Senate on the main star of the capital of Kel-Zakar choose? It is to dispatch fleet support from the capital and another core fortress, or dispatch fleets from other two directions to provide support, or maybe directly activate the civilization artifact to suppress it, then assemble the fleet to encircle and annihilate the two fleets that have invaded the hinterland, and finally deal with the main force trapped in the Yoda Fortress? Li Qin was forcing them to make a decision. He could accept either dispatching fleets from other combat directions to provide support or activating civilization artifacts to suppress him. He would not hesitate even if it might cause heavy losses to the other two fleets. Dispatching troops to provide reinforcements can directly alleviate the pressure on the human side, and activating the civilization artifact can directly force out the final trump card of the Kel-Zakar star empire. As long as the trump card is used, the rest will be easy. He was waiting here calmly, while there was an uproar in the Kel-Zakar star empire. The Emperor and the aristocratic Senate held two meetings in one day, arguing over how to deal with the situation. However, although they were waiting, they were not really waiting in place. The fleet continued to fly towards the target direction. Just based on the fleet's flying speed, it's unknown how many years it will take to reach the target destination. But Li Qin didn't really keep flying. He was just looking for a suitable distance. Time passed day by day, and before they knew it, a month had passed. The huge fleet was still flying in the vast starry sky of the galaxy. There was no enemy coming to intercept or attack, and there was no more support. Although he did not receive more information from his two subordinates, Li Qin knew that the main strategy of the Kel-Zakar star empire was most likely not himself. After all, it's been a month, and it's time to make a decision if we delay any longer. He didn't have to wait too long. After about a week, Li Qin suddenly received news from the Mind Matrix that the Cybertron fleet was intercepted and besieged by a super-large fleet that was far larger than the previous fleet. Without any orders, Cyrus, who was attacking another position, quickly adjusted his fleet to move towards that direction. At the same time, Li Qin no longer waited. After making sure that the enemy's main force was not in the galaxy, he decisively stopped the fleet, then opened the black hole gate, aimed at the center of the galaxy, and turned on the dimensional convergence light. Level 1 alert. The glaring red color made the commander of the Yoda Fortress garrison stand up suddenly, and he looked at the other senior officers who stayed in the command center with shock. What's going on? Check it out. It's not very clear. Just know that they stopped suddenly, and don't know what they are doing. They must be the ones behind this. Immediately order the remaining fleet to go out and intercept them. This wait lasted for half an hour. Li Qing saw the garrison that had arrived late, and was not as strong as his own. And smiled. Late. Boom. 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 10 consecutive starbursts exploded across the sky, marking the beginning of a melee. During this month and a half, the Emperor of the Kelzaka Star Empire and the Senate of Nobles have decided to dispatch their main forces to encircle and suppress the two smaller fleets that have entered the civilization. Not only have they mobilized all the forces that can be mobilized within the civilization, but they have also dispatched a fleet from the capital Galaxy Circle, Yoda Fortress, and another core fortress. The size of the garrison at Yoda Fortress itself is smaller than that of Li Qing's fleet. Now that a part of it has been transferred away, the remaining ones will be even smaller than it. If the two sides fight head-on, they will not be able to win even with the suppression of civilization artifacts. Under the effect of Li Qing's Divine General Ability Type 0, the defenders of the Kelzaka Star Empire can only receive the buff bonus from the civilization artifact. But all other talent effects and auras are ineffective. But more importantly, they cannot stop the light of dimensional convergence. Just like the former Browan Alliance never thought that Li Qing would have such an ultimate weapon, the Kelzaka Star Empire also didn't know that Li Qing would have this trick. If you are not strong enough, you can only watch the enemy defeat the defenders head-on. The warning from the will of civilization is becoming stronger and stronger. But there was no way. It was totally impossible to resist. All they could do was watch helplessly as, after the 6th hour, an invisible wave flew out of the black hole gate. And then, the entire space where the star was located disappeared in an instant, as if it was suddenly wiped out. With the current repair level of the high-dimensional fortress, 6 hours of charging is enough to take away the entire star along with the surrounding super defense barrier. The moment the star disappeared, Li Qing immediately sensed that the suppression effect of the civilization artifact suddenly loosened for a moment. Although it has not completely disappeared. As the stars supporting the galaxy disappear, the galaxy collapses, and the fulcrum of the civilization's artifact disappears. The suppressive effect will naturally disappear gradually, just like the defeat of the core fortress of the eastern part of the Brovan Union. This sudden change stunned the defenders of the entire galaxy, as well as the Emperor and the aristocratic Senate far away in the capital star. This time they reacted quickly, and it took them only 2 hours to make a decision, transferring the main force back from Zutter and half of the fleet from the Silver Plate area to provide support. The civilization artifact has not yet been activated. This surprised Li Qing, but not surprising. It's like his ultimate move, Space Annihilation, which is now in the palm of his hand, has cooled down and can be used, but it has never been used in previous battles. This kind of final trump card is generally not used unless it is absolutely necessary. Li Qing used it before mainly to test out its power and effect so that he could have a better idea of it. Now that I have tried the effect, I will not use it casually again. As time went by, the galaxy collapsed. The effects of the civilization's artifacts completely disappeared, and the fleet could jump freely. He decisively led the fleet to support Cybertron. At this time, Cybertron was facing a siege from a fleet twice its size for nearly half a month, but relying on his unique God General ability to teleport throughout the galaxy, teleporting once every half an hour. The enemy could not intercept him at all. It has been nearly half a month since the war started, and he has been hiding from place to place. Not only has he not suffered any losses, but the enemy's small fleets have been caught alone from time to time while he is constantly teleporting, forming a counter-siege. And their losses are even higher than his. As Li Qing leaped over, the fleet surpassed in size. The Kelzaka Star Empire fleet retreated immediately, and moved away from this star region. Li Qing reunited with Cybertron, and waited for half a day to reunite with Cyrus' fleet. The huge fleet waited in place for a short time. At this time, Li Qing also received news of the withdrawal of the Kelzaka Star Empire, and the other two Civilization Coalition forces through the artifacts of human civilization, and several of his negative star subordinates, who stayed in Galan territory. He pinched his chin and thought for a while, and finally decided to be steady and not reckless. A series of instructions were quickly issued, and then the fleet was ordered to prepare for battle. About a day later, Li Qing, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and whispered in the command channel, "Ready to fight." Li Lai and Hong Chanfeng, the negative star players, who had already rushed from their territory to the junction of the Zutter star field and the Tianjin star field, communicated through their minds, using the two of them as coordinates. The teleportation ability of the Palm universe was activated and teleported to their locations. The invisible halo swept across the galaxy like lightning, and wherever it went, the fleet disappeared instantly without any warning. When it appeared again, it was in an unnamed galaxy at the junction of Zutter and Tianjin star fields, more than 14,000 light-years away. Two streams of light flashed in the command center and transformed into Li Lai and Hong Changfeng. Without any nonsense, Li Lai bowed to Li Qing and said in a deep voice, "They just jumped over and can't jump again immediately." Li Qing nodded and looked at Cybertron beside him. He also nodded. With a thought, he activated his divine general ability to cover the fleet, and the huge fleet that had just been teleported disappeared in an instant. Boom! 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 The melee started again, with 10 consecutive star explosions. Through the Cybertron God General's talent, he was directly teleported to the face of the United Fleet that had just jumped to this galaxy and was resting. The coalition forces were stunned by the 10 consecutive starbursts that had been charged up long ago. Then, the coalition forces reacted in shock and haste and launched a counterattack, engaging in a melee with the sudden human fleet. From the beginning of the battle, the coalition forces were always suppressed, even though their fleet was much larger than Li Qing's fleet. After all, one side was caught off guard, while the other side was well prepared. Moreover, all of Li Qing's 200 fearless divisions were deployed in this battle, together with nearly 20,000 standard divisions with level 6 enhanced weapons. The combat effectiveness of the conventional fleet was quite fierce. Although the three-nation coalition of the Kelzaka Star Empire has nearly 40,000 standard divisions, of which about 20% are 8,000 to 9,000 level 6 reinforced divisions, it is still far behind. As soon as the two sides came into contact, the conventional warships swept across one side, and the losses were so great that the commander began to wonder if he had seen it wrong. Li Qing sat on a high-level battle star, holding his chin with his hand and observing the battle of the fearless division. I have to say that an advanced civilization is an advanced civilization. The combat effectiveness of its warships is truly terrifying. Fighting against conventional civilizations is like a father beating his son. The weapons built with dark matter technology are 10 times more powerful than those of the same level 5 civilization. The neutron lance of a battleship's main gun has a power of 70,000. If replaced with the dark matter lance of a dark matter battleship's main gun, the power will be 700,000. What is the concept? The most common Ranger-class cruiser has a basic hull armor and shield of only 60,000. A total of 180,000, which is not even enough for one shot. The strongest Night Watch-class cruiser has a basic hull armor and shield of only 150,000. A total of 450,000. Any talent of a negative star user can increase the damage by more than 200%. How can you block more than 2 million damage? No cruiser can withstand a single shot, even if it is equipped with the same dark matter accessories. Now let's look at battleships. The basic hull armor and shield of the Night-class battleship are both 1.2 million. The fully equipped level 5 accessories can increase the shield to 4 or 5 million. If various corrections are taken into account, about 4 shots can sink a level 5 technological battleship. The 7th level Star-class Dreadnought battleship has 9 X-slot battleship main guns and up to 800 L-slot weapons, which means that any Star-class Dreadnought battleship can kill 2 conventional battleships plus and large and small battleships at the same time. A one-sided crushing. The moment the battle line consisting of 107th level fearless divisions came into contact with the enemy, they directly crushed in. It was like inserting a red-hot chopstick into solidified lard. It slid in like silk without any effort. This one-sided situation continued until the other side sent out a fleet of level 6 battleships with enhanced technological configuration, which eased slightly. But it only eased the situation a little. The battleships with level 6 enhanced technology were indeed much stronger in both combat effectiveness and hull durability. But they could only hold out for a little longer and slow down the defeat, but could not change the situation. Less than an hour into the battle, the coalition command was shocked to discover the huge gap between the two sides. Retreat immediately. We are no match for them. At the command meeting, representatives of the three civilizations reached a withdrawal agreement almost instantly. But when they started the jump engine with the war stars as the core, Li Qing suddenly activated the suppression of the universe in his palm. With a diameter of 10 million kilometers as the center of the black hole gate, the aura of the star witness, which was equivalent to the suppression of a civilization artifact, extinguished the jump engine fluctuations on the battlefield on the spot, causing chaos within the coalition forces. Just think about it. It would be so terrifying if the suppressing effect of a civilization artifact suddenly appeared on a wild battlefield. Under the halo of the star witness, even the mobile battle star cannot jump. It can fly normally, and can fly beyond the range of 10 million kilometers and jump again. But Li Qing's halo of star witness is movable. Moreover, it is a good time to attack him while he is ill. The fleet was divided into 4 parts to intercept the Allied fleet that was breaking out from 4 directions. Moreover, Li Qing soon discovered an alternative use for the star witness halo. You know, after this thing takes effect, it can directly interrupt the engine that is jumping. When the interrupted engine suddenly stops, it will be subjected to a severe shock and will be unusable for a short period of time. During this time, he can temporarily put away the halo, and then use his own psychic teleportation or Cybertron's god teleportation ability to go to another area and deploy the halo again, thereby intercepting a larger range of enemies at the same time. As long as the transmission speed is fast enough, no one in the same galaxy can escape. Chapter 350: The idea of unifying human civilization. He was in the middle of a fierce interception battle, and soon the human coalition forces arrived. Li Qing had communicated with them early on, and did not give up when the 3 kingdoms' allied forces leaped, but continued to chase them. More than 4 hours after Li Qing intercepted them, they finally arrived. With this human coalition, the somewhat stretched military force was greatly buffered, and under his command the encirclement was officially completed. Unable to escape, they could only stop and fight. And what followed was a brutal siege. Although no longer uses space to annihilate this kind of big move, the light of God can be used. And so many years have passed. The area of the light of God has repaired the entire 11 battle areas, and the clearance ability has increased greatly. 1 round per hour. Each round can clear a large area of small and medium-sized warships. It was 27 hours later when he had roughly cleared the area. At this time, more than 70% of the small and medium-sized warships of the 3 Kingdoms Alliance had disappeared, and more than 30% of the battleships had been destroyed. At this time, the coalition forces of the 3 kingdoms had already fallen apart and divided into 3 groups to break out in 3 directions. But they were firmly blocked by the fleets led by the 3 divine generals. Li Qing led the main force of the Central Army and began to annex them one by one. No surprise. This is just a conventional civilized fleet. It is not comparable to him regardless of scale, quality, or commanders. How can this be able to block it? No other main force was able to escape, except for a small number of warships that fled in other directions. This could not be completely stopped, but the main force was indeed intercepted. It took a total of 35 hours from the jump to the completion of the battle. Li Qing completed the complete annihilation without using any trump card and commanded a brilliant battle. Your Highness Li Qing. Xiao Bieli felt very complicated when he saw the heroic Li Qing on the communication screen. It has only been a short time, less than 10 years, and Li Qing's strength has expanded like a balloon to a level they cannot imagine. He watched Li Qing rise to prominence with his own eyes, and that was why he felt so mixed emotions. But we are more grateful that new geniuses have been born in human civilization. If it is a peaceful period, he may be unwilling. But under the chaotic galaxy current situation, human civilization really needs a son of civilization to lead human civilization to stand in the galaxy. Only, this son of civilization seemed to be too strong, and his rise was too fast. So fast that they were not mentally prepared. Facing the human star lords and military commanders, Li Qing was as humble as ever. But the power contained in his actions and words was incomparable. His powerful strength gave him great confidence, and also made his words contain a power that ordinary people could not resist. Without any agreement, he naturally became the center of attention. This change happened naturally. No one said anything, but everyone had already accepted it. Li Qing was very satisfied with this change, which saved him a lot of trouble. He didn't want to deal with some messy little things within the civilization until today. From becoming a pioneering commander to being able to easily sweep across conventional civilizations, the total time is less than 40 years. At this time, Li Qing is only in his 50s, and is considered to be very young and strong. The encounter began to come to an end with the commander of the Holy Beset monarchy surrendering first. After Li Qing promised not to kill them, and promised to cease fire, with the three civilizations after the war. The remaining fleets of the three civilizations announced their surrender one after another. Li Qing kept his promise and let them go after they laid down their weapons and came out of the warship. There is no way. The remaining elite fleets of the three civilizations are still quite tempting. Those that can hold out to the end are basically large ships above the battleship level, which are the main forces, plus a large number of flagships and mobile fortresses. The most tempting are the 14 mobile war stars, 26 war moons, 147 mobile fortresses, tens of thousands of flagships and superflags, and a total of more than 32 million battleships. It is equivalent to a standard division of about 4,000 battleships. Before he could not damage the next 14 mobile war stars. Don't say that they will leave. Even if they promise to stop the war for 10 years. He will promise. The construction of this stuff is too long. Even if he built himself, it takes more than 80 years. Now, the dozen ships built in the universe, in the palm of the palm, are now just a basic framework. And it is 10,000 miles away from the forming. And with the growth of strength, the design of the dozen wars, and the moon of the war, he was modified again in the past few years. It turns out that its size is 10,000 kilometers in diameter, which is just enough to be released from the palm-sized universe. But after destroying the Solon Universe Enterprise and obtaining a massive amount of civilization origin and destiny points, he felt that the scale was too small. So he asked the negative stars to redesign it and increase its size. There is such a civilized source plus a destiny point, which can completely repair the universe in the palm again. At that time, the channel will increase a lot, which can accommodate a larger mobile battle star in and out. It is worth mentioning that after annexing a quarter of the civilization origins of the Solon Universe Enterprise, there has been no major movement in the integration of these civilization origins into the palm-held universe. It is not that he did nothing, but that the palm-held universe is slowly erasing the remaining civilization within the civilization origins of the Solon Universe Enterprise. Nowadays, the civilization of the negative star is not strong enough. It is not possible to have a strong will to be a real large-scale civilization, and it can quickly wear out their will. And the speed is a bit slow. When it is completely destroyed, and the origin of civilization is integrated into the palm-sized universe, there will be a qualitative leap within the palm-sized universe. From the first time he obtained the destiny point, just a few destiny points were enough to repair a large part of the universe in his palm. From now on obtaining the origin of civilization, and it is still a huge source of civilization, it can be predicted that the universe in the palm can be repaired a large part of the time. Li Qingxin anticipated that by then the degree of repair of the universe in his palm would be greatly improved, and there would most likely be a qualitative improvement. But he couldn't be sure about the time. It could be a year later, or it could be 2 years later, a month later. Li Qing forced an agenda through at the Human Senate meeting, and then entrusted the two princes, Yi Songqiong and Xiao Bieli, as envoys to go to the Kelzaka Star Empire, the Holy Basat Star Empire, and another empire to sign a 20-year unconditional armistice agreement with the three countries. Not surprisingly, the three civilizations, which had just suffered defeat and suffered heavy losses in strength, did not have the courage to continue fighting human civilization to the end, and all signed this armistice agreement, especially the Kelzaka Star Empire. One of their two core fortresses in the north was breached by Li Qing, leaving a big hole in the northern defense line. More troops were needed to fill the hole, and there was no extra fleet to continue fighting. It is worth mentioning that Li Qing broke through the Yoda core of the Kelzaka Star Empire, and also gained a lot of destiny points, and the favor of the will of human civilization. In addition, there is an additional condition in the armistice agreement with the Kelzaka Star Empire, which is that the Kelzaka Star Empire is required to send the Shada Emperor Lotai over. The powerful enemy that was once impossible to capture despite all efforts is now just a small bargaining chip. The Kailiza Star Sea Empire did not even ask why, and said Lotai directly, the natural fate that awaits him is that his wife will take his soul and sacrifice it to the Void Realm, thus promoting him to the second-level son of the Void Realm, gaining more Void Realm privileges and preparing for the future spiritual ascension of all people. To be honest, the so-called benefits of the son of that virtual realm have no effect on Li Qing. Even if there is no son of the virtual realm, the power of the virtual realm does not affect the rise of the national spirit. I just have the authority of the son of the Void Realm, and can increase the speed of spiritual ascension for all the people. That's all. After the signing of the armistice agreement, the human coalition forces went north one after another to prepare for the death of Bruin. After Li Qing's idea is to destroy the United Bruin Union. Human civilization will continue to go north along the Yingxiangshuan arm. Swallow the entire Yingxiangshuan arm in one breath. As the main site after human civilization promotes high civilization. As his strength continues to increase, the entire population's genes will soon ascend. And the process of advancing to a higher civilization cannot be stopped. And neither will he. At that time, how should humans and Fielno's rejuvenation empire? How do you get along with other high civilizations in galaxy? So-called plans are always changed as things change. No matter how good the plan is. Over time, the situation will continue to change. And the situation will have to change to adapt to the situation. Li Qing's original plan was to destroy the Kel Zakar star empire. But with the changes in the galactic situation, his own changes, and possible other threats, he had to change his original plan. Now the new plan is to complete the genetic ascension of the entire population and advance to a higher civilization in the 20th year. He must unify the Perseus arm within these 20 years and eliminate the threat in the rear so that he can concentrate his forces on targeting other higher civilizations because of the unpredictable changes in humans' advancement to a higher civilization. It is worth mentioning that Li Qing's original genetic ascension is only aimed at his own territory and the universe in the palm. But the new plan will include the entire human civilization into it. He wanted to try to complete the genetic flying plan of all mankind. Of course, this is just an idea. Not even communicating with other Star Sea Lords. Considering this is mainly to slowly digest the civilization of Soren's global enterprises with the universe in the palm of the palm. And the changes that gradually occur within the hand of the universe in the palm of the palm have made him a new understanding of the origin of civilization. In other words, this change allowed him to gradually understand some of the essence of civilization, thus changing his original ideas. If you change the original idea, when he completes the rise of national genes and promotes high civilization, it is not humans at that time, but humans where the entire blue collar is located. By that time, they will be forcibly separated from human civilization and become a new race derived from human civilization. In other words, they are no longer humans after the whole people fly. Maybe they still consider themselves human. But on a cosmic level, they are already another race. And over time, the sense of splitting will become more and more strong. Until whether it is a new race or normal humans, humans think that the other party is a race that is different from themselves. It's very simple. One side is just an ordinary conventional civilization. And the other side is a powerful advanced civilization. Individuals are many times better than those of the other civilization when they are born. Over time, class divisions will naturally occur. This is an inevitable process that will not be changed for any reason. But what's the point of postponing it? But this is not the key point. If it is just a new civilization, Li Qing will not care. It is a matter of pride to create a new powerful civilization out of thin air. However, the memory of the negative star civilization told him that if he divided a new civilization from human civilization, it would leave a fatal weakness for his newborn negative star civilization in the future. Because the civilization of the newborn star comes from human civilization. They are born of homologous. This is an indispensable fact. Even if the new life civilization will become stronger in the future, it will not be able to change. In the 6th order, the 7th order peak civilization, there is no problem. And there will be no impact. But in the future, when they are promoted to a God-level civilization, problems will arise. The science and technology of God-level civilizations exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. The war between God-level civilization was not simply destroyed, but involved time and space, dimension and concepts. Let's put it this way. If he is promoted to a God-level civilization in the future, he will be able to manipulate time and space, dimensions and concepts. Their weapons can involve time, past, present and future. At the moment of being promoted to a God-level civilization, the past, present, and future of the entire civilization will converge into one point. That is to say, at the moment any civilization is promoted to a God-level civilization, they will protect their weak past timeline. So here comes the question. They can only protect and control their own civilization, but cannot protect and control civilizations other than their own. In other words, if Li Qing did not accidentally promote the God-level civilization in the future, when he concluded his civilized timeline, it stopped at the stage of soaring national genes, and did not include the current human joint empire. At that time, the human civilization was divided from the human united empire. He only protected himself and did not protect the human joint empire. If they go to war with other god-level civilizations in the future, other god-level civilizations can simply follow the timeline to the present stage when it is not divided and directly wipe out the human united empire from the root. This means, perhaps the negative stars who have been staying in the Palm universe can survive. But all the negative stars outside the Palm universe will be wiped out instantly. This is the main reason why Li Qing wants to incorporate the entire human civilization into the soaring national gene, is to repair this vulnerability and protect himself. To do this, the first step is to complete the unity of human civilization. When all the people ascend to a higher civilization, they can no longer continue with the current political system and must have a unified government. Otherwise, I worked so hard to complete the ascension of all people and let everyone become a member of the advanced civilization. But everyone in the civilization still plays their own game. And any military leader has the right to ignore me. How can that be acceptable? We don't necessarily have to establish an imperial system, but we must definitely unify. Chapter 351. The Fall of the Bruin Alliance. The reason why he did not immediately announce this is that his strength is not enough to take all the sounds. Being convinced with your heart and being convinced with your heart are two different things. In terms of current strength, Li Qing can defeat the entire human united empire, and his voice is loud enough to suppress all the Star Lords and military commanders. Theoretically, such a large gap between strength is enough to make all the Star Sea Lords and the Lords convinced. The reason why he is still a little short is that he is too young. This is how many years? And they have such strength, which has made these moves that have been alive for hundreds of years. The old antiques of thousands of years have not slowed down for a while, and their mentality has not changed. If the strength of one of the original Star Lords gradually increased to his current level, then needless to say, everyone would have expected it as they watched your strength grow to this level. If one day you suddenly say that you want unification, it won't seem abrupt and will be easier to accept. Li Qing was preparing to destroy the Bruin Alliance again and demonstrate his sweeping power in front of the Star Lords and military leaders of the human civilization to make a deeper impression on them and convince them. By that time, when he brings up the matter again, the opposition and rejection will naturally disappear. By that time, even if there are still people who are unwilling, he will no longer need to worry and can suppress them directly. In the following days, Li Qing launched an all-out attack on the Bruin Alliance and convened several temporary Imperial Elders meetings. At the meetings, he changed his previous low-key style, and his behavior and tone of voice became high-profile. And he did not hide his thoughts at all, including issuing high-profile orders to certain military leaders. Mobilize other lords' fleets in your own name, including garrisons. This was a test for the Star Sea Lords and military commanders, and also a way to let them adapt and see how they would react. Soon, 3 months after returning, after another temporary elders meeting, Li Qing just announced the end of the meeting and was about to leave when Lord Xiao Bieli suddenly stopped him and said, "Your Highness Li Qing, are you free to talk?" Li Qing glanced back at him, and then glanced at other Shanghai lords and did not leave. "Available." Xiao Bieli nodded. "Please follow me." He opened a private meeting room in the Lingxiao Palace, and all the Star Sea Lords walked in. When the military commanders behind saw this scene, they all talked in low voices. Commander Feng Yun stood beside Commander Ling Ji and whispered, "It seems that the lords can no longer hold back and want to have a frank talk. I don't know how the talk will go and whether Li Qing will be more restrained." Ling Ji glanced at him and shook his head. "Impossible." They were both silent for a moment. Feng Yun sighed and said, "Yeah, it's impossible. Even I can't do that." Ling Ji took a long breath and said, "I have a strong feeling that the loose state of our human united empire that has lasted for tens of thousands of years is about to end. Whether it is to become an emperor or use other methods, there must be centralization, which will concentrate the power and strength of the entire civilization for common development. Doesn't that mean that in the future?" In the conference room, everyone took their seats one by one, but no one spoke. The Star Sea Lords had complicated expressions and remained silent, including Xiao Bieli, who called out to him. Li Qing looked at it for a while, tapped the table lightly, and said, "Let's be frank. I know what you want to ask me in private. I'll tell you. My goal is very simple. I want to end the loose state of human civilization that has lasted for tens of thousands of years and establish a centralized unified regime." Everyone looked up, still speechless. But it didn't last long, and His Highness Chang Yongchen said, "In fact, we had anticipated this. when we suddenly discovered that His Highness Li Qing's strength had reached such a level. This was inevitable. It was just a matter of when it would start. In fact, we are not opposed to it. This kind of thing will happen one day. If it's not you, then there will be another child of civilization in the future. We just haven't adapted to it because the changes are too fast. In addition, we are also worried about what kind of centralized political system His Royal Highness Li Qing wants to establish. An imperial system. Or, everyone looked at Li Qing. He understood the inquiry contained in the 13 gazes, and said in a deep voice without hesitation, "Actually, I haven't figured out what kind of region of power to use. But it is nothing more than those. Imperialism, dictatorship, parliamentary system, etc. But I know what you are unwilling." Li Qing smiled slightly and said, "In fact, I can promise you now that I will never implement an imperial system. I will only choose between a dictatorship and a parliamentary system, or other non-imperial regimes." Everyone looked at each other, and it was obvious that their expressions had eased a lot. Li Qing understood their thoughts very well. They were simply worried that if they adopted the imperial system, they would lose their power and status forever. After all, once the imperial system is implemented, the right must be collected. Of course, all unified centralized systems must take back military power, and no centralized system will allow princes to have independent military power. But the main reason they opposed the imperial system was actually the imperial inheritance method, where sons inherited their father's business, which meant that they would always be inferior to others. And this was what they were unhappy about. The Star Lords have held military and political power for thousands of years, and have long been accustomed to their current status. They would definitely not be happy if they were suddenly asked to give up their military power and status, and be inferior to others for the rest of their lives. Li Qing understood their concerns very well, explained them to them personally, and promised that he would never adopt the imperial system, and would definitely use other means to guarantee their power and status. A verbal agreement was reached, and the Star Lords said goodbye one by one. This was just a verbal agreement. When he was ready to implement the unification plan and formally took over power from the Star Lords and military commanders, he would need to make a formal oath at that time. Watching the last lord leave, Li Qing let out a sigh of relief. He seems easy to talk to, but this is based on his absolutely overwhelming strength. Whether it is the strength of the fleet or his personal strength. Today, it is no longer a secret that he has been promoted to an immortal level psychic. The fleet strength can beat everyone. One person can beat everyone with his personal strength. Whether they like it or not, unification will be implemented. Their collective opposition will only slow down the process, but cannot change it. Only the Star Lords who understand this will discuss with him so calmly. As for their concern, Li Qing did not lie to them. He would indeed not follow the imperial system. It's not that the imperial system is outdated or a step backward in civilization. He doesn't consider the imperial system mainly because he thinks it's unnecessary. The most attractive thing about the imperial system is its absolute centralization. All power in the world is concentrated in one person, and this power can be passed down from generation to generation, to one's descendants, for thousands of years. To be honest, Li Qing didn't think he could resist this temptation. But the main reason why he didn't consider this was that the temptation was useless to him. The reason is very simple. With his current strength and the current conditions of his wives, it would be very difficult for them to give birth to more offspring. As members of the Negative Star Masters, they are also negative stars. It is extremely difficult for them to combine and give birth to offspring. He was definitely diligent when it came to reproducing offspring, and he worked very hard at a very high frequency. However, up to now, except for Yu Yao who was pregnant, the other wives' stomachs showed no signs of pregnancy. He knew very well that according to the current life nature of himself and his wives, if they wanted to have offspring, they would have to work hard for tens of thousands of years, and the number of offspring would definitely be very small. Under such circumstances, there is no point in establishing an imperial system. He never thought that he had been sitting in that place for thousands of years, and would be tired. It feels great to be emperor for 10 years. Being emperor for 30 years will become a habit. Being emperor for more than 100 years becomes a task. Ancient emperors wanted to seek immortality because emperors did not live long and wanted to live longer. But if you really live a long life, you will gradually lose interest in power. There are ready-made examples. As the longest reigning emperor Qianlong, he eventually got tired of the throne and took the initiative to pass it on to his son and become the emperor emeritus. Li Qing's idea was to form a new centralized system by combining parliamentary system with dictatorship. The parliament is used to house the Star Seed Lords and military lords. And in the future, any outstanding members born in human civilization can join the parliament. Dictatorship means that the ruler has absolute power, no less than that of an emperor. But he cannot pass the position to his descendants like an emperor. Moreover, this so-called dictatorship is only a dictatorship of power, and the term of office does not last until death. It is impossible to wait until death. The rulers of future civilizations must be immortal and theoretically can live until the end of the universe. So at that time a unique political system will be formulated according to the circumstances. For example, the term of office may be limited to 10,000 years or 100,000 years. After being the head of state for 100,000 years, he is probably tired of it and doesn't have to worry about anyone wanting to monopolize power. Moreover, as the ruler of the negative stars, Li Qing can supervise power, and anyone who wants to cause trouble will not be able to get past him. With the consent of the Star Lords, Li Qing's subsequent series of orders were well executed, and the fleet assembled in an orderly manner. In order to make everyone adapt better and in advance, he deliberately mobilized the fleet at random, split up the fleets summoned by lords and military commanders, and reorganized them into new mixed fleets. It took nearly a year just to reorganize the mixed fleet. And then, there were various exercises and integration of resources one by one. Time passed by unknowingly. He was not in a hurry at all. Nor was he afraid that the Browans would escape together. They can't get away. Human civilization now spans the Imperial Star region and the Zutter Star region. It is simply impossible for them to cross 3 or 4 star regions without being noticed by human civilization. There was no other option but to flee north. But escaping to the north can only provide temporary escape, not permanent escape. By the time the humans are ready, they will sweep all the way north, and they will be caught no matter where they flee. More importantly, the sentry array built by Li Qing in Lock Fortress is about to be completed. It was started under construction a long time ago, and after so many years, it is finally completed. By that time the Sentinel array will cover the galaxy, and they will have nowhere to escape. No matter how long the preparation takes, there will always be an end. In the 4th year, when the Sentinel array was officially completed and other civilizations in the galaxy were notified, Li Qing built another 1,087 tier fearless divisions and officially started the battle to destroy the Browan Alliance. There are no major problems with building the Sentinel array, except that it may cause some shock among conventional civilization. The higher civilizations were not wary of them because of this. Apart from being required not to use sentry arrays to observe the territories of the higher civilizations, there were no other restrictions. Of course, this may be the surface, and maybe the internal civilization is marked with human civilization as danger. Human civilization in this battle did not come out of the nest, and about 1/3 of the fleet stayed in the southern border to prevent other civilizations from attacking while they attacked Browan. Although this possibility is not very high, it must be guarded. The entire human civilization dispatched more than 40 mobile war stars, 200 war moons, 2,000 large and small mobile fortresses, as well as more than 10,000 standard level 6 divisions and 30,000 standard level 5 divisions. The soldiers were divided into 3 roads, starting from the 3 core fortresses in the north. Li Qing did not go with the army this time, but stayed at the headquarters located in Yinmen Pass. Centralization has already been preliminarily completed. With so many subordinates working for him, there is no need to do everything himself. If the artifact of the Browan United Civilization has not been used yet, and there is still a trump card, then there is no choice but for him to take action himself. But now the Browan Alliance has lost its ultimate trump card. Its strength is not as good as humans, and it has no reinforcements. In fact, the most crucial thing is that Li Qing made a promise in order to obtain the consent of the lords and military leaders, and win the hearts of the people. This time, after conquering the entire territory of the Browan Union, he would not take a penny except the destiny points, and all the occupied territories and looted materials would belong to him personally. This can also be considered an exchange of interests. Time flies. The days and months pass by like a shuttle. The humanity's war against the Browan Alliance is going very well, using the sentry array to accurately capture the remaining main force of Browan. The 3 worlds and 3 Jias defeated it. The rest was to slowly occupy the site, clean the residue, and plunder resources. Li Qing also took the opportunity to slowly expand his influence to the middle and lower levels in this carnival feast of all civilizations, gradually forming an established fact. Ordinary people at the lower level may not be able to understand the news clearly, but some savvy players have gradually discovered the changes in human civilization. A feast for many years. Human beings have always been led by Li Qing's temporary military government. It looks like a temporary military government, but smart and far-sighted people know that it is only temporary, and when the time is right, it will become a formal government. All those who know the inside story are guessing when Li Qing announced when the new centralized government was officially established. But Li Qing has never announced that even if Bruin is completely defeated and the site is swallowed one by one, there is no surprise to annex the United Bruin United. Workin Bruin United today may be their opponent. In addition, they had already started to transfer the elites of civilization very early, and a large part of the elite had already been transferred away, so the remaining troops were even less likely to be opponents. But unfortunately, as Li Qing said, it was impossible for them to sneak through the human territory and enter the Silver Disk area, so they could only head north. Chapter 352, The Lost Dynasty of the Dead. If it used to be difficult to catch them before, but with the Sentinel array, it would be different. It took a few years to scan up the British Xianxian arm, and found their hidden place in the 6th year. A humble galaxy located in the north end of the Yingxiangshuan arm is north of the 12th Asa star domain of the Yingxiangshuan arm. That is, the north of the Ferosa consortium that occupies the Tianshuang star domain and most of the Asalosa. Running is far enough. In the year 10059 of the Xinghai calendar, Li Qing issued a decree in the name of the Senate of the Human Empire, starting the preliminary preparations for the genetic ascension of the entire population. All provinces and administrative regions of the entire civilization began the construction of large-scale biogene hospitals. At the same time, a large number of civilians began to migrate. Starting from the Emperor domain of the human hinterland of the human beings, it began to immigrate to Zatar star domain, Thou star realm, Bruin star realm, and the 5 emperors north of Bruin. At this point, the United Human Empire completed the unification of the 5 major star regions, and its influence radiated southward to the 2nd Tianjin star region in the Perseus spiral arm, and northward to the 8th Izar star region. Migrant, development, centralization and changes in political systems took place during this large-scale migration. One day during the bustling immigration tide, the Senate suddenly announced that with the Human United Empire defeating its archenemy, the Bruin Union, and unifying the 5 star regions, in order to better maintain its rule, the Star Lords and military lords of the Imperial Senate discussed and decided to reform and establish a new Human United Empire. The United Empire implements a principal system, with a federal Senate under it. The head of state is naturally Li Qing. The federal Senate is divided into 3 chambers, the upper, middle and lower chambers. The upper chamber is tentatively appointed with 17 members, including the original lords of the Star Sea, as well as several additional members, including the former patriarch of the Qinghali family, the Tianjin Yu family, and the 2 sisters Yu Yufa and Yu Yao. The Intermediate People's Court is the original star owner of more than 200 star navy, as well as some core members of Li Qing. The lower house consists of some of the original small lords, and some important members of the original Gallon Collar. All outstanding federal citizens are eligible to join the federal Senate after being assessed, and will be divided into the upper, middle and lower houses according to their merits and abilities. In addition to the Senate, the new government also included many positions, some of which were held concurrently by the Senate, and some by non-Senate members. For example, some professional administrative officials must not allow the priests and lords, the central government of the new empire. The cultivation method of new players cannot be the same as before. Li Qing has established a large number of colleges that specialize in training players. After completing basic studies, students can choose to start from the army, start from the grassroots, or go out to adventure by themselves. They can also serve their own family, if there is an unwilling to stand on the door. Li Qing will not limit, as long as you have the ability to be promoted to the new Star Sea Lord by yourself. Li Qing will not mind if you go out of the Human United Empire, because this will not affect his future. He now possesses the legal status of the main body of human civilization. He is the main body of human civilization. In the future, he will be promoted to God-level civilization. The convergent timeline includes the entire main body of human civilization. These split new human civilizations are only branches, and branches cannot affect the subject. Even if a hostile God-level civilization came to this stage along the timeline, They could only see the separated off bodies. No matter what they did to the off bodies, they would be unable to do anything to the main body of human civilization that had been protected by the humans, who had been promoted to God-level civilization in the past. Li Qing took this trouble just to ensure his own safety. He had no interest or obligation to protect these separated bodies. In the 8th year of the establishment of the new human united empire, Li Qing quietly left the capital of the empire, and quietly went to the people on the west of the galaxy alone. According to the coordinates obtained after activating the brilliant star map, the capital of the 7th Order peak civilization Fear of the Dynasty hid the western side of the galaxy, away from the isolated star domain where the galaxy had hundreds of thousands of light years. It can be said that it has been separated from the galaxy, and it should be regarded as a miniature dwarf system around the galaxy, because it is far away. This can escape the search for the rivals of the peak civilization of the 7th Order. Li Qing was ready to look at the situation of the capital where the deceased lost, and first determined that the remaining power of the deceased dynasty was strong enough, and then decided not to inherit it directly. With the comprehensive advancement of the National Biological Gene Hospital system, even if the preparation of the entire human genes of the entire human united empire is becoming more and more fully prepared, and it is getting closer and closer to the rise of the whole people, he has to determine these accidents earlier. But that's not the point. Or in the past, this was the focus. But as he defeated Bruin to unite this 1,000-year-old enemy, and then completed the restructuring of the Human Coalition Empire's government, as the head of the first mankind and the Empire's unified regime, he was also dominated by the civilization of the negative star. It can also be called coverage. The star bearers are both a race and a heritage, regardless of whether any race can be promoted to negative star. This also means that the negative star can cover any civilization and become the new negative star civilization. The previous generation of the negative star was the civilization of the Xiwan Empire. This generation of negative star is now human civilization. They are all negative stars, so it can be called the Origin Empire or the United Human Empire. It's that simple. Therefore, Li Qing officially announced the establishment of the new human joint empire, and officially determined the day of his legal system. The universe in the civilized artifact palm inherited, as the negative star has once again produced a certain variant. A certain change that had been predetermined will occur when the new negative star is officially born. The universe in the palm of the hand merged with the light of the negative star one. All the treasures in Li Qing's hands, all the destiny points and civilization points, as well as the most critical artifact of human civilization, the Daoyuo Tiangong, and entered the transformation stage. At the moment of transformation, Li Qing knew that once the transformation was completed, there would be no obstacles for human civilization to enter the 7th level peak civilization. He is very clear that when the transformation is over, human civilization is the formal negative star civilization and the orthodox successor of the Xiwan Empire. Then, the technology of the former empire was naturally inherited by him. In other words, after the transformation is completed, he will be able to obtain a complete set of 7th level dark energy technology. Then, when the full 7th order dark energy technology is fully mastered, you can start to master the 8th level god civilization and technology without any conditions. Li Qing now comes to find the lost capital of the dynasty, mainly to see if the heritage left by the fear of the deceased dynasty is enough, because there will be a not short interval between entering the 7th order and 8th order. At this time, the human civilization is just a 5th level civilization not long ago. The span between the 8th level god civilization is too large, and the strength is too great. Even if you get a god-level civilized technology immediately, you must digest and develop. This requires time to let human civilization digest and understand. It is simply impossible for humans to understand god-level civilization with their current IQ. It is like writing out the complete solution to the Riemann hypothesis, along with the steps and answer, and putting them in front of a primary school student. No matter how detailed your answer is, primary school students won't understand it. He has to first learn a series of prerequisite mathematics, such as geometry, algebra, advanced mathematics and other subjects, before he is qualified to look at this question. This is the case of human civilization. The answers have been given to you, but they do not understand and have time to grow. It is difficult to say what the growth period will be. But this growth period is when human civilization is at its weakest. When they are promoted to an advanced civilization, they will attract the attention and vigilance of several advanced civilizations. If they demonstrate technology that transcends dark matter and are discovered to possess 7th-level dark energy technology. There will be only one result: attack in groups. All the advanced civilizations will immediately awaken and declare war on human civilization in order to seize the 7th-level dark energy technology that they have not mastered for millions of years. He needs enough strength to survive this stage. According to the star map, the lost capital of the Fear of the Dead dynasty is located in a dwarf galaxy west of the galaxy. The western end of the tail of the horses has a distance of 380,000 light-years in the west. There is no star door connection. You must cross the void by yourself. This is a problem for Li Qing even if it knows that the coordinates cannot be over even if they know the coordinates. The fixed-point teleportation function of the palm-sized universe can ignore void teleportation. The maximum teleportation distance at one time is 100,000 light-years. He has to teleport 4 times to reach his destination. But in fact, in order to minimize the possibility of being discovered, Li Qing did not take the Sagittarius arm, but entered the void at the western edge of the Sagittarius arm, and was directly teleported to somewhere in the endless void 100,000 light-years away. The Immortal's powerful strength allows him to appear out of thin air without the protection of a warship. It also affects the Immortals. Li Qing carefully felt the ubiquitous power of decay in the void and estimated in his mind that if a lower-level Immortal could not replenish his spiritual energy, it would be exhausted after wandering in this boundless void for about 20,000 to 30,000 years, and eventually he would perish. But this estimate is meaningless. Not to mention that psychics can use up more psychic energy to teleport in this corrosive void. They can also locate the psychic world and enter the void. There is basically no situation where immortals get lost in the corrosive void. Unless, it is always in the state of being chased. That is, it is impossible to supplement the spiritual energy. Nor can it enter the subspace to return to the virtual realm. After 6 consecutive ultra-long distance teleportations, Li Qing arrived at the corrosive void 380,000 light-years away from the Milky Way. Standing in the endless dark void, feeling the invisible corrosion that was more than 10 times stronger than the edge of the Milky Way, Li Qing looked back. In his eyes, the vast Milky Way was now a huge disk with a thin edge and a thick middle. Standing obliquely in the dark starry sky, it is this CD that he feels only in the CD that can be mastered. And there is no counting civilization in stars. And the brilliant human civilization is in the CD-ROM. Turning around and looking in the other direction, he saw nothing in the pitch-black void, and did not find any difference from the void in other directions. But holding the brilliant star map left by the Death Pheras, Li Qing could clearly sense that there was a hidden dark galaxy in that direction. The so-called dark galaxies refer to galaxies where, due to special reasons, starlight cannot be transmitted, and various electromagnetic waves and particles cannot be transmitted, so they naturally cannot be discovered by humans. The Necron dynasty, the Necrontophile civilization, used this trait to hide from their enemies and survive. According to the special induction in his heart, he kept transmitting along the way, about 5 or 6,000 light-years. The last time it appeared outside a layer of intangible barrier, and was intercepted. Li Qing knew in his heart that this was the dark galaxy where the death-fearing ones were hiding. This invisible barrier can block various teleportations and jumps, but it does not prevent you from passing through normally. It felt like passing through a thin layer of light film. Li Qing's eyes suddenly lit up. Originally there was nothing in front of him, but now there appeared a small galaxy in front of him. It looked small from a distance, but it is still small when you get closer. Li Qing did not pass directly, but turned around the layer of intangible light film, and carefully counted the micro-galaxy, and found that its total scale was only no more than 100,000 stars. It is much larger than the isolated star field of Aida's Mentor, but also limited in size. After spending almost 4 months circling around and returning to the original position, Li Qing stood motionless at the edge of the galaxy. He knew very well in his heart that whether he was willing to inherit the legacy of the Necronter civilization or not. When he entered this isolated star field where no one had entered for tens of millions of years, the Necronter civilization living in the isolated star field would reawaken. If he is willing to inherit the legacy, everything in the star field will quickly awaken for him to receive. Even if he is unwilling to inherit the legacy of the Necronter in the galaxy will inevitably be affected from the moment he enters the star field. The legacy's central system will use the information he brings to determine the current situation of the Milky Way, whether he is willing to inherit it or not. This galaxy is no longer a secret. No matter what happens to Li Qing, whether he escapes, walks out safely, or is imprisoned here, the Necronter civilization will slowly wake up. And this is an irreversible process. After pondering for a long time, Li Qing let out a light breath. His eyes gradually became firm, and he stepped into another layer of light film that enveloped the isolated star field. The moment he stepped into the isolated star field, he immediately felt a faint will sweeping over him. The next second, the weak will swept over again, and Li Qing clearly realized that the intensity of this will was stronger than the previous round. Then, the will swept through for the third time, and its intensity increased several times, and it did not just sweep past, but directly targeted him. Li Qing did not move forward, but stood there motionless, with a hint of surprise on his face. He woke up a long time ago. This necrophile civilization was not in deep sleep as he had imagined, but had already awakened long ago, yet had remained dormant. The activity level of this huge will does not seem to have just awakened, but it's normal to think about it. The Necronter civilization was active tens of millions of years ago, so it must have been dormant for such a long time. In just 10 seconds, that huge will awakened from a semi-sleeping state. An extremely powerful will that was no less powerful than Amora's awakened in the center of a distant star field. The indescribable will condensed into a huge eye in front of him. Chapter 353, The Necromancer's Records. Those eyes exuded a suffocating aura of terror that made Li Qing feel at this moment. They stared at him closely, with a hint of scrutiny and expectation in their eyes. Then a resounding voice appeared in Li Qing's ears. "Young race, you've come to the wrong place." Li Qing did not explain, but just reached out a trick. A group of starlight emerged in his palm, and quickly developed into a nebula composed of countless dazzling stars. Brilliant star map. The sound disappeared, but Li Qing could clearly feel the unusual fluctuation of the terrifying will that made him feel suffocated, just like a person who suddenly saw something and was stimulated. To be honest, this was the first time Li Qing felt palpitations and powerlessness since he was promoted to immortal. Although the Ayumla he had met before was also very powerful, he was in the palm of his hand at that time, so he was not at all inferior. And now he was standing here naked, being stared at by a strange and terrifying will. If this existence had any malicious intent, he would have to pay a huge price to escape into the palm of his hand. After a short silence, the resounding voice sounded again. "The brilliant star map. I haven't seen it for a long time. So, young race, are you here to inherit the dynasty's legacy?" Li Qing neither nodded nor shook his head, but said in a deep voice, "I have learned from Amora the whole story of the Necronter dynasty, the Necronter civilization, and the glorious past, and the end of the Necronter civilization. I should have come here a long time ago, but I saw something some time ago that made me hesitate until now." Without waiting for the unknown will to respond, Li Qing stretched out his hand again and pressed it lightly. A ball of light lit up and quickly transformed into a strange pattern. Buzz! The moment the pattern took shape, this terrifying will suddenly increased in intensity, as if it was stimulated, and it seemed to be out of control for a moment. The unimaginable will swept through like a tide, and Li Qing felt suffocated and lost his consciousness in an instant. But the strong will support from hundreds of negative star people made him regain consciousness quickly. But he was suddenly shocked. At some point, a huge black metal mask that looked like a robot appeared in front of him, suspended in the air. Its dark pupils shrank inward like a black hole. Upon closer inspection, his eyes were involuntarily attracted by the black hole and distorted. At this time, a low voice sounded in Li Qing's ears. "Are they still in the galaxy?" Li Qing shook his head and said, "Their main force is definitely not there, but they have left some tentacles in the Milky Way. If the civilization of the deceased appears in the galaxy, they will definitely appear in the galaxy soon. It's really haunting." Li Qing didn't respond, but just stood there quietly. After a long while, the voice sounded again. "Young race, you have obtained a bright star map, and brought very important news. According to the regulations left by the three saints, you will have the qualification to inherit the civilization of the deceased." A little quiet, Li Qing asked, "What happens if I inherit? What happens if I don't inherit?" "If you inherit the Deathly Haunter, you will gradually master everything in the entire Dark Star region within 1,000 years. If you give up the inheritance, according to the confidentiality clause, you will stay here until a new successor is born." Li Qing was speechless, just like Instructor Ada at the beginning. Etc. Li Qing suddenly asked, "Why does it take 1,000 years to master it? Can't it be mastered immediately?" The voice answered immediately. "If you can awaken immediately, Your former enemy will definitely find out. If you awaken slowly over 1,000 years, you can hide it from your former enemy. Oh! Li Qing was surprised. Unexpectedly, the Necronter already had a way to reawaken without exposing themselves. This shows that they are much stronger than the Ada guides. At this moment, Li Qing felt a little moved. This would be possible if they could obtain the complete heritage of the Necronter civilization without exposing themselves. But? He asked again. If I am willing to inherit the Necronter legacy, what do I need to pay? Or what do I need to do? In addition, I already have complete dark matter technology, and my civilization is about to complete the universal genetic ascension. Will this affect the inheritance? The voice answered immediately. Inheritance? Those who fear the dead do not need to pay anything. However, the Necronter heritage must accept the unique ascension of civilization, which will conflict with genetic ascension. What do you mean? You can abort the universal genetic ascension that is about to begin in your civilization. Li Qing shook his head and said, No. Not only will we have the entire population's genes ascend, I am also a second-level virtual realm child. And I also plan to complete the entire population's psychic energy ascension in the future. Li Qing pursed his lips and said, I wonder if the undead can give up mechanical ascension and switch to universal genetic ascension and universal psychic ascension. This should be more powerful than mechanical ascension. Theoretically speaking, if we can complete the psychic ascension of all people and the genetic ascension of all people at the same time, it will indeed be stronger than the unique ascension of the Necronter. But unfortunately, the strongest combat bodies of the Necronter are all based on the unique ascension of the Necronter. If we do not inherit the unique ascension of the Necronter, we will not be able to use and control the strongest combat bodies of the Necronter. Li Qing was silent. Although I do know what the so-called strongest warfare is, it is definitely the most powerful technology creation of the deceased civilization. The 7th level peak civilizations basically have their own unique heritage and unique civilization characteristics. What the Necronters possess is a unique ascension derived from mechanical ascension. And the so-called combat body, if one does not follow the unique ascension route of the Necronter, it means that one will not be able to fully inherit the Necronter's legacy. Perhaps even the strongest military force. Li Qing was silent. The powerful unknown will has not been urged, so that he has enough time to think. For a long time, Li Qing sighed and said, Sorry, I don't want to take the mechanical soaring route. The voice sounded, It's okay. It's your choice. After a pause, the voice sounded again. Young race, I'm sorry. For the sake of secrecy, you won't be able to leave. But you can walk freely in this country. You can go anywhere in the country except for places that are clearly prohibited. Also, before a new successor appears, you can change your decision at any time and accept the inheritance. After saying this, the voice gradually faded, and the terrifying will slowly disappeared. Li Qing let out a light breath, looked back, and flew into the dark star field without hesitation. That terrifying will may feel that he cannot leave. But Li Qing can use the teleportation ability of the universe in his palm to forcibly penetrate the seal and leave. This is his trump card. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to come here alone. Of course, turning against each other is the final decision. At this stage, he can take advantage of the freedom to move around in this dark star field to see how much legacy the death-fearing civilization has, how strong it is, and whether it is enough to support him until he completely inherits the assets of the negative stars. For a long distance, Li Qing's figure flashed and disappeared, and the edge of a galaxy, who didn't know how far, appeared again. This was not psychic teleportation, but an authority granted by the unknown terrifying will he had just obtained, allowing him to communicate with a hyperspace network in the Dark Star region and use the hyperspace network to jump at any time. But it is limited to this Dark Star field and cannot be teleported to the outside or enter the subspace. As soon as he entered the galaxy, Li Qing saw an orange-red star in the center of the galaxy, wrapped in a supergiant structure and surrounded by densely packed black ships. His stellar fortress. Although the appearance was different from the star fortress that Li Qing had once obtained, he could tell at a glance that the supergiant structure that wrapped the entire star was a star fortress. That thing is wrapped in a super frame, and there are 30-6 huge fully spraying intangible light to fix the star in the framework to fix the star in all directions. A star can always emit terrifying energy. A slight wave on the surface of the star is actually an ultra-high temperature ion tide, as high as thousands of kilometers, which occasionally ejects high temperature ion energy flows measuring millions of kilometers. However, these terrifying high-temperature ion energy flows are blocked by an invisible barrier, and the continuously emitted energy is absorbed by this invisible barrier to provide energy for this star fortress with a diameter of several million kilometers. Fortunately, this is an immovable star fortress. Due to the lack of technological strength, the deathly haunters are unable to compress the star and can only make it a fixed star fortress, using the star's endless energy to power the numerous super weapons in the fortress. At the same time, this star fortress also takes into account the function of the internal pioneer of the galaxy. Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this, not to mention that it could not be moved. Just from the technological level of the two star fortresses, it could be seen that the combat capability of the star fortress he was building was definitely the top one under the god-level civilization. Outside this stellar fortress, there are irregular black spheres with diameters ranging from at least 10,000 kilometers to as large as hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The specifications are similar to those of an advanced mobile battle planet, but it does not look like a mobile battle planet. Li Qing guessed that this should be a super battle body unique to the death-fearing civilization. Li Qing took a quick look and estimated that the total number of these things might be as many as 200 or 300. In addition to these super combat bodies, there are no war moons or mobile fortresses commonly seen in conventional and advanced civilizations, but rather fleets of 7th-order dreadnought battleships. In other words, the fleet of the Necronter civilization is relatively simpler. Apart from the immovable giants, such as star fortresses, the top-level ones should be these super combat bodies that are similar to mobile battle stars. Below them are the three conventional types of warships, namely Lost Titan, Dreadnought Battleship and Escort Ship. And such a 7th-order Dreadnought fleet has a total scale of... Li Qing couldn't count them either, but a rough estimate showed that they were not much different from the current total fleet of the Human United Empire. The total number of regular fleets of the Human United Empire can now reach about 50,000 divisions. And this was just one of the galaxies, which directly silenced Li Qing. Generally speaking, the garrisons of border galaxies are relatively stronger. This was also the case in Guide Aida's isolated star field. The outermost circle of galaxies had more garrisons than the inner ones, and only a few important galaxies had a large number of garrisons, while some unimportant galaxies did not have many garrisons. But this dark star region has tens of thousands of galaxies. Li Qing left the galaxy with shock and was teleported to the next galaxy along a huge light gate in the center of the galaxy. Coming out of the star gate, he immediately turned and looked towards the center of the galaxy. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there was no supergiant frame around the star in the center of the galaxy, and that the size of the fleet parked around it was far smaller than that of the previous galaxy. Fine. He himself doesn't know what's wrong. This galaxy has no fixed star fortresses, and even the super combat bodies comparable to war stars are only about 20 to 30, while the number of regular fleets stationed there is about 10,000. Next, Li Qing's galaxy and Galaxy Stroll is not troublesome. Anyway, there is nothing important now, so there is plenty of time. After visiting hundreds of galaxies in one breath, he only found 2 galaxies with star fortresses, like the one he saw at the beginning. The rest were all galaxies with similar garrisons. But this did not make Li Qing feel relieved. Instead, he was even more shocked. Not to mention the big ones. Even if they are all small, a small garrison has at least 20 super combat bodies comparable to battle stars. 10,000 star systems mean 200,000 mobile battle stars, as well as hundreds of millions of standard division conventional fleets. What is the concept? Too strong. However, with such a powerful force, they can only hide in this small isolated star region and dare not go out. It can be seen that the enemy who once defeated them is definitely stronger than them, and not just a little bit stronger. Next, Li Qing continued to swim and used the jump of a galaxy and a galaxy in the super space network to observe different galaxies. Time flies. Time passes like water. Unconsciously, 2 years have passed, and Li Qing has also turned around most of the outer galaxies. At this time, he had no shock in his heart, only to be dignified. In these galaxies, he saw fleets larger than he had ever imagined, and hundreds of wonders of the sea of stars. Unfortunately, he didn't have much experience, and didn't know what most of the miracles in the galaxy were for. Inside the star field, he saw more than 10 ring worlds in different star systems. However, these circular worlds are all in silence, without any signs of life. But Li Qing knew very well that in these ring worlds, there were huge numbers of Necronter people sleeping, just like the people of the 003 galaxy living in a super virtual world. Once, the Necrhunter civilization began to awaken. It would download the consciousness of the people in these virtual worlds into mechanical bodies. The technology of the Necrhunter is far more powerful than that of the god General Sephiroth. Both uploading and downloading speeds are very fast. It won't take long for them to download trillions of people, thus achieving a rapid revival. Unconsciously, Li Qing came to the center of the star domain. Judging from the star map, there is a huge ball of light in the center, which occupies a large part of the core of the entire star field. At first Li Qing thought that the star domain was a hole, but when he entered the inside across the superspace network, Li Qing, who was standing at the door, was shocked. This is a superstar system that is beyond his imagination. A large quality black hole in the central government, with this large quality black hole as the galaxy source, led more than 1,000 stars or black holes around this giant source to turn around this giant. These stars or black holes led a large number of stars to rotate like a normal galaxy. In other words, this entire superstar system is a super complex galactic system. In other words, this itself is a tiny galaxy. And the supermassive black hole in the center of the superstar system is the supermassive black hole in the center of the galaxy. Chapter 354. A deal with the Necrhunter. Within this miniature river system, an extremely large fleet is moored. These fleets are centered around a star fortress, each surrounded by about 100 super combat bodies and a full 10,000 standard dreadnought divisions. Fleets of this size are stationed in a circle around this miniature galaxy, using each star as their base. In other words, how many small star systems around this miniature river system? How many fleets are there? Li Qing crossed over countless miniature galaxies and entered the interior of the miniature galaxies. Every 20 to 30 billion kilometers or so, he would enter another orbital ring system. Within this orbital ring, there would be a small star system at a certain distance. But within the outermost star systems there are no garrisons, but rather a large number of sealed facilities, such as warehouse, various super docks, all kinds of ancient creatures, some of the super giant structures he had never seen, Shanghai Miracle and so on. He even found a circular world in some large star systems near the core gravity of about tens of billions of kilometers, and some super livable worlds with more than 1 million kilometers in diameter. But these are not the point. The point is that in the very center of this galaxy, there is a strange building that is built around the central supermassive black hole. It is a supergiant frame built outside the event horizon of a supermassive black hole. The frame covers the entire supermassive black hole. There are dozens of huge structures extending into the event horizon of the black hole, continuously extracting energy and matter from the black hole. Extending from the superframe in all 10 directions is a superstructure measured in astronomical units. The extraction energy converges along the edge of the supergiant structure, and directly enter the superstructure measured by the specifications of the astronomical unit. This is how it looked from the outside. He didn't know what the inside looked like. But Li Qing, looking from afar, could feel a wave coming from there that made his heart palpitate. This is probably a final weapon for the civilization of the deceased. And it has not yet started. Just as Li Qing was about to get closer, he suddenly heard the loud voice that had not appeared for a long time. No one is allowed to approach within a radius of 10 billion kilometers from the center of the galaxy. No one is allowed to enter the interior of the ring world. And no one is allowed to enter the interior of the megastructure. Li Qing stood up and stopped. By now, he had basically seen everything that could be seen with the naked eye. And Li Qing had a basic understanding of the current apparent strength of the Necrhunters. This strength is incredible. It is estimated that by simply mobilizing a dozen small galaxy garrisons, all civilizations in the Milky Way, including all advanced civilizations, can be easily swept away. But the more you know, the more he dare not easily inherit the legacy of the civilization of the deceased. Such a huge force has obviously awakened, but it still stays in this isolated dark star field and dares not show its head, and even dares not send some reconnaissance ships out. This shows how much they fear their former enemy. This shows that even though they have such strength, they still think that they can never be a match for their old enemy. With such an outrageous gap in strength, if they were to face the attack from that unknown enemy, they probably wouldn't be able to hold out for 100 years. If so, he inherited the inheritance of the civilization of the deceased. He needs a force that can last until he completely digests the negative star civilization. If he can't do that, there will be no point. Pity! Li Qing shook his head and sighed, then turned around in disappointment, preparing to leave the galaxy. But as he turned around, A voice rang in his ears. Young race. I can feel the disappointment in your heart. Can you tell me why? Li Qing unlived. A little silent. And said, I am disappointed that the Necrotter dynasty is not as strong as I imagined. The sound also paused. And it was estimated that some accidents answered. After silent for a while, the sound sounded again. Then what kind of strength is your imagination? It's not important how much stronger you are than I imagined. What's important is that you are so different from your former enemies. If the Necrotter reappears, how long can you hold out against the attacks of your former enemies? The sound is silent again. This time, the silence time was longer. And it was impatient to start transmission, until Li Qing was impatient. He opened the hyperspace network, glanced at the teleportation star map, and lightly touched a galaxy on the network that he had never seen before, which was around this miniature galaxy. However, he was surprised to find that he did not have sufficient authority to enter this galaxy. Hidden power? Then he ordered a few more in a row and found that a large star domain around the central micro-river system could enter. And some could enter. And many had no permissions to enter. But what's the point of this? Li Qing shook his head, and did not continue shopping. Whatever hidden powers the Necrotter still had were meaningless to him. As long as the opponent was not his former enemy, it would be meaningless to him. And he would definitely not inherit them. What he wants is a force that can protect him. Not a force that needs his protection. He does not lack science and technology. At this moment, the sound sounded in his ear again. The fact is that we are indeed not their opponents. But any civilization has a rise and fall. When they decline or fall, it is when we rise. Li Qing listened to his head and said, So you will be trapped here until 10 million years. 100 million years later. This time the voice did not answer. Probably as a default. Pity. Li Qing didn't say anything, but just shook his head. Because he had nothing to say. Unless this dilemma. Unless the deceased suddenly obtained the powerful creation of the god-level civilization. Or his own technology suddenly made breakthrough progress. It can break the situation from the 7th order to the 8th level god civilization. Apart from this, there is no other way out. Then it's time to get out of here. Li Qing looked up at the 4 weeks. Communicated with the super space network. And sent to the most edge of the dark star domain. Soon after the transmission ends, appeared on the edge of the dark star domain. And the edge of the galaxy that came in before. The mysterious voice came from his ears. You want to leave? According to safety regulations, you can't leave. And you can't leave. Li Qing looked up and smiled on his face. What if I can leave? No. Before the words were finished, Li Qing's face began to distort. And then Fan Yuan didn't know how many 100 million kilometers of void began to distort. The dazzling light suddenly exploded beside him. It was a strong reaction of the power of the universe in the palm of the universe with the sealing power of the starry sky. A creation of a god-level civilization? The moment the sound disappeared, Li Qing exploded the space. And the unable to describe the twisted space. And the surrounding space shocked the surrounding space to form a substantial space wrinkles. But he had disappeared. And he passed through layers of seal in an instant and appeared in another starry sky. Looking back at the dark star field where the fear of the deceased lived. There was dark. Nothing. No. The next second, a little light spot suddenly appeared in the dark. And then quickly expanded a familiar face. Li Qing was subconsciously prepared to leave. But heard the familiar voice sounded. Please wait. Li Qing looked at the metal face warily. I'm out now. You can't do anything to me anymore. Respected ancient successor. Perhaps we can make a deal. Li Qing's eyes moved slightly, and shook his head. If you want me to inherit the civilization of the deceased, then it's okay. No. You don't need to inherit the Necrotter civilization. I believe you don't even want to see it. I may have guessed your intention. You may need a force that can protect your growth. I can provide it. All you need to do is make a promise. Li Qing knew clearly what the death-fearing man had guessed. It might not be what he imagined. But strictly speaking there was no difference. He thought for a moment and said, Tell me. The sound responded quickly. Before we evacuated the galaxy, we hid some remaining assets and forces in isolated star regions across the galaxy that had no hyperspace channels. Any of them could easily resist the advanced civilization you mentioned. I'll tell you these coordinates. If you can successfully dig into a galaxy that still exists, our agreement will be reached. If not, the agreement will be invalid. Li Qing thought about it for a while and expressed his concerns. I know that your former enemy still has tentacles in the Milky Way. If I use the warships you once left behind, will they attack me? The voice immediately denied. There are many hidden power. Not only the Milky Way, but the other river systems we have conquered. Many have been found by other civilizations by accident. If you dig a one, you will definitely get their attention and observation. But just observation. As long as you don't inherit our heritage. Then what kind of promise do you need? When asking this sentence, Li Qing counted it. Being able to obtain a force capable of resisting any advanced civilization without much risk actually fits his idea perfectly. I need you to come back and help us once in our fateful showdown with our nemesis if you have the opportunity to be promoted to a divine civilization in the future. This promise was still expected by Li Qing. He carefully thought about the problem that this commitment might be encountered and said, in principle, I can agree, but you must awaken after 100,000 years. Before that, if I feel that you are not strong enough, I will not take action. It's natural. Then the agreement is established. In addition, I also need a complete star chart of your galaxy, including possible to transmit to the superstar door where the river system can be transmitted. Can. Soon a small chip flew in front of Li Qing. He took it, checked it carefully, and started loading. There was no problem with the star map. After it was unfolded, it directly covered his current star map. Li Qing immediately discovered that his star map already included the entire Milky Way, as well as a large number of extragalactic galaxies around the Milky Way. This includes hundreds of dwarf galaxies affiliated with the Milky Way, as well as hundreds of extragalactic galaxies similar to the Milky Way that were once occupied by the Deathly Haunters. However, Li Qing discovered that there was no information about the opponent of the fear of the deceased in this star map. He immediately asked, and the voice replied, before you grow up, it is best not to know that name. Sometimes the more you know is not a good thing. Li Qing shrugged and did not ask. There is no oath, just a promise. Then Li Qing began to return. Shortly after his figure disappeared, a layer of intangible light film slowly emerged in the void. A strange face appeared on the intangible light film. A sound seemed to speak to himself. Can you be sure which one is? Then another voice answered. I can't be sure. I've never seen it. It doesn't matter which one it is, as long as we make sure it is God's creation. At this time, there was a third voice sounding. Hopefully he can grow up. It's difficult. It's difficult. But it's a hope after all. Isn't it? Yes. The sound gradually disappeared. The invisible light film disappeared quickly, and the starry sky returned to calmness. Half a year later, Li Qing returned to Yingzhan's arms. In the past 3 years, there has been no major incident in the Human United Empire. In addition to the Imperial Expeditionary Army, it has begun to build an outpost base at the E-Star Domain Ezar Star border to prepare to conquer several star fields at the northern end of the British Xianxian Arm. According to reliable news, as the Human United Empire defeated the unity of Brucian, the unity of the 5-star domain, the Harris Star Empire, and the Feroza united in the northern end of the British Xianxian Arm have put down their hatred and stopped for many years. In addition, the Aisha civilization located in the Ezar star field has defeated more than a dozen civilizations of varying sizes in that star field, completed the actual occupation of 1/3 of the territory of the Ezar star field, and completed the claim to the Ezar star field. This means that the Aisha civilization has not given up this star field and decided to fight against the United Human Empire here. Yi Tianqiong, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Imperial Ministry of Foreign Affairs, has traveled to the main country of the Farino son of Fiono to testify what attitude is the prestigious war of the sect. For this incident, Li Qing just instructed the expeditionary army to build the outpost base first, and increase the size of the outpost base to prepare for the future expedition. Originally they had planned to conquer the Persis Arm. Not to mention that now that Li Qing had obtained the Necronder star map, he already knew that the ancient star gate occupied by the Aisha civilization in the Ezar star field in the Persis Arm did not lead to any spiral arm of the Milky Way, but to an extragalactic galaxy. To be precise, it is a large dwarf galaxy located nearly 1 million light-years away from the Milky Way. This dwarf galaxy is located on the Necronder star map. It is a disk galaxy not much different from the Milky Way, but its diameter is only about 20,000 light-years. In other words, the direction that the Aisha civilization originally fled to through this ancient star gate was another galaxy. And now their headquarters is not in the Milky Way. This is interesting. No matter how the Aisha civilization is doing in that dwarf galaxy now, Li Qing is planning to take over this dwarf galaxy. Once he finds a galaxy that was once left behind by the Necroner, and obtains a fleet that is no less powerful than any advanced civilization, he can attack the dwarf galaxy. If possible, human civilization can be moved in the future. Chapter 355: The Key: Repair Progress of the Universe in the Palm. It's not that all of them will be moved there. Only a part of them will be moved there to share the risk. If anything happens in the future, find a way to destroy that ancient star gate to prevent enemies below the peak civilization from passing through. Civilizations above the 7th level cannot be stopped, but it is not easy for them to cross the river. At that time, there will be sufficient time to transfer a part of the population. The Empire developed in an orderly manner. For the next 6 months, Li Qing did not leave again, but stayed in the Empire. He spent most of his time supervising the construction of biological gene cabins in various places, and observing the advancement of the universe in his palm. The main reason is that the universe in the palm is about to be promoted. He wants to wait for the promotion before looking for the leftover of the fear of the deceased. From the last integration of part of the civilization origin of Solong Universe Enterprise, to the destruction of the Bruvan Alliance, and the most critical time when Li Qing completed the reform of the Human United Empire regime and completed the centralized dictatorship, the universe in his palm has begun to integrate the origin of human civilization. Well, to be precise, it is based on the origin of human civilization, combined with the light of the negative star and the universe in the palm of your hand, and then integrated with several other relics. It took several years, and finally fused. Li Qingxin had anticipated that after this fusion, the universe in his palm would undergo some qualitative changes. About 7 months after he returned, Li Qing, who was handling government affairs, suddenly sensed something, and his own spiritual energy began to surge wildly and uncontrollably. Without saying a word, he turned around and entered the universe in his palm. Entering again, he immediately felt a strange change inside the universe in the palm. In the core space of the Star Witness Fortress, he slowly closed his eyes and began to experience the changes brought about by this promotion. In the next second, Li Qing opened his eyes quickly, showing a trace of surprise and ecstasy in his eyes. So many unlocking? Apart from other things. First of all, the repair progress of the power reactor inside the high-dimensional fortress has been greatly improved. The giant black hole in the center of the galaxy located inside the power reactor has awakened, and is emitting powerful gravitational force to pull the entire galaxy, further stimulating the awakening of stars in the galaxy. In addition, many areas of the stars are unlocked one by one in many areas. There are so many of them that I won't list them all. Anyway, there are many thousand times the last unlocked. A large number of battle areas around the Star Witness Fortress have been unlocked. Although it is basically damaged, it can be repaired. Most areas need no introduction, with only a few newly unlocked areas and some special changes to note. First of all, several new types are added, and the existing dimensions of the light are also repaired with the witness of the stars. The power has been greatly improved, and the repair is more complete, which increases new functions. There are 4 final weapons in total, which are added with the light. The light of the final weapon dimension. The final weapon dimension is eliminated. The ultimate weapon, the light of creation. The ultimate weapon, the light of dimensional contraction and expansion. There are 4 ultimate weapons, each of which comes from a super god level civilization. Their power can only be described as unpredictable. For conventional civilizations, it is a dimensionality reduction attack, compared to civilizations below the god level that are still piling up numbers. The fighting methods of civilizations above the god level have transcended space and dimension and have begun to become conceptualized. Not to mention the light of dimensional convergence. Li Qing has used it many times. This upgrade has repaired the function of allowing the converged space to be unlocked again. The second ultimate weapon is the dimensional erasure beam. According to the weapon introduction, it can theoretically strike across galaxies at ultra-long distances. Moreover, its power has no numerical definition at all. So according to common sense, it means that as long as it is hit by this dimension-erasing beam, basically non-high-dimensional matter will be directly wiped out and killed instantly, including mobile battle stars, which are huge ships with ridiculously strong hulls. To put it more simply, everything in the universe that ordinary people can see with the naked eye can be destroyed in seconds, because ordinary people's naked eyes can only observe 3 dimensions. The higher 4 dimensions cannot be seen no matter what. The third ultimate weapon is the light of creation, which is a non-combat type ultimate weapon. Just as the name suggests, This thing can transform any planet into a preset planet. That is, the barren planet can be transformed into a livable life planet. Or the life planet can be changed to lava planet or poisonous planet, etc. as long as it is preset. The second effect is that it can change any species into a preset species, which can give the species intelligence or deprive it of intelligence. To put it simply, you can turn all human beings on the planet into a beast such as wolves or bears. Or a group of wolves can be given wisdom into wolf-shaped smart creatures. The two effects are added to the power of God in myths and legends. When technology reaches its peak, it is no different from God. The four-stage weapon is the light of dimensional contraction and expansion, which is a final weapon between combat and non-fighting. The effect is just as the name suggests. It can reduce or increase the dimension of a star field. It can be understood as a two-phase foil that can be used infinitely and is reversible. The mere existence of four ultimate weapons would not have surprised Li Qing too much. What surprised him more was that after this repair, the Star Witness Fortress could already be pulled out for use. Although there are many restrictions, it can indeed be pulled out to fight. After this upgrade, the Palm Universe has gained a new ability called high-dimensional projection, which can project the Star Witness Fortress in the Palm Universe into the real universe for combat. Although it can only last for 1 hour, the cooling time is as high as 1 year. It can indeed be pulled out to fight. Galway's projected Star Witnesses finally began to appear attributes. That is, popular brightening bars, which means that it can be destroyed. However, after Li Qing looked at the high-dimensional projection attributes of the stars, he felt that the enemy he had encountered now could not be destroyed. Stars Witnesses, high-dimensional projection, high-dimensional base of super god-level civilization. Don't talk. This attribute no longer needs to be evaluated, which is not a level with the civilization he has encountered now. The civilization he encountered now, including the fear of the deceased, is still playing the value. And the negative star civilization is already playing with the dimension and concept. The unique features and the power of the final weapon are conceptualization. And the low-level civilization is the permeability of the dimension. And it cannot resist at all. Except for high-dimensional projection. The other three abilities of the Palm Universe have not changed much. God mode is no different than before. The distance of fixed-point transmission has increased tenfold. The original upper limit of coordinate-free transmission was 100,000 light-years. But now it is 1 million light-years. It is possible to directly transmit from the capital of the United Human Empire to the Dark Star region, where the Necrotter live in seclusion, as well as most of the dwarf galaxies around the Milky Way. If it is a fixed-point transmission, as long as there is coordinates, the maximum transmission distance can be as high as 1 billion light-years. As for the annihilation of space, or the same as before. But the maximum annihilation range has changed from the original 10,000 light-years to 100,000 light-years. It is easy to destroy a river system. Well, it is more thorough. In addition, the exit size of the palm-sized universe has finally soared again, from the original 10,000 to the current 30,000 kilometers in diameter, which can basically accommodate most of the war stars. Those who can't put the universe in the palm are not rushed. You can use the light to get the light to put it out first, and then unlock it inside the universe in the palm. It is also worth mentioning that as the universe in the palm is repaired again, a large number of areas are unlocked, including the shipbuilding-related facilities and unlocking. Now the construction speed of super hulls such as shipbuilding or mobile battle stars has been greatly improved again, which has increased by 50% on the basis of the previous basis. In other words, a big guy like a mobile war star originally cost at least 190 or 90 years, and it took nearly a century to drag time. It can be built at most for up to 50 years. This is good news. But it's not too good. When will the construction speed of a mobile war star compress to about 10 years? However, it is a good thing for the conventional fleet, which means that he can build 2 groups of fearless divisions for a year. It turned out to be 30 a year. And now he can build 60. It is also worth mentioning that with the completion of the restructuring and centralization of the Human United Empire, Li Qing's original transactions with the Lords of the Star Sea regarding those level 6 dreadnoughts were revised. Li Qinghua had 15 mobile war stars, exchanged with 10,000 standard 6-level reinforcement divisions, and more than 5,000 standard 5-level division groups to by the transactions of the Shanghai Lord 6-class fearless ship. After the recovery, these 6-class dark matter technology ships have strengthened 26 times. According to 2 batches a year, they can now get 54 6-class dark matter ships each year. This is ready-made. Li Qing now has a large number of remaining destiny points after the combination of Brissian, which can be strengthened later. These dark ship mother chips. Li Qing did not merge with the 7-level dark energy ship's chip. Although it can be merged, it is mainly used for cover-up. In the future, when we advance to a higher civilization, we will need ships with dark matter technology. Otherwise, you can't be promoted to the high-level civilization. All dark energy ships built in the future will be stored in the palm of the universe, while dark matter ships can be displayed openly. Of course, he will redesign these dark matter ships to make their appearance consistent with the 7th-level star-level dark energy ships, which will be more suitable for fishing in troubled waters. By destroying the Broen Alliance, this eternal enemy, Li Qing once again obtained 855 destiny points, leaving him with 61 destiny points, for a total of 916 destiny points. The enhancement of a full set of dark energy or dark matter technology mother chips requires 26 days of life. Li Qing thought about it. It took a total of 858 days to strengthen the dark technology 13 times, and the dark energy technology was strengthened by 20 times. In the end, the full set of dark material technology mother chips strengthened 39 times. At the speed of 2 batches a year, 80 standard division level fleets can be built each year. The dark energy technology mother chip has strengthened 49 times, and a total of 100 standard division level fleets can be built each year. The remaining 58 points, as well as 610,000 civilization points. Chapter 356 Real God Level Technology and New Civilized Artifacts. After the palm-sized universe underwent this major repair, a change occurred that Li Qing was quite unexpected about. The technology exchange table of the palm universe has changed. 2 identical technology exchange tables have appeared, but the exchange conditions and prices are completely different. First of all, the original technology exchange table is still exactly the same, and the prices are exactly the same. But a line of detailed explanations suddenly appeared for the many technologies and ships that were exchanged. The technology exchange table that was originally seen was not the true God-level civilization technology, but a shrunken version. This time, the exchange table that appeared after the palm universe was repaired, which was exactly the same but with completely different exchange conditions and prices, was the true God-level civilization technology. In other words, the original redeeming table of technology is the God-level civilization technology. It is just a series of shrinking versions that can be used after many God-level civilizations that can be used. It is impossible to compare with the real God-level civilization. If Li Qing may not understand before, but now he can understand that he does not need to explain. It's very simple. Many technologies require corresponding materials and unique technologies at the current level to be built. It's like the Star Guard warship of the negative star on the original exchange list. The basic attributes are as follows. Star Guardians, the conventional escort fleet of the negative star civilization, responsible for patrolling, escorting, reconnaissance, surveillance, and supporting landing operations. The above attributes are a scaled-down version of the Star Guardian. The materials used are all materials that can be obtained by the 7th-level civilization. With the bonus of technology, the combat power crushes the 7th-level civilization technology, but it is still a big level behind the 8th-level God-level civilization technology. But now that Li Qing has greatly repaired the universe in his palm, coupled with the improvement of scientific and technological level, although he is still a long way from the God-level civilization, the distance is no longer far away. Now he has no threshold inheriting the negative star-level technology, and he has been digested in time. So these God-level technology can be completely open to him. Li Qing looked at the realist science and technology list, and his eyes fell on the Real Star Guard. Yes, this is the attribute of the Real Star Guard, and the Star Guards built after the complete God-level civilization and technology. Single-ship basic attributes are already fiercer than the conventional civilized Titan Super Banner. If it is equipped with the same level 8th order weapon accessories, it may be able to easily fight against a Titan Super Flag of a conventional civilization. The scaled-down version of Star Guardian only requires 10,000 civilization points to unlock, while the full version requires a full 1 million civilization points, or 100 destiny points, a full 100 times difference. In addition, other technology exchange is 100 times the shrinking version. It seems exaggerated, and it is indeed exaggerated. It seemed like an astronomical figure in the past. But after destroying 2 civilizations, Li Qing suddenly felt that this exchange list was nothing. Destroying a regular level 5 civilization would cost at least several hundred destiny points. Destroying several more, or destroying an advanced civilization with your own hands, would probably give you several thousand destiny points in an instant. It's not a big deal. Li Qing gritted his teeth as he read the technology exchange table and closed it reluctantly. There is no need to exchange now. Although the existing civilization points and destiny points can be exchanged for star guards, star hunters, and star incarnations. But what's the use of that? There's only a ship without matching weapons and other accessories. Moreover, according to the current situation, we dare not take it out even if we make it. The star-class dreadnought can be concealed. But how can the Star Guardian be concealed? It is better to take a few hundred years, make a lot of destiny. In the future, directly exchange the full set of God-level technology in one breath, and directly in place. After closing the panel, Li Qing let out a long breath to calm his excitement. He stretched out his right hand, and his palm began to twist slightly. Then countless stars gathered in front of him to form a huge star map. Brilliant star map. No. Now the brilliant star map no longer exists. That thing has been integrated into the light of the star negator along with other relics including the artifacts of human civilization. Then the light of the star negator merged with the universe in the palm of his hand and recast a new artifact of the star negator civilization, the embryo. The fusion has ended. But human civilization has not yet completed the final ascension of all people to a higher civilization. However, although this thing has not been officially completed, it is already in effect at this time. He can already see the properties of the recast civilization artifact. The light of the star bearer. Light of the star negatives. Miracle relic, a civilization artifact from the newly born star negatives. This is the new light of the negative star. Its paper data is basically an enhanced version of the attributes of the fused civilization artifact. In addition, there are several functions that do not appear on this data panel. For example, the Daluo Palace that comes with the artifact of human civilization has not disappeared, but has been integrated into the palm-held universe. When human civilization holds a Senate meeting again in the future, their consciousness will directly enter the palm-held universe. In addition, the civilization's trump card move, artifact suppression, is still there, but it is not displayed on the attribute panel. It can be activated at any time when needed. And because Li Qing has obtained the highest legal system of the United Human Empire, now only he is qualified to use this move. Other Star Lords do not have this qualification. It is worth mentioning that most of the functions of the civilization artifact can be used, but only the last one, the transcendent active effect, which is full of question marks, cannot be used now. He doesn't even know how to use it or how to activate it. But it's not a big problem. Even without this function, the power of this civilization artifact is still strong. And as the legacy of the Origin Empire is inherited one by one in the future, this function will always be unlocked. Coming out of the palm-sized universe, Li Qing immediately activated the space ability of the civilization artifact. The next second he felt that the power furnace inside the stars witnessing the universe in his palm began to continuously draw energy to power the artifact. And then a force that could not be described in words spread out with himself as the center and directly sank into the starry sky of the universe. This is the palm-sized universe building a hyperspace network. But the energy required to build this permanent hyperspace network is extremely outrageous. Even though many power reactors have been restored now, they cannot supply enough energy in a short time, and can only be woven slowly. But it's not a big problem. Just take your time. There's no rush to use it anyway. Li Qing's current strategic approach is to stay hidden in the Perseus arm and not go out. Quietly hiding in the Perseus arm, watching the changing situation in the Milky Way outside, and watching the major civilizations fighting each other to the death. There are 107th level star level fearless divisions and 86th level fearless divisions in a year. In 10 years, there will be 1,800. In 100 years, there will be 18,000. This speed cannot be said to be fast, but it cannot be said to be slow either. At this rate, it would take an estimated 400 to 500 years of accumulation to be comparable to the current 5th Resurrection Empire. It's okay. Li Qing was not too greedy. It took other advanced civilizations at least tens of thousands of years of accumulation to reach their current strength. He can achieve that goal in just a few % of their time, which is already very fast. In terms of civilization, a few hundred years really passes in the blink of an eye. Time flies. The years pass by like a shuttle. 20 years passed unknowingly. Li Qing had been hiding in the Persis Arm without going out. Even after the armistice agreement with the Kelzaka Star Empire ended, there was no unusual movement. He had no intention of going south, even though the Kelzaka Star Empire was on the verge of extinction at this time. Influenced by his previous defeat of the Yoda Core Fortress, as the war expanded in the past 20 years, a fleet of the Fianu Restoration Empire attacked nearby and took advantage of the loophole to attack the interior of the Kelzaka Star Empire. It has been 11 years since the Kelzaka Star Empire was forced to open its civilization artifact. According to the strength of the Kelzaka Star Empire, it is estimated that in another year or two the civilization artifact will not be able to be maintained and will disappear. And that will be the end of the Kelzaka Star Empire. But even so, Li Qing did not go out and stayed at home. He has done 3 things in these 20 years. The first and most important thing is to prepare for the genetic ascension of all people. As early as the 17th year, the construction of biological gene cabins covering the entire human civilization, including all provinces in the 5 major star fields and the newly occupied areas, had been completed and debugged, and only his order could be given to start the genetic ascension of the entire population. But Li Qing held back and did not give any orders. He wanted to prepare a little more. Once the genetic ascension of all the people is completed, mankind will immediately be promoted to a higher civilization. This is a higher civilization recognized by the will of the universe, which is equivalent to a leap in the status of civilization. All civilizations in the entire galaxy will know about it immediately. By that time, all civilizations in the galaxy will turn their attention to us. He also doesn't know what the attitudes of other advanced civilizations are. But we must prepare for the future. Civilizations can never expect other civilizations to be kind. Our own destiny can only be controlled by ourselves. The more prepared you are, the better. The second thing, of course, is the reserve of military force. All the shipyards in the entire civilization started working early, and have been building warships of all levels in full swing. From star-class dreadnoughts to ordinary level 5 battleships. All are being built at full capacity. Even Li Qing has already begun to copy the Pioneer database. Preparing to copy a new Pioneer database that includes a full set of dark matter technology. A copy of the Pioneer database can be made every 100 years and kept as a backup just in case. If an irreversible change really happens in the future, these copied Pioneer databases can be handed over to other Star Lords. And then everyone can fly away when disaster strikes. Whoever can escape can rebuild civilization with the help of this set of Pioneer databases. But this is the last resort. And it is certainly best not to use it if possible. The Imperial Supreme Command has ordered the 8th Combined Fleet to prepare to assemble and join forces with the 5th Combined Fleet to besiege the Kelzaka Star Empire. The Empire Commander, which has no orders for many years, suddenly gave Li Qing an order more than 20 years later. Probably because he was annoyed with him for always slacking off. In addition to this command, a second command was also attached. Also, order the 8th Combined Fleet to adjust its strategic focus and work with the 5th Combined Fleet to wipe out the civilizations in the northern part of the Silver Plate. Li Qing covered his face with his hands. He had been hiding in the Persis Arm for decades. At the beginning, he had been using the strategic slogan of stabilizing the Persis Arm to deal with the feud. After destroying the Bruvan Union, the reason he gave to the Empire was that the rebel army of the Bruvan Union was unstable and needed to be suppressed. But slacking off is slacking off after all. And the Empire is not stupid. The battle was not intense before, so he could be allowed to touch the fish. Now, as the war intensifies, the civilizations located in the Silver Plate position have gradually brought out their assets. Each of them can easily put together a standard division fleet of more than 20,000 to 50,000. When combined, the scale is quite outrageous, which has already made the 2 advanced civilizations feel some pressure. Of course, we can't let him continue to slack off at this time. He has to get to work. Li Qing responded to this very straightforwardly, and then ordered all remaining level 5 technology fleets of the Human United Empire to assemble in the rebuilt Jinan Galaxy in the southern part of the Empire. Chapter 357, The Total Number of Civilizations Destroyed and the Sneak Attack of Ida's Leader. Li Qing ordered the Cybertron God General to be the Commander-in-Chief, and 3 Star Lords and 30 or 40 military leaders participated in this joint fleet. Li Qing would not go on such a fleet that was clearly intended for suicide. This fleet is meant to deal with the suzerain country and consume its resources. When the time comes, I will let you see that I have suffered such a huge loss. I have fought hard enough. The rebuilt Tianjin no longer belonged to the Yu family. but was transformed into a huge military base directly under the jurisdiction of the Empire. The Yu family has now occupied a very large territory in the Bruin star field, and is now busy managing the new territory, and has no interest in returning here. The newly assembled fleet is still named the 8th Combined Fleet, but its size and strength are far less than before. Originally, all 20,000 divisions were equipped with Level 6 enhanced technology, but now they are all equipped with Level 5 technology, with a small number of Level 6 enhanced technology as the backbone. And there are no fearless divisions. The entire fleet consists of 10 mobile battle stars, 50 war moons, 1,500 large and small fortresses, and 45,000 mostly Level 5 standard divisions. The total size has doubled compared to before, but the combat effectiveness is much weaker. Li Qing did not go to the origin battle planet. His response to the Fianu headquarters was that it had suffered heavy damage in the previous battle and was now under repair. But in fact, the origin battle star is currently anchored in the palm-sized universe and is beginning its 8th evolution. The evolution had already begun 10 years ago. Li Qing prepared a massive amount of dragon-scale alloy and integrated it into it, ready to evolve it to the extreme in one step. In addition, Safiven's mechanical battlestar has also been comprehensively modified and strengthened in the past 20 years. His mechanical battlestar is definitely a high-level battlestar foundation, and because it is the battle body of a mechanical ascender, it can be quickly and comprehensively replaced under the control of the god General Safiven. The original highest strength compressed alloy of conventional civilization was replaced with dragon-scale alloy embryo, which greatly increased its properties. It is also worth mentioning that there are a total of 136 mobile war stars under construction in the palm-sized universe, 13 of which were built before, and most of them have been built. The other 123 are battlestar blueprints that have been designed over the years and are now being built. Moreover, 10 of these newly designed battlestars are advanced battlestar versions, all equipped with advanced stargates. At this time, the negative stars have deduced the advanced stargate technology from the database left in the mind matrix by the negative stars. And this technology is even more powerful than the 6th-level advanced civilization, such as the Fionu Renaissance Empire. At least this sovereign country is not yet able to build advanced war stars on a large scale. The earliest frames of these war stars have been built, while the latest ones have only just started building the foundations. In addition, influenced by his previous trip to the Necronter civilization, Li Qing did not build any war moon or mobile fortresses. He planned to use battle stars for the time being, and then directly use 3 sets of conventional dreadnoughts. After we have reverse-engineered the negative star's 7th-level technology in the future, we will directly start building the negative star's former unique combat units. Just like the unique combat bodies of the Necronter civilization, the negative stars once had their own unique super combat units in the 7th-level peak civilization stage, but they have not been developed yet. It is also worth mentioning that Li Qing did not stay in the Perseus Arm all these years. He quietly left many times and went to various corners of the Milky Way, including traveling around the 4 major spiral arms, looking for the hidden galaxy coordinates given to him by the Necronter. Unfortunately, all galaxies have been around and found nothing. The galaxy is still there, but it is empty inside and nothing. Some galaxies have even been destroyed, with only traces left to prove their existence. It is obvious that after tens of millions of years, no matter how deeply these galaxies are hidden, they cannot escape the excavation of future generations. And all these heritages have been taken away by previous civilizations. This means that a deal with the Necronter civilization cannot be reached. However, it was not completely without gain. At least an ancient stargate leading to other galaxies was discovered in each of the 2 hidden galaxies, and both are still usable. Li Qing quietly repaired the 2 ancient stargates and left their coordinates there. It is mainly to prepare for the worst. If something irreversible happens in the future, this will be one of the escape routes. The fact that he couldn't dig up any other legacy from the Necronter meant that he could only continue to live on obediently. The supreme command of the Fiano Restoration Empire was slightly dissatisfied with Li Qing for not sending the Origin over. But as Cybertron led the fleet into the battlefield and fought very bravely, often leading the charge, the huge losses visible to the naked eye left the command speechless. In just 2.5 years, the Kel'Zakar Star Empire, located at the junction of the Perseus Arm and the Galactic Disk, was attacked from both sides and destroyed. The human joint fleet that attacked the capital of Kel'Zaka head-on suffered heavy losses. Not only did it lose more than 5,000 standard divisions, but also a mobile battle star was sunk in the battle of the capital star of Kelzaka. At this point, the Kelzaka star empire, which is located at the junction of the Perseus arm and the galactic disk, became the sixth civilization to perish since the war in heaven. The first to perish was the Sarno devouring swarm, which fell at the hands of the coalition forces. The second to be destroyed was Soren Universe Enterprises, which was destroyed by the United Human Empire. The third to perish was the Bruven Union, which was destroyed by the United Empire of Humanity. The fourth to perish was the Council of Kezan, located at the end of the Shield Arm, which was destroyed by the Zener star cluster. The fifth demise civilization is the Oba civilization in the northern part of the Silver Plate, which is destroyed by the Instructor of Ida and the coalition forces of several civilizations nearby. The sixth civilization to perish was the Kelzaka star empire, which was destroyed by the Fiano's Resurrection Empire, the Ecos Collective, and the United Empire of Humanity. As civilizations were destroyed one after another, the Milky Way became increasingly chaotic. Although the remaining civilizations still existed, they all suffered varying degrees of losses in this chaos. Some were pure losses, but some, despite losses, gained a lot of benefits in the war of exterminating civilization. Among them, the Ecos Hive civilization gained the most. He devoured part of the will and memory of the Lord of Destruction of Sarno, and gradually mastered the sixth-level strengthening technology in the days that followed. Then, from the beginning of the war in heaven to the present, for nearly 30 years, he gradually preserved the honeycomb planets in the territory and part of the original honeycomb planets of Sarno, and activated them one by one, transforming them into biological battle stars. It took decades of effort to transform more than 80 biological war stars in one go. In addition, the Swarm civilization had super strong execution capabilities, and its troops increased several times in a few decades, and its comprehensive strength increased several times in an instant. Although the overall combat power of biological war stars is lower than that of normal metal war stars, they are numerous, with nearly 100 biological war stars coming head-on. Who can stop them? In just over 20 years, it jumped from the bottom of the vassal list of the Fianu Restoration Empire to the top. With his powerful strength, Ecos gained a lot of benefits in the chaotic war in heaven, and his strength expanded rapidly. It is not known whether it is due to the sudden increase in strength or the influence of the memory of the Lord of Destruction of Sarnu that he once devoured. But the current Lord of Ecos has a much tougher and more warlike attitude towards the outside world than before. Li Qing had some personal relationship with the Lord of Ecos before, and they are still familiar with each other now. But he can clearly feel the coldness in the few exchanges. This made him a little worried. I hope it won't be what I imagined. Just like human hearts are fickle, good and evil are just a thought away. The thinking of the leader of the hive will also change with the changes in the environment. It is not impossible for it to change from normal hive thinking to an all-destructive devouring hive. If it were in the past, he might have tried to persuade her. But at this moment, he also had a lot of secrets and wanted to avoid as much trouble as possible. Next, Li Qing continued to stay low-key in the human capital. Every day, he could see ships leaving the factory. Every day, he could see the construction site of the mobile war star slowly changing. Every day, he could see the changes in the universe in his palm. In the 31st year of the war in heaven, the second united fleet of the Fianu Restoration Empire was suddenly intercepted by a joint fleet directly under the command of the Ida leader in a galaxy in the northeast of the central ring of the galaxy. This was the first time that the two advanced civilizations faced off. Although the war in heaven had begun more than 30 years ago, the two advanced civilizations had always maintained a tacit understanding and avoided a head-on confrontation. No matter how fierce the fighting was before, it was only a war between vassal states, or an advanced civilization attacking the other's vassal civilization. There had never been a head-on confrontation. When Li Qing received the news, the two huge joint fleets had already fought in a distant galaxy. Along with the news came a call from the headquarters of the suzerain state of Fianu's Restoration Empire, ordering all vassals to send fleets of a certain size to assemble in the Star region where the second combined fleet is located. Of course, the fleet dispatched by the United Human Empire had already exceeded the standards of the conscription order, and this conscription order only temporarily required them to prepare a large number of shipbuilding-related materials as tribute. At this point, the battle in heaven officially entered the main stage. At this moment, all civilizations in the entire Milky Way, including those advanced civilizations, are probably watching through the Galaxy Miracles Sentinel array that covers the entire galaxy. as well as the mind matrix. Li Qing can communicate with the fleet on the front line at any time. After communicating with Cybertron, he immediately knew the result of that encounter. As he expected, the Ida Guider's joint fleet, which took the initiative to intercept, gained the upper hand in that encounter. More than 50 mobile battle stars, and more than 30,000 level 6 dark matter dreadnought divisions suddenly appeared, when the second combined fleet of the Fionuo Revival Empire was fighting against the coalition forces of 6 civilizations under the command of the Ida Guide. The second coalition of the Fionuo Empire of Restoration, which was thought to be supported by only the other 6 civilization coalition forces, was caught off guard and attacked from both sides. The most important thing is that this was a premeditated ambush. Leader Ida used a special relic to block the battlefield, which prevented the second coalition army of the Fionuo Empire from teleporting away and forced them to fight head-on. The melee lasted only 3 days before the blockade effect of the relic disappeared, and the second combined fleet of the Fionuo Restoration Empire escaped at the cost of losing more than 4,000 standard divisions and 2 mobile battle stars. This loss was a devastating defeat, a huge loss that even an advanced civilization would be unwilling to bear. After the war, the Supreme Emperor of the Fionuo Restoration Empire was furious. The Supreme Command immediately adjusted its strategic focus and began to assemble the fleet to prepare for a head-on battle with the Ida Guide. Stimulate. Li Qing thought that the 2 higher civilizations were defeated. At that time, the pressure on the higher civilization was much less. Compared to the grand fanfare of the Fionuo Restoration Empire, the well-prepared Guide Ida began to assemble a large number of fleets after the war, and the civilizations deployed on Guide Ida's side were far more than those deployed on the Fionuo Restoration Empire. In just 1 month, the Ida Guides completed their assembly. A fleet of staggering size slowly left the assembly system and approached the assembly point of the Fionuo Revival Empire. There are more than 250 mobile battle stars, thousands of war moons, over 10,000 mobile fortresses of all sizes, and more than 300,000 units ranging from dreadnoughts to conventional level 5 standard divisions. The Fionuo Restoration Empire had assembled only a little over 200 mobile war stars, and most of them were biological war stars from Ecos. From the Fearless Division to the Level 5 Standard Division, altogether there are only about 220,000, far less than the Ida Guide Coalition. But the problem is not big. Although the fleet size is quite different, Fionuo's side still has the advantage in the 6th level Dreadnought Division, with more than 10,000 more divisions. All in all, it can make up for the gap of more than 80,000 conventional divisions. Moreover, the third combined fleet located to the west of the Silver Plate was slowing down its offensive and making adjustments. It would not be long before a group of fearless divisions could be dispatched. In addition, the battlefield is only about 60,000 light-years away from the headquarters of the Fionuo Renaissance Empire. With the advanced technological level of civilization, it only takes 2 or 3 days to dispatch a fleet from the headquarters to provide support. In a battle of this scale, without extremely powerful means of clearing the field, it may take several years to determine the winner. There is plenty of time to mobilize the fleet depending on the situation of the battle. Half a month later, the 2 fleets that had attracted much attention launched a large-scale head-on battle in an unknown and distant galaxy in the northwest of the central ring of the Milky Way. The moment the war began, Li Qing looked up at the center of the galaxy, and he faintly saw a huge will. At this moment, Li Qing suddenly remembered the novel investiture of the gods from the ancient Earth era. The situation in the galaxy at this moment was so similar to the catastrophe and investiture of the gods. Humanity's 8th Joint Fleet was transferred there early, and is now incorporated into the front army. Its daily task is to send out a part of it to form a mixed formation with fleets of other civilizations, and then send them to the battlefield to die. It's just suicide. Everyone knows it's suicide. There is no meaning of sneak attack on this scale. No tactical conductor is useless. It is to consume each other and try to kill the opponent's power as much as possible in the consumption. With his extraordinary talent and command skills, as well as his status as a divine general, Cybertron got the position of Commander-in-Chief of the front army, and served as a tool to add buffs to the fleet every day. The same is true for the vanguard fleet of Leader Ada. The Commander-in-Chief is also a powerful god general and an immortal. Like Cybertron, he serves as a tool to add buffs every day. The talents of immortal-level psychics are extremely powerful, but they are still inferior to those of negative stars. The gap is not too big, but it is still considerable when accumulated over the years. Chapter 358 Preparing for National Gene Ascension. In the subspace, it was as quiet as ever. But this is not the case in the depths of the subspace that ordinary people cannot reach. Countless colorful cloud-like substances that are invisible to the naked eye are rising and falling in the subspace. From time to time, you can see invisible shadows flash by. And occasionally, you can see huge invisible outlines slowly rising and falling. Deep in the warp, things are never as peaceful as they appear on the surface. On the contrary, it is very lively in the depths of the subspace, especially near the many spiritual realms in the subspace, where a large number of subspace creatures come and go. Many people don't know that deep in the vast subspace, there are actually a huge number of worlds. It's just that these worlds are spiritual worlds, and only various powerful wills, soul bodies, spiritual bodies, and other non-physical entities can enter. The famous virtual world, also called the psionic world, is a very famous world deep in the subspace. At some point, a figure emitting a strong sense of distortion suddenly broke through a piece of colorful cloud-like substance and appeared in a virtual area within the subspace. The figure flew for an unknown period of time before coming to a piece of cloud-like substance that was still constantly changing, and stared quietly ahead. After a while, that large piece of colorful cloud-like substance came to a stop at one place, and then twisted and spread out, quickly expanding to a very large range. After a while, a number of unclear blue figures slowly emerged from the distortion. These distorted blue figures resonated with the distorted force of the figure emitting strong distortion standing in the void of the subspace. And circles of distorted waves spread out and spread to far places. The colorful cloud-like substance that was everywhere in the subspace was quickly cleared away. After an unknown amount of time, the distorted waves slowly disappeared, and the figures of both parties disappeared without a trace, and the area returned to peace. But after an unknown amount of time, suddenly an invisible wave spread out, and the void that had been constantly changing began to become stable at some point. At a certain moment, there was a sudden flash in the twisting void, and the next moment a densely packed mass of huge creatures suddenly appeared in the empty void. They were huge warships with transparent appearance, as if they were built of transparent materials. Each ship was very large. The smallest one was comparable to a battleship, and the largest one was larger than a mobile warp planet. The surface of these transparent warships has many transparent tentacles that look like light. They can sway flexibly and gently, and they all emit strong psychic energy fluctuations. Looking at the distance, more and more transparent warships gather here. At the same time, in areas invisible to the naked eye, a large number of subspace existences also gather here, like a grand event. Li Qing could not see or know such a scene. At this moment, he was in charge of the overall situation in the imperial capital, preparing to face the challenge of the coalition forces composed of the Aisha civilization, the Sirius Interstellar Empire, and the Feroza Consortium in the northern part of the Persis Arm, and several level 5 civilizations in the Ezar star field. Shortly after the full-scale war between the Fiano Restoration Empire and the Ida Guides began, the Aisha civilization united with these civilizations located at the northern end of the Persis Arm to form a coalition and formally declared war on the United Human Empire that occupied more than 5 star fields in the Persis Arm. It is obvious that the United Human Empire, which alone occupies the 5 major star fields of the Persis Arm, and whose power radiates to a total of 7 star fields, has posed a huge threat to the remaining civilizations in the Persis Arm. It turned out that several civilizations in the northern part of the Spiral Arm, which had been fighting for many years, put aside their hatred and prejudices, and formally formed an alliance under the mediation of the Aisha civilization, including the Aisha civilization. A total of 6 level 5 civilizations have joined the Persian alliance. However, there are 3 very weak level 5 civilizations in the Ezar star field. The 3 together are barely as strong as the Feroza alliance. Strictly speaking, there are only 4 level 5 civilizations combined. Through observations by the Sentinel Array, it was discovered that all civilizations had already assembled their fleets in a fortress galaxy in the Ezar star field, about 2,000 light-years away from the outpost built by humans, which originally belonged to the Tananian Federation of the Persis Alliance. It is estimated that they were well prepared and had already started to assemble before the establishment of the alliance was announced. At this time, a huge fleet of more than 30 war stars and 100,000 standard divisions had been assembled in that fortress galaxy. Fortunately, the United Human Empire has been building outposts in the Ezar star field in recent years, and has been increasing its troops. In addition, The Empire's center of gravity has always been in the north, and the main fleets are not far apart. At this time, a fairly large fleet has been assembled. However, there are still many voices of concern within the Empire. After all, the scale difference is too big, and there is no natural barrier to defend. Unlike the three core fortresses in the original north of the Empire, the outpost base that is currently under construction itself is built towards the size of the core fortress. But the construction time is not enough, and it has not been completed. It is not enough to guide the power of civilization to build the core fulcrum. Li Qing did not care about the fierce discussion of the veterans. At this time, what he was considering was not this battle, but another point that he would start to rise throughout the people now. This was during the war between the Fioneth Restoration Empire and the Eldar Guides, and the war had been going on for 2 years. Both sides suffered heavy losses, and several civilizations were destroyed. You can't stop just because you want to. You need a reasonable reason to give an explanation to the newly awakened empire and its vassals. But what is more important is that the power displayed by Guide Ida at this time is beyond the strength of the Fianu revived empire. When they first awakened, they thought that it was an old enemy that could be easily solved. Now, after fighting for decades, the strength of both sides has long been clearly understood. It was also beyond Li Qing's expectations. He did not expect that the hidden power of Guide Ada was so strong that he could actually block the revival of the Empire of Fionua head-on. The battle in heaven has been going on till now, and we cannot stop it whenever we want. The winner must be decided. Li Qing's original idea was to continue hiding until he was ready, and then start to wake up. But as the situation developed, he realized that keeping a low profile was not a good idea. If he was too low-key, someone would always come to provoke him. And it's not fun to just lie there all the time. I could obviously be more powerful and have a higher status. So why should I keep hiding? After all, times have changed. The original strategic approach was to remain cautious, mainly because we did not have enough cards in hand. The idea at that time was to wait until a stellar fortress was built and had the ability to protect itself before being promoted to a higher civilization. However, as the universe in the palm is promoted, the source and other higher-level mechanical war stars can be promoted at any time. At this time, he already has the power to protect himself, and then continue to be too cautious. Moreover, completing the promotion early can also improve your strength faster. When a regular civilization is promoted to an advanced civilization, it will gain a series of powerful buffs that only advanced civilizations have, including faster shipbuilding speed, which can accumulate strength faster. So, boom, 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 3 rhythmic knocks rang out in the noisy conference hall, and the sound that directly poured into everyone's mind made everyone pay attention. When he saw Li Qing, the venue quickly became quiet. Li Qing clasped his hands together and quickly scanned the entire room. The inexplicable pressure made everyone quiet down, and soon even the slightest sound of touching disappeared. For more than 20 years of dictatorship, he has not been so mixed. He didn't do anything in the first few years, but 5 years later, he began to consciously take back power and reduce military power through various means. Most of the military power in the hands of the Star Lords and military commanders was taken back to the state, and only a small portion was retained to allow them to maintain some dignity. There are not many fleets left, which allows them to ensure the safety of themselves and their industries, and to easily suppress any non-elderly forces in the empire, making them the most powerful class in the entire human united empire except Li Qing. Even if all of them were added together at this moment, they would only have the combat power of more than 1,000 standard divisions, and could not cause any waves at all. Without military power, they can't even speak with confidence. Li Qing was very satisfied with the reaction. He cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "Issuing this year's first presidential decree now. After the meeting, you can go back and start preparing to mobilize the administrative planets and begin the national genetic ascension." Everyone froze for a moment, and then had different expressions, but overall was surprised with joy. Xiao Bieli pondered for a while and asked, "Prince, is the time ripe now?" Li Qing nodded and said, "I'm ready. I may not have enough energy to advance, but I have enough energy to protect myself." Xiao Bieli exhaled lightly and nodded. "In that case, I have no objection." Xiao Bieli looked away early, and just asked for his duties as soon as possible. Next, several members stood up and asked some questions, and Li Qing answered one by one. 10 minutes later, the Senate voted by raising their hands. and finally passed the resolution on national genetic ascension with 278 votes in favor and 5 abstentions. After the meeting, Li Qing immediately announced this presidential decree in the name of the head of the empire. And the entire human civilization was in an uproar. Everyone's genes ascend. Once successful, it will mean that the fate of human civilization as a species will undergo a radical change, which is also called destiny ascension. Unlike personal genetic ascension, which only enhances individual strength, once the national genetic ascension is successful, the life level of the entire human race will be elevated to a higher level. From the moment of successful destiny ascension, all human beings and their offspring will be individuals who have successfully achieved genetic ascension from birth. And this will last for thousands of generations and will never fade away. Even if human civilization were to become extinct unexpectedly in the future, the remaining human individuals would still be born stronger than other species. As soon as the order was issued, all administrative stars and administrative regions of the entire human united empire began to take action. All the sealed biological gene capsules were opened, and the personal biological gene capsules distributed by the government to each household also began to be charged, injected with nutrient solution, and downloaded the Genetic Evolution Manual published by the Imperial Academy of Biogenetic Sciences, which contained a set of standard genetic evolution equations. This set of genetic evolution equations was created by the star negatives and servants of light in the Imperial Academy of Biogenetics, using humans as samples. After completely analyzing the entire human genetic map, it went through in rounds of genetic screening and trimming, and combined with some alien biological genes that could perfectly integrate with human genes to create a set of superhuman genetic standard maps. This set of superhuman genetic standard maps mainly highlights stability, adaptability, scalability, and sustainable reproduction, to ensure that after the genes of human civilization ascend, their stability will not be affected by any environmental, energy, or other stimuli. Although preparations for the universal genetic ascension had been made long ago, various problems still arose when the full ascension began. There were even some people who opposed genetic ascension, who gathered together on the planet and held opposition marches in some cities. This is inevitable. People have many different personalities, and their hearts are complicated. There are all kinds of people. For such opponents, local governments have very efficiently implemented the response methods that had been rehearsed long ago, directly isolating these opponents within a certain range and allowing them to oppose as long as it does not affect the overall situation. The issue of national genetic ascension has been promoted for decades, and the government has already done what it should have done. If they are still stubbornly opposing it at this time, then there is nothing we can do. Since you are against it, then you don't need genetic ascension. Anyway, the threshold for universal ascension does not require 100% success. As long as the vast majority of individuals complete genetic recombination within a certain period of time, universal genetic ascension is considered successful. Then this tiny number of opponents can be counted as losers. When the whole nation's genetic ascension is successful in the future, the fate of those losers and opponents will be natural extinction. There is no need to do anything, and there is no need to punish them in any way. When the genetic ascension of all the people is successful, all the people will be little supermen with their genetic locks unlocked. These primitive humans will simply not be able to survive in this society. Over time, they will naturally be eliminated. During this period, Li Qing has been stationed in the capital, receiving reports from thousands of administrative planet heads and intelligence departments in the 5 major star fields every day to ensure that the preparations within the major administrative planets are sufficient. Every 3 days, the preparation data of trillions of biological gene cabins in thousands of administrative planets in the 5 major star fields needs to be confirmed again and again without getting tired. It's troublesome, but you have to make sure it's foolproof. You must know that once the national genetic ascension fails, no matter how thorough the preparations are, at least 20% of the people will die on the spot, and even more will have various genetic defects sequelae. Even if it succeeds, it is only an individual success. This state of genetic evolution cannot be inherited. After several generations, the individual advantages gained by genetic evolution will slowly fade with the reproduction of generations until they return to the state of ordinary people. Once it fails, it will be impossible to reopen the national genetic ascension for a long time. We must wait until the individual advantages gained from the last genetic evolution are dissipated through generations before we can start again. According to experiments conducted by the Institute of Biological Sciences, it would normally take at least 7 or 8 generations to evolve to a state where all human genes could be reascended. which would take at least 150 years. Taking into account the life expectancy of modern people and the age limits for different people to have children, the actual time required will at least double. In other words, once it fails, it will take at least 300 years before the next national genetic ascension can begin. Chapter 359: The Inescapable Conspiracy. The time of preparation is always over, and the rise of the entire people's genes has taken too much time, which has affected the economic and normal operation of various places. Although the government provides subsidies, many things cannot be subsidized, especially the fortress and garrison in the northern Ezor star field. Time cannot be delayed too long. Otherwise, when the enemy is ready to launch an attack, there will be no time. 1.5 months after the head of state order, after determining all the preparations that could be done, Li Qing finally issued an order to start the whole people's genes. However, before issuing the order of the whole people's genes, he first opened the suppression of human civilized artifacts, and entered a state of silence throughout the territory. At such a critical moment, I would definitely not feel at ease if I didn't activate full area suppression. It is impossible to hide the hostile civilization at all. If a large number of fleets are scattered and jumped into the territory when the ascension is critical, it will directly interrupt the process. As the order was given, when the Imperial Standard Time reached the scheduled moment, all individuals in the entire civilization entered the biological gene cabins around them, and began the formal national genetic ascension process, according to the process that had been rehearsed no less than 10 times. From the Zutter star field in the south to the border of the Ezor star field in the north. From the prosperous capital star circle to the residential stations in the remote star fields of the Empire, or to the trillions of humans in the palm-held universe. At this moment, all entered the biological gene cabin. Li Qing was also lying in a luxurious biological gene cabin. Although he did not need genetic recombination, he needed to put on a show in front of the public. On the light screen of the gene cabin in front of him, a standard tutorial was playing, teaching everyone in real time how to operate the biological gene cabin. Even each biological gene cabin itself is automated. Except for the switch, everything else can be completed automatically. In theory, anyone can handle it. But again, there are thousands of kinds of people. Press the button in front of you, and then there will be a long wait. We have done our best at everything we can do, and whether we can achieve success depends on the results. Time passed gradually, and before he knew it, an hour had passed. Li Qing sat in the gene cabin with no one coming to disturb him. This is a good thing, which means that no problems have occurred so far. Unconsciously, another hour passed, according to the past simulation. At this time, it should have entered the genetic analysis stage. The gene cabin will completely analyze the genes of the people lying in the cabin, and this stage will last about 10 hours. After the complete analysis, the genes of different individuals will be compared with the standard gene evolution map, and then the necessary deletions, cuts and combinations will be made. The gene capsule that needs to be filled with external gene sequences will be automatically extracted from the genetic reagents issued by the government. Ultimately, the gene capsule will combine the genes of different individuals with the standard gene evolution map to create a genetic map that is roughly the same but retains individual characteristics. Individual characteristics are the embodiment of human diversity. If we do not retain these and directly replace them with the standard genetic evolution map, all humans evolved through such adjustments will be exactly the same. The height, weight, appearance, etc. are all exactly the same. Everyone is a D&D brother. The so-called human cloning uses the standard genetic map, so the clones made with the same standard genetic map are exactly the same. It is worth mentioning that with the advancement of genetic technology, ordinary crew members in the fleets of some powerful civilizations have been changed from natural persons to clones, robots or cyborgs, and some indispensable senior crew members are basically replaced by advanced clones, and natural persons are no longer used. This technology can significantly reduce the loss of civilized individuals. After all, there are so many natural persons on a warship, and it is unknown how many will die in a large-scale battle. Before the human United Empire, only a few Star Lords, who had mastered advanced cloning and robot technology, were able to replace crew members with robots. And the vast majority of Lords had human crew members. Ever since Li Qing unified the Empire, he has begun using his advanced cloning technology to replace the human crew members on all the Empire's ships one by one. In addition to significantly reducing losses, this move also significantly reduced military spending. It turns out that the salaries of natural crew members are a huge expense. accounting for more than 2/3 of the total expenditure of the entire fleet. Add to that the high living expenses required by natural crew members. And altogether, they account for about 80% of the total expenditure. Now after replacing it with cloning people or fully automated, the expenditure is less than 80% less, saving a lot of money. As time goes by, the process of genetic evolution is gradually coming to an end. Li Qing has been staying at the headquarters these days, receiving news from all over the country around the clock. Fortunately, the preparations have been fully prepared in these years, and the biotechnology of the Imperial Biology Research Institute is developed enough. After all, it was a group of negative stars, and the servants of Wan Jinming Wang who started research together based on the technology of advanced civilization. The technology itself was already very strong, and after multiple optimizations, the success rate soared. So over the past few days, except for some occasional accidents, the genetic evolution process went smoothly. The only surprise was that in the northern border of the empire, in the Izar star field, the coalition forces of the 6 nations had appeared outside the Izar outpost, and looked ready to launch an attack at any time. Unfortunately, they acted too late. Perhaps the Aisha civilization had received some news, but the genetic evolution process of the entire population only takes 4 or 5 days. When they receive the news, they must first confirm its authenticity. After confirming the authenticity, we must communicate with other civilizations in the alliance before setting off again. To be honest, this was because they had already set out and lacked time to assemble the fleet. If they had not set out yet, even if they knew the exact news, it would be too late to do anything. The time left for them is too short. When the coalition vanguard appeared outside the outpost, it was already the 4th day of the national genetic evolution. According to previous simulations, the national genetic evolution has come to an end at this time, and the main part of the genetic map has been completed. The gene cabin is now making final adjustments to the genetic map, and it will take another day to replenish nutrients for the newly evolved body to complete the comprehensive genetic evolution. In the cold starry sky, an extremely large fleet is slowly approaching a huge wormhole vortex in the starry sky ahead. A red silicon-based Aisha stood in the center of the bridge, surrounded by several Aishas who looked the same but had different skin colors. After silently gazing at the starry sky ahead for a long time, the red Aisha said, "You said, are humans really starting the process of universal genetic ascension?" Someone immediately responded, "The intelligence collected over the years shows that humans have indeed been preparing for the entire population's genetic ascension. Some time ago, their leader issued a decree and started suppressing the civilization's artifacts across the country. This is definitely the start of the entire population's genetic ascension." Interesting. I didn't expect that after so long. Human civilization has reached this point. The red Aisha man, whose age was indistinguishable, chuckled, then fell silent again, unknown what he was thinking. But the other gray-skinned Aisha behind him said with a smile, "It doesn't matter if the entire population's genes ascend. Even if they succeed, they can't defeat the Empire's millions of troops. They think we are still the Aisha people who were expelled. But they didn't think about where we went after being expelled. Although our dwarf galaxy is far inferior to the main galaxy, we have unified the entire dwarf galaxy. With the accumulation of more than 2,000 years since the unification of the entire dwarf galaxy, their true strength is simply beyond their imagination. Let the Cirrus Interstellar Empire and the Firoza Federation take the lead first. When they are both defeated, our fleet that is already assembled outside the ancient Star Gate can directly sweep them all away and complete the unification of the Persis arm. When the time comes, we can wait for both the Fianu Resurrection Empire and the Ida leader to be defeated, and then we can find an opportunity to sneak attack one of them. As long as we can obtain complete dark matter technology, we may be able to replace them and become the new overlord of the galaxy. The threat to human civilization is not great. The main threat is from the Zener star cluster. According to some clues found by the Imperial Intelligence Department over the years, the current ruler of the Ida Guide seems to be a member of the Zener star cluster. I have heard that a player from the Zener star cluster was fortunate enough to find the retreat of Guide Ada and successfully inherited Guide Ada's legacy. This is indeed a strong enemy. As long as the war continues, the Xenor star cluster will completely digest the legacy of the Ida Guide and complete the comprehensive integration. If the war continues, even if the Fionnuo civilization is revived, it may not be able to defeat it. This is a threat, but it is also an opportunity for us. How can we replace an advanced civilization without destroying it? Several senior officials of the Aisha civilization were discussing here, and their tone seemed to show that they did not take other civilizations, including human civilization, seriously at all. The Vanguard fleet is preparing to enter the hyperspace channel. While humanity is undergoing a genetic ascension, we will first take down this outpost. At a command, a huge fleet broke away from the main force and slowly sailed towards the wormhole. Half an hour later, the fleet disappeared in the energy light rising into the sky. The second batch is ready to enter the wormhole. Another huge fleet broke away from the main force and headed towards the wormhole. Watching the fleet disappear, the commander continued to order the third fleet to prepare to enter. However, just as the third fleet arrived at the entrance of the wormhole, they suddenly received a battle report from the first fleet. Several Aisha senior commanders saw 5 lonely mobile war stars blocking the entrance of the hyperspace channel on the light curtain and fighting with the first fleet. They all looked at each other in confusion. There was no escort fleet blocking the gate of the Lonely Star. This was the first time they had seen such an operation. The forward reconnaissance fleet confirmed that these were indeed 5 isolated mobile war stars. The nearest human fleets were all concentrated at the central base of the galaxy, and there was no movement. So it was definitely not a trap. Since you are willing to die, then don't be polite. Surround and kill these 5 war stars. Also, have the third fleet wait for a while and join up with the main force of the Vanguard before entering together. Be sure to leave those 5 war stars behind. 2 hours later, the vanguards of the 6-nation coalition all crossed the hyperspace channel and appeared in the human outpost star system, quickly deploying a siege formation. Millions of battleships formed a concentrated fire array, which separated each war star and launched a frantic siege. At the same time, more than 10 mobile war stars gathered together, and terrifying artillery fire poured madly towards a human war star. Indescribable firepower poured down like a waterfall, submerging the selected war star. The firepower was so sufficient that the position of the huge war star could not be seen clearly. No matter how powerful the war star was, it could not withstand such outrageous concentrated fire. After only 2 rounds of star explosions, the strong shield of the war star that was under concentrated fire was broken, and infinite firepower covered the war star's armor in the next second. After 2 more rounds of star explosions, the armor of the war star was knocked open, and the diameter of the war star from 10,000 kilometers was suddenly reduced to more than 7,000 kilometers, which means that the armor thickness of this war star alone is more than 1,000 kilometers. The endless bombardment lasted until the 5th hour, when the war planet finally exploded from the inside out. Blazing flame shot out from the broken parts of the hull, and there were continuous columns of fire from explosions everywhere. After a full 5.5 hours, a war star was blown to pieces. Good job. Keep it up. The Aisha commander excitedly waved his fist and quickly adjusted the fleet to surround another war planet. The process was exactly the same as the previous round, and the war star was shattered in the 5th hour. Every time one was smashed, cheers were heard in the channel. Although the fortress was not captured, the destruction of each absolutely core strategic weapon, like a war star, represents a great weakening of human civilization. Battleships can be built at will, but it is difficult to replenish if one battle star is missing, and it is almost impossible for a weak civilization to replenish it. Destroying 2 war stars in a row is definitely a brilliant achievement for the coalition forces, and the situation is very good. But after the fleet destroyed 3 war stars in succession and 15 hours had passed, the command was preparing to give orders to siege the next war star, but suddenly received a battle report from the frontline fleet. Then, the command center, which had been cheerful just a moment ago, suddenly became quiet. Damn it! The most proud Aisha man slammed his fist into his palm and said hatefully, I was wondering why humans would come up with such a stupid tactic. Turns out it's all fake. The commander on the front line only noticed when he shattered the 3rd battle star that the wreckage quickly disappeared after the battle star was shattered. And only then did he realize that something was wrong. Strictly speaking, this has always been the case. The wreckage of the 1st and 2nd battle stars also disappeared after they were shattered. But the concentrated fire was too intense at the time. The light emitted by the billions of battleship neutron spears, countless Titan spears, and the battle star orbital main guns was too strong, completely covering the battlefield. In addition, morale exploded after a battle star was destroyed, and the command center immediately dispatched the fleet to besiege the 2nd battle star. No one noticed that the wreckage of the battle star disappeared after the explosion. Only after 3 war stars were shattered in succession did the frontline soldiers believe that the remaining 2 could not escape. Their excitement gradually subsided, and they discovered the abnormality on the battlefield. But it's useless to discover the abnormality. 5 war stars are blocking the door. You can't ignore it. Otherwise they will follow you and keep attacking you, and no one can withstand it. This is a blatant conspiracy, and there is no way to avoid it. Even if we discover the abnormality now, there is nothing we can do. We can only endure the nausea and continue to besiege the remaining 2 war stars. At this time, in the central fleet of the galaxy, rows of biogenetic hatches lit up with green lights. Pneumatic valves made sounds, and the hatches slowly lifted up. Chapter 360 Racial Characteristics, Advanced Humans. With a pneumatic sound, the biological gene cabin slowly opened, and a slightly pale but muscular arm stretched out from the cold mist and pressed against the edge of the gene cabin. After a while, a tall figure stood out from the biological gene cabin. The man looked down at himself, and the confusion on his face disappeared a little, replaced by a hint of joy. Successful? Success? He shook his hands vigorously, carefully feeling the far stronger strength and physique in his body. The man looked back and saw rows of gene capsules opening one after another, with his comrades walking out of them. Their appearance and physical features have not changed, but they are much taller than before, and they exude the same aura as himself. Whether it is physique, strength, agility, or reaction, they are all improved in all aspects. According to the latest data collection, after the universal genetic evolution is completed, all individuals will be comprehensively improved in terms of both body shape and physical fitness. A researcher wearing a white robe with gold edges stood in front of Li Qing and reported to him loudly. 5 days ago, the average height of humans was between 1.8 and 1.9 meters. Now, the average height is between 2.1 and 2.2 meters. In addition, their stamina, strength, and reaction speed have all increased by at least 100%. The improvement rate for young individuals is between 150% and 200%, and the improvement rate for trained warriors is over 200%. According to existing research, this is just an initial change. As individuals gradually adapt to the evolving genes, their physical fitness will continue to grow until it reaches a level of more than 300%. The best individuals can reach a level of more than 500%, or even higher. Well, Li Qing nodded and asked, "What is the success rate?" Another official immediately responded, "Some remote areas have not yet come up with statistics, but the human headquarters and the capitals of the major provinces have already done so, and the success rate is around 96.2%. Li Qing immediately showed a look of joy, slapped the table and stood up. "Very good. To generalize, the genetic ascension of the entire population is carried out simultaneously, and all biological gene capsules are mass-produced with almost no difference in performance. Since the success rate in the existing statistical area is so high, the success rate in other places will basically not be much different." What does a 96.2% success rate mean? Let's put it this way. As long as the success rate reaches over 90%, the national genetic ascension will be considered a success. In other words, as long as there are no other accidents, the national genetic ascension will be successful. So, Li Qing raised his head and looked towards the north. "Let the north prepare. I will lead the army in person. Now that the genetic ascension of the entire population has basically been successful, human civilization will soon begin to advance to a higher level of civilization. How can we allow others to sleep soundly beside our bed? There can only be one voice in the entire Persis arm. ISIL, outpost, the Aisha people, who understood the truth, suppressed their nausea and spent almost a day to blast the 5 war star projections to pieces. When the last war star was smashed to pieces, the huge fleet spread out and rushed towards the center of the galaxy. It reached the middle of the galaxy at sublight speed and was intercepted. Then, they saw that the human fleet that had been quietly stationed at the base inside the galaxy during the previous reconnaissance had now assembled, formed a formation and stopped in front of the Pioneer Fortress group, ready for battle. Damn. Missed the chance. Several Aisha commanders were very depressed. Although there was no doubt that he would win in the end, there was still a big difference between a narrow victory and a big victory. If we seize the opportunity at the beginning and directly attack the base defenders where all the commanders and captains are in the biological gene cabins, the remaining clone robots or the fully automatically controlled fleet will definitely not be their match. And at that time, the defenders can be defeated at a very small cost. It's a pity that they didn't seize this opportunity. Now that they have completed their genetic ascension, they can. Wait, they've already completed the universal genetic ascension? Several Aisha people suddenly realized this and looked at each other in confusion. One of the Aisha commanders asked, "They succeeded?" There was a long silence, and no one answered. However, despite their silence, they were not too depressed. After all, the United Human Empire had already activated the artifact of civilization. Apart from attacking this outpost isolated outside the human territory, they could not enter the human civilization to cause destruction. According to the population ratio, even if the outpost is breached and the fleet is destroyed, it will not have a big impact on the ascension of all human beings. Then, let's hold off the attack for now, and wait for the main force of the coalition forces to arrive. And then we can attack together. The other Aisha commanders had no objection. If the genetic ascension of the entire population is successful, caution is still necessary. The enhancement obtained from genetic ascension alone is not much. But if all the people successfully achieve genetic ascension, it is equivalent to a significant improvement in overall strength, which will be impossible for the current forwards to defeat. If they don't attack, the defenders will naturally not take the initiative to attack. Although this group of coalition vanguards were no match for them, they also couldn't be easily defeated. In addition, the main force of the coalition forces is in a nearby star field. It may be too large to be quickly transferred in full, but it is still no problem to transfer a part of them for advanced support. However, the most crucial thing is that now that the entire population's genetic ascension has been successful, the domestic fleet can be mobilized, and they are waiting for domestic support. The original racial trait of humans, rapid learning. The effect is that you can take up any profession through learning, and the experience requirement is reduced by 20%. This trait is not displayed, and the experience requirements for various skills they usually learn are reduced by 20% by default. This trait has no advantage over other civilizations in the early stages, but the advantage will become greater and greater in the middle and late stages. After all, being able to reduce experience by 20% means that human professionals of the same age will have a higher level in the later stage. And this is the advantage. After the universal gene ascended, rapid learning did not disappear, but underwent a qualitative change. Human racial traits, advanced humans. Effect 1. Humans can learn to work in any profession, and the experience requirement is reduced by 30%. Effect 2. Greatly improved tolerance and adaptability to harsh environments and energy. Effect 3. All output plus 20%. As the actual controller of civilization, Li Qin can see the effects of human species characteristics. It doesn't seem to be very good. At least it doesn't seem to be very good in the literal sense. Compared with the negative star people's bonus of several 100%. This doesn't seem to be very good. But this is a species trait, which means that all individuals of this species possess this trait. If you understand it deeply, and compare it with the traits of other species, you will know how powerful this trait is. The first effect needs no explanation. It is an enhanced version of the original human characteristics. The second effect also seems to be self-explanatory, meaning that humans can adapt to some very harsh environments. For example, it turns out that the most habitable planet for humans is the continental planet, especially the tropical and temperate zones of the planet. The extremely cold Arctic of the planet is not very habitable. But now that humans have evolved, their tolerance to severe cold and heat has increased in times. The Arctic, which used to be so cold that people dared not go out, is now just a little cold for evolved humans. They can endure it by putting on some clothes or even going shirtless. It used to be that 100-degree boiling water could burn your skin. But now you can drink freshly boiled water directly or take a bath with it. At the same time, the body's tolerance to toxins and certain gases containing toxins is greatly improved, and even immunity is achieved. The third effect is easier to explain. It means that all outputs of human civilization, regardless of occupation, will be increased by 20%, including cohesion. This represents a huge increase in productivity for the entire civilization. In addition to these three obvious effects, there are actually some hidden benefits to national genetic evolution. For example, the physical fitness of the entire population has been greatly improved, which means that the combat effectiveness of the new humans has been greatly improved. Any adult new human being can have a physical fitness 3 times higher than before after training. And some outstanding ones, who have fully tapped their body's potential, can achieve a physical fitness more than 10 times higher than before. whether it is the army or other aspects. This is a huge improvement that cannot be measured by attribute tables. This improvement is not just about combat power. It also includes racial intelligence. The evolution of the whole people does not only increase physical fitness. The brain has also been optimized. However, the brain is too complicated, and the degree of optimization is not as good as physical fitness. But there are indeed many improvements. Moreover, the current changes are only at this stage. We must know that the second effect of the new race characteristics has greatly increased adaptability, in addition to significantly increased the patience of the harsh environment. The so-called adaptability means the ability to adapt to different environments. This means that if the environment is too harsh and one cannot adapt to it for a while, as one continues to be exposed to this extremely harsh environment over time, one's own genes will automatically adapt to this extremely harsh environment. This means that almost all planets in the universe, and no matter how harsh the environment is, cannot stop human progress. Under Li Qing's command, the fleet commanders stationed in 5-star fields, who had completed genetic evolution, took their positions and began to gather north to support the outpost base. In addition to assembling the central fleet in the capital, he himself entered the palm-sized universe to check on the origin battle star, which was about to complete its evolution. This thing's 8th advancement is almost complete with the support of a steady supply of dragon-scale alloy. The 7th promotion is equivalent to high-level battle stars. According to the estimation of the promotion of each promotion, the probability of the 8th promotion can reach the limit of the god-level civilization. Li Qing is full of expectations. When he entered the universe in the palm, he saw at a glance that the stars in the center of the universe in the palm of the hand were like a star witnesses, who burned the flames of the high-dimensional fortress of different sizes. One is the mechanical warfare of the Sciaphon god, who is being modified. After more than 2 decades of modification, it is basically completed. At this time, the weapon is being equipped. The scale of the completion of the mechanical warfare has exceeded the original super mechanical warfare with a maximum diameter of up to 120,000 kilometers. According to the specifications, the volume of this stuff is 1,727 times the standard battle star. According to the surface area, the area of this gadget is 144 times that of the standard war star. The firepower configuration is directly full, and the star exploser alone is equipped with a full 160 door, divided into 4 directions. The mechanical battle star has a complete set of ship production lines inside, which can produce all types of warships. Even if there is no war, the internal dock can be released into the starry sky to develop a super assembly center and build a standard battle star by itself. Of course, this is theory and not possible in reality. The construction of the battle star is so long. It is difficult to keep for dozens of years and not move, because there are too many star blasters configured. This final step will take at least 10 years to complete, so there is no need to expect to go into battle at this stage. However, although the specifications of this mechanical battle star are very outrageous, the correction of the configuration weapons and mechanical battle stars has not produced qualitative changes, and it is still a high-level star level. That is, the firepower is more violent. The high-level star specifications of the assembly are higher. After the full development, it is easy to pass the standard of the standard specifications, and the strategic significance is stronger. The second supergiant sphere in the palm-sized universe is not the origin, but the ether dragon that is undergoing transformation. This guy is in a state of transformation as he gets feedback from the advancement of the universe in his palm. After not seeing it for many years, the transparent dragon egg formed by Star Diamond has grown a lot bigger. Now its diameter alone is more than 500,000 kilometers, ranking second among the 3 supergiant spheres. Ranked first is the promoted Siwen. The 8th promotion swallowed up an unknown amount of dragon-scale alloy. Now its size has exceeded 1 million kilometers. From a distance, it looks like a super metal planet as big as a star. Compared with Cephavin's mechanical battle stars, the Long Man has not changed quality. The source of the original source not only increases the body type, but its internal essence does increase a level, and it does produce drastic changes. Boom, boom, boom. 20-3 stars burst into the air. Kicked off. Before the arrival of human reinforcements, the Aisha civilization urged the main force of the coalition forces to rush to the outpost base galaxy within half a day and officially launched a fierce attack. A total of 33 mobile battle stars and a huge fleet of 110,000 standard divisions formed a huge encirclement and launched a fierce attack on the human defenders in the center of the galaxy. There are only 5 mobile war stars, and 16,000 standard divisions. Although they are basically 6th-level enhanced technology. The scale is too much. The key point is that the Aisha civilization fleet in this coalition is also equipped with level 6 enhanced technology. And its scale is not much different from that of humans. Even with the advantage of geographical location and the presence of the god Cyrus, it was unable to resist and fell into a disadvantage from the beginning. If it wasn't for Li Qing's national mobilization order, all they had to do now is to immediately abandon the base and evacuation. The nearest 5 Emperor Star territory garrison is more than 3,000 light-years away from the outpost. After ascending and repositioning themselves and then teleporting over, it will probably only take about half a day for them to arrive and provide support. With the reinforcements, we just need to hold on for another day or two, and the rest will arrive one after another. The most important thing is to wait until Li Qing has finished his preparations and arrives. As a member of the Negative Stars, Cyrus knows how powerful the power in the hands of the Overlord is at this time. Several super trump cards can easily solve the problem with just one of them. But the point is to persist at that time. Compared to other civilizations whose ultimate weapons are all Star Blasters, Aisha civilization's ultimate weapon includes not only Star Blasters, but also Nova projectors. This ultimate weapon is a range-clearing weapon that can project a powerful energy ball similar to a Nova, causing certain damage to a space with a diameter of 500,000 kilometers. To be honest, the damage after dispersing is not too high, but it is no problem to kill the frigate in 1 second. After the 20-3 stars burst, 10 war stars, which belong to the Aisha civilization, combined with 10 nations and projected into one piece, forming a destruction area of 500,000 kilometers wide and high, but 5 million kilometers long. A wave of frigate groups and a large number of space machines were arranged in front of the front line. For the first time encountered this clearance final weapon. The human defense was not prepared in advance. This wave was a bit big. Moreover, the emergence of this weapon made it difficult for them to resist the onslaught of attackers. Without gathering cannon fodder, we can only rely on cruisers and destroyers to resist, which is a great disadvantage. Gather the cannon fodder. The losses from such a large-scale clearing will be too great, and they simply cannot withstand it. Cyrus, who had followed Li Qing for a while, didn't have much understanding of the feelings of Li Qing's enemies before. This time, he personally experienced the power of this ultimate weapon, and he felt nothing but a headache and helplessness. There is no way out. Faced with this unreasonable clearing skill, there is no other way except to retreat. If there was, Li Qing's enemies would not have been so powerless at the beginning, and they would have used it earlier.